Chapter 1. Asleep and then gone. Within the bamboo hut, wrapped like a zongzi, Yin Xiaoxi gradually regained a semblance of consciousness. As she felt an all-encompassing ache coursing through her body, her brows knitted tightly together upon opening her eyes. Where is this? With a slight turn of her head, she found herself staring directly into a pair of eyes reminiscent of emeralds. What? At that moment, the expression on Yin Xiaoxi's face was nothing short of spectacular. What was happening? This person, despite appearing to be of considerable age, was still sporting those ostentatious colored contacts. Who are you? Her voice emerged hoarsely, accompanied by a burning sensation in her throat. She was thirsty. Speaking of which, was she now patient? Could she possibly request a different caregiver? The elderly man, Douluo, wore a complex expression upon being questioned. The first sentence after waking up such words were difficult not to ponder upon. He shifted his chair to sit beside her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Now that you are awake, why not tell me how you found yourself so grievously injured in this forest? Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi, who felt as if she were mummified, widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at him. Her dark, glistening eyes scanned the room. Though due to her position, she could not see everything. However, it was enough to deduce that the owner of this modest dwelling was not affluent. Could it be true, as he claimed, that he was her savior? But wasn't she asleep in her own home? Furthermore, this elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s, seemed somewhat peculiar. After a moment of silence, Yin Xiaoxi cautiously ventured, I seem to have forgotten. However, I believe my injuries necessitate a visit to the hospital. Douluo straightened in his chair, as if he had just heard something astonishing. His voice rose several octaves, as if expressing discontent with her naivete. A hospital? Which hospital? Are you referring to a clinic? With those injuries, you would be buried by those quacks. Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback. A clinic? What sort of term was that? Beneath her slightly drooping eyelids, her gaze was filled with skepticism. She was no naive fool. She had read her fair share of time travel novels, but she could hardly believe that such a glitch would befall her. Oh, is that so? Regardless of the truth, she was currently injured and would actively cooperate with him. At that moment, a light foot patter echoed from outside the bamboo hut, causing both to turn their heads in unison. A childish voice piped up, "Grandpa, are you there?" That tender voice. Yin Xiaoxi's eyes momentarily sparkled with surprise. Douluo, puzzled, took a few steps forward and opened the door. There stood an irritable little girl, Yin, radiating displeasure. Douluo, momentarily bewildered, affectionately ruffled the girl's wind-tousled hair. Yin, why have you returned? You still dare to ask? Yin, returning from the Royal Academy, stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at her grandfather for miscounting the days. I told you, the enrollment at the Tiando Royal Academy doesn't begin for another month. You insisted it was today. There's no one at the academy today. The exchange reached Yin Xiaoxi's ears. As if she were deaf, she could not discern the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter, her mind swirling solely with Tiando Royal Academy and Yin, until they drew closer. Grandpa, who is she? She's so pretty. Only then did Yin Xiaoxi begin to reassess the two before her. With green hair and green eyes, alongside the purple-haired, green-eyed girl, her understanding of reality was upended. Had she truly been transported to such a fantastical realm? The thought alone caused her heart to ache. In her understanding of this world, she had distilled it down to 4 words: life and death by fate. Wealth and nobility? Forget it. What use was fortune if one's life was forfeit? Once more, gazing at the curious girl before her, Yin Xiaoxi managed a gentle smile. Hello, little sister. My name is Yin Xiaoxi. You can call me Sister Xiaoxi. Once I recover, they'll take you out to play. The 80-year-old Yin clapped her hands joyfully. Okay. The infectious sound made Yin Xiaoxi unconsciously lower her guard. Having a well-behaved little sister seemed rather delightful. It was only when Yin was lifted into her grandfather's arms that Yin Xiaoxi snapped back to reality. Had she just been contemplating how to abduct the granddaughter in front of her? Though it was merely a fleeting thought, the sensation of being caught stealing lingered unshakably. At that moment, a piercing gaze bore into her. Yin Xiaoxi? Since you claim to be unaware of how you ended up in the Stardow Forest, why not share other details? How old are you this year? Where do you come from? What is your martial soul? What level of spirit power do you possess? Caught off guard by the barrage of questions, Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yin Yin quickly wriggled free from her grandfather's embrace and leaned against the soft bed, gazing dreamily at Yin Xiaoxi's face. "You're so beautiful, even prettier than Shaoling." The soft, sweet voice drew Yin Xiaoxi's attention away from her grandfather's inquiries, and she looked at Yin Yin with affectionate eyes. "Thank you for the compliment, little sister." Being addressed as little sister reminded Yin Yin of her earlier claim of being sister, and she pouted in discontent. "Grandpa, I'm the older sister, right?" Her grandfather, who indulged her in all things, nodded with a doting smile. Instantly, Yin Yin wore a smug expression. "See, Grandpa said I'm the older sister." Yin Xiaoxi's gaze was one of shock, staring blankly at the elderly man sitting in the chair, nodding with questionable integrity. She was 17 this year, though still a minor. It was obvious she was older than this 80-year-old girl. Opening her mouth and meeting his gaze, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, adopting a look of silent indignation directed toward Yin Yin. Fine. If she wanted to be the older sister, so be it. The title of grandfather's favorite was not one she could afford to challenge. Forcing a smile, she inquired, "May I ask how old you are, dear sister?" Adding the word dear was her final act of defiance. The little imp, Yin Yin, climbed onto the bed, taking advantage of Yin Xiaoxi's injuries, struck a pose with her hands on her hips, looking down at her double chin bouncing adorably. "My name is Yin. Yin, I'm 8 years old. What about you? You look about my age. Could you be 8 too?" Yin Xiaoxi. It wasn't her fault. Surely this girl's perception was rather skewed. She would turn 18 next year, yet here she was, being mistaken for 8. From the little girl's assertive demeanor, Yin Xiaoxi felt a wave of ominous premonition wash over her. Is there a mirror? Chapter 2. Has my brain shrunk? At that moment, Yin Xiaoxi finally realized that her voice might have been a tad too soft. No way. Had she died? Had her soul traversed time? Yin Yin picked up a small mirror from the nearby cabinet, straining to hold it up before Yin Xiaoxi. "Don't worry. The scar on your face will heal quickly. You won't be disfigured." Yin Xiaoxi, phew. Thank heavens. It was still her face. She hadn't vanished entirely, just appeared a tad younger if anything. That was a blessing. Her mother had always pursued youth. After all, didn't youth equate to beauty? Reassuring herself, Yin Xiaoxi watched as the mirror trembled in Yin Yan's hands and quickly exclaimed, "All right, enough." Her voice carried a hint of panic, fearing that her still recovering body might endure another wave of injury. Once Yin Yin returned the mirror, Yin Xiaoxi gathered her thoughts and addressed the questions posed earlier. "My name is Yin Xiaoxi. I am 8 years old, without a family, no martial soul, and likely am just an ordinary person." Her confidence waned with each word as Bo Lao's piercing gaze bore into her. Wasn't the awakening of a martial soul supposed to occur at 6? If Yin Yin claimed they were of similar age, then did that mean she lacked a martial soul? "Little girl, it's not good to lie." Bo Lao approached her, his tone earnest as he looked down at the quail-like Yin Xiaoxi lying in bed. To claim oneself an ordinary person? Huh. When he rescued her, he had already sensed the fluctuation of spirit power emanating from her. Furthermore, how could someone so grievously injured appear in the Stardow Forest without a martial soul? Did he take her for a fool? Now aware of the elderly man's identity, Yin Xiaoxi dared not be audacious. Uncertainty clouded her gaze as she met his eyes. "I truly should not have one." Contemplating his earlier assertion, she earnestly added, "I might possess one, but I cannot recall." Yet in her mind, she thought, how could that be? She had merely reversed in age from 17 to 8. Seeing her hesitation, the old man shook his head, choosing not to press further. "Never mind. It's not easy for a young girl like you to be so injured in the Stardow Forest. It's only natural to be wary of others." Confused by his demeanor, Yin Xiaoxi began to doubt herself. Could it be true? But she genuinely didn't know. Faced with this rare opportunity for honesty, she found herself more clueless than anyone else, leaving her feeling utterly desolate. Yin Yin, too, pouted in dissatisfaction. She had finally found someone as beautiful as Xiaoling. Yet how could she also be an ordinary person? She had hoped to take her to the academy with her. Then why not let Grandpa help you awaken your martial soul again? That way, well, no, for sure. Unwilling to accept her fate as an ordinary person after her inexplicable journey, Yin Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Is it truly possible? Certainly indeed. I must trouble you, esteemed senior. Goodness. The excitement nearly caused her to stumble over her words. If she accidentally let slip Senior Bo, it would not only jeopardize her chance at awakening her martial spirit, but might also result in her swift expulsion from this new world. The elderly man's ears perked at her address, his expression momentarily perplexed, yet he nodded in acknowledgement without further thought. Very well. First, you must tend to your injuries. When the time comes, I shall assist you in awakening your potential. His words struck like a hammer, and he stepped forward to examine her wounds, his gaze lingering on the delicate flesh of her arm. Upon his return, he had merely staunched her bleeding, yet the injury, he distinctly recalled, had been bruised and swollen when he had bandaged it. He had feared she might not withstand the ordeal and had planned to administer the antidote in increments, never anticipating that the toxins within her body would recede on their own. The wound is not severe with some rest. You should recover swiftly. Having spoken, he lifted the reluctant young girl from the bedside and carried her outside. As the two departed, Yin Xiaoxi, already weakened and burdened by her thoughts, closed her eyes and slipped back into slumber. Where her consciousness returned, she was roused by a soft murmur beside her. Grandpa, why hasn't Xiaoxi woken up yet? Grandpa, Xiaoxi, move her hand. Is she waking up? With her eyes tightly shut, Yin Xiaoxi felt a surge of irritation. Who was it? Buzzing around like a persistent fly, utterly relentless. Fueled by annoyance, she abruptly threw off the covers, prepared to unleash her fury. However, the pain radiating from her arm caused her to gasp, jolting her mind into clarity. She had traversed dimensions. Moreover, she had become an 80-year-old child in this perilous land, and the two before her were her lifelines. In an instant, she processed an array of useful information, her face contorting into a smile that was more wretched than tears. Good morning, Yin Yin. Good morning, esteemed senior, she greeted, raising her head while clutching her injured arm. Upon seeing her awake, Yin Yin leaped with joy, darting towards her side. Aware of her injuries, she carefully leaned over the edge of the bed. With bright, sparkling eyes, she exclaimed, Xiaoxi, good morning. You're finally awake. The elderly man strolled over at a leisurely pace, casting a disdainful glance at her. It's not early, you've just in time for lunch. He bent down to inspect her right hand's injury, satisfied that it was not serious, and then exited the room. Watching this unfold, Yin Yan's eyes twinkled with mischief. She held a fondness for Xiaoxi, and her grandfather had mentioned that when he rescued her, she had exhibited fluctuations of soul power, indicating that she was a soul master. Since Xiaoxi no longer recalled her family, perhaps, with a sly smile, she gazed up at Yin Xiaoxi, her expression brimming with mischief, as if to say, she was concocting a scheme. Yin Xiaoxi, feeling a wave of embarrassment, turned her head away. At her age, could she truly be outwitted by an 80-year-old? When Elder Bo returned with a meal, he was accompanied by the cheerful Yin Yin, who was practically bouncing with joy. With 3 bowls of rice in hand, she directed her inquiry toward the visibly disgruntled Yin Xiaoxi, who was exuding an air of existential doubt. What's wrong? Gazing up, Yin Xiaoxi caught his eye, her expression one of exasperation, before shifting her gaze to meet Yin Yan's. Nothing. I just find your esteemed senior's granddaughter to be rather clever, she replied, incredulous that she had fallen for an 80-year-old's trick. Perhaps her age regression had diminished her intellect as well. She bit down on her chopsticks, ignoring the elderly man who was grinning foolishly at the praise of his granddaughter. Just moments ago, the little girl had looked at her with a face that screamed, "I'm going to outsmart you." Xiaoxi, do you not remember anything at all? Seated on the bed, seemingly unconcerned, Yin Xiaoxi smiled and playfully ruffled the hair of the little girl until one side of her face turned rosy. Indeed, what of it? Yet inwardly she mused. The girl had offered her face for the taking. She could not be too harsh. As long as the requests were reasonable, she would indulge her. Yin Yin, rubbing her reddened cheek, gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes, melting Yin Xiaoxi's heart. In the next moment, Yin Yin, resembling a cunning little fox, tugged at the corner of the blanket, playfully pulling it as if to charm her further. Then Xiaoxi shall stay by Yin Yan's side from now on. With Yin Yin around, you shall never be harmed again. The soft voice and the gentle tugging at her blanket distracted Yin Xiaoxi from her thoughts, making her heart flutter. All right. Half squatting at the edge of the bed, Yin Yan's legs grew slightly numb, yet she seemed oblivious to her discomfort, her eyes sparkling with teasing anticipation. Then does Xiaoxi agree to accompany me to the Royal Academy? Faced with Yin Yan's adorably innocent blinks, Yin Xiaoxi's heart raced with alarm at the prospect. Forgive her for being inexperienced. How could she handle such a situation? I agree. It's merely a visit to the Royal Academy. After all, only upon realizing she had been ensnared did she grasp the full extent of her predicament. Having received the answer she sought, Yin Yin hurriedly dashed toward Elder Bo, who was entering with the meal, leaving Yin Xiaoxi in a state of disarray on the bed. At the dining table, Yin Xiaoxi, engrossed in her meal with her head down, silently listened to the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter. Her silence was her final act of defiance. Throughout her recovery period, the little girl, Yin Yin, visited her daily to keep her company. If it weren't for her ability to speak, Yin Xiaoxi would undoubtedly be moved to tears rather than lying in bed, disenchanted, listening to Yin Yin's incessant chatter. Xiaoxi, is your injury healing yet? The Royal Academy is about to start. When will you be well enough to enroll with me? Yin Xiaoxi subtly shifted her position. Why couldn't she get up? Was it that she couldn't? No, she simply had no desire to attend that so-called Royal Academy. As a time traveler, she had initially been eager to witness the fabled institution that had turned down the protagonist. However, she had learned that it was merely a gathering of aristocratic young men, making conversation a challenge. Was this the reason Yin Yin wanted her to accompany her? It dawned on her that the girl was simply afraid of being alone among strangers, thus desperately seeking a companion. Just as Yin Yin animatedly continued her monologue by the bedside, Yin Xiaoxi muttered to herself, ignore it, like a turtle reciting scriptures, while internally battling against her thoughts. At that moment, her grandfather entered the room, scooping up Yin Yin, who had been talking to thin air, and kicked the bed. Get up. Stop pretending. I'll test your martial soul and soul power first. If your soul power doesn't reach level 15, you won't be able to enter. This little girl, once given a modicum of kindness, was now putting on airs. How many aspiring soul masters yearned to attend the Royal Academy? And here she was feigning injury. She must have a few screws loose. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Yin Xiaoxi sprang up with vigor, stunning Yin Yin into silence as she pointed at the now animated Yin Xiaoxi. But Yin Xiaoxi was too absorbed in her excitement to pay Yin Yin any mind. Just the thought of testing her martial soul and avoiding the role of an aristocrat's mere accessory filled her with joy, clouding her judgment. If not for her actual age, she might have cheered out loud, forcing herself to regain composure. Yin Xiaoxi quickly pinched the hem of her clothes and nodded appreciatively at the elder. Let us not delay. Let us go quickly. Under the gaze of the eager Yin Yin, her grandfather began to entertain the notion that her claims of amnesia might hold some truth. If she were concealing her martial soul, she certainly wouldn't display such eagerness. With that thought, he set Yin Yin down, closed the door, and turned to meet the puzzled gaze of Yin Xiaoxi. As the elder approached her, Yin Xiaoxi felt a surge of anxiety. Was this truly the moment? Would they awaken her martial soul here? Yin Yin, who had been perched on her little chair, stared intently. Her curiosity piqued. Why not? As long as we aren't disturbed, the awakening of a martial soul should be fine. The elder, with a penetrating gaze akin to mind-reading, discerned the girl's dissatisfaction but remained unfazed, simply opening the door. Young lady, why not find a spot that feels auspicious? We can begin in earnest afterward. Yin Xiaoxi thought, this sounds rather odd. Is feng shui used in this context? Though she was not well versed, she sensed a trick. She hurriedly approached and shut the door again. No need, this spot is just fine. Meanwhile, Yin Yin, as a mere spectator, had been eagerly anticipating the start of the proceedings, only to feel disheartened as the drama had yet to commence. Grandpa, are you really going to test Xiaoxi, or not? Seeing his granddaughter's pouting face, the elder hurriedly reassured her, we'll test it. Yin Yin, don't rush. We'll begin shortly. Yin Xiaoxi, feeling increasingly dubious about the situation, worried for her yet to manifest martial soul as she observed her grandfather prepared to perform and Yin Yin anxiously awaiting a show. Please, don't make this difficult for me. I've already traversed realms. I don't want to end up as a mere specter. Regardless of her inner turmoil, facing the serious demeanor of her grandfather, she could not help but swallow hard. Surely, I must possess a martial soul? Having crossed into this realm without one would render my journey futile. To live as an ordinary person? I might as well have languished in modernity. Here, she didn't even have the luxury of being lackadaisical. Phosphorescent serpent sovereign, manifest. As the words left her mouth, a strange wind filled the sealed room. Yin Xiaoxi, praying in her mind, turned toward the source of the voice. With squinting eyes from the gust, a fearsome serpent materialized behind her, its vertical pupils sending her stumbling back in terror. Just then, a force propelled her forward uncontrollably, and her grandfather's comforting voice broke through. Do not fear, embrace the sensation. A wave of soul power enveloped Yin Xiaoxi, wrapping her in warmth akin to a maternal embrace, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within her as she closed her eyes. Suddenly, her right palm felt an itch, as though something was yearning to emerge. Yin Yin, leaning forward in her seat, held her breath, fixated on Yin Xiaoxi's empty palm, clenching her fist in anticipation. Patience, patience. As long as Xiaoxi possesses a martial soul, she will have no reason to refuse me in the future. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi, under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes, felt utterly vexed. Who could understand? She had already sensed the little entity within her, and though it had momentarily manifested, it retreated upon witnessing the external circumstances. Accompanied by an inexplicable feeling, it was shy. No, this was a martial soul. What could a martial soul possibly be shy about? Martial souls danced freely upon the grand stages of competitions, yet hers seemed destined to play dead. As time passed, beads of perspiration began to form on Yin Xiaoxi's forehead, her inner thoughts reverently nurturing this soul as if it were an ancestor. Little one, why not make an appearance? I am in the midst of awakening my martial soul. It's simply one to do if you remain hidden. Don't. Faced with the obstinate martial soul, Yin Xiaoxi felt exasperated, sensing her soul power dissipating gradually, likely due to its awareness of the unusual situation. Her grandfather, naturally suspicious, would undoubtedly conclude that she was hiding something if this entity refused to reveal itself. That would not be easily resolved. You must consider carefully. If I am in peril, you will fare no better, and your subsequent soul rings will depend on this. Regarding a martial soul endowed with consciousness, Yin Xiaoxi harbored no fondness. Were it not for her precarious position, she would have disregarded it entirely. I want a soul ring. Chapter 4. Twin martial souls. Noticing its tone had softened, Yin Xiaoxi let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this fellow was not entirely unreasonable. Since that's the case, why don't you step outside? Awakening in solitude. Who still cares whether you desire a soul ring or not? Ding ding, can I go yet? Ignoring its plaintive tone, Yin Xiaoxi thought. A touch of arrogance must have its limits. She was not a man, after all, to indulge in such sentimentality. Just as Elder Bo was about to retract his soul power, Yin Xiaoxi's right palm suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, causing her to open her eyes at once. She was eager to discover what this twin floating bell truly was. Beneath her right hand, a martial soul resembling a wind chime floated gracefully, the golden bell chiming melodiously against the transparent shell, producing a delightful ding-ling sound. It was indeed a remarkably unpretentious name. Twin floating bell, a floating bell. But why was it twin? Before she could ponder further, the previously listless Yin Yin, drained of energy, perked up and scampered over, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the twin floating bell dancing above Yin Xiaoxi's hand. Xiaoxi, what is that? Rubbing her chin, Yin Xiaoxi scrutinized the wind chime once more. Admittedly, its appearance was truly exquisite. If she were devoid of her own thoughts, she would treasure it without a second thought. Alas, the soft voice of twin floating bell only intensified Yin Yan's curiosity, and she reached out to touch it. To her surprise, the bell in midair moved without wind, ding-ling, resonating against the transparent shell as if urging her to return it quickly. Fearing that the peculiarities of the twin floating bell might be discovered, Yin Xiaoxi prepared to retract it. But Elder Bo was a step ahead, grasping her right hand. Startled, Yin Xiaoxi lifted her head, only to find Elder Bo's eyes filled with self-doubt. A thought forming in her mind. Hold steady, twin floating bell. The individual before you is a titled Douluo. Do not reveal yourself. Uncertain why she wished to conceal the fact that twin floating bell possessed its own consciousness, she instinctively sought to hide it. Examining Yin Xiaoxi's hand closely, Elder Bo observed the nearly fossilized bell, murmuring softly, "This shouldn't be. When I found you, there was a clear fluctuation of soul power. How could you truly lack a soul ring? Yin Xiaoxi couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. If her martial soul genuinely had a soul ring, it would leave her questioning her very existence. Just as she contemplated offering words of comfort, she felt something sprouting from her waist. This sensation, instantly, her face flushed crimson. What was this indescribable feeling? How could a blossoming young lady like her be sullied in such a manner? Elder Bo, noticing the cat tail sprouting from behind her, along with the accompanying yellow soul ring, felt a surge of excitement. Yes, this is how it should be. I could not have been mistaken. Then, his expression froze. Twin martial souls? His gaze swept from the tail behind her to the wind chime in her hand. Hesitance creeping in. Were geniuses on the continent being mass-produced? Did he merely stumble upon a treasure? Upon seeing the ghost emperor cattail, Yin Xiaoxi also felt a sense of unease. Why did this cat possess a leopard's tail? Do cattails grow this long? The ominous pun between ghost spirit cat and ghostly spirit cat sent a shiver down her spine. According to Elder Bo's earlier words, she had been found near the border of Shingluo and Tiando, coupled with this sensitive attack-type martial soul. Regardless, it would be best to avoid connections with royalty, especially the Shingluo royal family. With her thoughts settled, Yin Xiaoxi looked up, her large eyes fixed on him. Senior, let us tell others that my martial soul is twin floating bell. Yin Yan's eyes flitted between her two martial souls, and upon hearing this, she cast a puzzled glance at the swaying tail behind her. Why? The tail is so adorable, fluffy and clearly inviting to touch. Under Yin Yan's eager gaze, Yin Xiaoxi hastily retracted her martial soul, feeling that her decision to relinquish it was indeed wise. Elder Bo's gaze was heavy as he regarded Yin Xiaoxi, slowly nodding. Her choice to conceal her abilities had saved her life. His original intention had been to escort her away. As a guest elder of the Tiando royal family, he could not afford any entanglements with those from Shingluo, and as someone hunted by Shingluo, with her mere 15th level soul power and no protector, she was doomed. Had it not been for Yin Yan's evident fondness for her, Elder Bo would have never taken on such a troublesome situation. Hide well. From now on, call me Grandpa just like Yin Yan does. With that, he strode towards the door, knowing that having taken on this granddaughter, he must first address the troubles posed by Shingluo individuals recently appearing in Tiando territory. After he departed, Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the dingling, chiming martial soul in her hand, her head beginning to throb. Neither of her martial souls was particularly reliable. Compared to the life-threatening ghost emperor cat, the elusive twin floating bell clearly emerged as her best option for traversing the continent. Sighing, Yin Xiaoxi retracted the martial soul. Grasping Yin Yan's chubby paw, she headed towards the small stool she had just moved, preparing to engage in some persuasive dialogue. On the stool, Yin Yan, who had assumed that attending the Royal Academy was a foregone conclusion, looked at her resentfully upon hearing her attempt to decline. I don't care. You promised me. How can you go back on your word? If you don't go, I'll have Grandpa send you back. She was not a child to be underestimated. Turning her head defiantly, she adopted a stubborn demeanor that nearly drove Yin Xiaoxi to take action. This little rascal, were it not for the roof over their heads, she would have surely shown her what bloodline suppression truly meant. Grabbing her squirming body back, Yin Xiaoxi, disregarding her stubbornly turned little head, earnestly attempted to reason with her. Yin Yan, listen to me. You know my identity is not simple. If I attend the Royal Academy with this identity, I fear I might be left with nothing but bone fragments. This was a classic case of leveraging one's connections. If the Tiando royal family possessed such audacity, she might as well broadcast her misfortune. As if having absorbed her words, Yin Yan stared at her, deep in thought, then nodded vigorously. That is true. Just as Yin Xiaoxi felt a flicker of hope that her reasoning had taken root, the little girl shifted her tone. But you can't go like this. Your little bell still lacks a soul ring. If you go, wouldn't he that expose your dual martial soul? It seemed we must first venture to the Stardow forest. Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily speechless. This soul ring she truly had no way to refuse. Noticing her expression wavering, Yin Yan, with the poise of a little adult, patted her shoulder. Don't worry. As long as your martial soul remains concealed, hiding your identity will be absolutely fine. Comforted by a genuine child, the pseudo-child Yin Xiaoxi felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. She believed she could still struggle a bit more. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, the door swung open with a loud bang, flung open forcefully from the outside. Chapter 5. The distorted whining as Yin Xiaoxi turned her head. She beheld the figure of old Bo striding through the doorway, illuminated by the light behind him. His return was shrouded in an unsettling aura, and his gaze pierced through the air with an unsettling sharpness. This coldness was not directed towards them. Rather, It seemed as though he had yet to recover from something unsettling. Yin Xiaoxi subtly inhaled the surrounding air, her pupils contracting as she quickly averted her gaze, concealing the terror reflected in her eyes. Though residing in a time of peace, she found it difficult to comprehend the implications of his recent excursion. Yin, noticing Old Bo's return, dashed towards him. "Grandpa, you're back." As she approached, the chilling atmosphere surrounding him dissipated entirely. As if the previous scene had been a mere performance intended to inform Yin Xiaoxi that she was simultaneously safe and in peril. Therefore, resistance would be futile. Understanding that her fate regarding the Royal Academy was not hers to determine, Yin Xiaoxi resolved to seize absolute control of the situation. With newfound determination, she approached with an air of calm, embodying the essence of an 8-year-old child, her face adorned with eagerness as she poured a glass of water for Old Bo, exclaiming, "Grandpa, have some water." Startled by the unexpected address, Old Bo hesitated, taken aback by her sudden familiarity, and absent-mindedly lifted the cup. As he sipped his tea, Yin Xiaoxi exchanged a knowing glance with Yin, who eagerly clung to Old Bo's arm. "Grandpa, the Royal Academy is opening soon. Xiaoxi hasn't obtained her soul ring yet." Seeing him remain silent, Yin Xiaoxi, resolved to grow stronger, took action, for passivity was not in her nature. Nervously clenching her hands at her sides, she stepped towards his left, inhaling deeply, her rigid fingers tugging at his sleeve in a futile attempt to gain his attention. Realizing her actions seemed somewhat odd, she decided to embrace the absurdity and mimic Yin's tone. "Indeed, Grandpa Xiaoxi, I still haven't received my soul ring." Disgusted with herself, Yin Xiaoxi blinked and looked up, only to find Old Bo's expression equally perplexed, prompting her to retract her hand. This approach felt misguided. Why was it that Yin's endearing antics evoked affection while her own left her feeling nauseated? Unfazed, Yin nestled in Old Bo's embrace, observing the two with confusion. "What's wrong with them?" "Never mind. The important matters are at hand." Nestling her head against his shoulder like a contented kitten, she chirped, "Grandpa, registration for the Royal Academy seems to begin the day after tomorrow. Shall we venture to the Stardow Forest tomorrow?" Having successfully captured his attention, Old Bo, cradling his sweet granddaughter, nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall heed Yin's suggestion. But remember, Yin, you must retire early tonight." With a triumphant stance, Yin straightened her tiny frame and promised, "Grandpa, I absolutely won't oversleep tomorrow morning." Old Bo affectionately ruffled her hair, yet his gaze drifted towards Yin Xiaoxi, who appeared oblivious to his implications. He expressed his disdain without reservation, addressing the small figure lost in contemplation. "And you, rise early starting tomorrow. Don't think I'm unaware that you, my dear, are akin to a sloth, unable to awaken until well past noon." Standing off to the side, Yin Xiaoxi blinked at the retreating figures, questioning if she had just been dismissed. Was her propensity for slumber truly to blame? She muttered softly to herself, "I try my best," as she moved to close the door. Surely, they hadn't heard her reply? Uncertain of her own thoughts, Yin Xiaoxi could only hope for a miracle to unfold the following day. The next morning, before the rooster had even crowed, Yin Xiaoxi's bedroom door was flung open with a loud crash. In her slumber, she merely furrowed her brow and turned over, returning to her dreams. Observing her state, Old Bo moved to approach, but was halted by Yin's small hand. "Grandpa, let Yin in." Amused by her spirited insistence, Old Bo redirected towards the closed window. Yin dashed joyfully to the bedside, cautiously reaching out to poke her gently through the covers. "Xiaoxi, time to wake up." Hearing the commotion again, Yin Xiaoxi tugged the blanket closer, offering not even a glimpse to Yin. Yin, confronted by her grandfather's bemused expression, suddenly summoned her strength and yanked the covers away. The startled Yin Xiaoxi, eyes wide in disbelief, gazed at the bashful Yin. Goodness, children like her truly are deceptive. Appearing as delicate as flowers while possessing the strength of oxen. It defies logic. Turning her attention to the cautiously peeking Yin Xiaoxi forced a strained smile. "Yin, why are you up so early?" Old Bo, who had been standing to the side, shot her an exasperated glance. "Humph, early? If you delay any longer, you won't make it back tonight." "All right, I understand." Yin Xiaoxi grumbled as she gazed out at the still dark sky, beginning to prepare. Seeing her procrastination, Old Bo took Yin by the hand. "Hurry up. Yin, we must go buy breakfast." Yin turned back, glancing at the still drowsy Yin Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, you need to get up quickly. Breakfast?" The mention of food instantly revived Yin Xiaoxi's spirit. She had been dining with these two for days, her palate yearning for flavor, not just the blandness that had become routine. Okay. I'll be right there. I want 2 vegetable buns and a bowl of porridge." As she spoke, her movements quickened. Observing this, Old Bo's expression darkened as he gestured for her to hurry. Chapter 6. Do not panic in times of trouble. Just smile and move on. The 3 of them, having enjoyed a peaceful breakfast, boarded the carriage, heading westward. Yin Xiaoxi's initial novelty for the carriage gradually faded into a drowsy stupor, her eyelids growing heavy once more. Amidst the clamor, half asleep, she was stirred by the cacophony outside, prompting her to sit up with a hint of annoyance, her lips parting as if to express her displeasure, only to be met with a pair of curious eyes. Upon opening her eyes to the sight of the adorable Yin Xiaoxi, her irritation dissipated instantly. With a languid stretch in the carriage, she appeared still in a sleepy daze, rubbing her eyes. Yin, who had been watching her for quite some time, curiously poked her cheek. "Xiaoxi, how can you sleep so soundly?" They typically retired at dusk and rose at dawn. Although they had awakened a bit earlier today, it was inconceivable that she was still groggy. Yin Xiaoxi paused, realizing she had been assaulted by the little girl's playful poke. This was a provocation to her dignity. She raised her hand, swatting away the soft, fuzzy sensation from her face, arching an eyebrow at Yin. "What do you know? This is called beauty sleep. Where are we?" "Where's Grandpa?" As she spoke, she turned to lift the curtain of the carriage. Before her lay a narrow marketplace bustling with people, each bent over their stalls, examining their wares spread across pieces of cloth. Yin, intrigued by what she was looking at, squeezed in beside her, explaining their current location. "This is a small village on the way to the Sunset Forest. We always stop here before heading to the forest." Yin Xiaoxi nodded, albeit with some confusion. Observing as Yin squeezed in beside her. "Let us look over there," she exclaimed, curiously stretching her head out to gaze around. Surrounded by the lively sounds of vendors calling out and haggling, she recalled that her rather frugal grandfather seemed to be a guest of the Tiando royal family. Did he not possess some means to enter the forest? Just as she pondered this, a pair of boots came to a halt before her. Yin Xiaoxi looked up slowly from the shoes to see an elderly man standing there, hands clasped behind his back, staring intently at her. Hey, don't panic when encountering awkward situations," she thought to herself, offering a silly smile to ease the tension. However, upon meeting his serious green gaze, she felt compelled to shrink back in a rather subdued manner. "Let us go." After the elderly Bo settled into the carriage, he gently pulled Yin back into his embrace, eliciting a twinge of envy in Yin Xiaoxi. Truly a doting grandparent. The same scenario, yet entirely different treatment. How frustrating. Crossing her arms, Yin Xiaoxi sat in her seat, her eyes roving over the 2 of them, feeling disgruntled. Suddenly, she beckoned Yin with a finger. It was time to stir the pot. Yin, quick to respond, darted from her grandfather's embrace to sit beside Yin Xiaoxi, her round eyes sparkling as she smiled at her grandmother. Bo cast a sidelong glance at her, but said nothing, merely observing the road ahead. "We should arrive in about half an hour. Speak up. What kind of soul ring do you desire?" Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. "I can choose." The thought of relying on her twin floating bells in the future sent her mind racing. "How about this? In the future, don't dawdle when we go out, and I'll grant you the right to choose the soul ring." At that moment, Yin Xiaoxi could distinctly feel the turmoil within her martial soul. Ding. Yes. The sudden neutral voice startled her. Twin floating bells? Ding. All right. Hearing that timid chime again made Yin Xiaoxi curiously touch her ear. What was happening? Was she hallucinating within herself? "Since you've agreed, you cannot go back on your word. Speak up. What sort of soul ring do you wish for first?" Ding. Auxiliary. The timid voice carried a hint of pride. Although the soul ring differed slightly from her expectations, it mattered not. The era of powerful support was officially commencing. However, raising her gaze to meet Bo's seemingly all-seeing eyes, Yin Xiaoxi's aspirations were swiftly deflated. How could she forget that she was still bound by her human limitations? If she claimed to have forgotten, then surely the skills she possessed must remain concealed. Feeling increasingly stifled, Yin Xiaoxi wished time could rewind. She really ought to have refrained from inquiring about martial souls. The twin floating bells are an auxiliary martial soul, but I have a feeling it still has potential. Look at Grandpa. What if we sought an auxiliary type that specializes in mental attacks? I believe these bells, with their ding, might be quite spirited. As her rescue mission floundered, Yin Xiaoxi watched the forest gradually emerging outside the carriage with tears in her eyes. There was still hope. They must not abandon her. To have a martial bell master reduced to a mere support role, would that not tug at the conscience? Upon disembarking from the carriage, Yin Xiaoxi took a deep breath of the fresh air. The outside atmosphere was invigorating, After being cooped up for half a month, she ambled along the fallen leaves, enjoying the satisfying crunch beneath her feet, feeling as though she were on an outing, blissfully disregarding the lurking beast that left her companions at a loss for words. Yin rushed forward, noticing Yin Xiaoxi's intent to wander off on her own, grasping her arm. Xiaoxi, be a bit cautious. This is the sunset forest. Let us not stray too far from Grandpa. Prompted by her words, Yin Xiaoxi realized that her earlier demeanor had been somewhat off. She turned to offer a sheepish smile to the disgruntled elderly man behind them. Understood. Then let us proceed, she said, now more vigilant as she scanned the surroundings, wary of any sudden ambush from the trees or elsewhere. Her excessive caution left Bo speechless. Rest assured, I can handle the beasts here. No need for such trepidation. In her exaggerated state of alertness, Yin Xiaoxi merely nodded, gripping Yin's hand with a bit more force. Observing her demeanor, the two decided against saying more, fearing that the more they spoke, the more anxious she would become. As the trio traversed the forest, Yin Xiaoxi initially gasped and exclaimed about potential ambushes by beasts. However, as time wore on, it seemed they were still searching for the right opportunity. Yin Xiaoxi, now fatigued, plopped down beside a tree. We've been searching for nearly 3 hours. Where are you, Soul Ring? If I call out, will you respond? Yin, feeling tired as well, mimicked Yin Xiaoxi's bold posture and exclaimed, Grandpa, let us take a break. Standing, Bo observed Yan's current state, beginning to doubt the wisdom of his decision. All right. If you're tired, let us rest. We can also eat something. With that, he retrieved some food from his soul guide device. Yin Xiaoxi scoffed at this, turning her nose up in disdain. Not eager to eat? Something must be wrong with your head. She believed her mutterings were subtle enough to go unnoticed by the titled Douluo, but as Bo raised his hand to reprimand her, he suddenly paused, ears twitching. He gestured for silence, signaling to the two. Yin Xiaoxi froze, then excitedly peered toward the nearby thicket. Soul Ring. Soul Ring. My first treasured soul ring is coming right to me. Chapter 7. I am amnesiac, not demented upon sensing a small creature in the grass. The elderly Bo discreetly sealed the surrounding area with his soul power to prevent the little being from escaping. Faced with a 100-level soul beast, he deemed it unnecessary to employ soul techniques. With a swift motion, he reached into the grass and grasped a small, white creature, which he brought toward the two of them. As they made their way, the soul beast attempted to resist, but was swiftly paralyzed by poison, rendering it limp in his grasp. Yin Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed upon the creature in Bo's hand. A mouse? An inexplicable sense of aversion arose within her, as its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the golden-haired bear she had once cared for. Looking at the old man who tossed the mouse before her, she pondered whether to suggest a different option, when suddenly a voice echoed in her mind. Ding ding, kill it. Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback. Could it be that she had misheard before? Shuang Fu Ling. Just as she was about to inquire, Bo interrupted her train of thought. Xiaoxi, you must kill it and absorb its soul ring. Yin Xiaoxi recognized that this was not the time for questions. Yet, the assertive voice of Shuang Fu Ling piqued her curiosity regarding the little white mouse before her. Grandfather, what is this? Bo, slightly impatient, paused with the food he held in hand and began to explain. This is the Xian mouse, one of the rare soul beasts capable of psychic attacks, and it possesses formidable self-healing abilities. This mouse, due to its dark attribute, should not be found here, but since fate has brought us together, consider yourself fortunate. Yin Xiaoxi's interest was piqued. Psychic attacks? Given Shuang Fu Ling's earlier excitement, it seemed probable that the support it provided included psychic abilities. I understand. With that, she did not rise but rather maneuvered herself on the ground until she was positioned before the mouse. Bo then tossed a small knife from his soul guide device at her feet. Yin Xiaoxi picked up the knife and hesitated, tracing it lightly upon the Xian mouse. Yet, she was unable to bring herself to strike, her voice breaking with despair. How am I supposed to kill it? I can handle a fight and have seen blood before, but that was under equal circumstances. Now, with this adorable creature lying there, I just can't. Bo, who had been eating, could no longer contain himself. He slammed his bowl onto the ground, unable to mask his frustration. You have the knife. Why ask me how to kill it? You have chopsticks. Why not ask how to use them? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. I never had to deal with such hesitance when I took Yin out to hunt. Startled by his outburst, Yin Xiaoxi shrank back. She turned away, silently convincing herself. Phew. It's fine. It's fine. This food has come to me. I must at least take a bite. Though she said this, a twinge of guilt lingered within her as she spoke to the oblivious Xian mouse. If I act swiftly, you'll suffer less. With one decisive motion, she executed the act with a fluidity that starkly contrasted her earlier hesitation, causing Bo to cast a sharp glance toward the straight trail of blood on the ground. He then shot a disgruntled look at the dazed Yin Xiaoxi, his anger flaring. Just moments ago, he had doubted her sincerity. Now, it seemed her foolishness was undeniable. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for other soul beasts to come and share the spoils? Yin Xiaoxi recoiled at his tone, experiencing such a soft meal for the first time. Couldn't he allow her a moment to process her feelings? No. She muttered back defiantly, sitting cross-legged. Why sit cross-legged? She didn't know. She had observed them practicing in that position. If she didn't wouldn't it make her seem unprofessional? Closing her eyes, she began to draw the soul ring toward her, absorbing it. She wasn't sure if it was because her other martial soul already possessed a soul ring or because she wasn't the protagonist. Unworthy of the soul beast's response, but this time, the absorption proceeded without any difficulty, resulting in a level increase in her soul power. Due to her dual martial souls, Yin Xiaoxi did not experience any accumulation of soul power. This upgrade was purely a delightful surprise. The two individuals nearby remained unaware that she had successfully absorbed the soul ring and were half reclining against a tree, engaged in casual conversation. Yin. Observing Yin Xiaoxi's absorption, couldn't he help but tug at her grandfather's sleeve. Grandfather, how long will it take for Xiaoxi to absorb it? Bo, squinting toward the unremarkable side of Yin Xiaoxi, slowly closed his eyes again. We must wait a bit longer, according to the master's theory. Her soul ring should pose no pressure. Hearing the name of the master for the first time, Yin sat up, puzzled. Who is the master, grandfather? Lying on the ground, Bo's voice took on a hint of nostalgia. The master is a legendary figure, one who inspires admiration yet also contempt. A legendary figure? Bo, reluctant to elaborate, nodded. Indeed, a legendary figure. Yin Xiaoxi supported her chin, observing the exchange. The curious granddaughter and the enigmatic grandfather were amusing, igniting her playful spirit. With her name as the starting point, she found herself excluded from the conversation. Seeing that the old man intended to maintain his air of mystery, Yin Xiaoxi could no longer contain herself. Legendary? Theory first, practice last? Yin, ever the supportive sister in her heart, rushed over upon seeing her awaken. Xiaoxi, you're finally back. I've been waiting forever. Yin Xiaoxi watched as the little girl pouted, unable to suppress a smile. Sister, let us speak with facts. Is this what you call forever? Bo regarded her with suspicion. Didn't you say you remembered nothing? How do you still know that the master is first in theory? Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. You see? You were too quick with your words. Now look, you've revealed your flaw. Fortunately, she had prepared somewhat. Rising from the ground, she brushed off the leaves clinging to her clothes. I'm merely amnesiac, not demented. You have so many of his books in your house. A glance is all it takes for me to find out. Yin, observing her grandfather's lack of denial, chose not to comment further. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Yin Xiaoxi quickly interjected, do you want to know about the soul skill I just acquired? This remark not only captivated Yin but even prompted Bo to stand and approach. Come, tell us. With a smile, Yin Xiaoxi took a few steps forward. Shuangfu, you promised to cooperate with me. Turning to face them, her heart raced as she called out, Shuangfu. Thankfully, this time, Shuangfu responded promptly with a cheerful ding-ding. Gazing at the two, Yin Xiaoxi felt a conflict within her. Her first soul skill was healing, but she was uncertain whether they would be able to perceive it. First soul skill, Zhenling, she announced. As her voice fell, the bell dangled from her hand, rising and emitting a powerful sound. A continuous wave of light spread from Shuangfu, enveloping the three of them. Initially, the two stared in bewilderment at the resonating bell. But after 5 seconds, Yan's complexion turned pale, and she convulsed, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 8. The Academy. Yin. In a state of panic, Bo Lao crouched on the ground, using his soul power to examine Yan's body. Only after confirming that she was not seriously injured did he lift his head, his gaze blazing with anger directed at Yin Xiaoxi. What happened? Stuck in place, Yin Xiaoxi wore a bewildered expression, unsure of the situation. I don't know what's going on either. My first soul skill is a healing skill. How could this happen? It is supposed to be non-offensive. If this is her fault, she would truly be more wrong than Doi. At that moment, Bo Lao felt Yan's hand twitch slightly in his arms. And connecting this with her previous words, he already had a plan in mind. He steadily cradled Yin. From now on, do not use the soul skill on Yin. Watching the two figures gradually fade from sight, Yin Xiaoxi felt akin to a wilted flower in a field. Perplexed by the turn of events, She had yet to recover from the sorrow of inadvertently unleashing a purely supportive soul skill against a spirit beast with mental attacks. And now Yin, how could this be happening? Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind howling, the world enveloped in a misty haze. Since the incident arose from her martial soul, she naturally could not shirk her responsibility and choose to depart at this moment. As she exerted herself to chase after them, gradually falling behind, Yin Xiaoxi felt like crying. Old man, could you not be a bit more understanding? With your speed. It is not feasible for my short legs to keep up, seeing that she was about to lose them. Yin Xiaoxi gritted her teeth and unleashed her phantom emperor cat martial soul, accelerating with all her might to avoid being left behind. Upon reaching the forest edge, she concealed her martial soul. By now, she was familiar with the path, and there was no longer a question of losing them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a boy in his teens, accompanied by a stocky little boy shorter than him, was also searching for this magical beast. Already impatient, Mubai, upon seeing the dean leave, couldn't he help but wish to shake off this companion. How had he not noticed before how clingy this fellow was to the dean in his childhood? At that moment, sensing something, Mubai quickly lifted his head to look toward the other side of the forest. Just as he was about to give chase, he was grabbed by the arm by the anxious Hong Jun behind him. Where are you going, boss? Annoyed at being grabbed, Mubai regained his composure. It was not yet time for their reunion, and he shook his head at the nervous little friend holding his hand. It's fine, let us continue. His gaze turned toward the direction where the sensation had vanished, his eyes glistening with a certain anticipation and longing. On the carriage, as soon as Yin Xiaoxi boarded, Yin joyfully leaped toward her. Already breathless, Yin Xiaoxi was knocked to the ground, propping her head up with her hand, staring in despair at the person wriggling atop her. Are you all right? Yin nuzzled her head against Yin Xiaoxi's cheek. I'm perfectly fine. Grandpa was just overreacting. Xiaoxi, we're going to the academy to register tomorrow. Struggling to help Yin up, Yin Xiaoxi turned her gaze toward Bo Lao, who appeared unfazed and was pouring tea for himself. Are you testing me? Now, she understood everything. This cunning fellow had probably known all along that Yin was fine and had deliberately staged this act to gauge her response. Bo Lao, without denying it, raised an eyebrow at her and sipped his tea. However, Yin Xiaoxi keenly noticed his disdain for the bitter flavor of the tea before her eyes. She couldn't help but take a sip herself, a look of admiration appearing in her eyes. This old man truly lacked appreciation. How could he disdain such fine pu'er tea? The person who gifted it to him must have been terribly unfortunate. In the next moment, a soul guide ring appeared before her, filled with an array of tea leaves. Do you like it? It's yours. A good young lady having such a peculiar taste for this bitter tea was entirely beyond his comprehension. Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, amused as she slipped the ring onto her index finger. Is this a form of compensation? Seated in the carriage, Bo Lao instructed the driver to turn back, reclining leisurely. That's about right. I am quite suspicious. I need to know whether those around Yin, even if they harbor no ill intentions, will abandon her in times of danger. If you hadn't followed today, our previous arrangement would have been void. Your life and death would have been of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi felt an overwhelming sense of regret. His indifference to her life or death implied that she could venture forth into the world on her own, although somewhat unethical. With her martial soul awakened and her first soul ring acquired, wouldn't she be better off than attending the Royal Academy? She quickly grinned at him. What if I claimed I took a wrong turn? Would you believe me? You might not know, but I was heading in the opposite direction before she could finish her sentence. Yin lunged at her again, pinning her down. Xiaoxi, what do you mean? Pinned down and unable to move, Yin Xiaoxi couldn't help but exert some strength, inadvertently subduing Bo Lao instead. Since you took a wrong turn, it indicates that your bond with Yin is not yet severed. Tomorrow, I shall take you and Yin to register. Her protest was dismissed, and Yin Xiaoxi lay on the chair in silence. The following day, at the entrance of the Royal Academy, an irritable Yin Xiaoxi, awakened yet again early in the morning, descended from the carriage slowly, exuding an air of melancholy. Yin followed closely behind, leaping down with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the queue before them. Wow, so many people. At the sound, Yin Xiaoxi raised her head to behold the academy that had emerged from the royal city. In an instant, she was left speechless, her mouth agape in awe. So beautiful. Within the iron gates, a grand and magnificent plaza unfolded before her, the majestic buildings harmoniously integrated with the natural mountainous backdrop, cloaking the academy in an aura of mystery that rendered its size indiscernible. The students within, impeccably dressed, strolled gracefully, exuding elegance and nobility as they disappeared into the depths of this enigmatic institution. Having never witnessed such grandeur, Yin Xiaoxi was utterly captivated by the opulence of the academy. Truly, it was the Royal Academy. Why not simply call it the real-life Barbie Academy? Especially now. Amidst the luxurious carriages, the atmosphere surrounding the academy seemed unattainably lofty. From behind, Bo Lao smacked her on the back of the head. Don't embarrass me. Go register. Though smacked, Yin Xiaoxi felt no anger. In this fairy tale-like atmosphere, any irritation would have been her fault. Grabbing Yin's hand to soothe her own nerves, she prepared to queue up, only to find that she could not pull her along. Turning around, she discovered Yin looking at her with a face of concern, pointing at the main entrance. We can just go directly. Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily stupefied. Was it really acceptable to walk through the back entrance so brazenly? Upon seeing her expression, Yin burst into laughter. Xiaoxi, what are you thinking? As long as your soul power reaches level 15 and you have a recommendation letter, you can bypass all the tests outside. Let us go. For Yin Xiaoxi, who was not very knowledgeable about these matters, she followed Yin as they made their way toward the exclusive passage. As they approached the gatekeeper, he took the recommendation letter from Bo Lao's hand and, without even requiring them to undergo testing, respectfully allowed the three of them to enter. Their actions naturally drew the ire of other children who were also registering that day but were still stuck in the long queue. However, being born into prominent families, they understood when to speak and when to remain silent, avoiding bringing shame to their families. Upon sensing the disdainful gazes directed at her from behind, Yin Xiaoxi's eyes deepened. She hoped these individuals would not cause trouble. Otherwise, as Bo Lao's granddaughter, she would have no qualms in dealing with these spoiled brats. Her status as a royal guest should suffice. However, to borrow an identity, one must first converse with the individual in question. I beckoned to Yin, who was still gazing at the scenery, and together we approached Mr. Bo, who seemed to be engaged in conversation with someone over there. Chapter 9. Self-inflicted hardship. As she approached, she spotted a plump elder with a white beard. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiaoxi began to understand the identity of this individual. Standing beside Yin, they waited for a while until the conversation between the two men seemed to reach a conclusion, prompting them to step forward. Grandfather. Upon her utterance, one of the three esteemed leaders shifted his gaze from Yin to the speaker, Yin Xiaoxi. His eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration as he stroked his almost non-existent beard and inquired of the elder. These two must be the granddaughters you just mentioned, correct? Truly remarkable. At such a young age, possessing a soul power of level 16, their future achievements will undoubtedly surpass ours. Old Bo chuckled heartily, his gaze softening as it fell upon the two girls. Yin, Xiaoxi, come and meet the committee. After exchanging glances, the duo stepped forward. We have met the committee. Ha ha ha, splendid. You are both wonderful children. The committee's affection for the two girls grew with each passing moment. It is worth noting that although the Royal Academy boasted the finest teaching resources and training environments, every student hailed from noble families of the royal court. To speak of it, these privileged youths, accustomed to comfort, seldom engaged in arduous training. They preferred the ease of their inherited lifestyles over the toil of self-made success. Yet, before him stood two promising talents that must not be overlooked. In a rush to consult the other two lead instructors regarding a reshuffle of classes, Bao Shan swiftly bid farewell to Old Bo. I have some matters to attend to. You two continue your conversation. Yin Xiaoxi watched him leave, her mind racing with understanding. It seemed she would need to keep a low profile for a while. What brings you to me? Although her question was directed at both individuals, Old Bo's eyes remained fixed upon her. Yin Xiaoxi quickly composed herself, subtly retreating behind Yin in response to his gaze. Grandfather, I merely wish to inquire how confident you feel about confronting those noble families outside. Upon observing her movement, the old man paused, then shook his head in amusement. As long as you can win and avoid causing any fatalities, their families won't dare to protest. If anything were to happen, my old bones can still lend some weight. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi could hardly contain her joy, her eyes sparkling with delight as she feigned modesty, twisting her body playfully. I was just asking, she replied. The books had indeed spoken true. He was fiercely protective of his kin. Old Bo rolled his eyes at the girl's endearing demeanor. The moment you speak, I know what nonsense you're about to say. I am a titled Douluo, and as my granddaughter, even if you were to act recklessly, none would dare to challenge you. Focus on your studies. Should anyone cause trouble, you have my backing. Faced with such a bold declaration, Yin Xiaoxi felt her resolve begin to waver. Then might we charge our purchases to your account? As she imagined the possibilities, the elder's commanding voice interrupted her thoughts. Purchase. Even if we were to empty this street, it would be of no concern. With a sudden ache in her head, Yin Xiaoxi held her temples in despair, casting a reproachful glance at the old man who was brushing off her concerns. Do not set your sights on my pension. You are sole masters now. Learn to earn for yourselves. He spoke while handing a large bag of gold coins to Yin Yin, much to Yin Xiaoxi's irritation. Ugh, Yin Yin. Return the coins to him. We won't starve relying on ourselves. The bounty of coins made her envious. Yin Yin glanced at the coins in her hand, and then at the defiant Yin Xiaoxi before returning them. Grandfather, Xiaoxi is right. We can be self-sufficient. Please take back these coins, and also return Xiaoxi's share. As she spoke, she retrieved another bag of coins from her soul tool. Yin Xiaoxi, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, only to awaken from her reverie when she noticed the two hefty bags in Yin Yin's hands. She rushed forward, reaching out for the coins, but was a moment too late. With a wave of his hand, Old Bo reclaimed both bags into his soul tool. As she approached, he gently ruffled her hair with his empty palm. Since Xiaoxi is so considerate of her grandfather, it would be impolite for me to refuse. However, you both are still growing. You must not neglect yourselves. Just as Yin Xiaoxi gazed at him with hopeful eyes, he continued, if all else fails, you can always go to the spirit hall for some soul coins. Although it won't be much, you won't starve. Yin Xiaoxi, you old man. Can she even go to the spirit hall? Has he lost his mind? After Old Bo departed, Yin Xiaoxi turned to see Yin Yin, who was undeterred and viewed the situation as a challenge. Yin Yin, you still have coins, right? Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if Yin Yin were her last hope. Nope. I just returned everything to grandfather. One simple statement sentenced her to despair, and Yin Xiaoxi's spirit visibly deflated. Yin Yin, however, took her hand and led her towards their dormitory. Upon opening the door, Yin Xiaoxi was captivated by the opulent living room before her, gasping in disbelief. Yin Yin, are you sure this is our dormitory? Lazily sprawled on the sofa, Yin Yin rubbed her face against the upholstery. Of course. Wow. Hearing her affirmative reply, Yin Xiaoxi was at a loss for words. The academy had provided students with such a luxurious two-bedroom suite. It was truly astonishing. Excitedly, she made her way to the second-floor bedroom. Upon entering, a grand 1.8-meter bed came into view, and the smile in her eyes could no longer be concealed. This academy was indeed magnificent. Approaching the window, she gazed out at the scene on the academy square, suddenly uncertain if this comforting reality was genuine. Hey, what are you doing? At that moment, a tiny hand patted her shoulder. Turning around, she found Yin Yin following her gaze outside. As nothing caught their attention, Yin Yin grew curious. Xiaoxi, what are you looking at? With a resigned sigh, Yin Xiaoxi ruffled her hair. Nothing much. Just admiring the scenery of our future academy. Recalling her surroundings, Yin Yin excitedly proposed, Xiaoxi, can I stay in this room with you? What was this little child's obsession? The rooms were identical. If she preferred this one, then Yin Xiaoxi would simply take the adjacent room. Immediately, Yin Yin protested, tugging at her sleeve. No, let us sleep together. Why insist on crowding into one room when there were two? Was she out of her mind? Without responding, Yin Xiaoxi turned away, her actions speaking louder than words. Inside, she dozed for a while, only to awaken to the dim light of evening. Sitting up, she frowned at the muted illumination in the room. Logically, given that the window faced southwest, sunlight should have poured in at this hour. Why was it so dark? Approaching the window, she leaned out, only to find a massive tree obstructing the view on the left side, casting a shadow over the sunlight. One robust branch, capable of supporting the weight of an adult man, extended directly beneath her window. Yin Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel a chill. Although this room was on the second floor, the presence of this tree made entry all too easy. Thankfully, the residents here were not lacking in wealth. However, she resolved to conduct a thorough check before stepping out in the future. Chapter 10. Long-term meal ticket in the living room. Yin Yin gently rubbed her empty stomach and approached the sofa, tugging at Yin Xiaoxi's arm with a playful pout. Xiaoxi, I'm so hungry. Aren't you hungry? Xiaoxi, conserving her energy, nodded with a hint of reluctance and asked again, you really haven't saved a single coin? No secret stash you haven't declared? Unfamiliar with the concept of a secret stash, Yin Yin shook her head, exclaiming, I gave everything to Grandpa. Sighing, Yin Xiaoxi momentarily slumped down. Gazing at the girl before her, who was truly just 8 years old and was now rubbing her stomach in hunger. What if this little child developed a stomach ailment from hunger? There was no choice. Yin, let's head to the cafeteria. Just don't mention that we have no coins. Say we were in a hurry and forgot to bring any, okay? Yin, puzzled, nodded. But Xiaoxi, aren't we both out of coins? What's the difference? The difference is immense. This is the Royal Academy, and people here tend to look down on poverty. If those noble young masters and ladies discover that we can't even afford a meal, well, they can forget about living a peaceful life from then on. Do you understand? Yin? Pouting, Yin was reluctant to admit it, wanting to assert her position as the elder sister. But the grumbling of her stomach compelled her to nod in agreement. Yin Xiaoxi smiled. See? You're quite obedient. Now remember what I just said, and don't ask why. Understood? Once more, Yin listlessly nodded. She felt that Xiaoxi had changed. She would no longer call her sister, mourning the loss of that title. As they approached the cafeteria and the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, she instantly relented and willingly accepted her role as the little sister. With newfound enthusiasm, she grabbed Yin Xiaoxi's hand and exclaimed, Sister, I'm so hungry. I want to eat lots and lots of delicious food. Yin Xiaoxi smirked with pride. Don't worry. Remember what I told you? Only when Yin nodded did they proceed inside. It was dinner time, and the cafeteria was bustling with people, all purposefully heading toward the food counter. The two sisters, however, stood still, their eyes darting around as they had not a single coin between them. Sister, what are we looking for? I'm starving. Suddenly, Yin Xiaoxi's aimless gaze focused, and a smile crept across her lips. What luck. We found a long-term meal ticket. With that, she pulled Yin toward the crowd surrounding Yubing. There was no telling whether he was simply good at disguising himself or if he was genuinely flamboyant. The term debauched seemed tailor-made for him. As they moved deeper into the throng, Yin, feeling a bit frightened, tugged at Xiaoxi's hand. Xiaoxi, where are we going? Yin Xiaoxi halted and, in a serious tone, admonished her, You must call me sister, understood? Don't worry, I won't sell you off. As they neared Yubing, they were intercepted by his entourage. Who are you? You're disturbing Prince Yubing's enjoyment, and I'll make sure you leave empty-handed. As if waiting for them to make a move, Yin Xiaoxi smirked in satisfaction. Oh, you think you can make us leave empty-handed? Just you? Ignoring the tug on her sleeve from Yin, who wished to defuse the situation, Xiaoxi kicked a chair toward Yubing, causing him to withdraw his hand that had been signaling for silence. I said, little sister, I don't want you to join us, but please don't cause trouble. If we lose this meal ticket, we'll all go hungry. The chair collided heavily with Yubing's, causing him to drop his chopsticks in anger and stand up indignantly. Who dares to cause trouble in front of me, the prince? The corridor, once bustling with people, suddenly cleared, leaving the two to lock eyes. Xiaoxi remained unfazed as a strand of Yin-Yan's purple hair slipped out behind her. She knew that someone who had endured humiliation since childhood would undoubtedly investigate the background of those they relied upon. Sure enough, upon seeing Yin behind her, the man's pupils constricted, and Xiaoxi knew her plan had succeeded. Pulling Yin closer, she strode confidently to the table designated for the prince, unceremoniously directing his lackeys. You, go get a few plates of food and bring 2 sets of chopsticks. The recipient of her command glared at her, waiting for Yubing to give the order to retaliate. He couldn't wait to see this wild girl get beaten to the point where even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Yet when Yubing saw her and Yin sitting down so boldly, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, ultimately leading him to wave his hand dismissively at his subordinates, in the astonished gazes of his followers. The two began to devour their food with the fervor of the famished. Once they had finished, Yubing, who had been observing them with curiosity, finally spoke. Who are you? This detail instantly elevated Yin Xiaoxi's impression of them. Glancing at Yin, whose cheeks were stuffed to the brim, she replied, I am her sister, the granddaughter of Grandpa. She then turned to him, her expression slightly hesitant. I apologize for greeting you in such a manner. I was just a bit upset that you ignored us while we were trying to eat. Her words not only left Yubing bewildered, but they also rendered Yin, who had been eating, speechless, staring at her in a daze. Frustrated by Yin-Yan's expression, Xiaoxi quickly tugged at her sleeve beneath the table. Honestly, what a pig-headed teammate. Yubing noticed Yin-Yan's bewildered look, but given that she was befriending her and claiming to be the granddaughter of that important figure, he was intrigued to see what she intended to do. Following her lead, he replied, Why are you upset while I'm eating? Yin Xiaoxi put down her chopsticks in exasperation. You still ask? Grandpa said that in order for me and Yin to study diligently without being blinded by worldly matters, he entrusted our gold coins to you for safekeeping. Didn't you receive them? Gold coins. For safekeeping? What a far-fetched story, initially intending to expose her. Yu Bong's gaze flickered as he observed the satisfied expression on Yin's face. A thought struck him. Ah, it seems I momentarily forgot. There indeed was such an arrangement. My apologies. Yin, taken aback, stared at Xiaoxi in disbelief. Grandpa never mentioned that. Why does he believe you? Chapter 11. Which checkpoint is the best? On their way back, Yin kept sneaking glances at Yin Xiaoxi, who, upon noticing, feigned interest in the scenery around her. An expression of guilt evident on her face, which amused Yin Xiaoxi greatly. As they approached their dormitory, concerned that this silly girl might dwell on it all night, Yin Xiaoxi decided to address it directly. Speak up. What do you wish to ask? Yin hesitated, feeling a bit shy, but promptly grabbed Yin Xiaoxi's arm. Why would he agree, knowing that you were deceiving him? After pondering for a moment, Yin Xiaoxi playfully pinched the younger girl's cheek. Because he finds you adorable and wishes to spoil you. With such an obvious dismissal, Yin angrily swatted Yin Xiaoxi's hand away. Humph, Xiaoxi, you're the worst. Always bullying me. As she turned to leave, Yin Xiaoxi hurried after her, offering comfort. Meanwhile, at the Snow Star Prince's residence, the aged Bo was keenly observing the outside when a homing pigeon flew in. Without hesitation, the Snow Star Prince raised his hand, and the pigeon flew to him. He opened the message right before Bo, his previously stern demeanor transforming into laughter upon reading its content. He gestured to the person still serving food at the table. Indeed. Like grandfather, like grandson. Look at the letter from Yubing. He extended the letter towards Bo, who, upon reading, couldn't he help but smile. Uncle, I encountered a fascinating young lady today who claims to be Yan's sister. She mentioned that Bo Sr. entrusted me with their living expenses, which is fine. But when did Bo Sr. gain another granddaughter? Please inquire. After folding the letter, Bo resumed eating with his chopsticks. This is my adopted granddaughter I took in not long ago. She shares a close bond with Yin, and I have investigated her background. There are no issues. The prince, upon hearing this, casually dismissed the pigeon. If there are no issues, then you, as her grandfather, are quite ungracious. Leaning back in his chair, Bo leisurely swayed his head. I gave them gold coins, yet they insisted on being self-sufficient. I didn't expect they would turn to you, their nephew, to play the fool. The uncle, ever amused since receiving the letter, kept smiling, as long as Yu Bong could build a good rapport with Yin. The next day, at the Royal Academy, Yin woke up early for her morning class. After preparing herself, she sat briefly on the sofa. But as 8:30 approached and no sounds emerged from the other room, she could no longer contain herself and marched over. Knock, knock, knock. Yin Xiaoxi, lost in slumber, seemed immune to the persistent knocking. Outside, Yin's efforts went unnoticed as the sleeping figure remained undisturbed. Finally, with a click, the door swung open. Yin, irritated by the dimness inside, strode in. Yin Xiaoxi, today is the first day of class. We must make a good impression on the teacher. Hurry up, as she shouted. She yanked open the tightly drawn curtains, flooding the room with light. The sunlight proved more effective than any shout, and before Yin could approach, Yin Xiaoxi, groggy, opened her eyes. Good morning, Yin. Please close the window. However, the strong Yin was relentless and pulled her up, exclaiming, We're going to be late for class. Hurry and get ready. Yin Xiaoxi glanced outside, then nonchalantly lay back down. There is still plenty of time. No need to rush. Yin, nearly in tears at her friend's desire for more sleep, exclaimed, We only have half an hour before class. How can we not hurry? Yin Xiaoxi, with misty eyes, replied matter-of-factly, Yes, there is still half an hour. Why the rush? Frustrated, Yin resolved to teach her a lesson and quietly stood up from the table. As time ticked closer, her anxiety grew. After all, it was the first day of school. She began to fidget in her seat. After another 20 minutes of slumber, Yin Xiaoxi seemed to awaken as if an alarm had gone off, springing up from bed while simultaneously washing up and dressing, leaving Yin utterly astonished. Within 5 minutes, she was fully prepared. Pulling Yin, who was still in a daze, they rushed out together, Yin chanting, Faster, faster, we're going to be late. Finally, they arrived at the classroom just in time. The two burst in, and the other students looked at them as if they were a daring duo, sliding to a stop at their designated spots. During this commotion, Yin needed assistance from Yin Xiaoxi, but the latter believed she would soon master the sequence of movements herself. The elderly instructor at the podium, despite wanting to say something, ultimately waved his hand in resignation. All right, Children, today we shall discuss the application of soul power. Listening to his earnest lecture, Yin Xiaoxi observed his lips forming the word sleep. Sleep, and could not resist resting her head on the desk, just before her consciousness faded. She mused about demonstrating what it meant to be a genius to this group of youngsters. The instructor merely shook his head at Yin Xiaoxi, who had completely surrendered to sleep during the first class, as if he hadn't noticed her at all. Yet, Yin Xiaoxi's inability to stay awake did not escape his memory. At the end of the lesson, he glanced at Yin Yin, who was seated beside Yin Xiaoxi. You both are together, I presume? Yin Yin nodded, her head downcast. Grandpa, she changed her mind. Can we return her? All right, when she awakens. Remind her that there are no classes this afternoon. Wordlessly, Yin Yin nodded, and as soon as the teacher left, glances of disdain and ridicule were cast upon them from their peers, some of whom recognized Yin Yin's identity but remained silent, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, Yu Bing entered, observing their situation with curiosity. Who would have thought? Yin Yin's sister is quite the big shot. What is going on? Are we off to eat? Having received news from the Snow Star Prince the previous night, Yu Bing was keen to forge a connection with the two. Upon hearing about lunch, Yin Yin's mood instantly brightened, nodding vigorously. Yu Bing then looked over at the still slumbering Yin Xiaoxi. And her? Without hesitation, Yin Yin began shaking her awake. Disoriented and feeling nauseous from the abrupt motion, Yin Xiaoxi opened her eyes to see Yu Bing before her. Lunch ticket, I mean. What brings you here? Upon hearing the first part, Yu Bing nearly burst into laughter, managing a somewhat strained smile. It's time for lunch. Yin Xiaoxi's spirits soared at the mention of food. She grabbed Yin Yin and eagerly urged Yu Bing, saying let us go. Upon learning that there were no classes in the afternoon, Yin Xiaoxi decided to investigate the rumored mimicry training, although she wished to keep her spectral royal cat hidden. She was well aware of the importance of distinguishing between offensive and supportive abilities. Noticing Yin Yin at the table, preening her nails, Yin Xiaoxi approached. Observing the array of colorful nail polishes on the table, she couldn't help but grumble internally. How generous of you, Bing. Yin Yin. Do you think you'll finish using all these? Yin Yin looked up, pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Not a chance. But they're all different. Grandpa always said girls shouldn't skimp on themselves. Buy what you love. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi's eye twitched. Your grandfather is so kind. Why doesn't he ever treat you to something special? Pulling the young girl from her chair, Yin Xiaoxi led her outside, leaving Yin Yin looking bewildered. Where are we going? Closing the door, Yin Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. Come, let us explore the mimicry training. I have yet to witness it. Instantly, Yin Yin's interest was piqued as well. Ah, indeed. Before we arrived, grandfather advised me to engage in more self-improvement. I almost forgot. The two of them proceeded towards the back mountain of the academy. Chapter 12, The Training Environment of the Underworld. Upon their arrival, the two were taken aback by the desolation that surrounded them. One would think that the Tiando Royal Academy, with its wealth, could at least tidy up this barren place. Exchanging glances, they nervously ventured into the forest. As soon as Yin Xiaoxi stepped in, she was stupefied. Was this the simulated training environment? The pervasive chill made her feel that a haunted house exploration would be more fitting. As they advanced, a thick mist began to envelop them, gradually surrounding them entirely. Yin Xiaoxi, leading the way, felt a creeping unease. To reassure her companion Yin Yin, she called out, Yin Yin, hold my hand, don't get lost. However, silence greeted her from behind. Turning around, she was shocked to find no one there. When had Yin Yin disappeared? She distinctly remembered her being right behind her. Realizing that she had likely entered the simulated training, Yin Xiaoxi was bewildered. She had never heard that the environment could be so reminiscent of the underworld. Swallowing her fear, she resolved to press on, thinking that since she was already there, she might as well explore. The deeper she went, the thicker the mist became, to the point where the ears seemed to congeal. Her nostrils grew dry from the excessive moisture, and her breathing became labored. Recognizing the situation, Yin Xiaoxi paused and sat down, attempting to acclimate herself to the surroundings. Yet, it was evident that she had underestimated the simulation. She had thought the mist thickened only because she moved forward, but now, even sitting down, it continued to intensify, suddenly feeling a wave of suffocation. She widened her eyes in alarm, gazing at the now suffocating mist that surrounded her. Frustration welled up as she yearned to escape, but her legs felt weak. This dreadful environment was truly sinister. To her astonishment, even as her body exceeded its limits, her consciousness remained alert. In that moment, she grasped the true essence of the simulation. What she was experiencing was not necessarily real. Despite the suffocating sensation overwhelming her, and her mind enduring torment, she would not perish. She would merely suffer in a state worse than death. Collapsing onto the ground, she lost track of time. At this instant, Yin Xiaoxi felt akin to a mermaid gliding through the ocean, effortlessly commanding the waters around her, as everything seemed to slow down, until it froze in place. She observed leaves drifting in midair, droplets of mist on the brink of falling, and the still fog enveloping her. In this serene moment, it felt as though she was on the verge of transcending the mortal realm, her senses heightened. She perceived the subtle paths of the wind beside her, the vibrant flow of spiritual energy around her, and the surge of spiritual power erupting from within. Reclining on the ground, her previous agony transformed into a blissful expression. Upon opening her eyes again, she discovered a long tail had emerged behind her, and with a confident smile, she vanished from sight. Her form began to manifest all around her, akin to a doppelganger, with her presence reflected in multiple shadows, yet they were merely illusions. Regardless, she pressed on, pursuing the echoes of the wind. No, I can move faster. As this thought crossed her mind, a yellow soul ring appeared upon her tail. Self-created domain, void. In the next instant, her figure completely vanished, and the area reverted to its prior silence, as if no presence had ever graced it. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi had exited the simulation training ground, her keen eyes akin to an eagle's, spotting Yin Yin waiting for her in the distance. She withdrew her martial soul and walked toward her on foot. Yin Yin had been waiting. Following the sound, she turned to see the girl emerging, illuminated by the setting sun's golden rays, giving her an ethereal glow. As Yin Xiaoxi approached, captivated by the expression on Yin Yan's face, she did not hesitate to reach out with her playful fingers toward Yin Yan's cherubic cheeks. In an instant, the ethereal aura dissipated. Unfazed by the gentle pinch on her face, Yin Yin opened her mouth in surprise. Xiaoxi just broke through. Now she's at level 17. Yin Xiaoxi released her grip and affectionately tousled Yin Yan's head, grinning. You're truly remarkable, Yin Yin, but you must keep striving. Upon comprehending this statement, Yin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean? You broken through too? As they walked back, Yin Xiaoxi replied nonchalantly, yes, but unfortunately, I only advanced by 2 levels. Humph. Yin Yin pouted defiantly. Just wait, I will catch up to you soon. Yin Xiaoxi merely glanced at her, unwilling to dampen her enthusiasm, but catching up? Was that even a possibility? She half-heartedly remarked, well, you better work hard. I want to wait for you. Seeing her dismissive expression, Yin Yin, incensed, retorted, who needs you to wait? On that day, the two, fortunate enough to arrive at the classroom without any delays, overheard the chatter of their peers as they approached the door. Hey, did you hear? The 2 privileged ones are in for some trouble. Upon hearing this, Yin Yin flared up. Privileged ones? They don't have any connections. We certainly don't. Fuming, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them for a friendly exchange, only to be pulled back by Yin Xiaoxi. Shoo, cover your mouth with one hand, and let us listen to what they're saying. Inside, the previously lethargic group perked up at the prospect of gossip. What is going on? Are those 2 really not from any noble family? Who cares? I've heard that Yin has a titled Duluo grandfather, but as for Yin Xiaoxi, there aren't any prominent families with the surname Yin Entiendo. One of the students glanced toward the door, causing Yin Xiaoxi to hastily pull Yin aside. The girl inside seemed to have caught a glimpse of a white garment at the doorway, raising her concerns. Let us keep our voices down. If they hear us, it will be bad. Hearing this, the leading boy interrupted impatiently. Don't worry. Aren't they all punctual? As for the rest of us, who would speak to them? The boy's desk mate began to sense something amiss, tugging at the sleeve of the standing boy. All right, the time is almost up. Stop teasing us. What is really going on? Seeing this, the boy smirked, raising an eyebrow at the class. Do you remember how they attached themselves to the rain collapse prince? They made Li Chao serve them, fetching dishes and bowls. Li Chao, that guy, has been holding back all this time due to the prince's authority. Hearing the names of those who were about to take action, Yin Xiaoxi instinctively shifted her focus, stepping onto the platform, propping her chin on her hand, and gazing kindly at the now silent crowd due to their presence. Please, continue. You all seem so engrossed. We wouldn't want to interrupt, she said, cracking her knuckles and walking toward the boy who had sparked the conversation. Are you talking about us sneaking in? At that moment, the boy could only think one thing. He was finished. He had revealed Li Chao's plan, and there was no way they would let him off the hook. Upon seeing Yin Xiaoxi approach him, he stood up in anger, glaring at her. Did you dare eavesdrop? Chapter 13. Punishing Li Chao. No. Yin Xiaoxi waved her finger, gazing innocently at him. I didn't eavesdrop. If I hadn't inexplicably arrived early today, I wouldn't have known how deeply the classmates feel about us. She paused, contemplating her publicly declared martial spirit and the recent large-scale organization of classes by the Royal Academy. How about this? Since everyone is dissatisfied, I shall reluctantly give you an opportunity to expel us from the academy. Each of you may take turns challenging Yin Yan, with a maximum of 3 matches a day. If Yin Yan loses, we shall leave. But should you lose, you must refrain from uttering those 3 words again, or else. Even your families shall not be able to protect you. Her words were undeniably audacious. Standing behind her, Yin Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yin Xiaoxi, hands on her hips and 1 foot forward, adopting an air of disdain towards the others, proudly lifting her chin. Indeed, don't squander the opportunity. With those fiercely impactful words, Yin Xiaoxi's previously established authority was entirely undermined, yet she remained oblivious, wearing a fierce expression that made Yin Xiaoxi want to facepalm. Observing the crowd around her, which had shifted from a spirited determination to confusion, she couldn't help but admire Yin Yan for being such an adorable creature that could dispirit her opponents. However, Yin Yan, heed my advice. Leave the bravado to you from now on. The proud bluster and the subsequent retreat perfectly described the current situation of Yin Xiaoxi, who slumped over the table. That afternoon in the cafeteria, after finishing her meal, Yin Xiaoxi did not leave immediately. She gazed softly at Yin Yan, who was reclining on her chair, rubbing her belly. Yin Yan, you should head back first. I have something to inquire about Prince Yubong. Yin Yan's hand froze mid-rub as she looked at her with a face full of accusation. I don't want to. Before she could finish, she met Yin Xiaoxi's expression that seemed to say, are you leaving now, or will you wait until I have my way with you? Reluctantly, she uttered an "oh" and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Yubong, who was about to depart, sat back down. Once Yin had bounced away, Yubong leaned forward, looking at Yin Xiaoxi with curiosity. Why don't you want Yin to hear what you need from me? Oh, you wouldn't have any improper intentions towards this prince, would you? He feigned terror, crossing his arms and retreating slightly. This comical display only tightened Yin Xiaoxi's fist in irritation. A vein throbbed on her forehead as she grumbled through clenched teeth. Prince Yubong, you are quite the narcissist. After speaking, she ignored his reaction and cast a serious glance at the attendant behind him. Yubing waved his hand dismissively, and instantly, they were alone. Help me arrange a meeting with someone, and I shall consider it a favor owed to you. Yubong glanced at her with disdain, feeling no need to maintain his facade with no one else around. Your favor is not worth much. Haraha. It's the first time I've heard someone say my favors are worthless. Yin Xiaoxi laughed until tears streamed down her face. Money may not be valuable, but a life is. Prince Yubong, this favor is undoubtedly to your benefit. I want to see Li Chao tonight under the old locust tree at the top of the back mountain. Without giving him a chance to probe further, Yin Xiaoxi turned and left. That evening, after returning from the simulated training ground, Yin Xiaoxi glanced at Yin Yan, who was seated on the sofa, utterly bored, and stood up. Yin Yan, I'm a bit tired from today's training. I'm heading back to my room to rest. You should also get some early rest. Yin Yan shot upright from the sofa. Where are you going? Yu Haven T told me why you sought out Yubong at noon. Speak. Is it related to Li Chao? It must be said that after spending so long together, they had developed a basic understanding, but Yin Xiaoxi had no intention of involving Yin Yan in this matter. She pinched Yin Yan's nose playfully. What are you thinking? I'm just a bit tired and want to rest. If I really intended to find Li Chao, I would choose to go out, not return to my room. Yin Yan pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, rest early then. With that, she bounced back to her own room. In her room, Yin Xiaoxi stood by the window, scanning the surroundings. It was around 5 to 6 p.m., and there were hardly any passers-by, which was convenient for her. With a leap, she climbed out. At that moment, she was immensely grateful for the crooked tree. Without it, she would have found it challenging to leave unnoticed. Perched on a branch, she confirmed that the window on the other side was tightly shut before activating her newly understood domain skill, Void, and raced towards the back mountain, like the wind brushing past. Her figure left the onlooking students momentarily dazzled. By the time she arrived, Li Chao had long been waiting under the tree. Yin Xiaoxi lightly landed on a branch above his head. The branch, already rustling in the wind, drew no attention to her presence. Intending to toy with him, Yin Xiaoxi did not immediately reveal herself, but instead sat on the branch until the sky darkened completely. Noticing that he had begun to grow anxious, frequently glancing down the empty path, she maliciously curled her lips. On a moonless, windy night, when murder and arson are at their peak. Although this diverged from her true intentions, she craved that very atmosphere. Rising to her feet, She retrieved a pink bag from her soul guide ring and leaped down just as Li Chao was about to leave, successfully draping the bag over his head. The world went dark for Li Chao, who, as he spoke, a sharp pain struck his knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. In an instant, Li Chao roared in humiliation. Who dares? Do you wish to die? His martial spirit manifested, a lightning leopard. Initially expecting a fierce battle, Yin Xiaoxi nearly burst into laughter upon seeing his martial spirit. A feline? How fortuitous. The passive ability of her phantom royal cat could suppress all feline creatures. Summoning her phantom royal cat once more, it visibly weakened the leopard that had been clinging to Li Chao. Li Chao felt a surge of fear rise within him at this strange turn of events. First soul skill. He attempted to unleash his soul skill several times, but to no avail. Panic consumed him. The bag on his head was of an unknown material, and he couldn't remove it. Who are you? We have no grievances. After achieving her goal, Yin Xiaoxi remarked, if I say one more word, consider it your victory. She began to pummel the bag with her fists. The unknown fear, coupled with the anomaly of his martial spirit, completely shattered Li Chao's courage to retaliate. He curled up, attempting to shield his battered face and head, until he lost consciousness entirely. Seeing that her target no longer resisted, Yin Xiaoxi, to ensure he wasn't merely feigning, delivered a few solid kicks before finally retrieving the bag. TSK, how tragic. Why seek your own demise? Her primary aim was to gauge this fellow's strength and vent her frustrations, yet it turned out that he was all show and no substance. Summoning her double floating bell martial spirit, she began to treat him. After all, she didn't wish to escalate the situation. If she inadvertently exposed herself to the scrutiny of the committee, it would be quite troublesome. Alone on the hillside of the back mountain, Yu Bang sighed in relief as he saw her descend. Grandma, you made quite the ruckus. Now that you've summoned him, it's time you explain what you meant at noon. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi paused. What do you mean? Can I not just speak whimsically? Once? A junior disciple was quite enamored with this novel, incessantly whispering about it in her ear. She was persuaded to take a glance, yet she did not delve too deeply. How did he phrase it back then? It seems that ultimately this character ascended to the throne, only to meet an untimely demise, though the specifics of that demise elude her. Ahem, some secrets are best left unspoken. Nevertheless, I shall intervene when the time comes. Moreover, the rain-collapsed prince should remember that nothing transpired in the rear mountain today. Upon hearing her ambiguous words, reminiscent of a wandering sorcerer, the corners of Xue Peng's eyes twitched. He truly believed in her mystique. Well, the events have already unfolded. If she insists that the flowers are green, then so be it. With a gesture of reluctant acquiescence, he motioned for her to proceed. I shall express my gratitude here for your future intervention. Faced with his courteous demeanor, Yin Xiaoxi felt a twinge of guilt as she made her way down the mountain. Chapter 14. Oh, sister. Only after confirming her departure did Yu Bang manage to compose himself. This girl was a prolific liar. Although she treated Yin Yin with some sincerity, the veracity of her words concerning him remained uncertain. Thus, he resolved not to forge a deep connection with her. With firm determination, he stepped inside, intending to silence Li Chao with brute force. To his surprise, upon entering, he found Li Chao unconscious yet entirely unscathed. Instantly, a smile spread across Yu Bang's face. He retracted his earlier thoughts. Yin Xiaoxi was indeed a person of merit. After regaining his composure, Yu Bang approached the slumbering figure and gave him a gentle kick. Hey, wake up, he commanded, his stern expression reminiscent of a boss catching an employee slacking off. Noticing the flutter of Li Chao's eyelashes, he felt a surge of confidence. Before Li Chao could fully grasp the situation, Yu Bang seized the moment to assert his authority. Li Chao, your behavior is profoundly disappointing to me. I merely arrived late. So why must you attempt to manipulate me? Li Chao, still dazed from sleep, paled at the sight of the lofty prince before him. Gone were the usual flattery and deference. He scoffed and retorted, if His Highness has any grievances, he may express them directly, rather than resorting to theatrics. Even if you desire my head, my family would not dare utter a word. Yu Bang regarded him with an air of incredulity, his gaze shifting to the imprint left on Li Chao's face. Have you lost your senses? I am the one who is being theatrical? Li Chao, how was I unaware that you harbored such tendencies? You neglected your duties through slumber and now seek to cast aspersions upon me. You need not accompany me any longer. I have no use for you. When it came to acting, Yu Bang was a consummate professional. He had successfully deceived even the treacherous palace. So how could he falter against someone like Li Chao, who lacked any evidence? You claim to be delusional? Indeed, you appear to be. As expected, Li Chao became flustered. It was only then that he realized he bore no injuries, raising doubts about the blows that had rendered him unconscious. Could it have all been a dream? Scanning the surroundings, he noted the tranquility, which contradicted any signs of a struggle. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Had he just insulted the prince for no reason? Li Chao scrambled toward Yubong, grasping his leg. Your Highness, I was mistaken. I was lost in a dream where someone attacked me. Reflecting on it now, it indeed seemed absurd. Setting aside the security of the Royal Academy, the notion that he couldn't employ soul techniques was hardly plausible. He had been delusional to speak to the prince in that manner. Cannot use soul techniques? Hearing this, Yubing looked down at him, his calm demeanor belying the tempest within. It was almost comical to question, you truly are delusional. Why don't you attempt to use your martial spirit now? Li Chao hastily waved his hands, insisting it was merely a dream and not to be taken seriously. Yet, under Yubong's penetrating gaze, he swallowed his words. Very well. Fine. After summoning the lightning leopard and successfully employing his first soul technique, leopard strike, Yubong nodded in satisfaction. All right, you may return now. As he turned, a deeper meaning shimmered in his eyes. It seemed Yin Xiaoxi possessed some ability, yet it was insufficient to convince him that she could foretell the future. As Yin Xiaoxi had anticipated, this incident failed to cause a stir within the academy. Recently, she had begun to diminish her presence. The Royal Academy was in a frenzy, and any hint of visibility would lead to being summoned for evaluations to determine eligibility for the elite class. This terrified her, causing her to be exceedingly cautious, clocking in and out at precisely the designated times, wary of stirring up trouble. Upon returning to her quarters from the simulated training ground, Yin Xiaoxi couldn't shake the thought that her current demeanor, avoiding conflict, forming no alliances, would surely cause her ever-critical mentor to roll in her grave with disapproval if she were to witness it. Now, another pressing issue loomed before her. Yin Yin. The girl seemed to believe that Yin Xiaoxi's aversion to the elite class was due to some ominous secret, resolutely refusing to agree to join. Yet again, the familiar scene unfolded. Yin Yin. Training is no trivial matter. Do not jeopardize your future due to your whims. This exchange had become a daily occurrence, and she had grown weary of it. Next, Yin Yin would respond with her usual firmness. Teacher Qin, there's no need to persuade me. I will not go. Followed by Teacher Qin's relentless attempts to convince her. Exhausting, utterly exhausting. Stifling a yawn, Yin Xiaoxi edged along the wall, trying to avoid drawing attention to herself. Typically, the two would deliberately overlook her presence. However, today, Teacher Qin unexpectedly deviated from the norm. Yin Xiaoxi, as Yin Yan's sister, you should encourage her. The resources available in the elite class are unparalleled, and I sincerely invite her to join. Understanding Teacher Qin's good intentions, Yin Xiaoxi certainly recognized the urgency. She wished for Yin Yin to enroll quickly, as her own unease lingered. Glancing at Yin Yin, she expressed her frustration. Yin Yin, you have truly grown stubborn. How many times has Teacher Qin approached you? The elite class is so advantageous. Why won't you go? Are you lacking common sense? Not stopping there, the next moment, Yin Xiaoxi turned to Teacher Qin with a pleading gesture. Teacher, my sister's judgment is somewhat lacking. I can make the decision for her. You can simply come to our class tomorrow and take her away. Both parties fell silent at her words. Teacher Qin exclaimed, what do you mean take her away? Am I a bandit? Is the elite class a den of wolves? Yin Yin retorted, if it's so wonderful, why don't you go? Alarm bells rang in Yin Xiaoxi's mind. She had not anticipated being dragged into this mess. Seeing the teacher seemingly indifferent to the exchange, she secretly sighed with relief. Ahem. What nonsense. Just go. It won't change much. You're merely in a different class, after all. Meals and sleep will remain the same. Yin Yin tilted her head in contemplation, finally nodding in agreement. There was something vaguely familiar about her thoughtful demeanor. Oh no. Already on the second floor, Yin Xiaoxi slipped down the banister, attempting to cover her mouth. If it's a class division, then Xiaoxi, you aren't. Fortunately, she managed to mitigate the fallout. This troublesome girl. Why does she reveal everything? After all this time avoiding the spotlight, she nearly exposed herself with just 2 sentences. Pinching her waist firmly, she shot a threatening look at Yin Yin. What nonsense are you spouting? Tomorrow, you will obediently follow the teacher to your new class, and when you return tonight, I shall prepare a feast for you. Upon hearing feast, Yin Yan's eyes lit up, causing her to forget her earlier questions and nod vigorously, much to Yin Xiaoxi's satisfaction. But when she looked up, she met a gaze filled with scrutiny. Alarmed, Yin Xiaoxi hurriedly pushed Yin Yin toward the teacher and prepared to make her escape. Pardon me, teacher. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Protectively shielding Yin Yin, Teacher Qin regarded her with an inscrutable expression. It seemed he had heard that both girls had traversed a rather unconventional path to arrive here. Previously, due to Yin Yan's antics, he had completely overlooked the existence of her sister, who had been virtually invisible within the academy. Wait. Yin Xiaoxi froze mid-stride, then bolted away. Chapter 15. It was somewhat audacious of her to wait. Waiting? Nonsense. Don't think for a moment that she was unaware. What could possibly come from those who graduated from the Protagonist Academy? The next instant, she felt the pressure around her intensifying. Gritting her teeth, Yin Xiaoxi quickened her pace, eager to dash back to her room. On the first floor, seeing her continue up the stairs, Teacher Qin paused momentarily. Wasn't she supposed to be an auxiliary? Did auxiliaries possess such a remarkable ability to withstand pressure? Silently, he escalated the oppressive aura from 30 to 50. The might of a soul emperor is no trifling matter, and even as a newly promoted soul master, Yin Xiaoxi would find it difficult to endure. Confirming that she was rendered immobile, Teacher Qin lowered his gaze, adopting a gentle tone as he began to coax Yin Yin. Would you like to attend school with your sister? Upon hearing the term sister, Yin Yin initially looked displeased, but as she listened to his subsequent words, her head nodded vigorously, an expression of sheer excitement on her face. Yes. Teacher Qin's hand caressed Yin Yin's head, akin to a kind uncle enticing a child. Now, could you please repeat what you were about to say? At that moment, Yin Xiaoxi, forced to stand still, felt a jolt of alarm within her. Quickly signaling Yin Yin with her eyes, imploring her not to speak. But Yin Yin, oblivious to the warning, proudly raised her 3 fingers, as if presenting a challenge. I was just saying, why can't my sister, who is already at level 19, be in the same class as me? She then turned to Yin Xiaoxi, her eyes sparkling with the question that seemed to demand praise. Yin Xiaoxi scoffed internally. Wonderful. So wonderful that I almost feel compelled to take a stand against my own sister, while other sisters might serve as a comforting shield. Yin Yin was armed with daggers instead. Impressive, came Teacher Qin's admiring voice as he approached the rigidly composed Yin Xiaoxi, his hands clapping in the air. I never anticipated that our Royal Academy would harbor such hidden talents. Yin Xiaoxi. He then retracted the oppressive aura, wearing an expression that signaled, well, you may begin now. Yet, inwardly, he could not help but marvel at the girl before him, who, at not yet 9 years of age, was on the verge of becoming a grand soul master. Such talent is rare and would be esteemed in any realm. How could he have nearly overlooked such a prodigy? Yin Xiaoxi furrowed her brow. How could she perform? Did they wish to see a performance? She had no intention of playing the fool. Observing Yin Xiaoxi's silence, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, if that is the case, then tomorrow morning you and Yin Yin shall meet your future teammates. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Regret surged within her. Had she known that the Royal Academy was establishing new classes at such a rapid pace, she would have refrained from training. Now, look where she found herself. The following day, in the elite class, 7 students gazed expectantly at the door as Teacher Qin set down the book he held and stood. You all study on your own. I will check on the 2 new students. Moments later, he arrived at their room, raising his hand to knock on the door. 10 minutes passed, and still, there was no sound from within. Teacher Qin's temper flared, and he turned to observe the trees outside Yin Xiaoxi's window, his feet leaving the ground as he beheld the dark curtains at their window. Yin Xiaoxi, Yin Yin, you have 10 minutes to get up. Inside Yin Xiaoxi's room, silence reigned. In Yin Yin's room, her eyes blazed with fire, yet she remained unmoved. Until a voice echoed from outside again. Yin Yin, fuming with rage, sprang up and yanked open the curtains. Who is it? Don't you know it's immoral to disrupt one's peaceful slumber? Upon seeing the teacher's darkened expression, her bravado faltered. Teacher Qin, do you have business so early? Hearing her words, Teacher Qin's face took on the hue of coal. So early? You've already missed 20 minutes of class. Yin Yin looked at him incredulously. There are still 40 minutes until class starts. Please, don't joke around. Let us sleep for another 30 minutes. With that, she pulled the curtains shut, leaving Teacher Qin outside, utterly bewildered. Was it his fault for not mentioning it yesterday? Who didn't he know that the elite class began an hour earlier than the regular classes? At 8:59:54, the 2 girls entered the elite class precisely on time, while the other 6 students listened attentively to the lesson. The sisters exchanged glances, then quietly took their seats in the two vacant spots. At that moment, Teacher Qin paused, glancing at the two. Today, due to my oversight, I neglected to inform you that the elite class begins half an hour earlier than the others. The 6 students, hearing this, concealed their disdain, for this piece of information was common knowledge in the academy. These two clearly took liberties. However, they were oblivious to the connections and insights Yin Xiaoxi had developed over time that led her to discover the existence of the elite class. At the podium, noticing the indignation rising among the 6, Teacher Qin decided to halt the lesson, closing his book. Very well, I shan't continue today. You may take this time to get acquainted with your new classmates. A dispirited Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the teacher's retreating figure, forcing herself to lift her head. Before she could utter a word, the lights on the other side of the classroom flickered on. It was then that she discerned the room's layout. It was divided in two, a side furnished with red sandalwood desks, chairs, and bookshelves, exuding an air of grandeur and luxury, while the other side, separated by a glass wall, appeared starkly plain, almost as if it had been only half decorated. Yin Xiaoxi, however, found it hard to believe the academy would present itself so incompletely. Her eyes scrutinized the floor and walls through the glass, and after a prolonged observation, she finally lowered her gaze in understanding. One side was dedicated to outward appearances, while the other focused on substance. Just then, her arm was suddenly tugged, and turning her head, she found Yin Yin staring dreamily at the other side. Alarm bells rang in Yin Xiaoxi's mind. Oh no, not this. Please, tell me you're not infatuated. She grimaced, averting her gaze. Speak your mind. My heart can endure the strain. Sure enough, Yin Yin leaned closer and whispered, wow, he is so handsome. Following her line of sight, Yin Xiaoxi saw Wang Tianheng lounging in a relaxed posture, his legs crossed. How did she know it was Wang Tianheng? His overwhelming presence made it impossible not to notice. Yet, seeing him slouch so carelessly, Yin Xiaoxi turned back and whispered to Yin Yin, when did your eyesight fail you? Wang Tianheng, noticing the two girls who had disregarded their tardiness and were engaged in hushed conversation, stood up, visibly irked. The other 5 followed suit. Instinctively, Yin Xiaoxi shielded Yin Yin behind her. What else with the aggression? It's just a conversation. Wang Tianheng was fuming, nearly beside himself. We have training and no time to waste with you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Tianheng, a level 17 assault-type soul master with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex as my spirit. If you wish to join, let us get to know one another better. How about a match? Yin Xiaoxi frowned. A match? 2v6 or 1v7? Given Yin Yin's starry-eyed expression, it's undoubtedly the latter. She stepped aside, mischievously nudging Yin Yin forward, batting her eyelashes innocently. I am Yin Xiaoxi, Yin Yin's sister, here primarily to oversee her progress. I am merely an assistant, so I shall take my leave now. With that, she silently made her way to a nearby chair and poured herself a glass of water. This situation left not only those present in a state of bewilderment, but even the 4 individuals concealed behind the scenes, who were observing this farce, could not suppress the twitching of their lips. The 3 members of the education committee, witnessing her audacious antics, turned their gaze in unison towards the teacher, Mr. Qin, standing at the back. It was as if they were on the verge of inquiring aloud. What is this unreliable girl doing here? Where did you find her to fill the numbers? Chapter 16. Understanding each other on the other side. Wang Tianheng directly dismissed her words. Do you think we are foolish or deaf? The teacher mentioned 2 people, not 1. Yin Xiaoxi was also infuriated, slamming her cup on the table while glaring at him. Do you want me to face 7 opponents alone? I will drag one of you down with me if I must. She added defiantly, all right. But I want to be in your group. She then cast a guilty glance at Yin Yin, but reminded herself that these would be her future teammates. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Your misfortunes are yours to bear. Wang Tianheng, though slightly surprised by her words, agreed. Fine. Seeing that the 2 had reached an agreement, Yin Yin began to select from the remaining 5 members. Osro was the first to express his displeasure at her scrutinizing gaze. What do you think this is? A market? Are you going to pry open our mouths to check our teeth? Observing the situation with Yin Yin, Yin Xiaoxi realized she had misunderstood. It was not a free-for-all after all. However, being on the same team with Yin Yin would not be of much use. So this arrangement seemed quite favorable. She cast a sympathetic glance at Osro, who was being examined by Yin Yin with an earnest expression. Is that all right? Yin Yin asked sincerely. Osro replied, sure, whatever. He irritably scratched his head. Can we hurry up with the selections? All right, stop rushing me. Yin Yin pouted, her gaze landing on Yi Lingling. Since you have a support, I will choose one too. If we all have support, then no one can target Xiaoxi. What a clever move. On the field, the four stood in opposition. Seeing Yin Yin across from her, Yin Xiaoxi felt as if her child had grown up. Don't hold back, Yin Yin, she called out. Yin Yin responded with a bright smile. Don't worry. I won't go easy on you, Xiaoxi, so be careful. As she turned towards Yi Lingling, Wang Tianheng approached. Let me introduce myself. My martial soul is the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, a level 17 strong attack soul master. My first soul skill is Thunder Claw, which has two forms, one that consumes a small amount of soul power to partially beastify, increasing my attack power by 30. And the other that fully beastifies, consuming more soul power, but enhancing my attack by 100. After finishing, he looked at her. Yin Xiaoxi understood that they would be teammates. But as a support, she did not believe she could contribute much. I apologize, I initially thought it was a 2v6. I chose you with the intention of hindering you. I am a support type with a martial soul of twin floating bells. My first soul skill, Resonant Bell, creates a floating bell that restores health to the group for 8 seconds. Upon hearing her words, Wang Tianheng smiled. You underestimate yourself. Support roles are always the core of a team. Do not belittle your worth. I entrust my life to you. Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned. Was that a flirtation? How infuriating, she thought. Be careful, though. Yin Yin is a level higher than you. Wang Tianheng's expression stiffened as he struggled to absorb this blow when Yin Yin began to approach them. Can we start now? Behind her. Yi Lingling looked at Yin Xiaoxi with a complex expression. They were the same age, yet Yin Xiaoxi was already at level 19? Yin Xiaoxi noticed her too. The contrast of the cool beauty and the cute girl was striking. By the way, she only has one healing soul skill. Can her martial soul truly compare? Hey. Twin floating bells? Who's more powerful, your healing or 9-heart begonia? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she quietly asked in her mind. Bells, my healing is superior. The somewhat smug voice made Yin Xiaoxi chuckle. What good is that if you're socially anxious? Bells, on the field. Both sides began to introduce themselves. Yin Yin, martial soul, Azure Phosphor Snake, level 18 control type soul master. Yi Lingling, martial soul, 9-heart begonia, level 16 support type soul master. Wang Tianheng, martial soul, blue electric tyrannosaurus, level 17 strong attack soul master. After the introductions, all three turned to Yin Xiaoxi, who was staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought. At this moment, Wang Tianheng discreetly tugged at her sleeve, causing Yin Xiaoxi to snap back to reality and look at everyone. Yin Xiaoxi, martial soul, twin floating bells, level 19 support type soul master. As her introduction echoed, the area fell silent. Wang Tianheng had faced so many blows in one day that self-doubt began to creep into his eyes. The rapid cultivation speed of support types was astonishing. The atmosphere grew tense as Wang Tianheng nodded at the other two. Then let's begin. Please guide me. First soul skill, Thunder Claw. As the soul skill was unleashed, Wang Tianheng's right hand transformed, exuding an overwhelming aura as he charged directly at Yin Yin. Behind him, Yin Xiaoxi felt her breath hitch. She had underestimated the directness of battles between soul masters. Was there no time for pleasantries? On the other side, Yin Yin's previously cute expression shifted to one of cold determination beyond her years. I've been waiting for this. First soul skill, Azure Phosphor Red Poison. In their initial clash, both held back, but under the stimulation of the Azure Phosphor Poison, her attack power and speed surged by 20 as she began to grapple with Wang Tianheng. In no time, their figures danced across the field in fierce combat. In contrast, the support role was much less taxing. Yin Xiaoxi even turned to the tense Yi Lingling beside her. Hey, how old are you? Do you have someone you like? Annoyed by her incessant chatter, Yi Lingling glanced back at her. While our teammates are fighting as a support, we must always monitor their movements and provide timely healing. Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the two still testing each other in battle, then shifted her attention back to Yi Lingling, catching a glimpse of her momentary confusion, which made her laugh. I knew something was off. You're not like me. You also have a magic attack type. Can you keep up with their speed? Are you able to see clearly, or should I help you analyze? Upon hearing her words, Yi Lingling hesitated and looked at her. Do you know? Instantly, Yin Xiaoxi crossed her legs and patted the space beside her. Yi Lingling hesitated but eventually sat down, feeling a coolness wash over her. Yin Xiaoxi couldn't help but inch closer. This cooling effect, impressive. Pointing at the two in a fierce stalemate, she continued, Look, though they seem to be fighting hard, if you observe closely, you'll see they are still in the testing phase. Yi Lingling raised her gaze to the entangled figures and skeptically glanced back at Yin Xiaoxi. It has been this long. How could they still be testing? Yin Xiaoxi remained undeterred, continuing to point out their movements during the clash. Don't just observe the surface. Look. Chapter 17. Understanding the two fighters. Amidst their fierce bout, we're also aware of the assistance available during the break, yet they paid it no heed. Facing the onslaught of Wang Tianheng, Yin could only continuously evade, leveraging her speed advantage. With each brush of his punches, she felt a pang of alarm. His attacks were so skillful, brutish, yet not clumsy. Even with an increase in her speed by 20, she found herself barely on par with him. Had it not been for her recent practice with Xiaoxi, which significantly enhanced her agility, she might not have been able to dodge a single punch. As Wang Tianheng began to tire, a change in his expression became evident. On the sidelines, Yin Xiaoxi rose, pulling along Yi Lingling. It's time to focus on Yin. You can't manage both of them now. Upon saying this, as Yin unleashed her phosphorescent red venom technique, she brandished her twin floating bells. As Wang Tianheng stepped into the red mist, she immediately followed with her first soul skill, Trembling Bell. Within the crimson haze, Wang Tianheng felt an overwhelming numbness envelop him, rendering his body rigid and immobile. Yin materialized before him, playfully blowing on her fist. Internally conflicted, she pondered whether to strike. If she refrained, would Xiaoxi mock her? Yet, what if she injured him or marred his face? Before she could resolve her dilemma, Wang Tianheng managed to twist his head and caught sight of the bell radiating a divine glow above him, accompanied by the girl outside who raised an eyebrow at him, her eyes gleaming with amusement. He clenched his fist and launched a heavy blow towards Yan's face. Witnessing this, Yin Xiaoxi averted her gaze, covering her ears. And the next moment, the long-lost roar of the River Dong lion echoed through the arena. Yin Xiaoxi struck to the ground. Yin quickly regained her composure, narrowly evading another attack from Wang Tianheng. Faced with his increasingly ferocious onslaught, she refrained from countering, opting instead to dodge continuously. Observing this, Yin Xiaoxi silently retreated to the edge of the arena. She understood Yan's soul skills, and conversely, Yin was aware of hers. Once those 8 seconds elapsed, Yin would surely be coming for her. Recalling how she often took advantage of their training sessions, Yin Xiaoxi knew that if she did not evade, given Yan's temperament, she would undoubtedly seek to vent her frustrations on her, fully aware that she could not utilize any other martial spirits. While dodging, Yin calculated the time, her heart aching at the sight of the girl attempting to flee. Lingling, go catch Xiaoxi. Don't let her escape. Noticing the commotion, an ominous feeling welled up within Wang Tianheng. The next moment, his body stiffened, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, as the 8 seconds elapsed, Yin did not spare him a glance and sprinted towards Yin Xiaoxi. If you have the ability, don't run. Standing at the edge of the arena, mere steps away from escape, Yin Xiaoxi halted upon seeing Yin in pursuit. I'm not running anymore. I'll change my path, she declared, stepping forward without hesitation, heading straight for the seemingly safe Shijia brothers. Yin emerged in a furious charge towards the corner where Yin Xiaoxi cowered with a face of feigned fear. The Shijia brothers quickly restrained Yin, while Oslo chimed in, it's not that serious, it's just a match. Fuming, Yin was on the verge of cursing. What do you know? She used to. Before she could finish, Yin Xiaoxi stood up and winked at her. Seriously? You actually want to settle personal scores? Yin hesitated, for she indeed harbored such intentions, but could she admit it? Did she not care for her pride? If word got out that she, a control-type spirit user, was constantly bullied by a support type, she would never hear the end of it. Folding her arms defiantly, she turned her head away, declaring, "Humph. Absolutely not." At that moment, applause erupted at the entrance. Everyone turned to see 3 members of the teaching committee and their instructors arriving. Dream God observed their playful banter with a nostalgic smile. Ah, youth is indeed splendid. Come here. At that moment, Yu Tianheng was also brought forth by Yi Lingling. Bowing respectfully before the 4 figures, committee members, teachers, Yin Xiaoxi, seamlessly blending into the group, shrank her neck and joined in unison with the others, committee members, teachers. Yin, having dropped her earlier bravado, now appeared timid, shrinking back. As Yin Xiaoxi attempted to remain inconspicuous, a committee member inquired, which 2 new students are here? Instantly, she felt 10 pairs of eyes on her. With her neck retreating, she could only straighten up and step forward, feeling the commotion behind her and turning her head. Oh no, not again. Hey. With a goofy smile towards the committee members, she pulled Yin, who stood behind her, to her side. We're the ones. The 3 committee members, who had previously held a stern demeanor, smiled warmly at the 8 children before them. Ha ha ha, such good kids. So you're Yin Xiaoxi? As a support user, your combat experience truly astonishes us. Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Aren't you being a bit intrusive? She sheepishly scratched her head. I'm sorry, it's mainly because that person is Yin Yin, so I could guess. The 3 did not intend to expose her flimsy excuse. Regardless of who it is, as long as you can provide timely assistance, you are a commendable support. Lingling. You should learn from Xiaoxi. Yi Lingling, realizing her own shortcomings, felt slightly embarrassed being singled out before so many people. She stepped forward stiffly, her eyes reddening and nodding, which tugged at Yin Xiaoxi's heartstrings. She is still just a child. Why impose such strict standards? She is nearly a full year older than me. How could she possibly compare? Stepping forward to block their gaze, she reassured, don't worry, committee members, Xiaoxi will never keep secrets. Only after the 3 turned to leave did Yin Yin huff in irritation, casting a furious glare at her. In her confusion, Yufeng shook his head in disbelief. Ah. I truly envy this constant entanglement. Oslo placed a hand on his shoulder in agreement. When will a girl be jealous of me? Panicking, Yin Xiaoxi rushed towards Yin Yin. No, I haven't changed my mind. No, it's just, I can't explain. Yin Yin continued to ignore her, turning her head away just as Teacher Qin walked in. How well do you understand each other? Though he had observed everything from the back, the formalities needed to be upheld. The group exchanged glances, and aside from the 4 who had just performed, the remaining 4 stepped forward in succession. Shurjia brothers. Martial Spirit, Xuanwu Turtle, level 16, Defense Type Soul Masters, First Soul Skill, Xuanwu Heavy Armor, enhances personal defense. Oslo, Martial Spirit, Ghost Leopard, level 16, Agility Type Soul Master. First Soul Skill, Ghost Leopard Claw, allows for rapid strikes with the claws of the Ghost Leopard. Yufeng, Martial Spirit, Windbell Bird, level 16, Agility Type Soul Master. First Soul Skill, Crimson Blade, transforms feathers into sharp azure blades. Very well, introduce yourselves to the 2 new classmates. My name is Qin, and I will be your teacher for the next 3 years. I possess a mutated martial spirit, the Fiery Wolf, and I am a level 60 Battle Soul Emperor. As he revealed his martial spirit, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to dim under the illumination of his soul rings. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. 6 soul rings caused the 7 of them to momentarily hold their breath, their eyes filled with admiration and ambition. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi was wholly focused on Yin Yin, barely glancing at the now awe-inspiring Teacher Qin, unaware of her situation. Teacher Qin recognized the effect of his intimidation and nodded approvingly. As his gaze shifted, it landed on the 2 still lost in their thoughts. The lesson has concluded for today, and the intensive training will officially commence tomorrow. I sincerely hope that the events of this morning do not repeat themselves. Once Qin Ming departed, Yu Lingling hurriedly approached Yin Xiaoxi. Is what you just said true? Will you really teach me? The sudden appearance of the timid girl startled Yin Xiaoxi, who gently reached out to tousle her hair. Rest assured. Yin Xiaoxi. However, before she could finish her vow, Yin Yin, with a stern expression, walked out, prompting Yin Xiaoxi to become anxious. I have something to attend to today. We shall discuss it in detail tomorrow. Watching the 2 depart in succession, a flicker of envy briefly crossed Yu Lingling's eyes. Chapter 18 Training on the Other Side. Yin Xiaoxi, in pursuit of Yin Yin, remarked that Yufeng was indeed correct. Having a sister is akin to a sweet burden. After a considerable effort to catch up with her, she found Yin Yin sulking on the sofa, ignoring her presence. Fearing that her approach might startle Yin Yin, she hesitated, her footsteps growing heavier. Sitting at one end of the sofa, she gazed at Yin Yin, feeling somewhat helpless. Having grown up with unreliable parents and later apprenticed in martial arts, she had little interaction with peers. It was only the incessant chatter of her junior disciple about having a sister that made her yearn for one. Now, she realized that even sisters could possess their own tempers. With a cautious hand resting on Yin Yan's back, it was promptly shrugged off. Yin Xiaoxi pondered whether Yin Yin was upset because she had just shielded Lang Lang. Yin Yin, with a quivering nose, began to voice her grievances. You just pulled me out from behind and turned around to protect Lang Lang. You. At this point, Yin Yin could no longer contain herself. The mere thought that had she not left, Xiaoxi would have continued conversing with Lang Lang filled her heart with unrestrained resentment. The sight of Yin Yan's small frame trembling with sobs left the adult Yin Xiaoxi in a fluster. She cautiously attempted to embrace her, but fearing rejection, she could only fret from a distance, assuring, please stop crying. I pulled you away to avoid a negative impression on the committee, and as for protecting Lang Lang, she was scolded because of me. Please don't cry. I promise not to speak with Lang Lang again, all right? Really? Truly? As Yin Yin rose from the sofa, Yin Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief, quickly wiping her tears. Of course it's true. If you ever dislike something, just tell me directly. Don't keep suffering in silence. In an instant, Yin Yan's tears transformed into laughter as she leaped into Yin Xiaoxi's embrace, holding her tightly, as if fearful of her departure. So Xiaoxi will have no other sisters in the future, right? Yin Xiaoxi chuckled softly, returning the embrace. Indeed. I shall forever have only one sister, and that is you. In that moment, they held each other, as if embracing their entire worlds, enveloped in warmth within the small room. The following day, precisely at 8 o'clock, the duo, under the gaze of 7 others, made their grand entrance into the classroom. The 6, seeing their relationship restored, beamed with joy. The one individual appeared less than pleased with their punctuality yet said nothing. All right, since everyone is here, follow me. With that, they all proceeded toward the back mountain, amidst the chirping of birds and buzzing of insects in the overgrown woodland. The only advantage was that the sunlight could not penetrate the canopy, offering a refreshing coolness in the shade. Standing before the 8, Teacher Chin, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded the 6 with a serious expression. Today's training will take place here. All 8 of you must run 10 laps along this path without using your soul power. Class will end once you complete the laps. Begin. Caught off guard by this unique training method, Yin Xiaoxi felt bewildered but accepted it. The remaining 7, however, were in for a challenge. Unlike Yin Xiaoxi, who had been pampered, these individuals, despite their seemingly robust physiques, were utterly resistant to running, particularly Yufeng, who looked utterly defeated as she stared at Qin. Running is training? Teacher Qin merely retreated slightly, gesturing for the 8 to commence. Amidst the wails of despair, they began to run. Initially, Yin Xiaoxi dismissed the task, recalling her experiences in modern times where she was often penalized with laps. However, after 2 laps, she found herself gasping for breath. Are you all right? Wang Tianheng, noticing her leaning on her thigh, stopped and reached out, only to be subtly evaded by Yin Xiaoxi. I'm fine. Keep going. Internally, she felt like crying. Wasn't this just a regression to a less favorable time? She could endure. Upon completing the final lap, Yin Xiaoxi collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "What kind of training is this? Is this even humanly devised?" Struggling to lift her arm, she called to Teacher Qin, "Can we use soul power now?" Casting a glance in her direction, he replied, "Yes." Dismissed. As he departed, Yin Xiaoxi, feeling utterly exhausted, rolled onto her side, raising her right hand slightly. Yufeng, lying beside her, attempted to press her hand down. "Don't waste your soul power. We aren't injured." Yet Yin Xiaoxi evaded him, shooting him a glare. You wish it were that simple, purification. Yin Xiaoxi felt rejuvenated. The others gazed at her with envy, marveling at her revitalized state. Yufeng, with a pitiful tone, implored, "I want that too." Yin Xiaoxi glanced at the group, feeling slightly bashful as she bit her lip. Hee, this skill only works for me. Noticing the longing looks directed at her, she quickly suggested, everyone must be hungry, right? What do you want to eat? If the cafeteria is late, we might miss our chance." The others exchanged glances, perplexed. Since when has the Royal Academy been so lacking? However, Yin Yin, undeterred, declared, "I want meat. Chicken legs. Duck legs, beef legs. I'll even devour an entire sheep if I could." The others raised their eyebrows, bewildered by the peculiar duo. Yin Xiaoxi, unfazed, continued to survey the group. "What about you all? What do you wish to eat?" Wang Tianheng struggled to rise from the ground. "We're not picky. Anything is fine." Yin Xiaoxi's eyes brightened at his response as she stepped closer. "Since you're not picky, I'll choose based on my own preferences." After receiving his nod, she extended her hand. Yin Yin turned her head away, realizing she wasn't as hungry anymore. Noticing Wang Tianheng's hesitation, Yin Xiaoxi prompted, "Money. Gold soul coins. Don't we need coins to eat?" Taken aback by someone asking for money, Wang Tianheng dazedly retrieved his coin pouch from his soul guide and handed it to her. Without hesitation, Yin Xiaoxi accepted the pouch, extracting 2 gold soul coins before tossing the pouch onto the ground beside the motionless Yin Yin. "Make haste." As she walked away, Yin Yin cradled the unexpected windfall. Locking eyes with Wang Tianheng, he was the first to look away, muttering, "Keep it." Chapter 19. Breakthrough. That night, while practicing in her room, Yin Xiaoxi vaguely felt that her soul power was on the verge of reaching a critical point, just as she was concentrating her energy to make a decisive breakthrough. A sharp pain pierced her heart, and she fainted. In the stillness of the night, a faint crimson glow emanated from Yin Xiaoxi's body in the darkened room. With her eyes closed, she seemed to be under some sort of control as her right hand rose. The ethereal crimson twin bells floated from her palm, gradually appearing above her head. The atmosphere in the room became eerily surreal. Shadows danced within the dark red space as the bells began to resonate softly, their haunting sound striking deep into the soul of the unconscious girl, causing her brow to furrow. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, a red stream pierced through Yin Xiaoxi's body, extending through her flesh and targeting her heart. Vivid crimson blood soaked her clothes, and drops of blood fell onto the floor, forming a macabre painting. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly speechless. This was the manifestation of a martial spirit devouring its master. In the next moment, the red stream vanished, and the martial spirit, which should have grown stronger, seemed instead to sway as if injured, its surrounding radiance dimming considerably. When Yin Xiaoxi floated back onto her bed, the dark red glow of the twin bells had completely faded, and the crimson bells instantly transformed into a yellow hue. The yellow bell trembled slightly, unleashing the soul-skill trembling bell without any need for Yin Xiaoxi's control. The wounds on Yin Xiaoxi's body began to close at a visible pace, new, tender flesh sprouting forth. The bloodstains on the floor gradually dissolved, and as everything settled, the twin bells returned to her body. The room was peaceful, and the figure on the bed had successfully broken through, showing no signs of the chaos that had just unfolded. The next day, upon awakening, Yin Xiaoxi sat on the bed in bewilderment, gazing out at the brightening sky, confused as she stood up. How had she reached level 20? It seemed she had not succeeded in her breakthrough the night before. Puzzled, she stepped outside, where a frantic Yin Yin was hurriedly putting on one shoe, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. Xiaoxi, we're late again. Seeing her distraught face, Yin Xiaoxi burst into laughter, thinking it was a minor issue. You're laughing. Yin Yin's indignation was palpable, causing Yin Xiaoxi to smirk mischievously and feign guilt, stepping forward and saying, What should we do? What should we do? We're late. Then, pausing to relish Yin Yan's flustered movements, she added, But weren't you waiting around to protect me during my breakthrough? In that instant, Yin Yan's expression faltered, her confidence wavering as she attempted to assert, exactly. Only to realize the implications, her face fell, conveying a sense of impending doom as if saying, How could you have broken through? How could you have done it so quickly? This left Yin Xiaoxi feeling a mix of amusement and irritation. She had considered Yin Yin's feelings and even fabricated a lie, yet here was her friend's incredulous expression. What? Was my breakthrough too slow? She glared, clenching her fists. Startled, Yin Yin's shoulders slumped. It's timely, it's just I wasn't quite prepared. She had intended to chase after Yin Xiaoxi, but now, the distance between them seemed to grow ever wider. Suppressing a chuckle, Yin Xiaoxi stepped forward to tidy up Yin Yin's clothes. What were you preparing for my breakthrough? Let us go. When they arrived, the 7 students inside turned their gazes toward them in unison. Teacher Qin's fury was barely contained. He felt that if he didn't address the situation today, he would soon be sent packing by these 2 troublemakers. Do you not like my class? The first day was an accident. The second day was a near miss. The third day you're late. What about tomorrow? Are you planning to skip class? The 2 girls stood there, heads bowed, shaking their heads in denial. Yin Xiaoxi timidly looked up at him. Teacher. There's a reason for it. Teacher Qin plopped down on his chair, his demeanor suggesting that today's incident would not go unpunished. Oh, a reason? Then enlighten me. Even if you come up with a tale, you will not escape punishment today. At this, Yin Yin instinctively took a step back, sensing the tension. Yin Xiaoxi's eyes twitched at her friend's retreat. True to her nature, Yin Yin was a coward at heart. Raising her head, Yin Xiaoxi adopted a serious expression as she addressed Teacher Qin. I broke through. The room fell silent. Then, a commotion erupted, far louder than the noise that would typically accompany 20 students. Teacher Qin was so startled that he leapt from his chair, staring at her in disbelief for a long moment before finally tightening his lips. You've reached level 20? Yin Xiaoxi, you cannot be jesting. Standing at a mere 1.5 meters tall, Yin Xiaoxi appeared diminutive under his formidable presence, but she stood her ground, undaunted by the overwhelming aura swirling around her. Teacher, if you don't believe me, I'm ready for a test. She had intended it as a polite suggestion, but to her astonishment, he produced a testing crystal ball from his soul-guiding device. Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily speechless. What kind of teacher carried a testing crystal with him? Nevertheless, she accepted the crystal ball without hesitation, and once the results were in, Teacher Qin immediately commanded Wang Tianheng. You all will run 10 laps today, just like yesterday. With that, Yin Xiaoxi found herself lifted off the ground, akin to a chick being carried, as he whisked her out of the classroom. Along the way, several teachers approached, trying to intervene. "Oh, Teacher Qin, this is unnecessary. The child was just a bit restless. A mild reprimand is all that's needed. What are you doing?" This only fueled Yin Xiaoxi's irritation, prompting her to declare, "Teacher, I can walk on my own." Yet she was met with ridicule. "With those short legs of yours, I have no time to waste here with you." Outside the academy, Teacher Qin glanced at his hands, covering his face in embarrassment as he released her. "Xiaoxi, your second soul ring limit is around 700 years. Let us head to the Soul Beast Forest for a hunt." The Soul Beast Forest, a place where soul beasts were nurtured by the Tiando Empire, primarily housed beasts ranging from hundreds to thousands of years old. Finding a suitable soul beast there would be significantly easier than in other locations. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, the twin bells within her body trembled. "Ding ding, let us go to the Stardoe Forest," echoed within her mind. Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback. "Have you lost your mind? Or have I? 100-year soul beast in the Stardoe Forest? Do you think it's a fool?" To her surprise, the twin bells showed no signs of backing down. Ding ding, just go to the outskirts. Chapter 20. The genius's stubbornness upon hearing this unreasonable demand, she genuinely wished to refuse outright. Yet the words that escaped her lips were a reluctant, "All right." Yin Xiaoxi thought to herself, "I could just slap myself." Lowering her gaze to the ground, she felt utterly speechless in the presence of Teacher Qin. Just as Qin prepared to venture into the Soul Beast Forest, Yin Xiaoxi grasped the corner of his garment, her voice emerging as if squeezed from her throat. "Teacher, I wish to hunt for my second soul beast on the outskirts of the Stardoe Forest." As soon as the words left her mouth, her face flushed crimson. Qin paused, turning back to regard her with a puzzled expression, and replied with a nonchalant "all right." However, internally he could not help but think, truly, geniuses are indeed difficult to satisfy. With a dreamy expression on Yin Xiaoxi's face, the two made their way to the Stardoe Forest, renowned as one of the 3 major gathering places for soul beasts on the continent. The Stardoe Forest epitomized a primal wilderness. As far as the eye could see, it was a tangle of chaotic trees and wild grasses, offering no foothold for humanity. Seeing this, Teacher Qin took the lead, trampling down the weeds to forge a path. After just a few steps, Yin Xiaoxi spotted a millennium-old beast on more than 3 occasions, but had yet to catch sight of even a century-old one. When they reached a clearing, a tall man suddenly pulled her behind him, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Unaware of the situation, Yin Xiaoxi felt a stir from within her dual floating bell. "Ding ding, that's the one. That's what I want. All right, I understand. Stop ringing." Yin Xiaoxi bit her lip and stepped forward, whispering, "Teacher, I want that creature for my soul ring." Qin Ming stared at her in astonishment. Were the soul rings of geniuses truly dictated by instinct? It appeared that the only difference between him and a genius was this very instinct. "Are you certain? Do you know what that creature is?" Yin Xiaoxi paused for a moment, shook her head, yet gazed at him with unwavering determination. "No matter what it is, I want it. Since we are here, and the dual floating bell desires it, we should fulfill that wish." Before Qin could respond, something darted past him, and a sudden gash appeared on his arm. Staring at the bleeding wound, he froze momentarily. What was that? His eyes sharpened as he scanned the area. He had felt no fluctuations of soul power or intent to kill just moments ago. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxi, with her back turned to him, also became alert, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, her investigative gaze was drawn to something, and she looked closer. Was that a lizard? Yin Xiaoxi observed the creature before her that resembled a lizard. Her expression tinged with curiosity. Why did this lizard seem like a chameleon in its purifying form? On the grass, amidst the dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, something slithered across the ground, its colors shifting with each movement, blending seamlessly with the earth beneath it, its camouflage reaching an astounding 99. The only aspect that betrayed its presence was its scales, which caught the sunlight, preventing it from achieving absolute invisibility in brightly lit areas. At that moment, the lizard's parched mouth opened again, its tongue darting towards Teacher Qin like a sharp blade, leaving Yin Xiaoxi perplexed. Was she too weak to attract its attention? "Teacher, to your left." In an instant, Qin sprang into action, instinctively unleashing his first soul skill, Fierce Wolf Flame. Although this attack did not strike the lizard, a piercing scream echoed through the air, causing both to cover their ears. Once the sound subsided, the lizard appeared before them, its entire body a vivid red, as if it had been roasted. Upon seeing the soul beast, Qin's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment as he extinguished the flame and approached to examine it. Despite the rarity of this soul beast, he noted that this particular magic lizard had already lived for 1,500 years, making it unsuitable for her second soul ring. Yin Xiaoxi furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Was a soul beast of 1,500 years so weak? Without responding, Qin grabbed the magic lizard by its tail and placed it in a shaded area. The magic lizard preferred the dark and feared fire, in the absence of flames. A 1,000-year-old magic lizard was more formidable than a 2,000-year-old beast. Moreover, magic lizards typically resided in dark, damp places. What was it doing here? Noticing him lost in thought, Yin Xiaoxi stepped forward, scrutinizing the strikingly red, rather handsome lizard. She gently poked it, and to her surprise, it let out a cry. Both were taken aback by the purple soul ring that materialized. Seeing his reaction, Yin Xiaoxi quickly raised her hands defensively. Teacher, I didn't do anything. It's trying to pull a fast one. Just now, when you pinched its tail, it didn't make a sound, yet when I merely touched it, it cried out. Qin Ming covered his face, choosing not to elaborate further. He had been intrigued by the magic lizard's rarity and had thought to spare it. But it seemed fate had other plans. Forget it, let us continue searching for soul beasts. Yet the girl crouched on the ground showed no intention of moving. For her soul power surged uncontrollably toward the magic lizard. As she watched the purple soul ring drift toward her, Yin Xiaoxi wasted no time and sat cross-legged. Witnessing this, Qin felt as if he were losing his mind. He understood that geniuses were often obstinate, but he had never encountered such reckless self-destruction. Yin Xiaoxi, what are you doing? He exclaimed, stepping forward in a panic, yet he dared not touch her in her current state, even in his frantic state. He could not comprehend what had caused her to act so irrationally, despite his growing anxiety. He could only keep a watchful eye to ensure no unwitting creature disrupted the moment. Sitting on the ground, Qin wore a worried expression as he observed Yin Xiaoxi, who appeared unfazed. A sense of despair enveloped him. What would he tell the academy if something happened to her? How would he explain it to her unreasonable grandfather? As Yin Xiaoxi absorbed the soul ring, she felt an overwhelming surge of soul power fill her dantian, yet it did not cease its influx despite the dantian's fullness. It was akin to a stomach on the verge of bursting while still being fed, causing her face to turn a deep shade of purple. She cursed at the dual floating bell. Damn it, what should I do now? If this doesn't stop, I'm going to burst. Ding ding. This. Before Yin Xiaoxi could utter another word, the dual floating bell's tone shifted. Ding ding, useless thing. That familiar voice echoed in her mind, the one that would often chime in unexpectedly. What was it saying? If you can do it, then go ahead. In the next moment, the pressure in her dantian suddenly eased, and a torrent of soul power surged toward the dual floating bell, including her own soul power. Meanwhile, Qin, who had been waiting outside, noticed Yin Xiaoxi's face turning even redder, his heart racing as he prepared to assist her in regulating her soul power. Just as he approached, her complexion miraculously improved, only to pale once more, displaying signs of soul power exhaustion. This left Qin in a state of bewilderment as he witnessed the purple soul ring above her head begin to fade, slowly transitioning from purple to yellow. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon before, Qin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could soul rings truly regress? Chapter 21. You are done in the next moment. A keen gaze swept across the rustling grass nearby, and shortly after, several coarse voices emerged from within. Did you really hear something? Don't play tricks on us. A fierce-looking man, his face etched with skepticism, stepped out from the undergrowth. Soon, 3 men approached Qin, one of them, a rotund fellow, gleefully pointing at the pale-faced Yin Xiaoxi. Look, isn't that our target this time? Instantly, the other 2 hulking figures turned their attention to the sweating Yin Xiaoxi, their expressions suddenly alight with malicious glee. It seems we stumbled upon our prize effortlessly. Second miss, you have made it so easy for us. Their laughter echoed, filled with madness, as their martial souls surged forth. Casting not even a glance at Qin. What could a man in his 30s possibly do? They were members of the soul sect, more than capable of dealing with a mere pretty boy. With lewd grins, the trio advanced step by step towards Yin Xiaoxi. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi, who was absorbing a soul ring, sensed the commotion outside and felt a tightening in her chest. What was with that flower girl tone? And who was the second miss? Yet the murderous intent radiating from these men was all too real. It seemed the ghost Emperor Cat indeed had ties to Shingluo. And this journey into the Star Doe forest had turned awry. She could not allow them to escape. For Teacher Qin, she had no choice but to gamble. Hearing them prepare to retreat due to the soul rings revealed by Teacher Qin, Yin Xiaoxi was drenched in cold sweat. Is the double floating bell ready? Hurry up. Should we pause for a moment while I go out and say something first? Hey, answer me. They're about to run away. Double floating bell. Damn it. Where did you find such an unreliable master? Just as the three men retreated to a safe distance, preparing to flee, the soul ring settled at 760 years and entered her body. Opening her eyes, she saw the trio running away in the distance. Her expression turned cold. It was too late for Qin to pursue them now. Summoning the double floating bell, she used her second soul skill, bell capture, though her voice was somewhat weak. Fortunately, the three were only newly promoted to level 40, leaving a mere 20 levels separating them, or else the 5 seconds of intimidation would have been ineffective. Seeing teacher Qin gaze at her with surprise, Yin Xiaoxi bit her lip fiercely to maintain her clarity. Teacher, kill them. Qin paused, meeting her anxious eyes, and nodded. Fourth soul skill, Raging Flames. A torrent of flames surged toward the trio. Within the 5 seconds granted, the three men watched in horror as a spark ignited, engulfing them in flames within a second, and soon, they fell, consumed in a blaze of bitter resentment. Only after witnessing the trio turn to ashes did Yin Xiaoxi succumb to unconsciousness. Qin picked up the fainted Yin Xiaoxi, his expression complex and a headache brewing as he returned to the academy. After handing her over to Yin Yin, he gazed at the commission building, a wave of hesitation washing over him. The attire of those three was clearly not from Tiando, and their reference to Yin Xiaoxi as second miss suggested she too did not belong to Tiando. Given the current circumstances, once the Royal Academy learned of this incident, allowing her to leave would be a significant act of mercy. There was no chance they would permit her to continue studying here. Yet her talent. Sighing, Qin ultimately resolved to temporarily safeguard his student's secret, contemplating her future path earnestly. When Yin Xiaoxi awoke again, it was already nighttime. Gazing out at the night sky, she felt an unsettling sensation within her heart. It seemed her gamble had paid off, but the Academy's alumni were not necessarily virtuous. They undoubtedly valued talent. However, there remained a pressing matter she needed to clarify. Sitting up, her expression darkened. Double floating bell, don't you think it's time you explained? Or rather, what does the double signify? Without delay, a cool voice emerged from the double floating bell. Ling Ling, finally discovered. Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. Did it seem relieved? Then, a complete introduction of the double floating bell appeared in her mind. Double floating bell, dual tones entwined, bonded in contract. One tone is the primary, assisting the world. One tone is the secondary, disrupting the layout. Soul skills, primary first soul skill. Resonance bell, area healing for 8 seconds. Second soul skill, capture bell, forces enemies within range into a 5-second trance. Allies gain a 10 speed boost. Note, ineffective against foes exceeding one's soul power by 20 levels. Soul skills, secondary first soul skill. Soul devouring bell, spiritual attack. Ineffective against those with higher mental power. Second soul skill, judgment bell, invisibly marks an enemy, allowing for the anticipation of all their actions within 5 minutes. Accompanied talent, purification, can purify all non-physical damage residual negative states. Beautiful. She felt foolish for taking so long to figure it out. It was indeed absurd for an auxiliary martial soul to have such high requirements for soul rings. Ling Ling, of course, stop babbling. Do you know you're on the verge of death? Yin Xiaoxi paused, her lips twitching. This martial soul was beginning to curse her. You are the one about to perish. If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. Unexpectedly, the next words sent her into a tailspin. Ling Ling, it's all the same. If you die, we won't survive either. This 9-year-old body can't withstand your soul. The heart was nearly torn apart when you advanced to Great Soul Master yesterday. I temporarily stabilized it for you, but that's the last time. You need to find the accompanying petals of the ice-fire dual eyes and consume them within a year to stabilize your heart. Otherwise, ice-fire dual eyes? She recalled that it belonged to her cheap grandfather, but was it truly noteworthy? Ultimately, it would likely end up in the protagonist's possession. Otherwise, you might as well kill me. Is there no other way? Ling Ling, there is. Just wait 18 years. Yin Xiaoxi. She would rather not wait 18 years to be reborn. After all, she had already crossed over. And what if she was no longer Han in 18 years? In the dead of night, Yin Xiaoxi tossed and turned in bed. Should she consult her cheap grandfather, or should she take her time? The double floating bell indicated she had a year, so there was no need to rush. The issue was that she feared being thoroughly searched by the protagonist, leaving her with nothing. If she arrived first, what would happen if the protagonist saw a petal missing from a flower? Would they think it was blown away by the wind? Or knocked off by the rain? That was absurd. Would the protagonist believe that? She certainly wouldn't. After a night of turmoil, the following day, Yin Xiaoxi, sporting remarkably artistic panda eyes, arrived at class. Upon seeing her haggard appearance, Teacher Qin paused. He realized it was his fault for not explaining things directly yesterday, causing her to worry all night without sleep. He quickly called her outside. Xiaoxi, come with me. Amidst the curious gazes of her classmates, Yin Xiaoxi yawned and stepped outside. Outside, Teacher Qin gazed at her dark circles with a look of guilt. Don't worry. I didn't disclose what happened yesterday. Mid-yawn, Yin Xiaoxi blinked, her mind still sluggish from lack of sleep. It took her a while to comprehend what he meant. Hadn't she already known she had made the right bet? Was he misunderstanding her? If it was a misunderstanding, so be it. Yin Xiaoxi bowed to him with a carefree attitude. Thank you, teacher. Qin opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and chose not to say anything further. Forget it. Let us head back in. With that, he turned and re-entered the classroom. Yin Xiaoxi understood that her time at the Royal Academy might be drawing to a close. It wasn't that Teacher Qin would betray her, but rather that the mysterious deaths of those 3 individuals in the forest would likely provoke speculation about the forces at play behind the scenes. Gathering her spirits, she followed closely behind him, only to encounter several pairs of curious eyes. With a resigned shrug, Yin Xiaoxi thought to herself that matters concerning adults were best left undisturbed by children. Chapter 22. Vacation time swiftly passed, and 3 months had elapsed. The lives of the students at the academy had come to a brief farewell at the entrance of the Royal Academy. In a splendid carriage, 8 individuals gathered, preparing to embark together to the heavenly Dou Imperial City, waving goodbye to the teachers who remained within the academy. See you in a month, teachers. We will miss you. The youths expressed their reluctant farewells beneath the sun, creating a scene filled with warmth and beauty. Yet, for Yin Xiaoxi, this moment felt akin to bidding farewell to a younger brother who had just been released from prison, while an elder brother remained confined. The cold iron bars surrounding them intensified the bizarre sensation of incarceration, especially as she gazed upon Teacher Qin's stern expression. As the farewell words lingered on her lips, Yin Xiaoxi inadvertently uttered, "Teachers adhere to the academy's regulations. You will surely be released soon." Instantly, her 7 companions in the carriage stared at her with expressions of bewilderment, while Teacher Qin's face turned a shade of deep dismay. Very well, Yin Xiaoxi, do not be reckless. Remember, you must return in a month. The smile on her face froze, and she gasped in disbelief. Surely not. Is it possible that even a teacher could be so petty? She quickly covered her mouth, watching the figure of Teacher Qin leaving in frustration, her heart heavy with sorrow. Why had she spoken her thoughts aloud? Turning around, she was met with curious gazes, igniting a fire of indignation within her. I specifically said to leave directly, yet you all insisted on calling Teacher Qin over for a farewell. Now look at the situation. She blinked innocently at them. You don't think the teacher will penalize only me when I return in a month, do you? We are family, after all. The originally passive onlookers momentarily froze in shock at her words, as if not satisfied with the gravity of the situation. Yin Xiaoxi pointed at the 5 remaining members of the 19th grade. And you all, if you fail to break through to the Great Soul Master in a month, do you believe our punishment will not be doubled? Upon hearing the prospect of doubled penalties, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Yufeng questioned her incredulously. Teacher Qin would not be that harsh, would he? Yin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Is that harsh? Clearly. You all have not endured the trials of 9 years of compulsory education. Seated in the carriage, she regarded them with an expression that seemed to convey, you are still too naive. How about we make a wager? If we lose, you'll cover all the meals for me and Yin Yin. Intrigued, her companions pressed on. And if we win? Yin Xiaoxi disdainfully shook her leg. What does it matter? If you win, we simply maintain the status quo. Her challenger, Oslo, looked at her with confusion. What is the significance of this wager, then? Yufeng, in agreement, placed a hand on Oslo's shoulder, defiantly gazing at Yin Xiaoxi. It's as if you have contributed to our meals during this time. Yin Xiaoxi dismissed their concerns, glancing down at Yin Yin, who lay drowsily on her lap, absent-mindedly petting her head. You do not understand. My seemingly unwarranted affection for you is quite difficult for me to express. However, if you lose, I could indulge in whatever I desire without hesitation. Hearing her shameless words, the group fell silent. Reflecting on her usual antics of mooching off their food and resources, they realized that if she truly let loose, she would likely soar to new heights. They were fortunate, as their resources were ample. Others would have long severed ties. At that moment, Wang Tianheng, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Fine, let us proceed as you suggested. If Teacher Qin penalizes us by headcount, I will cover all expenses for you and Yin Yin during your time at the academy. If not, we maintain the current arrangement. His declaration prompted astonished looks from the others. All expenses? Truly, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is quite extravagant. Boss, are you being too generous with her? I could use some funds too, add me in. Yu Feng teased, but Wang Tianheng shot her a piercing glance. Scram. Instantly, she deflated, leaning against Oslo with a pout. Even Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback by his statement. Her wager had been a jest, as she had not yet developed the habit of exploiting strangers. If not for her pressing circumstances, she would not have been so brazenly persistent in her requests. This time, she intended to extract some funds from the old man. Turning her gaze, she caught Wang Tianheng's resigned eyes. For some reason, his stare made her feel inexplicably guilty, prompting her to look away. What was amiss? Why did his gaze seem so peculiar? She resolved to inquire about the old man's icy demeanor over the break, preparing herself for any eventuality. Determined, Yin Xiaoxi decided to use this vacation to settle her affairs. After all, she aspired to be a heroine. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, Yin Xiaoxi's energy dissipated upon seeing a note on the table. It felt as though the old man was deliberately avoiding her. The letter read, "Grandfather has urgent matters to attend to and may be away for about 20 days. Xiaoxi, please take care of Yin Yan. If there are any issues, you may seek assistance from the Princess Residence or the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Beneath the letter were 2 large bags brimming with golden soul coins. Yin Xiaoxi promptly grabbed one bag and handed the other to Yin Yan. Chapter 23. The starry visitors that evening, sitting by the bedside. Yin Xiaoxi pondered over the old man's letter, feeling an inexplicable unease within her. What did it mean to seek help? Was something about to happen? Just as she was lost in thought, a swift arrow shot through the window with a whoosh. Reacting quickly, Yin Xiaoxi sprang to her feet and looked outside, catching a glimpse of a figure darting past the trees. Who could it be? A member of the Starry Empire? I cannot let him escape. As the phantom royal cat spirit emerged, the figure across from her seemed to pause for a moment. Seizing that instant, she leaped out of the window and pursued him. She noticed his speed increasing, and in the next moment, Domain, Void activated. Instantly, Yin Xiaoxi's speed and stealth were significantly enhanced. Within a few breaths, she caught up with the robust figure. Seeing that he was still attempting to flee, she called out, "Stop. If you run, I want to hold back." The figure hesitated, trembling slightly for reasons unknown. Yin Xiaoxi noticed his golden short hair and felt a sense of familiarity. Just as she was filled with anticipation, the man turned around. Damn it. Upon seeing the mask that obscured his eyes, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. Are killers nowadays so obsessed with privacy? However, judging by his appearance, he seemed to be rather handsome. What could have driven him to this line of work? Perhaps she was mistaken. She decided to give him another chance. Are you from the Starry Empire? Yin Xiaoxi asked, observing the man's slow nod. You're not very useful, are you? A mute. No wonder you chose to be a killer. Very well, then you shall not leave. With that, the yellow soul ring of her phantom royal cat spirit flickered, and she unleashed her first soul skill, Phantom Annihilation. In an instant, her pupils elongated, and her form split into multiple afterimages as she dashed toward the man. Upon noticing the single soul ring on her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, but he remained stunned by her astonishing soul skill for a few seconds, missing the optimal moment to evade. As she approached triumphantly, the white tiger's spirit manifested, completing its possession in an instant. First soul skill, White Tiger Protective Shield enveloped him. This spirit is connected to the Starry Royal family. I cannot allow you to escape now. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Yin Xiaoxi split into 9 figures, attacking from all directions with outstretched claws. Clang, clang. As the attack concluded, seeing the intact protective shield, Yin Xiaoxi lifted her hand in disbelief. Glancing at the man who remained unfazed, gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "You're a soul master." The man's deliberately lowered voice replied, "Good eye. But what audacity for a mere soul master to show off before me. Aren't you a mute?" He then noticed the contempt hidden in his own words. Instantly, Yin Xiaoxi withdrew her spirit, and as he observed her in confusion, a deep crimson glow began to emanate from behind her. A soul master? Your perception is truly lacking. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxi seemed to transform. When she opened her eyes again, she exuded an elegant, effortless grace, resembling an enchantress reveling in the darkness of carnage. Her gaze filled with ruthlessness and a hint of seduction. This transformation shocked the man before her. A dual spirit? The words of the god of time unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Reversing one's fate is inherently unlawful. I cannot guarantee that no mistakes will arise. The war god must think carefully. His mind momentarily faltered, as if trapped in a reverie of memories from their past life, culminating in her sudden disappearance. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind as if it were being shredded, causing him to clutch his head helplessly. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi felt no better. Her expression grave as she regarded him. This man possessed a formidable mental strength. Even though she had seized the opportunity to cast soul-devouring bell, it had nearly drained her entire mental capacity. The effect merely restrained him for a brief moment. She realized she could not kill him. Taking a deep breath, the bell transformed into a gentle golden hue, her gaze fixed on him as if committing his image to memory. You're fortunate this time. We shall remain unchanged. Flowing like green waters, she declared, activating her second soul skill, Charm Bell. As the immobilized man gazed at her retreating figure, his eyes brimmed with astonishment. Her transformation in this lifetime was monumental. Even after revealing himself, she still failed to recognize him. It seemed unrealistic to expect her to seek him out as she had in their previous life, but regardless, she would forever belong to him alone. Removing his mask, he revealed a resolute face with deep blue eyes that flickered as he turned towards the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Back in her room, Yin Xiaoxi felt a sharp pain in her head. Ding, ding, do not forcefully use my soul skills in the future. It is detrimental to your health. Upon finishing, the dark red glow of the twin bells gradually soothed the wounds in her mind. Thank you. Yin Xiaoxi lowered her gaze, harboring an unprecedented desire for strength. It seemed imperative to prioritize the search for the ice and fire eyes. Approaching, she removed the arrow lodged in the bamboo wall, discovering a note tied to it. Opening it, she read, "Leave immediately. The Starry Empire is already aware of your presence, and Old Bo can no longer hold out." Old man, clenching the note tightly in her hand, concern for Old Bo, far away in the Star Do Great Forest, surged within her. Would anything happen to him? Why did that person inform her of this? Was he a friend or a foe? With these confounding thoughts, she drifted into sleep. The next day, Yin Xiaoxi was awakened by the sounds of a struggle outside. Squinting her eyes, she immediately sprang up. Pulling open the door, she beheld 8 individuals standing with arms crossed, as well as Yin Yin engaging in combat with the Soul Master. A gust of wind swept by, and upon noticing another figure behind Yin Yin, her gaze turned icy as she pulled Yin Yin behind her. With so many Soul Masters, and one of them being a Soul King, the small courtyard was indeed bustling with activity. Yet, resorting to ambush tactics against a single Great Soul Master was rather unsightly. On the other side, upon seeing the main figure emerge, the remaining Soul Masters advanced to encircle the two. Whether it was embarrassing or not was inconsequential, as long as the task was completed. Who would know of their little tricks along the way? Observing this, Yin Yin, wary, positioned herself protectively behind Yin Xiaoxi, ready to resist alongside her. Xiaoxi, find an opportunity to escape, Yin Yin whispered urgently. Hearing her words, Yin Xiaoxi's expression turned complex. With the old man's situation still uncertain, how could she allow Yin Yin to come to harm because of her? With a light laugh, Yin Xiaoxi replied, "You know their target is me. Besides, this place is unfamiliar to me. I doubt I could summon help in time. Just hold them off while I create a distraction." With that, she disregarded the surrounding minions. Her focus fixed on the Soul King standing before them, sharpening his blade. "Who sent you?" she demanded, directing her inquiry squarely at him. The man paused briefly in surprise before breaking into a laugh. "I hear the second young lady has taken a blow to her head. Looking at you now, you seem clearer than before. In that case, let me enlighten you. I am Zhu'er, servant to the Zhu family's eldest daughter. And now I shall send you to hell." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi frowned. "The Zhu family? You must be mistaken." Zhu'er laughed maniacally. "Do not joke with me. Second young lady, our Zhu family's principle is to kill rather than let a single target escape. Even if we have the wrong person, you must die today." With that, he vanished from sight. Yin Xiaoxi's ears perked up. She pushed Yin Yin behind her and leaped to the side, narrowly evading Zhu'er's lethal strike. The second soul skill, Phantom Bell, was unleashed in an instant. Among the 10 individuals present, apart from the Soul Master standing at level 26 before them, none were spared from being immobilized. Yin Yin, who hesitated on the ground, was commanded with urgency to flee. Upon witnessing Yin Xiaoxi's soul technique, Zhu'er was momentarily taken aback. His eyes filled with skepticism. If she is not the Nether Spirit Cat, could it be that there exists someone in the world who resembles her so closely? Regardless, this individual must perish. As Yin Yin attempted to alert others by retreating, Zhu'er swiftly advanced, only to be obstructed by Yin Xiaoxi, who had summoned the ghostly royal cat. "Your target is me. Do not harm the innocent," she declared. Upon noticing the tail behind her and the bell in her hand, Zhu'er hesitated for a fleeting moment. However, after hearing her righteous proclamation and spotting Yin Yin disappearing at the doorway, A cold smirk crept across his face. A dual martial soul at the age of 9. How extraordinary. Yet, such talent is regrettably squandered on someone so feeble. Had she been the young lady of the house, she would have undoubtedly chosen self-preservation instead of placing her hopes in others, sealing her fate away from greatness. With that, he launched an attack filled with malice. Yin Xiaoxi countered with the soul skill Nether Oblivion. Despite the disparity of over 20 levels between them, the ghostly royal cat's inherent suppression over all feline types allowed their clash to result in a stalemate. At that moment, not only did Zhu hesitate, but the other 9, who had regained their composure, also refrained from immediate action. This move from the second young lady is commendable. Though I serve as the guard of the young lady, I am ultimately part of the Zhu family. Should you survive this encounter, we shall acknowledge you as the young lady. He then turned his gaze towards the remaining 9. Withdraw. Regardless of whether the second young lady lives or dies today, the search for her is hereby cancelled. Understood. Upon hearing Zhu's words, curiosity stirred within Yin Xiaoxi regarding the Zhu family, which she had never encountered before. Can subordinates truly alter their lady's commands for the sake of the family? Intriguing indeed. When she eventually reigns supreme in the Star Luo Empire, she shall certainly investigate further. Chapter 24. A forewarning. Meanwhile, seated in the carriage and rushing towards this direction, the solemn expression of Master Ning was fixated on the note in his hand. Beside him, Rong swung her little legs restlessly, attempting to capture his attention. Noticing his continued indifference, she couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Usually, her father would be the first to notice even the slightest change, yet today she had donned her cherished little dress, only to find that in her father's eyes, it seemed to be worth less than a mere scrap of paper. Consequently, she felt an overwhelming sense of disdain towards the 2 individuals she had yet to meet. Pressing her face closer to Feng Zhi in a sulky manner, was that note truly so captivating? Was it more beautiful than his lovely Rong? He had been staring at it all morning. Her soft, plaintive complaint snapped Feng Zhi back to reality. Upon witnessing his little princess's sulking demeanor, he chuckled and placed the note on the table. Haha, it seems that I have erred in neglecting our little princess. But is our Rong feeling a bit jealous? Rong's face flushed immediately, and with a stubborn huff, she chose not to respond. Outside, Douluo, who was driving the carriage, heard the commotion and interjected, Haha. Master, perhaps you should cease teasing Rong. As for the individual who delivered the note last night, do not dwell too much on it. It likely pertains to Bo Lao's adopted granddaughter. Once we arrive, we can identify the handwriting. Rong nodded enthusiastically, casting a glance outside. Indeed. It was fortunate that her father was the sect leader. Otherwise, he might become overly fixated on trivial matters. If that were the case, would you not have to become a monk soon? No, I want a dashing father, not a monk. Her terrified expression amused both men greatly. Feng Zhi promptly stowed the note away and ruffled her hair. Our Rong is the smartest. As Douluo prepared to agree, his ears perked up, and he glanced towards the right side of the carriage, spotting a flash of purple-haired girl darting along the roadside. Master. It seems that was Bo Lao's granddaughter who just passed by. Rong perked up at this revelation. They were supposed to come for her. Why did she run out by herself? She hurriedly pulled back the carriage curtain for a better view. Outside, there were no signs of life, not even a shadow. Jin, Grandpa, are you seeing things? There is no one out there. In contrast to Rong's navet, Feng Zhi, as the sect leader, had a more profound understanding and was contemplating the worst-case scenario. Jin, uncle, let us quicken our pace. I have a feeling this matter is not as simple as it appears. Douluo nodded and urged the carriage to accelerate. Inside, Rong, feeling the jostle, glared at her father in defiance. It's just a baseless note. Could that person possibly possess foresight? Father, do not let yourself be deceived. To any discerning eye, the situation seemed amiss, yet only her kind-hearted father would venture out so early. Rong, since we have made a promise to Bo Lao, it is only right that we investigate, especially as this concerns human lives, a matter that allows for no negligence. Hearing his earnest advice, Rong promptly stood up and made her way outside the carriage, sitting beside Douluo, ready to voice her complaints. Outside the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yin, with her feet sparking from the swift pace, gazed at the tightly shut sect gates, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. She approached one of the guards stationed at the entrance. I am Bo Lao's granddaughter. Is Master Ning in? I need to speak with him. The guard, momentarily taken aback, scrutinized her from head to toe. With short purple hair and green eyes, she resembled a young lady of Bo Lao's family. Nodding at another guard, He promptly dashed inside to relay her message, while the guard before her explained, "I apologize, but the master has just stepped out. Is there something urgent? You may wait inside. We will inform Bon Douluo." "He's gone?" "That's fine. Bon Douluo will suffice." After a brief wait, the returning guard hurriedly approached them. Bon Douluo is also not in the residence. Upon hearing this, Yin Yin felt as though she had been struck by lightning, grabbing hold of the guard. Did he say where he went? Or when he would return? The two guards exchanged glances, awkwardly scratching their heads. "We have no knowledge of Bon Douluo's comings and goings. He is notoriously elusive. As for the master, his whereabouts are not something the likes of us can inquire about freely. However, the master left with the young lady. And as for their return, it is uncertain." Overwhelmed by this information, Yin Yin released her grip, despair washing over her. "What should I do? What should I do? Little she is waiting for me to save her." With her eyes reddening from anxiety, she contemplated asking the guards for assistance. But realizing that most disciples within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were support type, she ultimately abandoned the thought. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to return the way she came. "I can't worry about that now. If they find out, they find out." Meanwhile, the Master Ning, who had missed Yin Yin, was already en route to the bamboo grove in his carriage. Just a few meters into the grove, the horse suddenly neighed and stomped its feet, clearly reluctant to proceed further. "What is happening?" Feng Zhi emerged from the carriage, startled by the soul power emanating from the bamboo forest. Something truly is amiss. Without hesitation, he scooped up Rong Rong and nodded at Jin Douluo. "Jin, uncle, we must go." A gentle breeze swept through, and the three found themselves perched on a tree not far from the bamboo house. Rong Rong, nestled in Feng Zhi's arms, gazed eagerly at the courtyard, filled with sounds of fierce combat. "Father, Jin grandpa, let us hurry over." Standing at the opposite end of the tree, Jin Douluo squinted towards the 9 figures concealed among the foliage. "Shall the master intervene?" Feng Zhi hesitated before shaking his head. "Not yet. Let us first assess the situation within. After all, a mere Bo Lao is hardly worth the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School confronting the Star Luo Empire." The trio stealthily circumvented the view of the 9 individuals and quietly approached the bamboo house. As the sounds of intense fighting reached their ears, a flicker of unusual contemplation crossed Feng Zhi's gaze. The young girl had chosen not to seek aid from the closer royal residence, indicating that she was aware the girl within was not from the Heaven Do Empire. Noticing the look exchanged between them, Jin Douluo inquired, "Shall we assist?" Before Feng Zhi could respond, a loud crash echoed, and a disheveled figure was sent flying from within. Upon seeing her bloodied form, yet still resolute in her fight, a slow smile crept across Feng Zhi's face. "Yes, we shall assist. The value this girl has demonstrated is sufficient." Rong Rong, nestled in his arms, looked confused, her brows knitting in puzzlement. "Father, she is merely a formidable soul master. What value does she possess?" Despite her youth, Rong Rong, as the acknowledged heir of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, had long been aware of such dynamics, even if subtly. Indeed, she is merely a formidable soul master. Yet the fact that she has been able to engage with the soul sect for so long with only minor injuries is already suspicious. Moreover, let us not forget that the bell she wields is an auxiliary spirit. Upon hearing the mention of an auxiliary spirit, Rong Rong's expression shifted as she observed Yin Yan's demeanor, ultimately setting aside her hostility with newfound contemplation. Chapter 25. At the outset, Yin Xiaoxi found herself in a daunting confrontation with Zhu, a soul sect member, as her status as a Grand Soul Master rendered the battle exceedingly challenging. Additionally, her uncertainty regarding the proximity of the prince's residence in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School heightened her anxiety. Fearing that Yin Yin might expose her dual martial souls upon arrival, she decided to withdraw her Ghost Emperor Cat martial soul midway through their clash. Utilizing her second soul skill, the auditory bell, she adeptly anticipated Zhu's movements, narrowly evading fatal blows. However, as time elapsed, both the duration of her soul skills and her own soul power dwindled. After 10 minutes, she found herself unable to employ any further abilities from the auditory bell. Gazing at the claws that lunged towards her once more, a bitter smile crept across Yin Xiaoxi's face. "Yin Yin, if you don't arrive soon, I might not last." Relying on her instincts and prior combat experience, she continuously evaded Zhu's attacks. During the skirmish, Zhu, perhaps sensing her hesitation or the increasing desperation in her movements, began to employ feints in his strikes. Once more, she was struck as Zhu's sharp claws tore through her sleeve. causing crimson droplets to erupt from her skin as if they were desperate to escape. Observing this, a cruel smile crept onto Zhu Er's lips. Has the time for your soul skills expired? Licking the blood from his claws, he wasted no time in executing his third soul skill, Phantom Slash. Illusory figures assailed Yin Xiaoxi, inflicting wounds upon her limbs and face relentlessly. Overwhelmed, she crashed through a bamboo door, her back colliding violently with a tree. The golden bell hovering above her head resonated with a thunderous sound as she was sent hurtling away. Coughing, she fell to the ground, a stream of vivid red blood spilling from her lips. In the next moment, her injuries began to heal rapidly, clotting and knitting together. Though the pain made her grimace as she braced herself against the earth, her gaze fixed intently on Zhu Er's movements. Her wolf-like stare astonished Zhu Er, whose murderous intent wavered. He approached her, admiration flickering in his eyes. Miss, you truly possess commendable strength. It is merely unfortunate that you place too much trust in your friends. The prince's residence is not far from here. If your companions were genuinely coming for you, they would have returned by now. But fear not, I shall take you back to the family head, who will transform you into a true powerhouse. Half crouched on the ground, Yin Xiaoxi wiped the blood from her lips, her expression embodying disbelief as she regarded him. You're here to kill me at the behest of your lady? What an abominable stroke of misfortune. She had chosen family over loyalty and betrayal over servitude. At that moment, the auditory bell hovering above her suddenly transformed into a dark crimson hue. Even beneath the warm sun, its chilling aura was unmistakable. Ding ding, are you all right? Do you need a moment? I shall take care of him. The voice, imbued with wrath, startled Yin Xiaoxi but warmed her heart. All right. She lifted her gaze to meet Zhu Er's eyes once more, her voice brimming with audacity. Allow me to instruct you. True strength is never afraid of disappointment. What you deem as strength is but a fade of the cowardly. Of course, her faith in Yin Yan's support remained unwavering. Most crucially, she had no alternative. If she abandoned Yin Yan and fled, her own survival would be in jeopardy. Death was merely a consequence, and she had no fear of it. At worst, 18 years hence, if she failed to become a hero, she would embrace the role of a ghostly figure. And those who deceived her would find themselves subjected to a uniquely crafted hell of 19 layers. As Yin Xiaoxi closed her eyes, the weather shifted dramatically. The previously clear sky darkened ominously, as if a storm were imminent. In an instant, a dark red light enveloped the land, isolating it as if within a realm of its own, and blood-red hands began to rise from the ground. When she reopened her eyes, they were filled with a shadowy hue, akin to a marionette under control, her piercing gaze fixed on Zhu Er. The sensation of being targeted made Zhu Er's very soul tremble. Staring at the striking figure of Yin Xiaoxi, whose white irises melded seamlessly with her pupils, Zhu Er took cautious steps backward in terror. Who are you? You are not the second miss. An eerie smile danced upon Yin Xiaoxi's stunning visage, her voice resonating with an otherworldly chill that made the hairs on the necks of those present stand on end. You insignificant ants do not deserve to know my name. The soul rings adorning the auditory bell, now tinged with crimson light, flickered as if casting a soul skill, soul-devouring bell, soul sacrifice, transmission. A torrent of mental energy surged toward Zhu Er's mind, relentlessly assaulting his soul, compelling him to clutch his head and scream in agony. In a far-off region, Zhu Yun, engrossed in her cultivation, was abruptly disturbed by echoes of Zhu Er's anguished cries. Perplexed, she gazed out the window. Who is it? The moment she spoke, the dreadful screams transitioned seamlessly into a crystalline chime. The sound reverberated through her mind, inducing a splitting pain that left her pale and breathless. Within the span of a tea's time, her garments were drenched in cold sweat, and the world around her blurred. Just before her consciousness faded, a commanding voice echoed ominously. Should you err again, perish. As Zhu Yun succumbed to unconsciousness, Zhu Er, ensnared by dark crimson claws, found his screams dwindling into silence until no sound remained. The 12 spectators surrounding the spectacle held their breath, aghast at this surreal scene. Not a soul dared to utter a word at that moment. Even the winds seemed to halt in reverence. Yin Xiaoxi, standing motionless, felt a slight twitch in her ears as the darkness in her gaze began to fade. In the next heartbeat, the deep hues receded, and she rubbed her eyes as if awakening from a dream, staring at the fallen Zhu Er before collapsing herself. The auditory bell above dissipated like a fleeting illusion. In that profound silence, the onlookers regarded Yin Xiaoxi with expressions of incredulity. To single-handedly vanquish an opponent 20 levels her senior was an extraordinary feat that would echo throughout the continent. The 9 individuals perched atop the trees exchanged glances. and amidst rustling sounds, they descended to the ground. Chapter 26. The true unveiling as Yin Xiaoxi found herself encircled by 9 individuals. Fengji spoke up. Swordmaster. Drive them away. Upon hearing his voice, the 9 turned to see the vanished red light replaced by a multitude of swords cascading from the heavens like rain. Noticing the newcomer, the 9 soul rings were glaringly visible. Looking at the fallen Yin Xiaoxi, one of them begrudgingly uttered, "Retreat." Amidst their hurried escape, a radiant 7-colored light descended upon Yin Xiaoxi. Her consumed soul power began to replenish, yet due to her body's self-repair mechanism still at work, she did not open her eyes immediately. It was only when the heavy-footed guards encircled the area that she heard a commanding voice resonate. "Who dares to harm others in my tiendo?" Weary and fatigued, Yin Xiaoxi opened her eyes to see a small figure emerging from the imposing soldier's frame. A smile adorning their face as she propped herself up. Yin rushed over, her concern palpable. "Xiaoxi, are you all right?" As she carefully examined her friend's tattered clothing and found no wounds, she tearfully flung herself into Yin Xiaoxi's embrace, her sobs punctuating the air. "Xiaoxi, I thought I wouldn't see you again. After I went to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, they told me the sect master was away." Understanding the little girl's distress, Yin Xiaoxi felt a pang of sympathy, her eyes moist as she returned the embrace. Standing aside, Fengji overheard their exchange and recalled the earlier incident in the carriage. Casting a glance at Sword Douluo and receiving a confirming nod, he strolled over to the newly arrived Snow Prince. "Your Highness, what a coincidence." The Snow Prince, unable to tolerate Fengji's refined demeanor, offered a feigned smile, his voice turning frosty. "Unfortunately, I too came because Yin sought help, only to discover that someone dared to create a ruckus within the Imperial City. It appears that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School lives up to its reputation, receiving news faster than we." Fengji caught the underlying meaning in the words, helplessness crossing his face as he set Rong down. "Not at all. It was merely the little girl's whim. Upon hearing that you two returned from the academy, she insisted on seeking you out. What a coincidence indeed." Rong, now on the ground, pouted in dissatisfaction but obediently approached the pair still locked in an embrace, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Father, really? You had to use me to concoct a story about such trivial matters? And what about these 2 sulking individuals before me? Hey, do you really need to make such a fuss? Isn't everything fine?" Yin Xiaoxi raised her gaze to the haughtily dressed girl, guessing her identity. However, fatigue weighed heavily on her, and she preferred to avoid further conflict, merely nodding in greeting. Yin opened her mouth to speak, but upon seeing Yin Xiaoxi's unwell state, she lost the desire to argue further. "Xiaoxi, are you truly fine? You look terrible." Rong interjected, displeased. "My father said she is all right, so she must be. Do you even know who my father is?" Yin, already somewhat irked by her fruitless visit to Rong's home, felt her temper flare. "I know who your father is, but if Xiaoxi feels unwell, then she is unwell. What does that have to do with your father?" Witnessing the escalating tension between the two, Yin Xiaoxi felt a headache brewing. One Yin was just right, now adding another fiery spirit in Rong. Her upcoming days promised to be quite eventful, a thought that left her apprehensive. Fortunately, at that moment, Sword Douluo drove the carriage over. Ning Zhongju, having exchanged pleasantries with the Snow Prince, glanced this way and smiled. "Young friends, our sect has prepared accommodations for you. Please stay at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School for the time being." The Snow Prince, wishing to voice something further, thought better of it, recalling Fengji's earlier remarks. Could he weave lies involving his daughter while also fabricating tales concerning the rain collapse? Moreover, rain collapse was not even present. With a resigned expression, he approached Yin Xiaoxi, offering, "Young friend, should you require anything, feel free to visit my estate." After speaking, he departed with his entourage. On the carriage, Fengji observed the girl resting with her eyes closed and the anxious Yin beside her, while his own daughter wore an expression of indignation. A smile crept across his face. It seemed their little princess was about to face some challenges. As night fell, the 2 girls met in the backyard. Before long, their conversation soured, and they began to brawl. The sound of tiles crashing beneath their feet echoed in the air. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the guards, they fought atop the eaves, ultimately ending near Yin Xiaoxi's rooftop. Awakened by the commotion outside, Yin Xiaoxi felt a storm brewing within her. Glancing out at the brightly lit scene, she rose calmly. Upon opening the door, an unknown object grazed her cheek. And turning to see a new crater formed on the ground, her expression soured further. Had she not dodged in time, she would have suffered severe injury or worse. With eyes darker than the night, she observed the servants scurrying about in response to the ongoing scuffle above. Just her luck. The crowd was now converging toward her room. Yin Xiaoxi glared at the two battling figures on the eaves. Truly, it was as if they had forgotten discipline, bringing chaos upon her. Fuming, she brandished a gleaming golden bell as the two combatants prepared to descend. Upon seeing the light, Yin Yin instinctively shielded her head, disregarding Rong Rong's incoming punch. In the next moment, the guards halted in their tracks, and the airborne duo plummeted uncontrollably to the ground, landing with a thud. One girl covered her face while the other wore a dazed expression. Yin Xiaoxi approached coldly, her gaze fixed on Yin Yin. Are you done causing a ruckus? Yin Yin, as if faced with a formidable adversary, immediately ceased her earlier provocations and stood before Yin Xiaoxi with a submissive posture. Inside, she panicked, thinking, it's over, it's over. Xiaoxi is angry. She quickly donned a contrived smile, attempting to appease her. Xiaoxi, we were just playing around. Yin Xiaoxi remained silent, her dark eyes fixed on Yin Yin, causing her to stiffen slightly. Eventually, she turned her attention to the disheveled servants. What are you all doing awake at this hour, entertaining your childish antics? Do you think you're 3 years old? Not only is this unacceptable, but you also dared to disturb my sleep. Unforgivable. Yin Yin immediately fell silent, while Rong, coming out of her stupor, stood up, her eyes filled with mockery as she looked at the chastised girl. Exactly. Do you really think you're still a child? You're a soul master, yet you can't even win against me, a mere soul master. Chapter 27. Focusing on people rather than events. Yin Yin glared at her, internally weighing her dissatisfaction against the need to placate Xiaoxi. Ultimately, she chose the latter. Never mind, she thought, a little patience would bring calm. Once she had Xiaoxi back inside, she would make her aware of the disparity in their standings. Just as Yin Yin was silently urging her to move more quickly, Yin Xiaoxi halted, turning to face the haughty girl before her with a cold smirk. What are you so pleased about? Do you not have an inkling of your own worth? Yin Yin is wary of hurting you, yet you still take liberties. Princess of 7 treasure glazed tile. Perhaps you should focus on enhancing your own abilities instead of expecting others to accommodate you. What do you call that? Her sister, being insulted by an outsider, was rendered furious, her complexion turning crimson. Who do you think you are? This is my home, and I can call as I please. If it weren't for my father saving you, you would have perished long ago. Regardless of my worth, did you not still dare not to lay a finger on me? Yin Xiaoxi paid her no heed, turning to take Yin Yan's hand and lead her back inside. The pride of the protagonist group was irrelevant to her. Unfortunately, this behavior infuriated the girl further. Stop right there. You dare to ignore me? Your life was saved by my father, and yet you disregard me? Guards, seize them and throw them out. Such low-born scum do not deserve to be here. Before she could finish her tirade, Yin Xiaoxi swiftly kicked her a meter away. In the midst of Yin Yan's astonished gaze, she grasped her hand once more and nonchalantly flicked her nails, raising an eyebrow at the equally incredulous Rong surrounded by the guards. My apologies. I slipped, she remarked. It is true that Master Ning saved me, and I would not deny that. But what concern is it of yours, Rong? I have always judged people rather than situations, and I harbor no notion of repaying a debt of gratitude. Just as Rong was about to issue commands to the others, Fengji arrived with 2 Douluo. Enough. Upon his arrival, the Bon Douluo picked Rong up, surprisingly showing no anger towards Yin Xiaoxi's earlier actions. Yin Xiaoxi herself felt no astonishment at their appearance. After all, their prolonged absence was merely to allow their cherished little princess to encounter some setbacks and thus take her training more seriously. Disregarding the surrounding onlookers, she nodded at the 3 and returned with Yin Yin to their room. The following day, the 2 girls were summoned, informed that the master wished for them to join him for lunch. Along the way, Yin Yin, filled with anxiety, clutched Yin Xiaoxi and incessantly fretted. This is bad. They wouldn't be planning to settle scores, would they? I've heard that Rong is the most favored in the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. They won't turn on us, will they? Grandpa isn't here, and we can't possibly contend with them. Yin Xiaoxi, nearly deafened by her incessant worrying, quickly interjected to halt her. Enough. They asked us to eat. Who settles scores before a meal? Stop overthinking. Yin Yin blinked, her eyes darting. True, Xiaoxi. You were quite clever. With a thumbs up from Yin Xiaoxi quickened her pace, determined to distance herself from the fool. Upon their arrival, Fengji, who had been seated beside Rong, rose and warmly greeted them. Welcome, young friends. Please take a seat. Seeing Master Ning rise to assist them with their chairs, Yin Yin felt flattered and realized just how astute Xiaoxi truly was. Yin Xiaoxi, however, found his uncharacteristic warmth rather peculiar. After all, she had just struck his most cherished daughter the previous day. Surely this was not a trap? As she pondered this, she swiftly approached to pull out her own chair. Uncle Ning, we can manage on our own. Feng Ji, seeing this, did not insist and returned to his seat. Come, young friends, do try these dishes. I hope they suit your taste. Under his enthusiastic hospitality, the meal progressed with both girls indulging to the point of fullness. Observing Master Ning still busily serving food, Yin Xiaoxi quickly shielded her bowl. Thank you, Uncle Ning, but I truly am full. Beside her, Yin Yin nodded vigorously. I feel as though I might burst. Seeing that the two had indeed reached their limits, Feng Ji finally set down the serving chopsticks and wiped his hands. At this moment, Yin Xiaoxi also wiped her hands. Are we finally ready to get to the point? This is fine, as long as they cease the relentless feeding. At the table, Feng Ji produced a neatly folded square of paper. Young friend, does this handwriting look familiar to you? Yin Xiaoxi took the note, not shying away from the curious little head peering over. After all, sometimes Yin Yan's innocent expressions were more persuasive. Upon unfolding it, she found a brief message. There will be trouble in the bamboo forest tomorrow morning. Yin Yin scrunched her little nose, tilting her head as she scrutinized the paper from various angles, as if attempting to decipher it like a puzzle. Ultimately, she slumped back in defeat. Xiaoxi, have you seen this handwriting before? I haven't. And the trouble mentioned is surely directed at us. How strange. Who could it be? As Yin Xiaoxi glanced at the somewhat familiar script, memories of the previous night's skirmish in the bamboo forest surged forth. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, I recognize it. But I am not acquainted. She could not overcome it. With that thought, she placed the note on the table in mild frustration. Before Feng Ji could inquire, Yin Yin exclaimed in surprise, Xiaoxi, when did you secretly raise a dog? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three present grew subtly awkward. Eventually, Feng Ji, stifling a smile, inquired, Oh, how is it that you are not acquainted? At his question, Yin Xiaoxi found herself longing for the old man. If only he were here, he would. Even if he were to beat around the bush, it would not be to this extent. She immediately retrieved a similar note from her soul guide and shrugged. I received this identical note. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Feng Ji quickly unfolded the paper in his hand. Upon seeing the matching handwriting, he regarded her seriously. You truly do not recognize this person? Remembering the disheveled figure from the previous night, Yin Xiaoxi nodded resolutely. I have no recollection. I have lost my memory. So many things escape me. Yin Yin stood up. Yes, I can vouch for that. Xiaoxi's mind is not quite right. You are the one whose mind is not right. Your entire family is deranged. Hearing Yin Yan's testimony, Yin Xiaoxi realized at that moment that she was not particularly keen on proving her sanity. Chapter 28 The Return of the Elder. With a swift motion, he pulled Yin Yin into his embrace and settled her onto the chair. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Yin Yin, indignant, was on the verge of retorting that they were of the same age. However, recalling the various incidents that had transpired within the academy, it seemed that Xiaoxi was indeed a touch more mature than she. With a sigh, she propped her chin on her hand and gazed into the distance. At that moment, Rong Rong, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter. Are you trying to appear profound? It doesn't suit you at all. Yin Yin shot her an angry glare. Xiaoxi could tease her, but this woman was off limits. Do you think you're any better? Here you are, mocking me. You can't even pretend properly. With a thud, Rong Rong slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Who says I can't? I'm much better at it than you. Uft, anyone can brag. As their banter continued, their hands began to playfully slap against the table. Ning Zhongzhu and Yin Xiaoxi, seemingly in sync, each held onto one of them. Fearing that their spirited exchange might lead to the table being overturned, ultimately involving them as well. After a brief exchange of words promising to continue their conversation another day, Yin Xiaoxi swiftly guided the nearly uncontrollable Yin Yin outside, while Rong Rong was similarly restrained by her father. Even as they departed from each other's sight, their silent communication persisted until their voices faded away completely. For several consecutive days, Yin Xiaoxi had not stepped outside the small courtyard arranged by the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Yet, the courtyard was far from desolate. Rong Rong would frequently visit, engaging in light-hearted bickering with Yin Yin. Perhaps they had grown tired of their quarrels, as they no longer escalated into fights. It was akin to the playful dynamics of little adversaries, which kept Yin Xiaoxi's ears ringing with their antics. Finally, on the 12th day at noon, as promised, Elder Bo appeared before the two. The moment they laid eyes on him, their faces lit up with joy. Yin Yin was overcome with excitement. having felt stifled within the confines of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Her feet seemed to have wings as she darted towards the elder, throwing herself into his arms. "Grandfather, you're finally back. Yin Yin missed you so much." Standing behind them, Yin Xiaoxi, outwardly composed, felt her heart finally ease upon seeing the elder in good health. When he turned his gaze towards her, she instinctively averted her eyes. "You truly keep your word. You said 20 days, and here you are, not a moment late, or rather, a tad late." Her stubborn yet soft demeanor seemed perfectly natural for one of her tender years, softening Elder Bo's heart. "My dear girl, how have you been? Has anyone bullied you?" His concerned inquiry brought a smile to Yin Xiaoxi's eyes. "No." Meanwhile, Fengji, observing the harmonious atmosphere among the three, began to grasp the situation. Approaching with a suitably warm smile, he addressed Elder Bo softly. "Elder Bo, you must be weary from your travels. Why not join us for a meal at the seven-treasure glazed tile school?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yin instinctively clutched the elder's clothing. She understood that the school had previously refrained from inquiring about Xiaoxi's identity, likely waiting for her grandfather's return. However, she was reluctant. Casting a worried glance at Xiaoxi, their eyes met, revealing her own reluctance. Yin Yin, feeling anxious, tugged at his sleeve. "Grandfather, I'm not hungry. Let us eat later." Elder Bo, noticing the helplessness in Xiaoxi's gaze, understood that they could not evade this matter. He gently ruffled Yin Yan's hair. "Your grandfather has just returned and is a bit hungry. Can't we just enjoy a meal together?" Just as Yin Yin felt conflicted, Xiaoxi unexpectedly chimed in, stating that she too was hungry. Consequently, Yin Yin fell silent and nodded in agreement. Xiaoxi had a simple thought. It was best to address matters openly in her presence, avoiding any covert dealings. At the dining table, the atmosphere was markedly different from the previous family gathering. This time, the very air felt as though it were shrouded by an invisible mountain, weighing heavily upon them, making both Yin Yin and Xiaoxi uncomfortable. Yin Yin sensed that something was amiss, glancing around for Ning Zongqiu. "Where's Rong Rong? Why isn't she here?" If she were around, this tense atmosphere wouldn't last more than a few seconds. She would have cracked a joke. Fengji took a sip of water and spoke. "That girl is still quite young and has been coddled. Such discussions are not suitable for her." Though he addressed Yin Yin, his gaze remained fixed on the silent Yin Xiaoxi. At that moment, Elder Bo's protective presence obstructed Fengji's view. With a light chuckle, he waved his hand. "Let us lighten the mood. I only have a few questions to ask. As for everything else, the seven-treasure glazed tile school will not interfere." The previously stagnant atmosphere in the hall instantly became lively, causing Yin Xiaoxi's eyelashes to flutter as she lowered her gaze. Truly, as the leader of a sect, he possessed the remarkable ability to transform the surrounding ambience in an instant, a control that many formidable individuals lacked. Elder Bo promptly stated his position. "Ask away. But if your questions pertain to Xiaoxi's background, refrain from asking. I will only say this. She is my granddaughter." Upon hearing this, Fengji nodded. "Is that so? I understand. Rest assured, the seven-treasure glazed tile school will never betray any ally. However, I am quite curious about your young friend's martial soul." Amidst the differing gazes of the three, Fengji paused for a moment before continuing. "You must know that as the continent's foremost auxiliary martial soul, our offensive capabilities have always been our weakness. Yet, we have observed that although your friend possesses an auxiliary martial soul, her offensive prowess is quite formidable. Might she enlighten us on this matter?" Instantly, Yin Xiaoxi froze. Had the dual floating bells been discovered? No, if they were truly uncovered, he would not merely ask about them. Regardless, for now, she needed to deflect. "It might be related to my choice of soul rings. Both of my soul beasts possess spiritual attack capabilities, which could influence the feedback of my skills." Hearing her explanation, Fengji sighed and nodded. "Thank you for sharing that insight." Chapter 29. The foodie on the way back. Yin Yin gazed earnestly at Old Bo, her eyes filled with questions. "Grandfather, why does he seem dissatisfied even though he has the answer?" The old man sat in the carriage, eyes closed in contemplation, showing no inclination to speak. Noticing this, Yin Xiaoxi took it upon herself to voice the unspoken thoughts. "If your favorite roasted chicken leg were placed right before you, would you feel happy?" Though Yin Yin struggled to see the connection between the two matters, she nodded in agreement. "Even though I'm full, I could still eat 2 more chicken legs if they were available." This response left both of them astonished. Yin Xiaoxi promptly drew back the curtain and pointed outside at the lively little chickens in the vegetable garden. "Look, Yin Yin, your little chicken legs." Believing her, Yin Yin scooted closer, following Yin Xiaoxi's finger until the little chicken vanished from her view. leaving her staring blankly at Yin Xiaoxi. Do chicken legs have feet? Seeing her utterly bewildered expression, Yin Xiaoxi discreetly shifted away. Goodness, is this contagious? Not wishing to dwell on the topic, Yin Xiaoxi directly articulated the reason for her earlier displeasure. Indeed, Master Ning, like you, has the solution right in front of him, yet lacks the motivation to even take a bite, knowing the chicken will escape, raw and inedible, even when it reaches his lips. Initially, Yin Xiaoxi thought this explanation would clarify matters for Yin Yin, but upon glancing up, she was met with that adorably clueless gaze, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Did you not understand?" Observing the frequent nodding of Yin Yan's head, Yin Xiaoxi felt a tinge of relief that this character existed in her time. Had she been born in the modern era, her intelligence would surely be a burden to any teacher. The sole technique of the 7-treasure glaze tile is fixed and cannot be altered. Do you comprehend now? Witnessing Yin Yin's sudden epiphany brought tears to Yin Xiaoxi's eyes. She vowed to communicate with Yin Yin henceforth in the simplest terms, refraining from any elaborate explanations, for it seemed they would be lost on her. Their glances unexpectedly collided with the old man, who had been eavesdropping and was now caught red-handed. Sitting up, he wore a satisfied expression, surveying the two of them. "I just noticed, your soul power seems to have increased significantly. Quite impressive. It seems your experiences at the academy have been fruitful." Yin Xiaoxi retorted, "If you possess such skill, do not divert the topic." Upon seeing the old man awake, Yin Yin eagerly dashed to his side, proudly raising her chin. "Of course, I am already a level 21 Great Soul Master." Old Bo smiled indulgently. "Then Yin Yin must strive harder. Xiaoxi has already reached level 24. In an instant, her newfound pride felt doused with cold water. And Yin Yin looked at him with disheartened eyes. "Grandfather," this playful display elicited laughter from both individuals in the carriage. Back at the bamboo cottage, Yin Xiaoxi had hoped to inquire about the ice and fire eyes when Yin Yin was away, but to her dismay, the old man remained as busy as ever. Each day saw him bustling about, and just when he finally had a free morning, he was summoned by Prince Shui for lunch. As summer vacation slipped into its final countdown, Yin Xiaoxi lay despondently on the table. With only half a year remaining until her heart condition would flare up, she lamented her fate as a young maiden, destined to succumb to heart failure. Was it really so tragic? Across from her, Yin Yin observed her changing expressions with curiosity. Propping her chin on her hands, "Xiaoxi, what's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy." With vacant eyes, Yin Xiaoxi sighed, gazing out at the empty courtyard. "Yin Yin, why do you think grandfather is so busy?" After a moment's thought, Yin Yin replied, "Grandfather used to be quite free, but this time he seems to have become suddenly occupied." "Are you looking for grandfather?" "He'll be back later." Although Yin Yin didn't quite grasp why Xiaoxi was so eager to find the old man, she assumed he would return soon. He typically managed to get back before dinner after visiting the prince's residence. Noticing Xiaoxi's lingering melancholy, Yin Yin sprang to her feet. "Xiaoxi, let us go shopping. There's a place on the street that sells the most delicious roasted chicken legs. Do they look that appetizing?" Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. "No way." Though she seemed slightly reluctant, Yin Yin was not inquiring about her opinion. She firmly grasped Xiaoxi's hand and pulled her along. "Come on, let us go." Reluctantly, Xiaoxi found herself enveloped in the vibrant atmosphere of a bustling food street, where the enticing scent transformed her demeanor. Moments later, she indulged in a delightful array of treats, rolling dough, sipping chrysanthemum tea, and savoring corn soup. Eventually, Xiaoxi could eat no more, gazing at the excited Yin Yin beside her. "Ugh, Yin Yin, I can't anymore." Yin Yin hesitated, cradling her stomach. "All right then, let us buy one more chicken leg before heading back." "I promise you, Xiaoxi. This place has the most authentic chicken legs." Overstuffed, Xiaoxi doubted her hearing. Authentic chicken legs? What, have artificial chicken legs started appearing in abundance? Yet, she could not resist the allure of the chicken legs that Yin Yin had yearned for, and thus, she had to purchase them. Upon entering the shop, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, compelling Xiaoxi to inhale deeply in admiration. Truly, this is the chicken leg Yin Yin has been craving. The fragrance is exquisite. She approached the counter. "2 chicken legs, please." The elderly man behind the counter, with a kindly demeanor and a head of white hair, smiled in reply. "Certainly." He retrieved 2 chicken legs to package. Upon recognizing Yin Yin, he greeted her warmly. "Ah, Yin girl, it's been a while. I thought you had grown tired of them." Yin Yin swallowed, her gaze fixated on the chicken legs being wrapped. "Of course not. I was just at the academy. Let me introduce you to Lu Grandpa." This is my sister, Xiaoxi. The old man's expression softened as he nodded at Xiaoxi. Ah, Yin girl's sister. Here you go. Take care and come back for more deliciousness. The two were about to leave when a servant escorted a haughty young girl into the shop. Unlike Rong's innocent arrogance, this girl exuded a superficial air, as if she were merely putting on a show, yet such individuals were often the most troublesome. Upon spotting the girl, Yin immediately halted, worry etched on her face. Following her gaze, Xiaoxi beheld a 5-year-old girl surveying the shop with disdain. Rather than sitting down, she called out to the busy old man, "Hey, old man, I want 5 chicken legs." As her voice rang out, both Yin and Xiaoxi frowned. The girl continued to scrutinize the old man's movements with contempt. Can anything here be eaten? It's so dirty. I wonder why my father insisted on eating here. If I get sick, who will take responsibility? Just give me 4 chicken legs. Her sharp words were neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to everyone present. The old man paused, a good-natured soul, and gently put 1 chicken leg back, but his action only further incited her displeasure. She stepped into the shop, pinching her nose, and pointed at the thick, murky soup and the unidentified seasonings floating atop it. Old man, this is disgusting. Isn't it? What's in there? Are the chicken legs even clean? You took one out and tossed it back in. One tea that caused food poisoning? I refuse this chicken leg. Upon hearing these words, the elderly man's expression shifted slightly. After all, his establishment was in the business of selling food. If word got out about unsanitary conditions, it would spell the end for his shop. Chapter 30. The insignificant soul master Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the trembling Yin beside her and softly inquired, "Do you recognize her?" Yin's eyes remained fixated on the kitchen, fearful that the girl inside might make a significant move. Not exactly, she replied. That's Yin from the Ji family. However, her brother is a rare genius, and she has always acted arrogantly, basking in the indulgence of her talented sibling. An elder in the kitchen hesitated to speak but ultimately refrained when he noticed the 5-year-old girl. He quietly prepared to discard the 4 chicken legs he held into the trash. Observing the elder's actions, Yin rushed forward, exclaiming, "Grandpa Lu, don't throw them away. We want them." She shot a fierce glare at Yin, who merely scoffed disdainfully and walked out, watching the retreating figures of the master and servant. The elder chuckled and shook his head in refusal. "Little Yin, if you love chicken legs, come back next time. If they get cold, they won't taste as good. Be a good child and go home." Disappointed, Yin stared at the 4 chicken legs in the trash. Just as she was about to leave, the little girl returned, ignoring the 2 of them as she climbed onto a chair and stood on the counter. With a condescending gaze, the 5-year-old Yin looked down at the elder. "Old man, I want 5 chicken legs, but not from there. I want you to make them fresh." The elder, taken aback, shook his head. "Little girl, our chicken legs need to simmer all night. I can't make them fresh. You might want to check elsewhere." Unfazed by the elder's words, the girl produced a bag of golden soul coins from her servant and tossed 2 coins onto the ground. The coins clinked as they hit the floor. Watching the elder bend down to pick them up, Yin's face was filled with scorn and disdain. Yin Xiaoxi, hearing the creaking sound coming from beside her, silently felt sympathy for the girl who had yet to awaken her soul but was already acting tyrannically. The elder picked up the soul coins but did not pocket them. Instead, he returned them to the girl. "Little girl, this is too much, and I truly cannot make them fresh. If you think this pot isn't good enough, come early tomorrow, and I'll give you the freshest ones." Instantly, the girl kicked the 2 coins away in anger. "You old fool, do you know who I am? You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xiaohui, teach him a lesson so he knows who he is dealing with." The servant behind her, Xiaohui, looked at the ungrateful elder with disdain. "Yes, miss," she said, stepping closer to the elder as 3 white rings, belonging to a soul master, appeared around her. The furniture in the room was sent flying, and the elder, moving sluggishly, was thrown back in terror by the force. Yin Xiaoxi felt a gust of wind and noticed Yin had disappeared from her side. While munching on a chicken leg, she quietly righted a toppled chair, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. She too was curious to discover the advantages of a superior soul ring. Yin, observing Yin catch the elder, looked at the 2 yellow rings around Yin and sneered. "Commoners really stick together. Why do you have to meddle in this? Do you believe I can have my brother deal with you?" Yin Xiaoxi regarded the sight of Yin shielding the elder behind her. Despite the absurdity, she couldn't help but find the sight amusing. Struggling to maintain her composure, Yin Xiaoxi recalled her own sorrows, reflecting on a lifetime of grievances to suppress her laughter. Yin retorted, "Humph, do you think I'm afraid? If you don't believe me, I can have my grandfather wipe out your entire clan. Their gazes clashed fiercely in the air. Yin Xiaoxi, savoring the drama, thought, let them fight, let them fight. As she anticipated, the girl soon lost her temper. You can have your grandfather destroy my entire clan? I'll kill you first and see how you complain, Xiaohui. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi's attention returned to the 5-year-old Ji Yan, who was utterly oblivious to the consequences of her threats. Without her soul awakened, she boldly called for violence. If her brother were to fall, her enemies would not grant her the chance to grow. Sensing the escalating tension, the elder quickly retreated to the kitchen. Xiaohui, observing the 2-century-old soul rings on Yin Yan, felt a surge of jealousy. With her innate level 8 talent, she should have been on the continent's genius list. But having been sold to the Ji family due to her impoverished upbringing, she had been suppressed since awakening alongside the Ji family's prodigy, Ji Li. Why did this person, equally lowly, possess everything she craved? Xiaohui's eyes glinted with malice as she aimed to validate Ji Yan's words, launching attacks filled with lethal intent. Yin Xiaoxi's expression turned cold as the battle intensified. She focused intently on the techniques exchanged, realizing that the quality of soul rings could only compensate for a minimal amount of soul power. No wonder even the lower-tier soul masters were revered on the continent. For the strong, a top-tier soul ring was merely a luxury, while for the weak, it was merely a symbol of family strength. Unable to bridge the gap in soul power. Knowing the outcome, Yin Xiaoxi was determined to prevent further destruction in the establishment. Summoning her soul, a golden light flashed behind the crowd. Ji Yin, witnessing the interruption, immediately turned. Who is it? Hearing her voice, Xiaohui turned, concern flickering in her eyes. Seizing the opportunity as Xiaohui was distracted, Yin Yin struck back fiercely. As Xiaohui staggered, Ji Yan's face turned grim, and she kicked at Xiaohui's leg. Though it didn't hurt, it left her ears burning with shame, her eyes reflecting her resentment. If not for the Ji family's control over her life, who would care for this arrogant girl's fate? Standing opposite her, Yin Yin saw Ji Yan's hatred juxtaposed with her false compliance and disdainfully tossed her hair. Yin Xiaoxi approached the two, the bells on her dual floating rings chiming softly with each step, offering a disingenuous smile to the wary pair. I am Yin Xiaoxi, Yin Yan's sister. It's best for both of you to return from whence you came. As the saying goes, it takes two to make a deal. Since the elder has made it clear he cannot comply, why must you be so aggressive? Ji Yin stared at Yin Xiaoxi in disbelief. Upon noticing the soul rings on Yin Xiaoxi, she scoffed. Cannot comply? The weak have no right to refuse. You, a mere great soul master, wish to uphold justice? Pretentious fool. Xiaohui, let us kill her. Although Xiaohui resisted internally, she could not disobey. The humiliation of losing face demanded retribution. Yes, miss. Chapter 31. The storm faced with her ostentatious footwork, Yin Xiaoxi's gaze betrayed a hint of disdain. Attacks with soul power below level 20 appeared trivial before her. Despite her youth, her confidence was audacious. With a mere soul master rank, did she truly believe she could take my life? Upon hearing her words, not only did the pair of servants fall silent, but even Yin Yan's eyes twitched in disbelief. Listen closely, who truly boasts here? Unfazed by their thoughts, Yin Xiaoxi, although not employing her agility-enhancing techniques at that moment, wielded her gaze with precision. As Xiaohui approached within a meter of her, the second soul ring on her dual floating bells flickered. The once formidable Xiaohui suddenly found herself frozen in place. A look of terror plastered across her face. What have you done? Behind her, 5-year-old Ji interrupted in a fit of rage. Xiaohui, what are you doing? Attack. Kill her. Useless wretch. I shouldn't have brought you along. What a disgrace. Upon hearing the frantic shouts from behind, Yin Xiaoxi cast a formidable glare in their direction. Under her piercing gaze, Ji Yan's words caught in her throat, producing a comical hiccup in the tense atmosphere. As the duration of the soul technique expired, Xiaohui hastily retreated, positioning herself defensively in front of Ji Yin, who glared at the two with palpable hostility. Yin Xiaoxi advanced step by step, while they retreated in trepidation. At that moment, the roles of bully and victim seemed to have reversed, with Yin Xiaoxi wearing an amiable expression. Am I not permitted to intervene? The girl behind Xiaohui cast a defiant glance at her, yet instinctively sensed the peril of the situation and refrained from further comment. Just then, the girl's face brightened, and she cried out plaintively towards the grand door behind Yin Xiaoxi, "Mother!" As a lavishly dressed woman approached, a surge of soul power struck Yin Xiaoxi from behind. The impact sent her body uncontrollably tumbling forward, only to be caught by Yin Yan. Regaining her composure, Yin Xiaoxi felt as if her internal organs had shifted, and a trickle of blood escaped her lips. The woman cradled the little girl protectively, regarding the two with disdain akin to that reserved for refuse. Do you think you are worthy to meddle in the affairs of the Ji family? Instantaneously, the oppressive aura of a soul king, nearing that of a soul emperor, bore down upon them like a mountain, leaving them no room to resist against the 30 or 40 levels of soul power disparity. Yin Xiaoxi glanced at the pale-faced Yin Yin beside her, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Is there no alternative with the dual floating bells? Ding ding, it informs me that the soul power absorbed during the last soul ring acquisition was merely sufficient to recuperate the losses incurred from saving you. It requires time to recover after being forcibly awakened recently. No alternatives? Gazing at the girl who reveled in her mother's embrace, a cold smile crept onto Yin Xiaoxi's face. Ji family? Are you not going to inform your mother of Yin Yan's true identity? Or do you intend to heed your maid's wishes and lead the entire Ji family to ruin? As she anticipated, the woman faltered, her demeanor shifting to one of anxiety. Her sharp gaze fixated on the anxious maid, whom Yin Xiaoxi had just mentioned. Xiaohui, what is the situation? After understanding the circumstances, a flicker of panic crossed Ji mother's eyes, prompting her to instinctively withdraw her oppressive aura. The girl in her arms shot her a disgruntled look. Mother, if we eliminate them, who will know it was us? Besides, is it not merely a title Douluo? Isn't grandfather one as well? The little girl, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, spoke without hesitation. Yet her mother was acutely aware. Not only did the titles of title Douluo differ in martial spirits, but their lethality was worlds apart. Moreover, the identity of a royal guest was one that the Ji family could not afford to offend. However, she understood her daughter's nature well and was unwilling to let the two escape so easily. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the violet-haired girl being supported. Who is she? Upon asking this question, Yin Xiaoxi felt a surge of murderous intent directed at her. The girl named Ji Yin immediately grasped her mother's intention, wickedly curling her lips as she spoke each word with venom. She is merely Yin Yan's dog, not from any prominent family. Mother, kill her to vent your anger for your daughter. Yin Yin quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, You dare. But before she could finish, the woman's expression hardened. Get away. With that, an unseen force sent Yin Yin flying. Today, I shall make an example of you, so that all may know the Ji family is not to be trifled with. Third soul skill, explosive palm. A colossal hand surged toward her, while Yin Xiaoxi darted out of the shop in a frantic escape. However, the hand seemed to have locked onto her, causing her to panic as her tail began to flicker into view behind her. Fortunately, the crowd's attention was captivated by the giant hand, leaving her unobserved. As Yin Xiaoxi beheld an opulent carriage approaching, her gaze fell upon the calloused hands of the driver, and she felt a surge of amusement. Excellent, a formidable individual. Rather than evade the oncoming carriage, she boldly approached it. With a thunderous crash, a familiar cough emerged from the dust. Who dares? Are you tired of living to disturb this prince's carriage? As he spoke, Yubing stepped out from the wreckage of the carriage, his fiery eyes widening in surprise upon spotting the smiling Yin Xiaoxi. Ignoring her presence entirely, he turned his gaze toward the terrified mother and daughter emerging from his shop. It is you too. Not only have you vandalized my carriage in broad daylight, but you've also caused havoc in my establishment. This is utterly intolerable. Guards, seize them. The woman immediately softened, collapsing to her knees. Prince, spare me. It was not my doing, it was her. She wanted to divert the blame. She pointed a finger at Yin Xiaoxi, who was caught in the act of watching the scene unfold. With confidence, Yin Xiaoxi stepped forward, placing a hand on Yubing's shoulder, raising an eyebrow playfully. I apologize for disappointing you, but if you call me a troublemaker, I cannot deny it. After all, my beauty has been certified, has it not, Prince? Cough. Yubing immediately retreated, his face reddening as he commanded, Take them away. Emerging from within, Yin Yin looked at Yin Xiaoxi with admiration. Yin Xiaoxi affectionately ruffled her hair and, as she prepared to leave, noticed the forlorn expression of the old man inside the shop. She turned to Yubong and remarked, Prince, this person belongs to the Ji family. Do not go easy on her. Ensure that the compensation is substantial, especially for the emotional damages and medical expenses for Yin Yin and me. It cannot be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Walking ahead, Yubing paused, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. Chapter 32. No food allowed. Yin Xiaoxi clapped her hands. Yin Yin, you truly are my lucky star. Just a few days ago, I was pondering how to swindle some of the old man's pension, and now, it seems, the expenses for the upcoming semester have been resolved in one fell swoop. Yin Yin remained silent, but a sinister male voice suddenly interrupted. Oh, swindling my pension? At once, Yin Xiaoxi froze, embarrassment washing over her as she turned around. When did Grandpa arrive? How did he manage to approach without making a sound? With a thud, a chestnut she was eating fell from her hand. Tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. I've been here all along. You were still young. The compensation amount from the G family is quite substantial. It's unsafe for you to carry so many soul coins. How about this? I will hold on to them for you. Ignoring Yin Xiaoxi's bewildered expression, Old Bo cheerfully ambled towards the nearby prince. Watching his retreating figure, Yin Xiaoxi's enthusiasm for shopping evaporated. Golden coins. Just like that, they slipped through her fingers. In the subsequent days, Yin Xiaoxi sought every opportunity to approach Old Bo. Initially, the old man assumed the young girl was merely after the soul coins. Although puzzled by her excessive interest in them, he casually tossed her a bag, unaware that she continued to keep a watchful eye on him. One day, finally having some leisure time, Old Bo reclined lazily in his chair, basking in the sun, waiting for the one who was secretly observing him to take the bait. Soon, confirming that Yin Yin was nowhere in sight, Yin Xiaoxi picked up a fruit platter from the table and approached him with enthusiasm. Under the sun, Old Bo, fanning himself, squinted. Is there something you need? Yin Xiaoxi grinned and held a piece of fruit to his lips. Grandpa, you truly have a gift for foresight. It's nothing serious. I just wanted to inquire about the ice and fire eyes. Upon hearing her words, the old man dropped his fan as if struck by a thought. Sitting up abruptly, Yin Xiaoxi's heart raced with excitement as she looked at him, but to her dismay, after swatting away a bee with his fan, he leisurely replied, I don't know. Seeing his lazy demeanor, Yin Xiaoxi felt as though he was toying with her and tugged at his sleeve persistently. At that moment, her act of coaxing felt utterly natural, her hand shaking his sleeve playfully. How could you not know? Grandpa, think a little harder. For months ago, her attempts at coaxing would have made her cringe, but now she had completely let go of such reservations. With a philosophy of self-preservation, she felt it was none of her concern if he found her behavior off-putting. The entire afternoon, the old man moved wherever she followed, even holding a leaf to his nose while complaining outside the latrine. Inside, the old man began to roar. Get lost. I told you I don't know anything about that cursed eye. Yin Xiaoxi was not deterred. I can't believe you don't know. Surely, you must have encountered something that is half cold and half hot. After a moment of contemplation, Old Bo replied, There is a medicinal garden in the falling sun forest where there is indeed a spring that is half cold and half hot. But don't blame me for not warning you. The area is surrounded by toxic gas. If you venture in there, you're courting death. Now, have you finished your questions? If so, scram. As she pondered asking him when he would be free, Yin Xiaoxi heard the impatience in his voice and quickly took her leave. No worries, Grandpa. I'm off now, take care. Without caring whether he could see her, she made a gesture of encouragement and hurried away. From that day on, for the next 2 days, Yin Xiaoxi did not see the old man again. Initially planning to consume that flower during the summer break, it now seemed her plans were dashed. It wasn't until they both boarded the carriage returning to the academy that Old Bo reappeared before her. After escorting them to school, he handed Yin Xiaoxi a pill. I don't know why you were asking about that spring, but you must never go to the falling sun forest alone. This pill can temporarily suppress the poison I laid there, but the soul beasts within are beyond your current capabilities. Upon receiving the pill, Yin Xiaoxi felt a flutter of emotions. Though her soul skills granted her immunity to toxic gases, the old man's concern warmed her heart. Don't worry, Grandpa. I value my life more than anyone. I want to go looking for trouble. As Teacher Qin approached, hearing her words, he inwardly scoffed, adding, as if he bowed slightly to Old Bo, rest assured, I will keep an eye on her. Upon hearing Teacher Qin's voice, Yin Xiaoxi visibly stiffened. Watching the teacher converse with the old man, she grasped Yin Yin's hand and dashed inside. Grandpa, teacher, Yin Yin, and I have something to attend to. We'll head back to the dormitory first. Teacher Qin observed her retreating figure with a cold snort. You can escape the monk, but not the temple. The next day, Yin Xiaoxi appeared reluctantly at the entrance of the elite class, noticing only 6 students inside, which eased her mind somewhat. Just then, a mischievous voice called out from behind. How long do you plan to keep watching, classmate Xiaoxi? Instantly, Yin Xiaoxi felt like a mouse caught in the gaze of a cat, her hair standing on end. Inside the elite class, the previously lively discussions fell silent, students sitting up straight, embodying the posture of model students. Teacher Qin stepped onto the stage, raising an eyebrow at the anxious faces below. It seems everyone understands the principle of collective punishment for individual mistakes. I won't waste words. You all have maintained your soul power well over the holiday. Have you made some sort of deal with the meat on your waists? In an instant, All 8 students lowered their heads, none daring to meet teacher Qin's gaze. Satisfied with the sight of the students nearly hiding under their desks, Qin nodded approvingly. All right. I'm giving you an opportunity to make amends. The Academy has arranged a friendly match between the elite class and the Tianji class this semester, consisting of both 2-person and 8-person competitions. As long as you don't disgrace the elite class in this match, we will consider the previous matters settled. If not, the penalties will be doubled based on headcount. Now, use the remaining time to form your teams. The expressions of the students below were quite something. It seemed they shared the same devious thoughts as Yin Xiaoxi. Yufeng stood up. Teacher, this isn't fair. Xiaoxi is the highest level among us at level 24. While we are still wandering around level 20, and the lowest in the Tianji class is already at level 25. How are we supposed to compete? Yin Xiaoxi, on the other hand, felt unfazed. Below level 44, she was invincible. Teacher Qin clapped his hands. I'm not consulting you. I'm informing you. Form your teams now. And I will help you register. You need to arrange your team reasonably to avoid a crushing defeat. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Yin Xiaoxi and proceeded to organize the materials in his hands while seated on the platform. Upon hearing his words lacking ambition, Yin Xiaoxi nearly leaped up in exasperation. Can one not aspire to greater heights? Once Yin realized that this situation was unchangeable, she promptly moved towards Lang Lang. Chair and all. Are you forming a team, Lang Lang? Noticing Lang Lang's hesitation as she remained seated, Yin grew anxious and leaned closer, whispering in her ear. As long as you team up with me, I assure you that I will include you in future training sessions with Xiaoxi. With a playful raise of her eyebrows, she awaited Lang Lang's response. Lang Lang replied. All right. Chapter 33. Return to the academy. Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the retreating figures of the two, bewildered and blinking in disbelief. Had she truly been cast aside? The abruptness of their departure left her feeling despondent as she rested her head on the table, her gaze flitting among the remaining 6 individuals. Much like Yin Xiaoxi, the others were surreptitiously observing her. Although this was merely a friendly match, the presence of a healing soul master among their team would undoubtedly offer a sense of security. Wouldn't that be a boon? As the thoughts meandered through everyone's minds, a sudden chill crept down Yin Xiaoxi's spine, prompting her to turn around and meet the fierce gaze of their leader, which swiftly quelled her musings. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxi had already risen and was making her way towards Osro. As an auxiliary, her first choice was indeed Wang Tianheng. Yet Yin Xiaoxi was determined to consider the broader implications as well. She lightly tapped on Osro's table, proposing, "Shall we form a team?" At her words, Osro froze momentarily, and soon after, Yufeng approached from behind, throwing an arm around his neck. Xiaoxi, don't jest. We only possess 1 soul skill each. As an agile attack soul master, I hardly deserve an auxiliary partner. With Osro, who felt as if he had narrowly escaped disaster, they headed towards Teacher Qin. Teacher, we wish to team up. Wang Tianheng, seated at the front, sensed a hint of disdain directed towards him, though he remained oblivious to the reason behind it, merely pursing his lips in silence. On the high platform, Qin, perceptive as ever, discerned Yin Xiaoxi's intentions towards Wang Tianheng, alongside her desire to distance herself. While her attitude was commendable, he did not approve. Rising from his seat, he made a decision on behalf of the 4 silent students below. Shurjia brothers, you two have known each other the longest and understand one another well. Form a team. The remaining 2 may pair up as they see fit. Is that agreeable? Wang Tianheng remained silent, merely glancing back at Yin Xiaoxi, who shook her head. Only then did he acquiesce with a simple no problem. After forming 4 groups, Qin nodded. In a month's time, during the friendly match, I expect you to showcase the prowess of the elite class. During this period, aside from training, you must also focus on cultivating synergy. It is crucial to note that although this is a friendly match, according to academy regulations, teachers cannot intervene unless a lethal move is employed by the opponent. You must prioritize your safety. The mention of safety piqued Yin Xiaoxi's interest, hinting at an intriguing friendly match ahead. Once Teacher Qin departed, the 8 of them engaged in brief discussions before dispersing. On their way back, the 2 held hands as usual. Along the way, Yin Xiaoxi frequently stole glances at the carefree Yin beside her. It was unclear whether she was unconcerned about Yin Xiaoxi teaming up with Wang Tianheng or if her trust in her friend was unwavering. Regardless, the sight of Yan's smile stirred a sense of discomfort within Yin Xiaoxi. Despite knowing that the current team arrangement was indeed the most sensible, she felt a pang of sympathy for her friend. Halting Yan's steps, she fixed her gaze earnestly upon her. Yin, Why didn't you team up with Wang Tianning today? Bouncing with enthusiasm, Yin Yin rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment before responding. Because I don't want us to lose too miserably. Besides, this team is the best, I assent it. And if it's you, Xiaoxi, I feel completely at ease. In that instant, Yin Xiaoxi felt an overwhelming urge to chastise her friend for her navet. It was well known that one should guard against both fire and theft, as well as against their closest friends. The bond of friendship often stemmed from shared perspectives, yet fortunately, Yin Yin was not one of those typical cases. Oh, then I must express my gratitude for your trust, Yin Yin. To show my appreciation, let me quietly reveal to you what type I fancy. Before she could finish, Yin Yin crossed her arms and made a grand X gesture, her face alight with teasing mischief. Let me guess, you like someone like Teacher Qin. All refined on the outside, but she trailed off, her brows arching playfully, inciting a playful retort from Yin Xiaoxi. Are you daring to mock me? You're asking for it. Seeing Yin Xiaoxi raise her hand again, Yin Yin swiftly ducked, her hands protectively covering her head as she dashed away. After a few steps, she turned, gauging the distance between them before calling out, your occasional starry-eyed expressions during class towards Teacher Qin are no better than mine. With that, she sprinted off, leaving Yin Xiaoxi's face flushed crimson, her gaze darting around to ensure no one was watching before she let out a sigh of relief. Yin Yin, you are infuriating. With that, she took off in pursuit. Meanwhile, from behind a pillar, another figure emerged, his expression a mix of complexity. He had merely sensed something amiss with the girl's martial spirit and intended to eavesdrop, never anticipating that the gossip would land on him. The following day, still groggy from inadequate sleep, the two entered the classroom only to be informed that all subsequent lessons would be held down the mountain. Like sleepwalkers, they trailed behind the main group until they arrived at a vast open area where Teacher Qin awaited them. Observing the meticulous teacher, Yin Xiaoxi swiftly pinched her thigh to stave off drowsiness, the jolt effectively banishing her sleepiness. Gazing at the lush green grass beneath their feet and the emptiness surrounding them, she couldn't help but find the exclusivity of the setting utterly intoxicating. As they stepped forward, the 8 of them lined up to one side. Yin Xiaoxi watched as Teacher Qin, seemingly avoiding her like the plague, walked to the other end of the space, leaving her perplexed. What was the matter with him? Had he encountered an unfortunate circumstance? Chapter 34. The adjustment. Without affording her much time for contemplation, Qin Weiyin's voice thundered through the air. You now have but 1 month. During this period, aside from fundamental training, the paramount task is to cultivate synergy in battle. In the duels, if I am not mistaken, aside from the Shurjia brothers, who are truly familiar with each other's fighting habits, the rest of you are merely relying on chance. Am I right? Osro and Yufeng, being agile attackers, can maintain a considerable degree of coherence in both action and thought, hence I harbor no concerns for them. However, the other 4 must engage in a brief period of acquaintance. The 4 standing in place exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. Yet they understood, as Qin Laosher had articulated, that their knowledge of each other's offensive techniques was indeed lacking, necessitating a period of adjustment. Observing their tacit acceptance, Qin Laosher wasted no time and proceeded with the assignments. Tianheng, Xiaoxi, you will practice with the Shurjia brothers. Yin Yin, Lingling, you shall train with Osro and Yufeng. This match is not urgent for victory or defeat. It merely aims to enhance your understanding of one another. Yes, the group responded in unison. Subsequently, Qin Laosher used his soul power to inscribe 2 circles on the ground, each the size of a ring. There are not many rules for this practice. You will use this circle as your boundary. Stepping out of the circle or falling to the ground will be deemed a loss. Understood? The 8 individuals did not linger in discussion and promptly entered the circles. Understood. With unwavering determination, Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the imposing figures before her. The primordial force within her, previously restrained, had surged to a boiling point through countless battles over the holiday. Wherever there was a fight, there was Yin Xiaoxi. Come on. She raised her fists before her, exuding an eagerness for close combat, momentarily halting the Shurjia brothers' preparations to strike as they turned in unison to glance at their observing instructor. Would they hold back against the support-type Xiaoxi, or would they unleash their full potential? Qin Laosher remained silent in response to their questioning gazes. He was somewhat aware of the extraordinary experiences Xiaoxi had encountered during her summer break. Her innate speed, stamina, and resilience could indeed rival that of a powerful attacker. Yet, as a support type, she needed to consolidate her skills. This trial would serve as an excellent opportunity for her growth. in stark contrast to Xiaoxi's unusual fervor. The battle between Yin and her opponents unfolded quite conventionally. The agile attackers, Osro and Yufeng, faced off against the control type Yin and the support type Lingling. Their advantages manifesting immediately as they took the initiative to deploy their soul techniques, Ghost Leopard Claw and Wing Blade, as agile attackers. Their speed under the influence of their martial spirits was so swift that it eluded the naked eye, leaving only fleeting afterimages in their wake. Yin, activating her own soul ring, observed the incoming soul techniques and, without hesitation, utilized her technique Baihan Red Poison, enhancing her speed just enough to narrowly evade their soul power attacks. Swish, swish. The grass was marked with numerous deep gashes created by the countless blades conjured from soul power. Yin quickly lifted her head, only to catch sight of Osro alone, suddenly recalling Xiaoxi's words from the previous night. Lingling is a true support. She possesses no self-defense capabilities. To maximize her usefulness, you must ensure her safety on the battlefield. Vigilantly scanning her surroundings, she still could not locate Yufeng, who seemed to have vanished. However, Yin knew that as a soul master, he could not possess such capabilities. He must be hiding in a blind spot. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed her second soul technique, Injury's Demise. Unfortunately, the stability of this technique was not optimal. It required additional poison to amplify its potency. Yet, a glimmer of amusement danced in Yin's eyes. The concealment effect of her second soul technique was remarkably strong. And facing only two adversaries, she felt confident that her technique would land on Yufeng. Opposite her, Osro noticed the flicker of her second soul ring, but felt no harm befall him, mistakenly believing that her technique was merely a buff for herself. A glance at the airborne Yufeng, who was steadily approaching Lingling, assured Osro of his impending victory in this match. Yin, be cautious. Successfully diverting her full attention, Osro charged at her head-on, embodying the essence of an agile attacker. Yin gazed at him in confusion. You cannot win against me like that. A mist of Baihan red poison enveloped her surroundings. Undeterred, Osro propelled himself toward Yin, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching toxin. Whether the poison required time to spread or his speed was simply too overwhelming, he continued to advance, relying on momentum despite the numbing effect. By the time Yin felt the forceful gust of wind from his punch, it was too late to evade. She could only retaliate with her own strike. Observing her actions, Osro's eyes gleamed with triumph. Even if he were to lose his combat ability after this blow, it mattered little. He had wounded her, and now it was up to Yufeng. As Yin staggered back from the impact, Osro collapsed to the ground. Qin observed Yufeng's position with satisfaction. His suspicions had proven correct. As fellow agile attackers, they often conveyed their thoughts with a mere glance, understanding each other seamlessly. At this juncture, they merely needed to deliberate on who should act for maximum advantage. On the field, Yin noted Osro's smile and felt a pang of dread. She had sustained an injury to her right hand from the previous strike, and without timely treatment, she would be unable to contend with a fully powered Yufeng. Lingling. She turned to her companion, hoping she could provide healing before being defeated, thus turning the tide in their favor. Prepared for action, Lingling promptly activated her 9-heart Si Tang martial spirit. However, in the next instant, Yufeng descended from above, causing her pupils to constrict, and she was unable to release her soul technique in time. Faced with this situation, Yin was compelled to trigger the toxin within Yufeng, hoping to delay him momentarily. Yet, the unenhanced snake poison was hardly formidable, and soon, both were vanquished by Yufeng in quick succession. Defeat. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Shijiao brothers were at a loss without Qin Laosher's instructions, glancing toward Yin Xiaoxi, who was poised to strike. How were they to proceed? Just as they pondered their next move, Wang Tianhing stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiaoxi. With a cool glance over his shoulder, he assured her, Xiaoxi, do not worry, I will safeguard you. With that, ignoring her astonished expression, he activated his partial beast transformation soul ring and, with a swift motion, launched himself toward the two brothers with Thunder Dragon Claw. Upon recognizing Wang Tianhing, the brothers let out a collective sigh of relief. Chapter 35. Can the support compete with me? The two brothers, well-versed in soul techniques, swiftly diverged and ran in opposite directions, forming an extensive encirclement aimed at Yin Xiaoxi, who stood behind them. Although they hesitated to strike her directly, they believed they could persuade her to surrender. At that moment, their usual amiable demeanor vanished as they called out to the stunned Wang Tianhing. Captain, we have two of us here. They were aware that as defenders, they too harbored aspirations. The thought of defeating the support in front of a powerful attacker filled them with a profound sense of accomplishment. Wang Tianheng, whose skills had missed their target, was momentarily taken aback by the brothers' strategic retreat. Anger surged within him. It was futile to pursue both at once. So he directed his fury towards their converging point, just in front of Yin Xiaoxi, unleashing his second soul technique, Thunderous Might. Sensing the energy amassing behind them, the brothers instinctively executed the turtle retreat. Wang Tianheng's second soul technique, being area of effect in nature with comparatively dispersed power, proved ineffective against the brothers, whose defenses were nearly insurmountable due to their partial dragon transformation. As the attack subsided, Shimo dashed towards Yin Xiaoxi, while Shimo engaged Wang Tianheng as a makeshift punching bag. Initially intending to observe the unfolding spectacle, Yin Xiaoxi could not help but roll her eyes at the frustrated Wang Tianheng before sarcastically muttering, "How arrogant to assume you can handle it all alone without the skill." As Shimo approached, he overheard her disdainful remark, causing him to stumble slightly. Regaining his footing, he quickly turned to Wang Tianheng, who was too preoccupied with Shimo to notice Yin Xiaoxi. Urgently, he tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to be quiet, and whispered, "Lower your voice. After all, his martial soul is a dragon, giving him every right to be proud." Yin Xiaoxi retorted, "Are you here just to chat?" Observing Shimo being treated like a punching bag by Wang Tianheng, she could no longer remain silent. "Are you truly brothers?" Detecting her insinuation, Shimo chuckled, flexing his biceps. "Xiaoxi, I'm afraid my clumsiness might hurt you. Maybe you should." He gestured towards the outer circle. Yin Xiaoxi looked at him, exasperated. "You really think you're that charming? Rest assured. With your clumsy hands, it's nearly impossible for you to injure me," she quipped. Shimo's smile faltered as he sighed, reluctantly preparing to attack. "If you can't handle it, just say so." Upon witnessing this, Wang Tianheng's aggression ceased, and he glared at the scene before him. Yin Xiaoxi, unfazed, sidestepped effortlessly, evading his blows with a nonchalant demeanor and a provocative glance at Shimo, who remained dazed. "Shall we continue?" Seeing her relaxed expression, Shimo pondered. Has she trained before? Indeed. The barrage of attacks continued relentlessly towards Yin Xiaoxi. Despite her agility, she dared not confront his strikes head-on, retreating step by step from his fists that could create craters upon impact. Eventually, after acclimating to his gorilla-like onslaught, she regained her composure, seizing opportunities amidst the chaos. She counterattacked whenever possible. Initially manageable, she soon discovered to her dismay that his physique was as solid as iron. Her limbs ached more than his did. This realization forced her to abandon her plan of defeating a soul master through sheer physicality. As Shimo pressed forward, Yin Xiaoxi's lips curled into a smile. The moment she had been waiting for had arrived. Gathering her strength, she crouched slightly before launching into a powerful leap, sweeping her foot towards his chin and executing a 360-degree backflip midair. Shimo staggered back, unsteady. The elegance of her maneuver captivated the onlookers, including the support who had finished his bout, now gazing at Yin Xiaoxi with admiration. Her talents as a support truly seem wasted. The prevailing sentiment echoed in the minds of those present. Just as their duel reached a fever pitch, their instructor, Teacher Qin, could no longer bear the sight. He doused Yin Xiaoxi's aspirations with cold water. "Yin Xiaoxi, remember your role. No matter how skilled your agility, as a support, your sole duty is to evade attacks. Always be aware of your identity, monitor your teammates' movements, and utilize your soul techniques to assist them." Both combatants momentarily halted, exchanging glances before retreating a couple of steps. Meanwhile, Wang Tianheng finally comprehended the source of his frustration. How could a support overshadow him? Did she expect him, a powerhouse, to play the supporting role while she attacked? As Teacher Qin's admonition echoed, the four ceased their assaults, rearranging their positions. Faced with this new arrangement, Yin Xiaoxi felt somewhat disheartened. Was escape her only option? This was not what she had envisioned. Moreover, her dual floating bells possessed offensive soul techniques as well. Why should she be relegated to merely a supportive role? Determined to prove herself, Yin Xiaoxi activated her martial soul. With a tinkling sound, a breeze swept across the grass, the melodious chimes resonating like a delightful symphony. In the next moment, Wang Tianheng unleashed his second soul technique upon the duo. Without hesitation, Yin Xiaoxi's second ring shimmered as dreadful bell materialized, leaving the Shimo brothers in stunned disbelief. Wang Tianheng responded promptly, executing his technique Thunderous Might. It was over. Yin Xiaoxi clapped her hands with an air of arrogance, though labeled a support. She held a far grander vision of herself. At this moment, Teacher Qin approached, his gaze filled with displeasure as he regarded the rebellious girl before him. Healing. "Yin Xiaoxi, bewildered by his stern expression, blinked innocently. Ah! As the sound of her first soul technique, shocking bell, resonated, the injuries on both combatants visibly began to heal. Once the initial phase concluded, the 8 participants formed a line, awaiting Teacher Qin's stern critique. Although Yin Xiaoxi believed she had done nothing wrong, recalling her previous actions filled her with an inexplicable sense of guilt. At that moment, the veins on Teacher Qin's forehead throbbed as he donned a dark expression. Now, let us discuss the training summary. In an instant, all 8 lowered their heads in unison, none daring to provoke him at this critical juncture. Chapter 36. Why is it you again? If you do not speak, I shall. This time, my focus is primarily on the 4 of you. Qin gazed at the 4 individuals he had been with for nearly half a year, his expression relatively calm as he walked before Yin Yin and Lung Lung. You all collaborated remarkably well. Yin Yin trusts her teammates greatly and understands the necessity of swiftly containing unforeseen variables. Had it not been for Lang Lang's hesitation at the last moment, the outcome of this match would undoubtedly have been different. Reflect on your actions. Nearby, Yin Xiaoxi, eavesdropping with her ears perked, sighed in relief upon hearing his mild criticism, unaware of the tension radiating from Wang Tianheng beside her. The others watched the unfolding scene with intrigue, and even Lang Lang, taken aback by the lightness of the rebuke, cast a surprised glance at Teacher Qin, followed by a sympathetic gaze directed at Yin Xiaoxi, who remained oblivious to Qin's critical demeanor despite her usual commendable performance. How unfortunate! As Teacher Qin stood before the 2, Yin Xiaoxi straightened her posture, fully prepared for what was to come. To her surprise, Qin remained silent, merely observing her with a cool gaze, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. It was only when the surrounding atmosphere grew heavy with tension that he finally spoke. And you? Speak for yourselves. Instantly, Yin Xiaoxi felt as though she were facing an adversary, her body instinctively straightening further, reminiscent of a diligent student facing a stern instructor, while internally she grumbled. This transformation of expression is akin to a master of disguise. Could anyone change their demeanor so readily? Noticing her anxiousness, Wang Tianheng stepped forward, sharing some of Qin's attention, and spoke. I should not have exposed Xiaoxi to danger at the outset, nor should I have allowed my anger to cloud my judgment, becoming entangled in a struggle with the stone mill rather than promptly attending to Xiaoxi. Teacher Qin nodded begrudgingly, redirecting the pressure back to her. Upon hearing his words, and reflecting on her reckless actions in the arena, as well as her hasty desire to prove herself, a flurry of thoughts rushed through Yin Xiaoxi's mind. Had she known, she would have at least pretended to grasp the situation longer. She adopted an expression of contrition. As a support player, I should have remained vigilant regarding Wang Tianheng's actions, rather than fixating on how to subdue our enemies, ultimately forgetting the essence of the competition in my eagerness to demonstrate my capabilities. Upon hearing her admission, not only did the Shijia brothers grit their teeth, but even Teacher Qin lost his composure, pointing an accusatory finger at Yin Xiaoxi. You still recognize your role as a support, do you? Given your performance, one might assume we have inadvertently recruited another offensive powerhouse. Feeling somewhat stifled, Yin Xiaoxi couldn't help but retort softly. It's not entirely unfeasible at that moment. Qin was exasperated. He launched into a tirade against her. In the cafeteria, the newly liberated Yin Xiaoxi slumped despondently over the table. Yin Yin sat beside her, suppressing laughter while feigning comfort. Don't be disheartened, Xiaoxi. Let us eat first. It's just a reprimand, after all. You've been scolded the least in our class. Thinking of it this way, doesn't it make you feel a bit better? With her chopsticks in hand, Yin Xiaoxi shot a disgruntled glance at Yin Yin, whose smile seemed to stretch to the back of her head. Indeed, you all receive your reprimands gradually, while I endured an entire year's worth in one go. Reflecting on the earlier lecture, Yin Xiaoxi felt as if Teacher Qin's voice still echoed in her ears. Even though she had anticipated a severe scolding, she had not expected the fury of Teacher Qin to be so potent. The reprimand was so intense that she felt the urge to stomp on his handsome face. With this thought, Yin Xiaoxi aggressively jabbed at her rice with her chopsticks. On the way back, she informed Yin Yin of her intention to visit the back mountain. Understanding her intent, Yin Yin merely chuckled and advised her to take care. Once she reached the back mountain, Yin Xiaoxi immediately immersed herself in mimicry training. Having grasped the fundamentals of utilizing the training ground, she opted for the Soul Beast duel mode. Once the simulated scenario commenced, she unleashed a flurry of attacks, as if to validate her capabilities. After a vigorous session, when she emerged, her clothes and hair were drenched in sweat, yet she gazed triumphantly at the recorded data. Simulation battle. Duration, 1 hour. Total defeated. 2. For 100-year soul beasts. 250,000-year soul beasts. Humph. Is it not merely a slaughter? As if anyone else could achieve this. After tossing her damp hair, she prepared to leave. At that moment, applause echoed behind her, causing Yin Xiaoxi to halt. A murderous glint flickering in her eyes. Just as she contemplated summoning her twin spirits, a voice resonated from behind. Oh, is it not simply a slaughter? That voice, how persistent. Yin Xiaoxi gritted her teeth, turning to reveal a dazzling smile, attempting to ingratiate herself. However, upon meeting his stern expression, she immediately bowed her head and confessed in one breath. I was wrong, Teacher Qin. I did not intend to deceive you. Oh, why is it you again? Could it not be someone else? Unbeknownst to Yin Xiaoxi, Qin smiled with satisfaction, pride gleaming in his eyes. Discovering her secret was no easy feat. Had it not been for an offhand mention during a communication with Shrek, he might have forgotten entirely about her twin martial souls. The young girl concealed her abilities well. Even if someone were to glimpse her training data, they would likely be misled, and even he had almost been deceived. He had been perusing texts, convinced that the support class had undergone a clandestine evolution, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. Her identities as a dual martial soul wielder and a member of the Star Luo Empire meant she could not thrive for long at the Royal Academy. She would do well to keep this in mind and plan for her future. Yin Xiaoxi lowered her head in silence, her eyes filled with exasperation. So what if she possesses considerable talent? Is she merely a pawn for her alma mater? Everyone knows that Shrek has severed ties with both the royal family and the spirit hall. Had it not been for the protagonist being present, she would have departed without a second thought. But alas, one cannot dwell on hypotheticals. She refused to be a mere cannon fodder. Raising her head with renewed confidence, she thumped her chest. Rest assured, Teacher Qin, as long as you remain silent about my dual martial souls, they shall remain undisclosed. The Star Luo connections are managed by my grandfather, ensuring no repercussions fall upon me. I'm merely here to obtain my graduation certificate. It's as simple as that. Realizing she had a Douluo elder in her corner, Qin paused, observing the confident girl before him. Ultimately, he waved his hand dismissively. Very well, you may return. In the future, conduct your mimicry training at the foot of the mountain during our sessions. I will petition the committee for that area to be designated as exclusive to the elite class. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with delight. She had long grown weary of the back mountain. Had it not been for the subpar environment and low foot traffic, she would have changed locations long ago. Thank you. Teacher, I shall take my leave now. Chapter 37. Joy and currency as the days passed. Yin Xiaoxi, having been discovered by Teacher Qin for possessing dual martial souls, became increasingly cautious, fearing that a careless slip of the tongue might expose her. She settled into a more subdued role as a supportive aide, and her inherent clarity of thought, coupled with a newfound restraint from her previous combative tendencies, led to a remarkable synergy with Wang Tianheng. Consequently, during their training sessions with 8 participants, Yin Xiaoxi found herself in a more passive role, especially with the diligent Cold by her side. Observing the 8 entering simulated training, Qin felt immense satisfaction with the seamless cooperation displayed by the initial participants, their offensive and defensive strategies in harmony. His gaze shifted backward, landing on the utterly engrossed Cold and the leisurely Yin Xiaoxi, who was munching on seeds and engaging in casual chatter. His fists clenched unconsciously upon noticing how her words had distracted Cold. Unable to contain his frustration, he intervened. Yin Xiaoxi, what are you doing? If you're not training and distracting Cold, what will happen if a teammate gets injured? Startled by the sudden reprimand, Yin Xiaoxi instinctively stowed her seeds in her soul guide device and turned to face the irate Teacher Qin, who was clutching a pair of wolf cubs. The absurdity of the situation struck her as humorous. Ah, what a coincidence, teacher. You're here for training too. Incensed to the point of sputtering, Teacher Qin once again beckoned Yin Xiaoxi to join him for a makeover. In the blink of an eye, the friendly match between the elite class and the Tianji class was about to commence, except for Yin Xiaoxi, Yin, and Wang Tianheng, whose levels remained unchanged. The other 5 had successfully advanced from level 19 to level 20, joining the ranks of great soul masters. In the elite class, Qin surveyed the tightly knit group that had grown more united over a month of training, feeling a deep sense of approval. All right, during the upcoming friendly match, prioritize safety. I have other matters to attend to, so you all head to the competition venue. As they watched Teacher Qin depart, the 8 of them felt a wave of relief and ambled leisurely toward the academy square. The usually deserted square was bustling with spectators today due to the match between the 2 classes. Yin Xiaoxi glanced at Yin Yin on her left before turning to Wang Tianheng on her right. Hey, is there a wager for this friendly match? Whether it involved soul coins or not was irrelevant to her. Her primary aim was to enjoy herself. After all, if she were to traverse the world in the future, lacking soul coins would indeed dampen her spirits. Wang Tianheng paused, momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, it's just ahead. Upon receiving his confirmation, a sly smile spread across Yin Xiaoxi's face, her eyes narrowing mischievously, effectively concealing the affection that lingered in Wang Tianheng's gaze. He gently retrieved a large bag of soul coins from his soul guide device. Xiaoxi, this is the allowance I promised for you and Yin Yin this semester, serving as a stake for your wager. Yin Xiaoxi stared at the hefty bag of soul coins in his hands, her lips twitching in disbelief. Carrying such a large sum daily must be a burden for him. Why not convert it into paper currency? Of course, she had no intention of accepting his soul coins. Come on, I was just joking on the way back. Last semester, we were short on coins because of Grandpa's antics, but this semester we won't be lacking, right? Yin Yin? Yin Yin immediately grasped Yin Xiaoxi's arm, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she nodded vigorously. Right, just put it away. We aren't short on soul coins now. Oslo and Yufeng's eyes nearly bulged at the sight of the bag of soul coins. Hearing the two girls claim they weren't lacking in coins left them bewildered. Then why, Xiaoxi, if you're not short on coins? Do you ask about wagers for the friendly match? Yin Xiaoxi, with a playful smile, tossed a gold soul coin into the air. The dazzling light caught everyone's attention as it arced gracefully before landing back into her hand, disappearing instantly. Who would want more of this? Besides, a little betting adds to the excitement. Care to join? The other 7, intrigued, leaned in. Yufeng promptly declared, since Xiaoxi has suggested it. We're not devoid of a sense of fun. The group collectively rolled their eyes at him. Such a pretentious attitude. Yin Yin quipped, her eyes nearly bulging with amusement at Yufeng's eagerness. If you want to win soul coins, just say it. Don't pull in the whole atmosphere. Yufeng retorted. What do you know, you little rascal? The two exchanged playful glares, neither willing to back down. At the betting table, the wagers of the 8 were divided into 4 groups, each participant checking their odds. Upon discovering her odds were 4-1, Yin Xiaoxi grinned broadly and quickly wagered all her savings. Even without utilizing her other martial souls against the Tianji class, she was confident of victory. She envisioned the pile of soul coins from her opponent beckoning to her. Was this not a surefire path to wealth? If not for her grandfather's frugality, she could have earned even more. As Yin Yin strolled over to place her bet, she was unsure about her own confidence against the Tianji class, but thought that betting on Xiaoxi would guarantee her a win. How are you doing over here, Xiaoxi? Yin Xiaoxi, hearing her name, turned to see Yin Yin approaching through the crowd. Thank goodness. What are your odds? Upon hearing, Yin Yin's expression brightened. They're just too favorable. Not only is it a safe bet for the two of us, but it's also more advantageous than the others. Disappointed, she leaned her head on Yin Xiaoxi's shoulder. I was hoping to rake in a big win, but your odds are just too low. Realizing that her odds might indeed be a tad low, Yin Xiaoxi shrugged. She just didn't feel secure betting on anyone else. The dealer, grinning at the trio, remarked, you might not be aware, but although there's an unpredictable factor in Yin Xiaoxi, the presence of the blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master outweighs that. With such odds, even a bit of luck could lead to a win. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianheng cast an appreciative glance at the dealer, then placed his own wager of soul coins for the two girls. As Yin Xiaoxi observed the hefty bag of soul coins, her expression soured, casting a resentful look at the wealthy heir of the blue lightning family. Wasn't this supposed to be a small bet? She felt a wave of dread wash over her, fearing that the odds would plummet further. Chapter 38. The bet. Wang Tianheng looked at her with amusement. A small wager is just that, yet I have unwavering confidence in us. As you said, who would ever complain about having an abundance of golden soul coins? Yin Xiaoxi wished fervently that time could rewind. She would surely nip his reckless gambling in the bud. At that moment, 2 small bags of golden soul coins appeared on the gambling table. When she turned her head, she spotted Yin Yin, who was eagerly joining in, and her head began to buzz with confusion. Yin Yin, why not place a bet on yourself to bolster your own confidence? Seeing the disdainful glint in Xiaoxi's eyes, Yin Yin clung to her arm, grinning slyly. I don't need this kind of encouragement. I'd rather safeguard my future livelihood. Even if your odds aren't high, it's better to play it safe. Upon hearing Yin Yin's words, the teammates who had just finished placing their bets began to pull out their savings and piled them onto the table. Yin Yin was right. Betting on oneself was uncertain. But betting on you all was a guarantee. Even if the gains were modest, at least there was profit to be had. Having relinquished her struggles, Yin Xiaoxi noticed that the spectators, initially skeptical of the elite class, began to flock over as they witnessed the competitors collectively placing their bets on two winners. Winning or losing mattered little. Who among them would lack golden soul coins in this academy? For them, this wager was merely for amusement, as those few coins were hardly enough to moisten the ground. Boss, place the bet. Place the bet. When the 8 emerged from the betting area, Yin Xiaoxi watched in dismay as the odds for her and Wang Tianheng plummeted from 4 to 3.5 times. For her, the only one without coins in this academy, it was a painful sight. She hurriedly pulled the 8 towards the competition arena, eager to commence before the night stretched long with dreams. Just as the 8 disappeared from view, the main event commenced. Yubing swaggered over, carrying a large bag of golden soul coins, and with a resounding thud, he dropped the heavy coins onto the table, rallying support for Yin Xiaoxi and Wang Tianheng once more. Qin, who had just notified the educational committee, passed by the betting area. He glanced at the odds for the 4 and swiftly pulled out a bag of golden soul coins to join in. Although the amount he wagered was less than what Yin Xiaoxi had, the ripple effect it created surpassed even Yubing's. In no time, the table was swarmed with onlookers, driving their odds down to a precarious 1 to 2.8 before finally stabilizing. On the competition stage, all members of the Tianji class had gathered, basking in the fervent gazes of the crowd, while the 8 felt a swell of pride. Surrounding academy students excitedly began to search for the best viewing spots in the vast square. At that moment, a student from the Tiando level approached, exuding arrogance as he surveyed the murmuring crowd. What is there to discuss? The elite class is bound to lose. Beside him, a fellow Tiando student observed the self-satisfied Tianji student with amusement and placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother Ji, you can't say that. A group of novices who have barely been here a year, if they actually lose to the Tianji class, it would be expected. But if the Tianji class loses, now that would be amusing. I just placed a hefty bet on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus team to win. His voice was not quiet, and the 8 on the field clearly heard him. Noticing their attire, the Tiando students hesitated and asked their captain, Luo Wei, Captain, should we hold back? After all, losing 1 out of 4 matches wouldn't be catastrophic. Luo Wei adjusted his glasses, glanced at Ji Li standing outside the field, and a glimmer of insight crossed his eyes as he pondered for a moment. Let us wait and see their lineup before making a decision. Though others were puzzled, they did not dwell on it. They believed their prowess would easily outmatch a group of inexperienced children. What no one anticipated was the presence of 3 committee members at this match. As they gazed down from the elevated platform, the crowd was perplexed. After all, this was merely a contest among a few soul masters. Why would the committee members attend? It was then that they noticed Teacher Qin standing beside the 3 committee members, and realization dawned upon them. A fervent discussion erupted in the viewing area. Isn't that the second soul emperor in the entire continent? Only 30 years old? Indeed. They say he is the instructor of the elite class. Well, the elite class is incredibly fortunate. They get to see my idol every day. Amidst the fervent chatter, the 8 stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing the children, around 9 years old, approaching, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd, followed by an even more intense wave of discussion. What the heck, 8 little kids? One exclaimed, comparing the height differences between the 2 teams with thumbs up, incredulous. Have they lost their minds? Sending a few children to battle against soul masters above level 25? Those kids are barely at the soul master level. The chorus of skepticism struck the 8 newcomers like a punch, enveloping them in an aura of low pressure. Judging a soul master by age was truly a foolish endeavor. At that moment, the opposing team noticed the situation and began to taunt. Hey there, little ones. Still on the bottle? They jeered, laughter echoing. Will you cry if we give you a good punch? Come on, little kid, call me brother. Who knows, if you're lucky, I might go easy on you. Faced with such outrageous provocation, Wang Tianheng felt fury boiling within him. Seeking death, he clenched his fist, ready to charge forward and teach them a lesson, but was halted by Yin Xiaoxi. She gently shook her head and whispered in a tone only the 8 could hear, "Don't act impulsively. The teacher and the committee members are watching us." With that, she cast an innocent look at the taunting group, her youthful voice ringing out over the square. "Oh, uncle, you're also students? I thought you were teachers. You look about as old as my teacher. Come on, uncles, do your best. Otherwise, you might just end up washed up on the beach." Her playful taunt, laced with curiosity, resonated powerfully. The three committee members on the high platform exchanged glances with Teacher Qin, clearly taken aback. How were they to know that the standards in the Soul Master realm had risen so high? Chapter 39. Friendly match in the viewing area. Ji Li's gaze was instantly drawn to the exquisitely beautiful girl. A cruel smile curling upon his lips as he exchanged a brief glance with the captain on the field before quickly averting his eyes. The man seated beside him regarded Yin Xiaoxi thoughtfully, his eyes brimming with malicious amusement. He had anticipated an ordinary match, unaware of the schemes at play. Though he might soon find himself disappointed. The man handed Ji Li the participant information for the 8-person competition. Tonight, at the hour of the rabbit, the roster for tomorrow's competitors would be finalized. Ji Li disdainfully glanced at the list of participants. He was somewhat familiar with the rebellious nature of the Tianji class. While the elite class trained earnestly for the match, they were merely seeking to assert their family's influence. Yet, what did that concern him? His bets were placed on this match, not on those ineffectual contenders. At that moment, a teacher stepped up to serve as the referee. Observing the two teams brimming with confidence, he began to announce the rules of the match. This friendly contest featured the Tianji class pitted against the elite class. To ensure fairness, the format was modified from 2v2 to a turn-based system. Victorious participants could challenge the opposing winners until one side had lost all 8 members. Upon hearing this rule, Qin, standing on the platform, frowned in discontent. When had the rules changed? Why had he not been informed? He cast a disapproving glance at Yin Xiaoxi, who seemed unfazed below, although he wished for her to join Shrek. It was not with the expectation of her revealing her full strength. An excessive display of power would undoubtedly raise the vigilance of the Tiando royal family, which would not bode well for her. The 3 members of the education committee were equally perplexed by the situation, believing it to be merely a minor skirmish. Perhaps the Tianji class desired a more decisive victory over the elite class. They hoped their plans would not backfire. With us here, nothing will go amiss. Qin intended to voice more, but the referee had already commenced the proceedings. The first pair from each team stepped forward. The Tianji class sent out 2 members, including the instigator, Wang Tianheng, who approached with barely contained fury. Let me show you how it's done. Yin Xiaoxi, momentarily taken aback, followed suit. Upon seeing her, the opposing man's eyes flared with anger. You dare to embarrass us in front of so many? You're finished, little brat. Allow me to teach you what it means to respect your elders, he declared. Yin Xiaoxi scoffed at the eager man before her, rolling her eyes. Please, let us show you what it means to cherish the young. Even before the match began, the tension was palpable. The referee, glancing at the documents in hand, was surprised to see the noticeably shorter stature of the 2 Tianji members. The first match featured Li Wei and Wu Qi from the Tianji class against Yu Tianheng and Yin Xiaoxi from the elite class. Both sides summoned their martial spirits. A reminder echoed, in this friendly match, do not injure your opponents, nor bring personal grievances into play. Violators will be expelled from the academy, the referee warned. Casting a glance at the imposing figures of the opposing team, Yin Xiaoxi, eager for action, was displeased by the referee's one-sided warning. Who do you think you're looking down on? As the martial spirits were unleashed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Truly, the students of my idol. Ah, I long to join the elite class. Is this the elite class that surpasses the 3rd class? They certainly have the audacity. On the field, the expressions of the 2 Tianji class members soured. The glaring yellow soul rings seemed to mock them, transforming their earlier smugness into embarrassment. Wang Tianheng. Martial Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Level 21 Assault Type Soul Master. Yin Xiaoxi, Martial Spirit, Twin Floats, Level 24 Support Type Soul Master. Instantly, their gazes fell upon Yin Xiaoxi, who had claimed to be a support while continuously provoking them. Li Wei, Martial Spirit, Lightning Leopard, Level 26 Agility Type Soul Master. Wu Qi, Martial Spirit, Golden Tiger, Level 26 Assault Type Soul Master. Yin Xiaoxi realized that these 2 might only be mid-tier within their ranks, not their strongest. Feeling somewhat demoralized, she glanced at Wang Tianheng. See? Another miscalculation. They don't believe in the initial red rings. Wang Tianheng was unfazed. It makes no difference. It's all the same. With that, he brazenly fixed his gaze upon the opposing Level 26 Assault type. As the referee called for the match to begin, he wasted no time launching an assault. Observers felt a pang of regret. This individual was undoubtedly gifted, yet lacked sense, boldly engaging with opponents of higher level without hesitation. What they didn't realize was just how much confidence Yin Xiaoxi had instilled in him. The collision of fists sent ripples through the arena. The might of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus had Wang Tianheng trading blows with Wu Qi, who held a 5-level advantage in soul power, with neither side employing soul skills. This development caused Wu Qi's expression to darken as he exchanged a discreet glance with Li Wei. Observing their interaction, Wang Tianheng smirked, deliberately leaving an opening for Li Wei to close in on Yin Xiaoxi. As Wu Qi, unable to contain his eagerness, diverted part of his focus to Yin Xiaoxi. Wang Tianheng swiftly disengaged and unleashed Thunderclaw with full force toward Li Wei. Caught off guard, Li Wei was left astonished as Wang Tianheng struck from the side, leading to his premature exit from the match. Yin Xiaoxi, protected, stood her ground like a typical support, facing Li Wei without even a change in her breath. This display of calm under pressure prompted Ji Li to rise from his seat, leaving the arena early. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi's twin floats manifested above Wang Tianheng, producing a series of dingling sounds. In the face of Wang Tianheng's relentless recovery, Wu Qi found himself unable to unleash his full potential, wanting to eliminate Yin Xiaoxi first. But Wang Tianheng's onslaught was too intense, leaving him no opportunities. Ultimately, Wu Qi chose to concede defeat. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Wow! They won! They won! The outcome thrilled the crowd. As spectators, they empathized deeply with this seemingly overwhelming match, particularly given the triumph of the underdog. The referee stepped onto the field to announce the results of the match. In the second round, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling faced Zhang Qi and Meng Wei. Yi Lingling's support was exceptionally meticulous, and her trust in Dugu Yin soared, avoiding the mishaps of their training sessions. They emerged victorious once more with a strategy reminiscent of prolonged battles. This outcome left the surrounding audience somewhat dissatisfied, while they enjoyed seeing the underdog prevail. Every loss for the Tianji class meant financial losses for them. Soon, the crowd began to pressure the Tianji class. How much did you take from them to act like this? Come on, rally yourselves. If you lose again, you might as well roll back to the Tianwei class. Our Tianji cannot afford this humiliation. The remaining 4 members yet to compete were grim expressions. Among them, the leader of the team, the bespectacled Luo Wei, seethed with anger. This was no longer merely a matter of winning or losing. It was about the dignity of the Tianji class. Chapter 40. I will lead you back to victory. Luo Wei ascended the stage alongside his teammates, a provocative smirk gracing his lips as he leaned forward, defiantly raising his middle finger towards the 8 individuals renowned for their genius on the opposite side. Yin Xiaoxi, witnessing this, turned with a troubled expression to her 4 teammates who were still bickering over who should take the lead. Her silent yet expressive gaze caused the discussion among them to falter, leaving their faces somewhat stiff with confusion. Was there something amiss? Given that Yin Xiaoxi held the highest rank within the team, her demeanor inevitably provoked speculation. She shook her head, hesitantly regarding them. Who among you placed the least bet? The 4 exchanged complex glances, their expressions revealing a mix of concern and incredulity. They felt a surge of tension for such a trivial matter. At times, they genuinely wished to pry open her mind to discern what thoughts resided within. Standing aside and listening intently, Wang Tianheng could not suppress a smile. Quickly clearing his throat and masking his amusement with a fist, he addressed them calmly. Let us adhere to Xiaoxi's suggestion. The one who wagered the least shall take the lead. The Shijia brothers stepped forward. Then this round will be entrusted to us, as defense-type soul masters. We never anticipated winning when placing our bets, thus our wagers were modest. Wang Tianheng, feeling a pang of guilt, patted their shoulders. Some truths may sting, but I must say, surrender when necessary. The brothers nodded solemnly, their expressions dimmed by the weight of the moment. Observing the oppressive atmosphere, Yin Xiaoxi chuckled. What is there to fear? If you lose today, I shall lead you to victory tomorrow. They say a gentleman avenges 10 years. We are no gentlemen. We'll strike back tomorrow. Her words lightened their spirits, and the 2 brothers, emboldened, strode past Eos Luo and Yufeng towards the arena. The competitors were in position, and the match commenced. As the referee's voice faded, a bespectacled man on the opposing side summoned his martial spirit. Luo Wei, martial spirit, Imperial Bell, level 30 control system soul master. The announcement tightened the audience's pupils. Yin Xiaoxi gazed incredulously at teacher Qin on the platform. Wasn't the Tianji class for levels 25 to 30? Although the academy had no explicit regulations, it was customary for those who reached soul master rank to be expected in the Tiando class. On the platform, Qin met Yin Xiaoxi's eyes with a calm gaze, as if the presence of a soul master in their ranks was entirely expected. The astonishment continued as Yin Lian revealed his martial spirit, Fire Leopard. Level 29 Agility Attack System, Great Soul Master. The revelation sent a shiver down the Shijia brothers' spines. They finally understood Wang Tianheng's words. 1 Soul Master and 1 Great Soul Master, could they possibly contend against such might? Despite their apprehension, they resolved not to return empty-handed. Determined to extract some knowledge of their opponent's soul techniques to ease the burden for their captain, Xiaoxi, the brothers exchanged a swift glance and declared, "Let us give it our all." The Shijiao brothers summoned their martial spirit, Xuanwu Turtle, level 20 defense system Great Soul Master. Upon its emergence, Luo Wei's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Wang Tianheng and Yin Xiaoxi, a dangerous smile creeping onto his face. These two were not to be underestimated. This maneuver served to protect the next group while simultaneously probing their opponents. As they faced the thick-skinned turtles, Luo Wei, stepping forth from Yin Lian's protective circle, commanded, "Yin Lian, conserve your strength. I shall handle these two." Seeing the Soul Master advance, the Shijiao brothers cautiously employed their first soul technique, Turtle Retreat, enhancing their defense. Luo Wei's lips curled into a menacing grin. "Regrettably, my martial spirit is the nemesis of your defensive techniques." Suddenly, a bell-shaped figure materialized behind Luo Wei, and he unleashed his first soul technique, Shockwave. Yin Xiaoxi, attentively observing from below, felt a shift in the energy around them and shouted urgently to the two combatants on stage, "Surrender." Though bewildered, the brothers did not hesitate to comply. Calling out to the referee, "We concede." Luo Wei, filled with resentment, retracted his martial spirit and glared at Yin Xiaoxi. "Very well. You may continue to concede as long as you wish." With that, he stormed away in frustration. The three committee members overseeing the match were also keenly aware of the unfolding events. Observing Yin Xiaoxi's shifting expressions, they turned to the impassive face beside them. "Xiaoming, your student is extraordinary." The mental acuity she displayed likely surpassed even that of some seated mentors, suggesting either her superior level or that her martial spirit harbored secrets yet to be revealed. Qin felt a tumult of emotions within. He believed himself to be one of the few who understood Yin Xiaoxi, yet he had underestimated her depth. She must have absorbed a soul beast spirit ring, resulting in a mutation of her martial spirit. Though he yearned to confront her and demand the truth she concealed, as her teacher, he felt compelled to defend her. The committee members, witnessing the scene, refrained from further inquiries. Once the referee announced the victory of the two, the other Tianji class students outside erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The referee glanced at the remaining 4 untested participants. "Please send forth the final team." The forthcoming match was unequivocally significant. The formidable duo of Luo Wei and Yin Lian had already taken the stage, leaving 2 remaining participants. Both level 26 Great Soul Masters, one supportive and the other an offensive specialist. Should they encounter Yin Yin and Lung Long, the outcome might have been uncertain. But facing 2 agility attack specialists proved to be a different story entirely. The two did not even employ strategies in this round. They swiftly broke through the offensive line, casting aside the support. The lone offensive specialist was rendered powerless against Aosluo and Yufeng, akin to a mere moving target that one could observe but not engage with. The man soon exited the stage, his face marred by bruises. Witnessing this, Luo Wei's expression darkened. The spectator's remarks pierced his ears. "Excellent. Remarkably so." Since entering the Tianji class, no one had dared to criticize him, yet these 8 youthful challengers had thrust him back into the mire of disdain. Chapter 41. The diminished golden soul coins with a hint of madness on his face. Luo Wei ascended the stage, his eyes ablaze as they fell upon the 2 approaching figures. "Little girl, you are doomed." Yin Xiaoxi, engaged in her pre-match warm-up, regarded him innocently, her expression composed and devoid of fear. "Uncle, are you trying to intimidate me?" Such grandiose threats could lead to a spectacular downfall. Luo Wei's demeanor darkened, as if he wished to devour the sharp-tongued girl whole. "Enough chatter. Let us commence." Luo Wei wielded the martial soul Emperor Bell, a 30th level control spirit master. Standing beside him was Yin Lai, who declared, "I, Yin Lai, possess the martial soul Fire Leopard, a 29th level agility spirit master." Yin Xiaoxi lowered her gaze in silence. The dual attributes of her twin bell souls were not to be revealed publicly. She could not allow Luo Wei to utilize his spirit abilities, lest she face defeat or be compelled to confront him with mental strength alone. With a plan in mind, she retreated a step, resembling an ordinary support character. "I am Yin Xiaoxi, wielding the twin bell souls, a 24th level support spirit master." Wang Tianheng, martial soul blue electric tyrannosaurus, a 21st level assault spirit master. As the battle commenced, with a swiftness that defied the ear, Yin Xiaoxi activated her second soul ring, unleashing Dread Bell. The toll of the bell resonated, prompting Wang Tianheng to immediately execute his second soul skill, Thunderous Might. On the opposite side, Luo Wei felt an ominous premonition arise as Yin Xiaoxi's soul ring shimmered. Unaware of the nature of her second soul skill, he acted cautiously and employed a defensive skill, second soul skill, shield. However, upon using it, he sensed his body immobilize. A pang of anxiety gripping his heart. To his astonishment, despite their lack of communication or even a shared glance, Wang Tianheng's dragon-transformed soul skill manifested in the air. As Yin Lai found himself restricted and eliminated, Wang Tianheng's first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, surged toward Luo Wei with unstoppable force. Desperately, he glanced at the referee, exclaiming, "Teacher, this is unfair." In the next moment, he was sent flying, crashing beneath the arena. A true instant kill. The audience rose in disbelief. Gazing at the defeated spirit master who had not even unleashed a single ability, Luo Wei remained on the sidelines, unwilling to accept defeat. "If you have the capability, fight me openly." "What is this?" Standing on the platform, Yin Xiaoxi impatiently covered her ears, responding, "What are you shouting about? Where's the unfairness? Did I employ underhanded tactics? No. Did I enlist external assistance? No. Did I break any rules? Absolutely not. My level is even lower than yours. Do you wish to prohibit me from using my soul skills?" This, although he knew she spoke the truth, it was infuriatingly frustrating. On the high platform, as the match concluded, the three committee members prepared to leave when a student intercepted their path. "I have a suggestion regarding tomorrow's competition." After the match, Yin Xiaoxi, with determination, led the group toward the gambling arena. "Let us see how many golden soul coins we VE1 and place our bets for tomorrow." Yin was equally excited. "Yes, I feel we can make a substantial profit tomorrow." Wang Tianheng shook his head, amused at the two greedy expressions. "You two are overly confident. Are you so sure we will win tomorrow?" Instantly, Yin lifted her head, clutching Yin Xiaoxi's arm. "I'm not boasting. Our Xiaoxi can take on 10 by herself." Unperturbed, Yin Xiaoxi merely regarded Yin with an exasperated gaze, while the others exchanged knowing glances. With Yufeng subtly rolling her eyes at Yin. "I thought you could take on 10 by yourself? So you need Xiaoxi to step in?" Yin shot back with indignation, "Mind your own business." Yufeng mimicked Yin, teasingly echoing, "Mind your own business." Despite the playful banter, the 8 companions wore happy expressions as they approached the golden soul coins, a prize from their hard-fought victories. However, when Yin Xiaoxi stood before the betting table, holding a visibly incorrect amount of golden soul coins, her face contorted with fury. "Tell me, did you pocket our golden soul coins?" The dealer, alarmed, realized the gravity of the accusation. If word got out, his reputation at the Tiando Royal Academy would be ruined. "I would never dare." "Look." He pointed to the odds of 2-8, and as Yin Xiaoxi calculated, she found the numbers accurate. "But, didn't TMI odds reflect 3-point-something? When did they change?" Before the dealer could explain further, the recently prosperous Yu Bing burst onto the scene. Spotting her expression, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Xiaoxi, Yin. What a coincidence. Are you here to collect your golden soul coins? I knew betting on you was a stroke of genius. You've made me quite a fortune today. Come, I'll cover all your expenses." Upon witnessing this extravagant display, Yin Xiaoxi grasped the situation immediately. With a sardonic smile, she refrained from placing her bets for tomorrow and returned his grin with a hint of danger. "Well then, since our Prince Yu Bing is treating, we shall not hold back. Wait for me. I shall ask the teacher for a leave." With that, she dashed toward Teacher China's office. Yu Bing, puzzled, glanced at the group. Did I offend her? Why is she so intent on milking me dry? The other 7 exchanged expressions of denial, their inner thoughts rife with resentment toward him. Particularly Yin, whose financial situation mirrored Yin Xiaoxi's, secretly plotted to drive him into bankruptcy. Meanwhile, upon reaching Teacher Qin's office, Yin Xiaoxi found him in discussion with the 3 committee members. Instinctively, she turned to leave but was halted. "Yin Xiaoxi, we were just looking for you. Since you're here, it saves us a trip." Pausing in her tracks, Yin Xiaoxi observed the 4 individuals, sensing an ominous atmosphere in their evasive expressions. After a moment's hesitation, she approached them with a submissive demeanor. May I inquire what matters the committee and teacher wish to discuss with us?" At her question, the 3 turned to Qin, signaling, "This is your student. You address her." Qin sighed, feeling the weight of authority pressing down upon him. Though he had vehemently opposed the Tiando class's involvement, it seemed his objections had fallen on deaf ears, and he was now cast in the role of the villain. It is regarding the unique nature of your second soul skill. After discussion, we have collectively decided that in tomorrow's collective match against the Tiando class, a member from the Tiando class will be incorporated into your team. Chapter 42, You really dare to dream? Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned, taking a while to grasp the meaning behind their words. Her gaze flitted between the 3 education committee members and the teachers, disbelief etched on her face. Are you serious? This is regarding my second spirit ability? It requires me to be 20 levels higher to be ineffective. Which means the Tianji class is not merely composed of Tiando students, but rather the elite among them. Observing their earnest expressions, she regarded them with a look that conveyed, you must be joking. This isn't a funny joke. We are all great spirit masters. Asking us to battle the Tianji class is already a challenge beyond our level. You don't truly believe that we can contend with spirit ancestors, do you? Shenmingji, accompanied by the 2 committee members, approached and patted Yin Xiaoxi on the shoulder. Child, there's nothing we can do. The purpose of this friendly match is to ensure a fair competition, and your second spirit ability clearly exceeds that standard. As you mentioned, you are merely a great spirit master. We cannot restrict the few spirit abilities you possess, can we? Yin Xiaoxi felt her lips twitch at the absurdity of it all. Is this really about spirit abilities? Honestly, I think banning spirit abilities would be quite beneficial. With the spirit ancestors participating in the match, what business do we have there? We could just concede and avoid a beating. The committee members looked at her disapprovingly. How can you say that? Surrendering without a fight is not the way of the strong. Faced with their shameless attitude, Yin Xiaoxi paused. The way of the strong? Surrendering? Is it not more appealing to leave while the going is good? Or is it not wise to remember that the tide changes every 30 years? Do you think I am a fool? Instantly, the 3 were rendered speechless. After all, if it were them in this situation, they would have chosen to concede as well. But could they express such thoughts aloud? All right, Xiaoming, explain to her the situation. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. As soon as these words left their mouths, the 3 departed with remarkable speed. Qin watched their retreating figures, his eyes narrowing as he imagined them being akin to Erkong's hands. Once the 3 were out of sight, the 2 exchanged glances in silence. Eventually, Qin broke the ice. Why don't you tell me what brings you here? Yin Xiaoxi was well aware of his intentions. He sought to leverage her desires as a bargaining chip to gain her agreement. However, she was resolute in separating her personal wishes from the matter at hand. She had faced the spirit ancestors before, and it was precisely due to that experience that she understood the vast disparity between her current self and the spirit ancestors. She vividly recalled her battle against Zhuqing. She had summoned every spirit ability at her disposal, yet her resistance felt like a child playing house against the might of the spirit ancestors. Had it not been for Zhuqing's experimental spirit, she would have been defeated long ago. Moreover, within the confines of the academy, she could not afford to use her martial spirit recklessly. In the elite class, aside from herself, she could hardly envision anyone possessing the capability to challenge a spirit ancestor. It was a predetermined loss, so why should they embarrass themselves? There's nothing important anymore, compared to battling the spirit ancestors. It's not like I can't find opportunities to fool around. Why rush into this predicament? Qin understood her point, yet he knew she would have to participate tomorrow. Otherwise, he would not have so readily agreed to Ji Li's inclusion in the Tianji class. Regardless of whether you have a reason for contacting me, you must compete in tomorrow's match. It presents a rare opportunity for practice, especially for you. With this thought, Qin felt a pang of disappointment. There's no banquet that does not come to an end. His swift decision stemmed from the committee members' growing suspicions about her. He could not allow her to walk down a path that would lead to her demise. Yin Xiaoxi paused for a moment, hesitantly gazing at teacher Qin. An opportunity for practice? Doesn't that imply a crushing defeat? Qin did not keep her in suspense any longer. He returned to his chair, retrieving a document from his drawer to present to her. Ji Li, male, 34 years old, level 45 strong attack-type weapon spirit, martial spirit, spear. Spirit ring configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Ji Li? Yin Xiaoxi's gaze lingered on the name. A sense of déjà vu washed over her, as if she had encountered it before. Unable to pinpoint the source of this feeling, she returned the document, her apprehension about the upcoming match somewhat alleviated, though uncertainty still lingered. Was the teacher suggesting he would serve as a sparring partner? Noticing her wavering resolve, Qin smiled and shook his head. Her question indicated her consent for tomorrow's match. After all, she was his student. He understood that beneath her seemingly frivolous demeanor, she was more challenging to manage than Wang Tian'an. By winning her over, the remaining 7 students of the elite class would likely follow suit. Yet, a sparring partner? Did she truly dare to entertain such thoughts? Do you think I possess the influence to arrange for a spirit ancestor to serve as your sparring partner? Nonetheless, he has indeed agreed not to utilize his 4th spirit ability and will not simply cast you off the stage. However, do remain cautious. While he claims not to resort to lethal force, he also stated he would show no mercy. Upon seeing Yin Xiaoxi's calm demeanor as she perused the document, Qin felt a mix of exasperation and concern. He couldn't tell whether to admire her resilience or question her judgment. Unable to resist, he advised, "If any danger arises during the match tomorrow, remember to concede rather than stubbornly fight. The Academy has regulations that prevent instructors from intervening unless a contestant concedes voluntarily." Regardless of injuries, Yin Xiaoxi frowned, falling into silence. Did this imply that danger loomed over the match tomorrow? Yet, wouldn't it be simple for the 8 of them to concede? It seemed an inevitable beating was unavoidable. After contemplating for a moment, Yin Xiaoxi finally agreed to participate in the match. Personally, she wanted to avoid a beating, but for Yin and the others, being subjected to the spirit ancestors would surely yield valuable experience. As their teammate, although she did not intend to confront the main group directly, she could still prepare in advance to help her adorable classmates earn some valuable experience. Having resolved to participate, she approached Qin, playfully kneading his shoulders. "Teacher, since I've agreed to tomorrow's match, shouldn't we take the opportunity to relax today? Perhaps a little shopping?" Qin, well aware that this girl was not easily deceived, recognized that a moderate diversion would indeed be beneficial for mental and physical health. He retrieved a token from his waist and tossed it to her. "Here, remember to return early." Yin Xiaoxi casually acknowledged him, striding confidently toward the Royal Academy's entrance. Under the blazing sun, the 8 individuals waiting in the shade were engaged in lively conversation, their faces adorned with bright smiles, while the throngs of students hurried by, as if in a race against time. Fuming, Yin Xiaoxi glared at a passerby who had bumped into her without offering an apology. Just as she was about to confront him, Yin approached with a beaming smile. "Xiaoxi, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you forever." Upon hearing Yin's complaint, Yin Xiaoxi chuckled as she ruffled her friend's hair. "How long is forever in your terms? It certainly feels like an eternity compared to our first hunt for spirit beasts." With the token playfully spinning in her hand, she observed Yin's initially bored expression brighten with intrigue. "So next time, shall I send you in my stead?" Instantly, Yin recoiled in shock. Who doesn't he know that Teacher Qin is notoriously strict? To request a school token during the semester is akin to courting death. Why is it that Teacher Qin seems so lenient with you? Is this the privilege of being an exemplary student? Haha, it's not that long at all. Xiaoxi, let us hurry along. We were just discussing where to go next. Do you have any ideas? Or perhaps something you wish to purchase? Gazing at the 7 individuals approaching, Yin Xiaoxi shook her head. "As you know, I am not particularly familiar with this place. You may decide accordingly." After handing the token to the guard for inspection, the 9 emerged from the Royal Academy and boarded the carriage. Chapter 43, the plot. By the time the 9 individuals arrived at the Heavenly Dough Imperial City, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Having recently entered their growth spurts, and after exerting themselves in a match before their departure, they were undeniably feeling a bit hungry. The carriage came to a halt in front of the most opulent restaurant in Heavenly Dough, and the 9 jumped down. As the unwitting benefactor, Yubing chuckled upon seeing the establishment. "You truly have an eye for choice locations. This place indeed boasts exquisite flavors. Let us proceed." Observing his eager strides into the restaurant, the others exchanged knowing, mischievous smiles. Surely, he could not think that Xiaoxi had gone to such lengths to procure a discharge order from Qin merely for a meal? Patience, for the true plans lay ahead, firmly etched in their minds. Upon entering, the group prepared to find a table. Xiaoxi curiously scanned the surroundings. Truly, this was the most lavish restaurant in Heavenly Dough. The decor and ambience were ostentatiously luxurious. Her astonished gaze was drawn to a corner where a tall and a short figure sat. The distinctive features, a hawkish nose and a face resembling a shoehorn, could only belong to the Dean of Shrek Academy? Was it not her recollection that her junior had mentioned Shrek was impoverished, so destitute that it had to be established in a remote village, perpetually at risk of closure? Yet here they were, presented with a sumptuous feast, with the 2 dining companions ordering 6 meat-laden dishes. Her memory was beginning to falter. Before she could ponder further, an exploratory surge of soul power approached her. Flinder, who was previously engrossed in his meal, suddenly sensed a lingering gaze upon him, initially mistaking it for an enemy's. Upon investigation, he discovered it was merely a formidable soul master. That vexatious charm of his, regardless of his humble attire, it could not conceal his striking visage, causing even passing children to pause in admiration of his beauty. "Wait, children." He looked up to find a throng of youngsters, aged 9 to 10, frolicking past him. And to his astonishment, they were all from the heavenly Do Royal Academy. This realization made him reconsider the invitation from Qin to attend the friendly match. It seemed it would not be as tedious as he had anticipated. With complimentary meals and lodging, and the opportunity to recruit promising talents from the Royal Academy, Flinder's eyes sparkled with delight. A delicate voice interrupted the 8 who were about to be seated. "Waiter, prepare a private room for us." Sitting beside Flinder, Mubai, engrossed in his meal, suddenly lifted his head at the familiar voice, disbelief washing over him as he turned towards the noisy crowd. The other 8, halted by Xiaoxi's intervention, quickly grasped the situation. Of course, they were here to extract money. Why should they spare this fellow any expense? They joined in the chorus, "Waiter, bring us your signature dishes. Do not worry about leftovers, we will take them home." Yin Yin leaned against Xiaoxi's shoulder, fully embodying a posture of reliance, and chimed in, "Indeed, do not fret about our lack of gold soul coins. Do you not know who he is? The Prince of Yubing. Whatever is expensive, bring it. If it is not expensive, it is an affront to the prince." Osro followed suit, "And drinks. Bring us whatever is costly. We are not picky. Any leftovers can be taken back to please our teachers." Witnessing this extravagant display, Flinder felt as though his eyes might pierce through Yubing. So this was the privilege of the affluent. He suddenly found that perhaps having an occasional non-monster student at Shrek Academy was not such a bad idea. Of course, he mused, if he truly lowered the standards, it would no longer be Shrek. With a soft sigh, he turned to Mubai, who had lifted his gaze at some point, and waved a hand before his intensely focused eyes. "Do not stare. They are all students from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Did you not see the little girl with the Qin insignia at her waist? That is the name of your graduated senior. They are likely the ones competing tomorrow. I wonder why Xiaoming, usually so obstinate, has allowed his students to enjoy themselves this time?" Once again feeling the deviation from the anticipated narrative, Mubai had grown accustomed to it. Since her early arrival in Heavenly Do, he understood that her fate had taken a turn. He could only hope she would voluntarily enroll in Shrek at the age of 12. Otherwise, he would not recommend taking matters into his own hands to restore the storyline. On the other side, Yubing finally realized he had been duped. Standing in place with a forlorn expression directed at the exuberant waiter on the staircase and the 8 ruffians behind him, witnessing their antics, a wave of anxiety surged through him, prompting him to step forward and align with the ruffian leader. "Please spare me. Considering the previous compensation for emotional distress, leave me some capital for tomorrow." Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You have not placed a bet yet. How fortuitous. Tomorrow's circumstances may take an unexpected turn. Not placing a wager is indeed wise. Without a bet, I need not feel guilty for taking advantage of you. After all, who benefits is of little concern." Her readiness to engage in a grand scheme left Yubing feeling apprehensive. "Surely not. You truly intend to leave me without any principle?" Upon her nod, his heart sank. Why had he been so foolish as to rush into her trap? Chapter 44, Dining Out Rain, consumed by regret, felt an immense sense of remorse. Just as Yin Xiaoxi reached out to pat him on the shoulder, a powerful aura of malice surged from the first floor. The sudden wave of hostility instinctively prompted Rain to evade her outstretched hand. Observing his dramatic reaction, Yin Xiaoxi glanced curiously at her palm. What was happening? Did she emit electricity? Was he truly deterred from contact? In the next moment, a hand struck toward the back of his head. What was the meaning of this? Surely, he wouldn't be so extreme? Besides, there were reasons behind his actions. If he could just explain, she would clarify matters. Noting his reluctance to move, Yin Xiaoxi waved her hand in front of his eyes. Snapping back to reality, Rain, suppressing his fear, grasped her arm. "There's someone who wants to kill me." Startled by his sudden grip, Yin Xiaoxi paused, observing that his pallor suggested he was not lying. Yet, in broad daylight, who would be foolish enough to brazenly plot to assassinate a prince in the capital of Tiando City? Surely, anyone seeking vengeance would wait for the cover of night. Although she doubted anyone would be so reckless, Yin Xiaoxi followed his gaze and scanned the first floor for suspicious figures. There were no dubious individuals in sight. Could it be that he was fabricating this tale to avoid paying the bill? With this thought in mind, Yin Xiaoxi tightened her grip on Rain's arm, flashing him a smile laced with mock threat when he looked at her. "Your Highness, don't overthink it. Anyone daring enough to attempt to kill you in broad daylight, what is there to fear? It would be far safer to navigate the night streets than to remain here." Consumed by paranoia, I didn't tea just as he began to speak. Yin, who had been waiting impatiently in the private room on the second floor, emerged to see the two of them caught in a standoff on the staircase, puzzled. Did it really take this long to ascend a few steps? "Xiaoxi, Rain, What are you doing? Hurry up. They had plans to execute, and wasting time on dinner would jeopardize their return to the courtyard. Upon hearing Yin Yin's call, Yin Xiaoxi wasted no time. She pulled Rain along while waving at Yin Yin above. Come catch him. This guy is trying to skip out on the bill. The 6 people in the private room on the 2nd floor vaguely caught the phrase skipping out on the bill, while they didn't believe Rain would stoop so low. That voice sounded infuriatingly familiar. They all rushed out of the private room to find Rain being restrained by the 2. Wang Tinheng, standing at the front, scrutinized Rain. His expression still one of shock. Your Highness, please don't be absurd. You're a prince. Have you no regard for your dignity? You're attempting to flee before the main event has even begun? Rain felt like a wretch under their scrutinizing gazes and desperately sought to clarify. I had no such intention. I truly didn't. I merely sensed a wave of murderous intent and wanted to ascertain its source. Hearing the footsteps of the group descend the staircase, they hastily approached Rain, scanning the hall below with utmost caution. Regardless of the situation, he was a prince. Many would want him dead. They could not allow any misfortune to befall him at this moment. After surveying the area, despite checking the comings and goings at the entrance, they found no suspicious individuals. Wang Tianheng gazed at Rain with a face that expressed sheer bewilderment. If the prince is afraid, then let us encircle him without any blind spots. Once they had formed a protective circle, Wang Tianheng grinned and asked Rain if he still felt fearful. Only after Rain shook his head did they finally begin to move, escorting him away from this mortifying spectacle. With no choice but to follow in their footsteps, Rain lamented inwardly, who was truly being absurd here? As they watched the 9 enter the private room, the 2 who had been preoccupied in the hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fland had a curious look as he observed the typically docile Mubai, whispering a question. What was that about? The aura of malice had appeared abruptly, akin to witnessing his beloved run off with another man. Resuming their meal, Mubai, aware of his earlier outburst, confessed the situation. Upon grasping the reason, Fland immediately stood, slamming his hand on the table. Are you suggesting she is before he could finish? The diners interrupted him with a chorus of shut-up glances. Confronted by so many disapproving eyes, even Fland, with his thick skin, could only awkwardly return to his seat, lowering his voice to a whisper only the 2 could hear. Is she also a member of the Shingluo clan? Or is she your princess? He had indeed guessed correctly. However, what was up with Shingluo lately? It was as if they were on a roll, with Mubai being one thing, and now another emerging. When Fland saw Mubai nodding slightly, a realization dawned upon him. I knew something fell off with Xiao Ming's recent letters. He was treating me to meals and accommodations to come to the Royal Academy for a competition, which means he was aware that a member of the Shingluo clan had infiltrated the Tiando Royal Academy, seeking my assistance. With that girl's talents, if he could recruit her into Shrek Academy, it would be a monumental gain. Understanding Fland's implications, Mubai felt a surge of joy. Of course. How did I not think of this? The plot wouldn't deviate without reason. I always wondered why Senior Qin was so eager for the dean to watch a particular competition at the Royal Academy. It turns out it was because someone from outside the Royal Academy had arrived. With this revelation, everything began to make sense. The resetting of his life had led to Zhuqing deviating from her original path, arriving early in Tiando. Now that Zhuqing had come to the Royal Academy, which she shouldn't have, there would inevitably be subtle changes, allowing the deviated trajectory to realign. With clarity restored, Mubai reverted to his cheerful self, radiating joy and pride. Rest assured, Dean, if we recruit her into the academy, it will be a boon for us. Fland glanced at the boy beside him, who seemed to be lost in his own blissful thoughts. His fists itched with an inexplicable desire to strike. You shouldn't even have to say that. Just look at who walks beside her. One of the twin prodigies from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the only 9-heart-sea Douluo spirit master on the continent, and a direct descendant of the Tiando royal family. You're fortunate to have this princess. Mubai shot a glance at Fland, who was rubbing his hands with an unseemly eagerness. What do you mean, fortunate? She is my wife. We are inseparable. You've made an error. I am the heir to the Shingluo royal family. What do these people have to compare to me? Looks? Wealth? Power? Or their status as sole masters? Speaking of strength, Mubai's smug demeanor made Fland turn away in exasperation, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Oh, please. What do you mean by compare? Let us be clear. You're merely one of the heirs to the Shingluo royal family. Unexpectedly, Mubai waved his hand dismissively. As long as I desire it, the heir to the Shingluo royal family will only be me. His confident declaration left Fland momentarily speechless. After all, from a certain perspective, it was indeed true. Whether he faced his brother in a one-on-one duel or garnered the support of the Shingluo ministers, as long as he wished for it. His talent was his greatest asset, a singular advantage that bolstered his standing. Chapter 45. Changes in the team competition in the private room on the second floor. After everyone had finished their meal, Yin Xiaoxi began to explain to Yu Bing about the betting situation for tomorrow. There had been a change in the competition, and it was advisable not to place any bets. Instantly, the 8 individuals at the table paused in their actions, and before Yu Bing could speak, the person sitting to her right, Yu Feng, leaned in eagerly. A change? What kind of change? Didn't you say a little gambling is just for fun? Are you afraid we'll get too carried away? His words prompted a ripple of laughter around the table, and Yin Xiaoxi irritably pushed his head away to regain her view. I'm merely suggesting, if you wish to be a generous benefactor, that is your choice. The person on her left, Yin, although somewhat confused, nodded solemnly. Xiaoxi, I trust your judgment. She was easily satisfied. Since Xiaoxi said not to place any bets, she would refrain as well, as her own resources were sufficient for her needs. Though she felt a tinge of regret. However, Yu Bing's expression was one of despair as he gazed at her, his face crumbling as if he had just received tragic news. Why? I had it all planned out. I was going to win tomorrow and build a house in the countryside. Winning money in the academy to build a house. Was he serious? Yin Xiaoxi discreetly observed the sudden shift in the expressions of the 7 others, and a wave of sympathy arose for the sorrowful Yu Bing. Indeed, sometimes it was wise to conceal one's abilities. It seemed likely he would end up losing everything tonight. Forget about the house. If you absolutely must bet, just wager on the opposing team winning. While this might seem like a foregone conclusion, there was always the possibility of unforeseen events. Regardless, if one were to bet, it was best to keep it minimal. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding crept into the hearts of the others regarding the changes she had mentioned. Wang Tianheng, who sat opposite Yin Xiaoxi, immediately inquired, Xiaoxi, what is going on? We shouldn't be at such a disadvantage against the Tianji class, right? Yin Xiaoxi sighed and shook her head, her gaze falling upon the 2 robust brothers present. It's not that we are at a disadvantage against the Tianji class, but I may have to go back on my word. Upon hearing that the Tiando class would be adding 1 more participant to tomorrow's competition, the Shijiao brothers quickly assured her it was of no concern. They had never taken her earlier promise to bring them back seriously. Competitions were inherently unpredictable, with wins and losses being part of the game. However, they were indeed facing the Tiando class tomorrow. Instantly, all 7 wore expressions of utter defeat, collapsing into their chairs. Yu Feng once again leaned toward Yin Xiaoxi, exclaiming, the soul sect. How are we supposed to compete? Can we concede? I absolutely do not wish to be beaten. Yin, who had also felt a tinge of panic, turned to see Yin Xiaoxi's face, which bore an expression of disdain yet remained entirely unfazed. And she immediately settled down. She was certain that Xiaoxi had yet to disclose something important. Xiaoxi, is there something else you haven't mentioned? Given your nature, you would likely refuse to participate in this competition outright, wouldn't you? Exactly. The other 6 suddenly focused their attention on her, their eyes wide with anticipation. Asro, who had previously appeared despondent, now stood eagerly awaiting her next words. Yes, there must be some hidden advantage you're not sharing. Xiaoxi doesn't seem like someone who would willingly suffer a loss. Yin Xiaoxi, seeing that no one had spoken in her defense, Yin Xiaoxi's expression was one of profound sorrow, as if to say, how could you all think so poorly of me? She felt wronged. She had sacrificed her own experience to help them, and yet they regarded her in such a light. It was truly disheartening. Just as Wang Tianheng was about to offer her comfort, Yin Xiaoxi abruptly stood up. You are all being unreasonable. Do you think I am incapable of selfless contribution? And moreover, you must remember to protect me tomorrow. If that soul sect member comes after me, you all should step in and take the hits, since I, along with Lang, will be around. You will only feel a little pain, and then it will fade. The others, who had previously pondered whether they were being too harsh, now found their minds filled with disbelief at her words. Did she really mean that? Wang Tianheng, somewhat helpless, rubbed his forehead, his expression not overly worried, his voice as gentle as ever. Xiaoxi, please stop with the suspense and just tell us the specifics for tomorrow. Seeing that even Wang Tianheng had spoken up, Yin Xiaoxi felt a pang of embarrassment and rubbed her head. It appeared she had inadvertently overshadowed the captain's role. Just as she prepared to explain to everyone, her gaze swept over the 2 bulky figures seated nearby. And an unbidden thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it would be wise to stick closely to the Shijiao brothers tomorrow. With such conspicuous company, her presence would hardly be noticed. Returning to the topic, she cleared her throat. Initially, I firmly rejected the changes to the team competition, but alas. Teacher Qin insisted that this match would provide you with invaluable experience. Of course, that does not include me as a support role. So I am merely there to accompany you. Don't you think that is a bit unfair? Therefore, you all must be vigilant tomorrow. As men, do not fear being struck. Oh, and by the way, the Soul Sect member is unlikely to rush to eliminate us from the competition, but according to Teacher Qin, he will not hold back aside from refraining from using his fourth soul skill. So please, pay attention to each other's conditions, and if necessary, do not hesitate to call for a concession. The new addition to the Tianji class is Ji Li from the Tiando class, level 45, with the martial spirit of a spear and top-tier soul rings. As for the rest, I am unaware. Upon hearing this name, Yin Yin's previously calm demeanor visibly flickered with panic. Glancing at Yin Xiaoxi, who was now standing and discussing strategies for tomorrow, she couldn't help but lament internally. This was disastrous. Had Xiaoxi forgotten that they had previously been tricked by Yubing regarding the Ji family? Chapter 46, The End is Nigh on the Other Side. While sipping tea, Yubing nearly spat out his drink upon hearing the name. What a coincidence. He exchanged a glance with the equally anxious Yin Yin. And in their eyes, they both perceived a sense of helplessness regarding Yin Xiaoxi's forgetfulness. After finalizing their battle plan for the following day, darkness enveloped the outside world. Yin Xiaoxi could hardly fathom that merely drafting a verbal plan could consume so much time. At this hour, it was already between 9 and 10 p.m. in modern terms. Even if they wished to explore, the local merchants had already shuttered their doors. With a heavy heart, she boarded the carriage back, casting her gaze towards Yubing, who sat in the corner with an almost ear-to-ear grin. Yin Xiaoxi felt quite disheartened. If only she could relive the moment. She would choose to indulge in a little shopping first. After parting ways, Yin Xiaoxi and Yin Yin returned to their dormitory. Just as they finished washing up, she noticed Yin Yin sprawled on the sofa, lost in thought. After drying the droplets of water from her hair using her soul power, she ambled towards Yin Xiaoxi. What could be occupying Yin Yin's mind? Feeling the sofa sink beneath her weight, Yin Yin rested her head on Yin Xiaoxi's lap, comfortably nuzzling against her. Ah, nothing compares to the comfort of a pillow from Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, do you remember that pair of mother and daughter who were conned by you and Yubing last time? Startled, Yin Xiaoxi paused in her caress of Yin Yin's hair, momentarily bewildered, yet she nodded. How could she forget? They were the benefactors, the gods of fortune. However, Yin Yin, you must remember to be grateful and reciprocate. They contributed so many gold soul coins to us. Even in death, we should eternally remember their faces. After all, such easy marks are rare. Forgetting one means losing one. Yin Yin, on the receiving end of this lecture, widened her eyes in disbelief. Me? Grateful? I can't even remember their names, no. I can't even recall their surname. Lying there like a languid fish, a mischievous glint flickered in Yin Yan's eyes. So, Xiaoxi, do you remember what they're called? Yin Xiaoxi's hand stiffened. What a splendid question. Best not to ask again. Observing her expression, Yin Yin could no longer contain her laughter. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxi, you can't even remember their names, yet you speak of gratitude? Allow me to refresh your memory. It was the Ji family, and that little girl as support was Ji Li from the Royal Academy. Goodness. Upon hearing that name once more, Yin Xiaoxi sprang to her feet. Yin Yin, who had been resting on her lap, tumbled across the sofa, her expression still dazed. What just happened? As the realization sank deeper into Yin Xiaoxi's mind, her heart raced with apprehension. Ji Li, how could she have been so forgetful? She had wondered why that name seemed so familiar during her research. If she were to approach old Qin and suggest canceling tomorrow's competition, the likelihood of being reprimanded until the next match was exceedingly high. The thought of enduring a night of scolding before facing the competition made her shudder. No, that image is far too pleasant. I dare not dwell on it. Returning to the sofa, she asked Yin Yin with a hint of hopeful skepticism, do you think this could merely be a coincidence? After all, I only conned him out of a trifling amount of coins to the Ji family that is hardly significant, right? They shouldn't hold a grudge against me, should they? Emerging from her reverie, Yin Yin sat cross-legged and scoffed at her. You wish. Ji Yin's reckless behavior at just 5 years old is a testament to his brother's indulgence. Moreover, the Ji family head is fiercely protective of his reputation. I've heard that Ji Li's mother has been cast aside in the courtyard to fend for herself due to this incident. Such an aftermath? The more Yin Xiaoxi listened, the more her heart sank. Was her fate truly sealed? The more she pondered her dire situation, the more inclined she felt to pack her belongings and flee. Yet, a thought struck her. Wait, isn't there a regulation at the Royal Academy that forbids personal grievances during competitions? Besides, tomorrow it's an 8v8 match. While we may be outmatched, they have 8 voices to contend with. If it comes to surrendering, that should be a piece of cake. Once she grasped this notion, Yin Xiaoxi turned only to find Yin Yin stifling laughter. Aha! You must have seen this coming. How dare you revel in my misfortune, Yin Yin? Your day of reckoning has arrived. With that, she lunged toward Yin Yin on the sofa. In an instant, the room was filled with their joyous laughter. Chapter 47. Notification. The following day, after a night spent in self-reassurance, Yin Xiaoxi found herself utterly defenseless in the presence of her 6 companions. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. How could she have suggested they endure the hardships? It was truly despicable of her. Yin Xiaoxi and Yin Yin synchronized their actions, instinctively adopting a quail-like demeanor. Even without uttering a word, an unshakable sense of guilt lingered in their hearts. At the competition venue, the 6 observed the 2 in silence. Sensing something was amiss, Yufeng approached Yin Xiaoxi, and their eyes met. Yufeng was the first to falter, retreating dejectedly to Yin Yin's side, preparing to engage in a tender gaze with her as well. Unfortunately, Yin Yin lacked the composure of Yin Xiaoxi. Upon meeting his curious gaze, she instantly panicked, her eyes darting aimlessly without focus. This reaction clearly indicated something was afoot. Encouraged by this, Yufeng became more animated. He blocked her view to the left, to the right, and even above. It was as if he intended to obstruct her vision entirely. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, and he seemed ready to take flight, prompting Wang Tianheng to rush forward and grasp his hand. Enough of this. We are about to take the stage. Yin Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are so many people around, how childish. Just as he was about to continue, a sudden commotion erupted in the audience. The cause was the announcement from the instructor that a level 45 Soul Master would be joining the Tianji class today, instantly igniting a frenzy among the Tian-Do and Tianji classes. What? Teacher, surely you jest. A Soul Master against a great Soul Master? How thrilling. I postponed my soul ring hunting just to witness this match. It better not disappoint. Wait, my friend, how could a great Soul Master interfere with your soul beast hunt? It will be over in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. A stick of incense? You must be overestimating the elite class. It will be over in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Impossible. They have 8 members. Surely it will last at least a stick of incense. As members of the Tian-Do class, they believed that facing 8 great soul masters would conclude in no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Amidst this, some were puzzled as to why a newly established class, barely a year old, would require assistance from the Tian-Do class for a match. Flender, mingling among the students, was particularly intrigued. He pulled a nearby student aside to inquire, what is the deal with this match? Why do they need a soul master to deal with a group of great soul masters? Isn't Soul Emperor sufficient? The boy, caught off guard, responded without thinking. You don't know? Well, but suddenly realizing the awkwardness of his situation, he stood up. Who are you? You're not from our Royal Academy, are you? Flender nodded nonchalantly, producing a pass he had received from Qin and waving it in front of the boy. I was invited by your teacher to observe this match. Now, do enlighten me about the situation. After scrutinizing the token and confirming its authenticity, the boy nodded, somewhat enlightened. I never expected Teacher Qin, who seems so noble, would have a competitive streak. It's like this. He paused, glancing around to ensure that no one from Luo Wei's group was nearby, before lowering his voice. In yesterday's final match of the doubles competition, Yu Tianheng and Yin Xiaoxi faced off against a level 29 Great Soul Master and a level 30 Soul Emperor. But who would have thought that the Soul Emperor would be unable to unleash his skills and was swiftly defeated? The addition of this new participant today was likely a last-minute decision, hence the hurried announcement. Flender nodded thoughtfully. A Soul Emperor was overwhelmed by a Great Soul Master? This match will surely be captivating. His interest piqued, he turned his gaze towards the group of 8 petite figures, landing on Yin Xiaoxi. This must be the little girl that Xiao Ming asked me to bring back. No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The thrill of being the first to see someone from the Royal Academy is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Wang Tianheng noticed the unusual behavior of the two and edged closer to Yin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, what is going on with you today? Is something the matter? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yin Xiaoxi met his gaze, her toes digging into the ground. After all, they were teammates, and it seemed inappropriate not to discuss the impending confrontation with those who would be enduring the same fate. She exchanged a glance with Yin Yin, silently asking, what should we do? Should we say something? Yin Yin quickly averted her gaze, signaling that she had no idea and would absolutely not speak up. Forget it. Nervously biting her lip, Yin Xiaoxi cautiously ventured, what if I mention that We seem to have some connection with the G family. Would you believe it? The six of them exchanged glances, immediately sensing that this connection was best left unspoken. Just how serious is this connection? A cold voice interjected from behind. Startled, Yin Yin lowered her head in embarrassment, while Yin Xiaoxi pondered, stroking her chin. It's not that dire, really. During the summer break, I borrowed Yubing's hand, which caused some embarrassment for his mother and sister, resulting in a minor financial loss for the G family. Consequently, my parents' relationship began to show signs of strain. But as the saying goes, a loss can avert disaster. Maintaining some distance can even strengthen a couple's relationship. I was merely helping. Oslo could no longer remain composed upon hearing her shameless words. So, should they thank you for ruining their family? In resignation, Lung Lung summed it up. So, not only did you emerge victorious, but you also became wealthy overnight due to the G family's minor setback, correct? Yin Xiaoxi averted her gaze, feeling a surge of guilt. Well, perhaps, maybe, it's possible. Her words nearly provoked an outburst among the group. Wang Tianheng gazed at her with a gentle expression that elicited a pang of sweetness in their hearts. With a soft chuckle, he reached out to smooth the disheveled strands of hair that hung like a forlorn puppy. All right, let us not overthink it. It could very well be a coincidence. Given the G family's current strength, they can hardly reach the Royal Academy. There are likely not many soul masters within the academy who are 21 levels higher than Xiaoxi. And Jili happens to be one of them, which is why he was selected. However, since we are aware of this now, let us keep an eye on Jili's movements when we take the stage later, and protect Xiaoxi and Yin Yin if necessary, in case he seeks revenge. But there is no need to feel overly pressured. After all, we cannot win. We can simply concede when the time comes. Instantly, the two parties looked at him with admiration. Yin Yin exclaimed, "Wow, Tianheng is so manly." Yin Xiaoxi added, "Wow. It sounds as though they are merely pawns in this game, but having someone to absorb the blows is a blessing." At that moment, the teacher acting as the referee stepped onto the stage. "Students, please quiet down. Today marks the final friendly match between the elite class and the Tianji class. You should all be aware that Ji Li from the Tiando class will be participating in this match. Without further ado, let us see who will emerge victorious. Please have both teams take the stage." With all eyes upon them, the 16 participants ascended the stage. Once all members were in place, the spectators were struck by the stark contrast, one team towering at an average height of 190 centimeters, while the other stood at an average height of 160 centimeters. The visual impact of adults competing against children was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, the gazes of the 16 individuals clashed fiercely in the air, their expressions exuding an irresistible charm, reminiscent of fierce warriors. How thrilling! The sheer adorableness is overwhelming. It evokes the sensation of diminutive heroes daring to challenge giants. Yesterday, they appeared relatively balanced, but today, the disparity among these 16 is striking, akin to a father standing with his son. How are they to engage in battle? The members of the Tianji class ought to hold back. After all, they are still innocent little ones. Upon hearing these remarks, Jili in the center of the stage was unable to contain his laughter, clutching his stomach while wiping away the ephemeral tears from his face. "Oh dear, little darlings. Do not beg for mercy too soon. I, your elder brother, shall not easily let you off the hook." With a smile gracing his lips, his gaze, however, was sharp and piercing as it swept over Yin Xiaoxi and Yin Yin. The memory of a month ago, when the royal guards arrived at the G residence demanding a ransom, surged within him, fueling his indignation. It was one thing to bully that woman, but to dare to intimidate his beloved sister was utterly unforgivable. Today, he intended to teach them why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Yin Xiaoxi's delicate face tensed instantly. While others might not perceive it, standing on the arena revealed the true extent of this man's formidable presence. Observing the increasingly pale faces of her companions, Yin Xiaoxi sighed inwardly. They had yet to commence the battle, yet the psychological warfare had already claimed a victory. This was precisely why she harbored such resistance toward this match. There was no semblance of fairness. How could the disparity in soul master levels be compensated by mere numbers? Chapter 48. Team competition 1. As Yin Xiaoxi felt an urgent need to restore the aura of the elite class, the referee approached, his presence effectively diffusing the pressure brought by Ji Li and his companions. With a gaze filled with warning, he directed his attention toward Ji Li. Note, in friendly matches, any form of injury, mockery of opponents, or retaliatory actions are strictly prohibited. Any personal grudges brought onto the stage will result in immediate expulsion from the academy. Unfazed by these words, Ji waved his hand dismissively, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the 8 individuals before him. "Oh, teacher, you're overthinking it. I have assured the committee that I will take good care of these little ones during the competition." Meanwhile, Mubai, seated in the audience, felt a surge of concern as he watched Yin Xiaoxi stand on stage, her face devoid of color. This is absurd. How can they compete like this? He rose to confront the Royal Academy's committee, but was firmly pushed back into his seat by Flanders. Frustrated, Mubai attempted to shake off Flanders' grip, only to have it tighten further, prompting him to turn in irritation. "What are you doing?" Flanders shrugged off Mubai's annoyance, his expression equally vexed. "And what about you? Do you think this is Shrek? Can't you see this match was deliberately arranged by Xiaoming? If she doesn't expose herself, how can we take her away? Do you really wish for a long-distance relationship as vast as the Qing Tibet Plateau, separated from your princess?" Hearing this, Mubai clenched his fists, a flicker of turmoil passing through his eyes. He desired for her to return to Shrek with him. Yet he also wished to shield her from harm, and the timing was not right. Just as Mubai wrestled with his thoughts, Yin Xiaoxi took the initiative to approach Wang Tianheng, whispering something in his ear. Observing the situation unfold, Mubai's expression darkened with jealousy. His indecision crystallized into a resolution. "Rest assured, Dean, I will not act recklessly." Regardless of the unfolding drama, if his fiancée did not return, he feared that when he next saw her, he might indeed be galloping in a frenzy as the dean had warned. At that moment, the referee, noting both sides were prepared, raised his hands high. "The match begins." Instantly, the 8 individuals who had just felt pressured unleashed their martial spirits in unison. Wang Tianheng, martial spirit. Blue electric Tyrannosaurus, level 21 assault type Soulmaster. Yin Yin, martial spirit. Green phosphor snake, level 21 control type Soulmaster. Yufeng, AOC Luo, the Shurjiao brothers, coldly level 20 Soulmasters. Yin Xiaoxi, martial spirit. Twin floating bells, level 24 support type Soulmaster. "I look forward to your guidance." Upon hearing her last words, Ji chuckled as if he had heard a joke, his laughter echoing as he took in their optimal soul ring configurations. "Guidance? Haha. Little sister, I would love to guide you, but can you withstand it? Genius? Devilish talent? Anyone who dared to bully his sister would face Ji's revenge. What if one possessed great talent, without growth? A genius could easily find themselves in the mire, with just a flick of his finger." As his laughter subsided, Ji's eyes glinted dangerously as he summoned his martial spirit. "Little ones, be careful. Ji, martial spirit. Spear, level 45 assault type battle Soulmaster." With the appearance of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, Ji's stature seemed to grow, radiating an aura of invincibility as the winds howled around the arena. The plight extended not only to Yin Xiaoxi and her companions but also to Ji's own teammates. Only after forcing all 15 opponents to the edge of the arena did Ji seem to gracefully retract his display of power, allowing the skies to clear once more. The 8, breathless and teetering on the brink, exchanged glances to confirm their well-being before swiftly splitting into 2 groups according to their plan from the previous day. While Wang Tianheng and the Shurjiao brothers charged towards Ji, the others began to clear the battlefield with urgency. With spear in hand, Ji observed the fearless actions of the 3 and contemplated the 7 behind him, who were visibly intimidated, and he applauded their initiative. "Haha, clever thinking. Keeping these small fries on stage serves no purpose. I need to occasionally divert my attention to monitor their situation. Their clearing efforts align perfectly with my intentions." To avoid drawing attention, Ji refrained from immediately attacking Wang Tianheng and the Shurjiao brothers, instead maneuvering along the edge of the arena while maintaining a watchful eye. As Yin Xiaoxi found herself isolated, Ji's gaze flickered with malice. A subtle movement of his hand transformed the spear into a gust of wind, aimed directly at her unguarded face. By the time Yin Xiaoxi noticed, the spear had reappeared, silver glinting ominously as it sliced past her earlobe. The sight of her severed hair sent a chill down her spine. Had that strike been more accurate, it would not merely have been a few strands of hair that fell. Ji, seemingly regretful, shook his head and raised his hand. "Ah, I suppose I am too soft-hearted. Not even a drop of blood spilled," returned the spear. Under the sudden chill of his gaze, Yin Xiaoxi coughed up blood. The spear that had previously been lodged behind her now returned to Ji's grasp. Following her unexpected injury, Yin Xiaoxi felt a searing pain radiate from her back, the displaced ribs jabbing mercilessly into her organs, leaving her gasping for breath. Witnessing her bloodshed, both the elite class and the Tianji class on the platform were struck with fear. Xiaoxi, cold, standing closest to Yin Xiaoxi, reacted swiftly. She unleashed her soul skill, and the healing petals of 9 heart CP cascaded toward her like an unending torrent. Meanwhile, Yin Yin, engaged in clearing the arena, was momentarily paralyzed with disbelief as she beheld the bloodied girl slumped on stage. Xiaoxi Yin Yin trembled, fear evident in her eyes as she cautiously approached Yin Xiaoxi, who was now receiving effective treatment. In an instant, her eyes filled with tears. Disregarding any previous plans, she rushed to stand before Yin Xiaoxi in cold, her emerald eyes reflecting deep-rooted concern. She turned her head, her eyes tinged with crimson, warily watching Ji Li as he prowled the edge of the stage, fearful that he might disrupt Yin Xiaoxi's healing. Ji Li, amused by her glare, replied with a devilish grin, his words sending shivers through everyone present. "Don't look at me like that. Don't worry. I want to launch a sneak attack at this moment. We still have time today. Let us enjoy ourselves." He resumed the cat-and-mouse game with the 3 on stage, subtly guiding their soul skills to target his other teammates. Chapter 49, Team Competition 2. At this moment, with her injuries largely healed, Yin Xiaoxi shook her head at the still anxious Yin Yin before her. "I'm fine." Upon hearing her voice, Ji Li turned his gaze back towards her. Seizing this moment, Wang Tinheng swiftly approached Ji Li. "Do you think I'm dead?" he exclaimed. Unleashing his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, with a force several times greater than during his usual practice, aimed at Ji Li's back. Ji Li, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, retracted his spear and let his soul power surge through his hands. He turned, confronting Wang Tinheng's soul skill with bare hands, his movements appearing effortless as he effortlessly grasped the Thunder Dragon Claw. Meanwhile, Wang Tinheng's hand, held in Ji Li's grip, showed no sign of vitality, with veins bulging on his temples, indicating his own distress. At that moment, Ji Li tightened his grip, and a sharp, crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. Unable to endure the excruciating pain of his right hand nearly being crushed, Wang Tianheng let out a wretched scream. The piercing cry prompted the 3 esteemed judges on the platform to rise abruptly from their seats, their gazes laden with warning directed at Ji Li, receiving their admonishing looks. Ji Li hesitated, loosening his grip, teeth clenched as he grasped Wang Tianheng by the collar. "You, a mere soul master, if you seek death again, I shall grant your wish." With that, he delivered a punch to Wang Tianheng's abdomen. Wang Tianheng was sent flying a meter away, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth, his injuries rendering him immobile. "Captain." The members of the Qingli Tian G class halted, concern etched on their faces as they looked at him. Yin Xiaoxi, observing the coldly composed Lang Long beside her, extended her hand, summoning her 2 floating bells to hover in the air above the arena. The Jinling bells emitted a shimmering light, deftly avoiding Yin Yin while passing over the 7 individuals. Seeing Wang Tianheng's wounds visibly healing, Yin Xiaoxi felt a sense of relief wash over her. Just then, she noticed that the closest Yufeng was about to be ambushed. Yin Xiaoxi swiftly stepped forward to pull him aside. "Stop dawdling, continue." Impressed by her speed as a support-type soul master, Ji Li admired the chilling aura emanating from her martial soul. "You are quite remarkable, but alas, you have provoked the wrong person. Your displayed talent ends here. Remember, the one who will end you is Ji Li." With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Spear Throw. The spear, released from his control, shot forth like a tightly drawn arrow, hurtling towards Yin Xiaoxi, who had already anticipated the attack. However, even with her precautions, she could barely evade its velocity, resulting in a deep gash on her arm as the bloodied spear plunged into the ground, trembling violently. Yin Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with the recognition of her narrow escape. Had she been struck, the spear would have pierced through her body. On the platform, witnessing her evasion, the 3 judges shifted their inquisitive gazes towards her. Ji Li observed their reactions, and upon seeing their skepticism, he felt a surge of satisfaction as he retrieved the spear, leisurely wiping the blood from its surface. "Ah, splendid. A mere support soul master managing to evade a soul skill from a soul sect. Truly, you redefine the essence of support." Yin Xiaoxi felt her blood run cold at his words. Below the platform, Flender gasped sharply upon witnessing her nimble movements, turning to Mubai, who was nearly fixated on Yin Xiaoxi. "Your princess is indeed a treasure, but is she truly formidable enough for you to handle?" Indeed. He discerned that as a sensitive assault-type soul saint, he had harbored suspicions when she saved Yufeng, and now those thoughts were confirmed. Since Yin Xiaoxi had taken the stage, Mubai's attention had never wavered, and when she was attacked by the spear, he nearly lost control. He remained fixated on her injured arm until she utilized her soul skill to heal herself, at which point he diverted his gaze. Though Flender's concern left him feeling somewhat helpless. "Although she is remarkable, I am not lacking either." Flender refrained from replying to his inquiry. Comparing a versatile soul master with healing abilities to one with an astonishing cultivation speed proved to be a futile endeavor. They were incomparable. In the arena, after clearing the Tianji class members, the Shi brothers, who had been restraining Ji Li, returned to their positions. The onlookers instinctively shielded Yin Xiaoxi at the center, their eyes warily fixed on Ji Li, who appeared unconcerned. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi, under their protection, began contemplating surrender. If this continued, the Royal Academy would undoubtedly expel her. Although the judges had clearly begun to harbor doubts, as long as the matter remained unspoken, she could find a way to navigate through it. Furthermore, a crucial consideration weighed on her mind. Ji Li's merciless assault indicated he had no regard for the Academy's regulations. Prolonging the conflict would likely result in her teammates getting hurt. Having made her decision, Yin Xiaoxi promptly called out to the referee below. "We concede." Amidst the clamor, the referee did not ascend the stage. Noticing the regret in his eyes, she lifted her head. As expected, she locked eyes with the scrutinizing gazes of the three judges. Realizing that Teacher Qin was not present, this revelation filled her with unease. In the Royal Academy, the only teacher she truly trusted was Qin, and his absence left her feeling lost. Upon seeing the fear in her eyes, the three judges' expressions softened slightly, yet they did not accept her concession. To concede, one must directly leave the arena. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion upon hearing this. What is going on? Isn't it allowed to concede directly in the Academy's rules? And I can't shake the feeling that Ji Li's attacks on Yin Xiaoxi are lethal. I thought I was the only one sensing something off about Ji Li's attacks, but what can be done? The elite class S teachers are absent, and they can't even surrender now. But this match was inherently unfair. Will the referee not intervene? How can he? The three judges have already spoken, and Ji Li seems to disregard the Academy's regulations entirely. The man who had given Ji Li the competition noticed the previous day chuckled at their speculation. Stop speculating. The judges can hear you. Ji Li graduated this morning. Even if you were to kill Yin Xiaoxi on the stage, the Academy could only issue a warning to Ji Li for harming a student, but they cannot impose any punishment according to the Academy's regulations. Chapter 50 Team Competition 3. The moment those words were uttered, the surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence. Amidst the stillness, an unexpected voice broke through. The elite class is making a swift advance. Instantly, the audience, as if awakening from a dream, began relaying the news with fervor. Hurry, he has graduated. Run. Surrender. He lacks honor. He has graduated. On the stage, Yin Xiaoxi, initially puzzled by the commotion, felt her expression darken upon hearing phrases like surrender and graduation. She glared at Ji Li, her fists clenched tightly. You schemed against us. At this moment, she realized that Ji Li had orchestrated this scenario, and he would not allow her to leave the stage easily. Looking at her teammates, with whom she had developed a strong bond over the past few months, she did not want their futures jeopardized because of her. Yin Xiaoxi turned to them earnestly. You all go down first. I will find a chance to leave later. The six of them were momentarily taken aback. Wang Tianheng's gaze shifted to one of complexity, seemingly unable to comprehend how she could utter such hurtful words so casually. There was an unspoken sorrow in her voice. Yin Xiaoxi, what do you take me for? The others remained silent, their steps resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Seeing this, Yin Xiaoxi felt touched, yet her expression was contorted as if she had tasted something bitter. Ji Li, standing opposite them, observed their mutual concern with a sinister smile. Advancing step by step towards the eight of them. Ha ha ha. Schemed against? You could say that, for I indeed have graduated. Today, neither of you will leave the stage unscathed. If the rest of you leave now, I might let you off, but if you linger and provoke me, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Yin Xiaoxi. However, dear brother, you need not be so blunt. The six remained silent, their determination unyielding, standing tall to protect Yin Xiaoxi and Yin Yan. The Shijia brothers at the front clapped their armored shells. Oh, spare me. Do not think of sowing discord. There are no cowards in our elite class. Even Lung Lung stepped forward, grasping Yin Xiaoxi's hand. We are teammates. The teacher has said that we must never abandon one another. These words seemed to ignite a switch within them, as they gazed at Ji Li with fierce determination. Yes. Yes. Observing these stubborn youths, Ji Li's irritation escalated. Seeking death, he extended his hand, and a spear materialized in his grasp, vanishing from sight in a blink. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of the others, Ji Li swung the spear towards the front row, targeting the Shijia brothers. Caught off guard by the direct attack on a defensive class, The Shurjia brothers exchanged bewildered glances before their expressions shifted dramatically. Ji Li's spear sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, moving so swiftly that it bent slightly. Under the force of that strike, the others had no time to react, only hearing the sound of something shattering nearby. With a resounding crash, the thick shells of the Shurjia brothers began to splinter, and the force of the blow sent them hurtling off the stage. As the dust settled, the audience beheld the grim sight of the two. As even the defensive class could not withstand Ji Li's strike, their unconscious forms indelibly etched in Mubai's memory. Overwhelmed by concern and panic, Mubai could no longer contain himself. He stood and began to rush towards the stage. He was not a student of the Royal Academy, having already resigned to the outcome, and he felt no obligation to adhere to their nonsensical regulations. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was seized by someone. Turning around, he discovered he had been pulled away from the arena and was now atop a nearby building, restrained by none other than Senior Qin, making his first appearance in his life. Fortunately, the audience was captivated by the dramatic events unfolding on the stage, and no one noticed the 3 of them disappearing. From his elevated position, Mubai, who should have been ready to engage in battle, merely shook off Qin's grip, his expression conflicted. From his past memories, he understood this individual harbored no ill intentions towards them, and was even willing to sacrifice for the sake of protecting students, a rare person of profound loyalty. Yet, he could not fathom why. Seeing his student isolated and helpless, he did not lend assistance, but instead restrained him. All because the assailant was a member of the Royal Academy's faculty? A torrent of questions swirled in his mind until they were clarified upon Flandra's arrival. Xiaoming, what is happening? Qin immediately knelt before him, gravely observing the 3 on the stage. The situation traces back to yesterday afternoon. After the conclusion of the 2v2, the 4 observing from the high platform were preparing to leave when a student suddenly appeared before them. Greetings, esteemed faculty, Teacher Qin. I wish to join the Tianji class for tomorrow's competition. The 4, taken aback, swiftly rejected him without a moment's thought. No, this is a competition between the elite class and the Tianji class. What business does a soul master from the Tiando class have meddling here? In response to their rejection, Ji Li, holding the registration form, stood up unperturbed. He would not dare to confront the faculty in the elite class without preparation. Ignoring Qin, Ji Li fixed his gaze upon the 3 faculty members. Do you truly believe that with Yin Xiaoxis' combat experience, the members of the Tianji class can contend with her? Or is it that this friendly match is merely a facade to highlight the strength of the elite class? If that were the case, then it was as if today's student had not arrived. Seeing him mention only Yin Xiaoxi, the 3 faculty members exchanged puzzled glances. While they too sensed something amiss with her performance, how could she stand against the Tianji class alone? Preposterous. The academy has regulations. Students from the Tiando class absolutely cannot participate in the Tianji class's competition. That is the academy's rule. As for any underhanded tactics to undermine the Tianji class, that is even more absurd. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Li stepped forward, gazing at them without fear. If there are no intentions to undermine the Tianji class, why do the faculty members oppose my participation? Yin Xiaoxi's second soul skill against a soul master of comparable power is practically a bug, and I can better assess the strength of the elite class, as well as what Yin Xiaoxi has been hiding. Her ability to escape from my mother, a soul king, indicates she is far from an ordinary support. Regarding the faculty's claim that the Tiando class cannot participate, I am well prepared. I have met the graduation standards of the Royal Academy, and I shall apply for graduation. I trust my graduation notice will be issued by tomorrow's competition. Upon hearing his confident assertions and observing the faculty's skeptical expressions, Qin inwardly lamented, "This is troublesome." He did not dare hesitate any longer and promptly voiced his support for the elite class. This is unacceptable from the faculty. Those 8 children are merely great soul masters. How can they possibly face a soul master? To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, Ji Li's tone shifted to one of commanding authority. Why can't they face a soul master? Are you afraid they will be harmed? Or does Teacher Qin already know something? Enough. Before Ji Li could finish, the faculty member interjected, their expression darkening. They could tolerate minor rivalries and disagreements among students, but this student's behavior was nothing short of treachery. We will consider this matter. You may leave for now. However, having reached this point and applied for his graduation certificate, Ji Li was not one to relinquish his efforts so easily. I understand the concerns of the Education Committee. Rest assured, my intentions are merely to advocate for my younger sister. I would never impose undue hardship upon my junior classmates. Moreover, I have inquired and discovered that all the level 45 soul masters from our academy are currently engaged in tasks outside the campus, leaving no one more suitable than myself for this endeavor. A series of my arguments softened the committee's expressions, and upon hearing my final words, the three committee members exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, the essence of competition lies in the balance of power. Yet one must always remember that the arena is not a place for intentional harm. Chapter 51. The Revelation of Twin Martial Souls. Indeed, it is as such. Dean, you must have already surmised that Xiaoxi possesses twin martial souls. The purpose of inviting you here is to hope that after Xiaoxi reveals her martial soul, you will take her to Shrek Academy. If circumstances take a turn, and she can still persist in this competition without resorting to her other martial soul, I shall respect her wishes regarding her future. Upon hearing this, Mubai fell silent, stepping forward to quietly sit at the edge of the tall building, gazing towards the arena. On the stage, after the Shi brothers were eliminated, Osro and Yufeng were subsequently cast off the platform. Witnessing the dire state of the four, Yin Xiaoxi once again urged the three behind her. His primary target is me. I will draw his attention while you take Yin Yin down first. The mentioned Yin Yin was instantly displeased, placing her hands on her hips and striding towards Yin Xiaoxi. Where do you think you're going? I have a grudge with his sister, and you were dragged into this as well. At this point, you can't shake me off. Wang Tianheng was also fixated on Jili across the way. Xiaoxi, you need not persuade me further. Our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family does not surrender without a fight. With that, he noticed Long Lang, who had healed several injuries along the way, now utterly exhausted in terms of soul power. Based on Jili's previous performance, it was clear that Yin Xiaoxi and Yin Yin would remain until the end, leaving him and Lang Lang, regardless of who was chosen. Long Lang would not be able to restore her soul power in such a short time. As a support type, she would undoubtedly succumb to Jili's strike. Long Long, you go down first. Long Long hesitated, wanting to argue that she too should stay, but the words faltered as she realized she could no longer be of assistance. Though still unwilling, she had no choice but to descend under the watchful eyes of the four. Seeing this, Jili, who had initially intended to strike, shifted his spear and retracted it, casting a derisive glance at Long Lang's retreating figure. At least you possess some self-awareness. His gaze then fell upon Yin Xiaoxi and Yin Yin, cooling slightly upon noticing Wang Tianheng standing protectively in front of them. Are you certain you won't descend? This is your last chance. If you don't go now, I cannot guarantee you won't be left missing limbs. Enough of your nonsense. Wang Tianheng, entirely unimpressed by his taunts, gathered his strength, and with a flash of his soul ring, launched Thunder Dragon Claw towards Jili. Jili snorted coldly, no longer holding back against Wang Tianheng's repeated provocations, and his spear met the attack head-on. The clash of their martial souls sent tremors through the platform. Standing at the edge, Yin Xiaoxi noticed Yin Yan's gaze fixed on Wang Tianheng and seized the opportunity to push Yin Yin down from the stage. She had promised the old man she would not let Yin Yin get hurt. Though she lacked many virtues, her word was her bond. Just as Yin Xiaoxi believed she had succeeded in pushing Yin Yin off the platform, she turned around, only to find Wang Tianheng standing alone in the center, with Jili nowhere to be seen. No, that was not right. The next moment, a scream pierced the air behind her. A gust of wind swept past her ear. And upon seeing Yin Yin sprawled in the center of the arena, her pupils constricted in horror. Suspended above the stage, with no visible means of support, Jili loomed ominously, his voice echoing like chains of doom from the abyss. Did I permit you to leave? Holding his spear, he looked down at Yin Yin with a cruel smile. Dare to disobey me? Then I shall ensure you remain here forever. With a sharp twist of his wrist, Jili propelled himself straight towards Yin Yin, the spear's keen edge glinting dangerously in Yin Xiaoxi's eyes. In that instant, she could no longer concern herself with the possibility of exposure. Her tail emerged behind her, and both Phantom's Veil and Void activated simultaneously. The onlookers beheld as another yellow soul ring materialized around her, and with a flicker, her figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, 9 silhouettes, imbued with a chilling intent, surged towards the plummeting Jili like lightning. Feeling the imminent threat, Jili was compelled to alter his course, locking onto Yin Xiaoxi's figure and thrusting his spear towards her heart, only for the apparition to dissolve before him. Just as confusion washed over him, he felt a sudden pain in his back. All 8 of Yin Xiaoxi's strikes landed upon him. A soft trip echoed through the once silent square, the sound of blood droplets resonating in the ears of all present. The committee members atop the platform stared in disbelief at the martial soul unveiled behind Yin Xiaoxi. The Phantom Emperor Cat. It is indeed the Phantom Emperor Cat. Cackling madly, Jili's laughter shattered the stillness of the square, prompting the stunned crowd to erupt in exclamations. What in the world is that? A martial soul? Are you out of your mind? Is she not a support-type martial soul? What is this? Has the world gone mad? Or am I still dreaming? Twin martial souls. They are indeed twin martial souls. I knew something was off about Yin Xiaoxis. What kind of support-type trains in the mimicry arena daily? How did I not notice? No, I even shared classes with her and never suspected. Forget about yourself. Even her opponents are stunned into silence. Chapter 52. Where is the fried fish? With a chuckle, Zhili suddenly came to a halt, his entire being radiating a deadly intent. No wonder you concealed your martial soul. You are not from Tiando. Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. I was worried about my mediocre performance at the academy. After graduation, I feared it would be difficult to thrive in Tiando. Yet, unexpectedly, the opportunity for merit has presented itself. If I slay you now, I will undoubtedly earn favor from the Tiando royal family. The 3 committee members on the arena had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent, despite their reluctance to lose talent. They could not rashly intervene to halt Zhili's assault on Yin Xiaoxi. They could not bear the accusation of harboring an enemy from a rival nation. Regret flickered in their eyes. Had they known this would transpire, they would have never acquiesced to his demands. Kill me? On the arena. Yin Xiaoxi appeared to have heard the most amusing joke. Glancing at the unconscious Yin Yin on the ground, her fury was on the verge of overflowing. After healing Wang Tianheng's wounds with her twin floating bells, she passed the severely injured Yin Yin into his care. She turned her gaze back to Zhili, who stood there lost in beautiful fantasies. Aren't you curious about me? Come on, let us see who can kill whom first. Zhili, having exposed her as a false Tiando citizen, felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. He no longer had to tread lightly. Without waiting for her response, he seized the spear at his side, his soul power coalescing around his wrist and weapon. Do you truly believe you can harm me? You are but a mere great soul master. Had I not intentionally restrained myself, you would have perished long ago. As he recalled the injury on his back, a terrifying energy began to emanate from Zhili. Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback. The Zhili who had been in the center of the arena suddenly appeared before her. Second soul skill, sweep of 1,000 forces, a suffocating assault, surged toward her head. Yin Xiaoxi could barely catch a glimpse of the spear slicing through the air. It was too fast. There was no escaping it. Just as she believed she could not evade the strike, a figure resolutely shielded her. The aftermath of Zhili's attack sent Yin Xiaoxi flying, and the sound of cracking bones echoed in her ears as 2 figures collapsed heavily onto the arena floor. The 3 standing atop the arena, upon hearing the sound of Wang Tianheng's bones fracturing, collectively exhaled in relief before leaping down from the high platform. Stop! A voice imbued with immense soul power made Zhili's face blanch instantly. A trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth as he glared at the 3 committee members at the edge of the arena. Wiping the blood from his lips, he cast a vicious glare at Wang Tianheng, who had disrupted his plans. The committee allowed him to come up here. My target is her. Shinji stepped forward, reprimanding him. I care not who your target is. The fact remains that you have harmed a member of the academy in the arena. Seeing the committee members resolutely protect the 2 individuals, Zhili's bloodied teeth nearly crunched in frustration as he suddenly knelt on the ground. I plead for the committee's forgiveness for my disrespect. This person must not be allowed to leave Tiando, or it will bring calamity. At these words, the surrounding students exchanged glances, rising to their feet in unison. Indeed, she must not be allowed to leave. She is from Shingluo. We cannot let her go. The fact that a Shingluo individual had infiltrated the Tiando Royal Academy was not something to be overlooked. She must not escape. Amidst the uproar, Yin Xiaoxi, the center of attention, paid no heed to the clamoring crowd. She rushed to check on the unconscious Wang Tianheng, and upon touching his lifeless back, her expression shifted dramatically. His back was shattered. Damn it, it seems Zhili had intended to kill him with that last attack. The twin floating bells hovered in the air, emitting a brilliant golden light as the life-infused Xinling resonated above them, ringing twice until Wang Tianheng's condition improved. Only then did Yin Xiaoxi cease her efforts. Gently patting his face, fearing any residual effects from his unconsciousness, Wang Tianheng, the unconscious Wang Tianheng stirred, his eyes fluttering open to see Yin Xiaoxi, who shielded him from the blinding light. The sunlight cast a gentle glow upon her, making her appear exceedingly tender, momentarily captivating Wang Tianheng. Seeing his expression, Yin Xiaoxi thought, oh no, he can't be truly dazed. She quickly raised a finger before him. Are you all right? How many fingers do you see? Wang Tianheng brushed aside her finger, exclaiming, I'm fine. He pushed himself up, attempting to stand, prompting Yin Xiaoxi to lend him a hand. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Hearing her muttering, Wang Tinhing turned to see her nearly flawless, rosy face, his ears flushed crimson as he feigned composure and nodded. I'm fine. On the arena floor, Mubai, panting and rushing in from a distance, lifted his head only to witness this scene, his face paling as he gritted his teeth. Zhuqing, I'll take you home. However, his voice was completely drowned out by Yin Xiaoxi, who felt the tone was somewhat familiar, yet it seemed directed at someone else. She gazed up at the committee members, who stood with expressions of frustration, as if they might strike at any moment, while Geely remained kneeling, facing them with an air of defiance. What is this situation? One side kneeling in honesty, the other standing in frustration. It seems the roles are reversed here. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from below the arena. Yin Xiaoxi turned to see Qin, who had been missing for a day, standing at the edge of the stage, gazing at her with an understanding expression. Strangely, the previously composed Yin Xiaoxi felt a surge of grievance welling up within her. Had it not been for the current situation, she might have rushed into his embrace, completely oblivious to how tall he had become. For the first time, Qin, under Yin Xiaoxi's tearful gaze, felt her importance. Clearing his throat awkwardly and stepping aside to reveal Flinder, who stood behind him. Yin Xiaoxi. I knew it. He hadn't been seen for a day. Turns out he was catching up with old friends. Unreliable. This teacher is utterly unreliable. The three committee members also noticed Flinder standing behind Qin. Without needing further introduction, they could roughly infer the situation. However, they had not anticipated Qin's meticulousness. In a different context, Qin's level of trust in them was nowhere near that of his alma mater. Yet, had they arrived just a tad earlier, they would have gladly entrusted Yin Xiaoxi to them. But now, the situation was under control, and they were unwilling to let go of such a talent. Even if she was from Shingluo, they nodded toward Flinder. Might I inquire about the purpose of your esteemed Academy's visit to our Royal Academy? Unbeknownst to Yin Xiaoxi, Mubai had somehow appeared beside Flinder. Seeing Yin Xiaoxi gazing at them, he stepped forward, raising his head proudly. I have come to retrieve my princess. Do you have any objections? Chapter 53. Another explosion full-on glanced at Yin Xiaoxi, whose face had turned a shade resembling that of a dark sauce. Young man, you discard someone at the slightest disagreement, and now you suddenly want to take her back. If you don't get beaten up, who will? He noticed the girl, who had initially appeared bewildered, now glaring with fiery eyes in response to his words. Indeed, had looks been lethal, Mubai would have been utterly annihilated by Yin Xiaoxi's piercing gaze. She pondered why that voice sounded so familiar. That tousled white-haired figure was none other than the one who ambushed her that fateful night, an assailant from the Shingluo clan. Even if he was Mubai, she was not Zhuqing. For the sake of the academy, they truly would stop at nothing. Don't overreach your connections. Do we even know each other? And a royal consort? Who do you think you are? Suddenly, a laugh erupted from the trees of the Royal Academy. Yin Xiaoxi looked up, momentarily blinded. Where did that unrestrained individual come from? After all eyes turned toward him, Duoluo hastily covered his mouth in surprise and gestured softly toward the crowd below. Have I interrupted you? But since you've all noticed me, I am quite curious how the Heaven Do Royal Academy intends to handle the appearance of the Shingluo royal consort within its grounds. Upon seeing his face, both the committee of the Royal Academy and the head of Shrek displayed signs of discontent. Shinji raised his hand, launching an attack toward Duoluo. What are you doing here? Matters of our Royal Academy are not for your spirit hall to interfere. In the next moment, Duoluo vanished, reappearing on the arena, lifting Yin Xiaoxi's chin with a single hand. Don't be like that. I'm merely passing by and am curious about what kind of royal consort could incite such competition among so many. Yin Xiaoxi gasped, oh my, I'm no longer pure. Who is this person, daring to abduct a common girl in broad daylight? Release her, Mubai exclaimed, panic-stricken upon seeing Yin Xiaoxi in Duoluo's grasp. In the next instant, a white tiger radiant wave surged toward Duoluo. With a cold smirk, Duoluo raised his hand, ready to counter. But upon noticing the intense gaze directed at him from behind, he playfully withdrew, disappearing from the arena. Yin Xiaoxi stood, dumbfounded, as her shield vanished before her eyes. As the white tiger radiant wave approached her, she could not help but curse, darn it. Using void to dodge the attack, she glared fiercely at the bewildered Mubai. Now I understand. This person is using the pretense of saving me to actually come to harm me. Teacher Qin. Yin Xiaoxi, feigning innocence, was about to seek refuge with Qin when she suddenly found herself immobilized. Turning back, she saw Duoluo's hand firmly pressing down on her shoulder, his chilling nails causing her to tremble. What do you intend to do? She stammered, swallowing hard, seemingly amused by her frightened demeanor. Douluo's expression softened slightly as his nails traced her cheek. I was going to kill you outright, but your temperament intrigues me. Here's the deal. You have two choices. First, continue the competition and take fate into your own hands. Second, I choose for you, death. What do you think? Am I not being humane? You won't even have to choose your own demise. Yin Xiaoxi replied. Then, thank you. Below the arena, Qin stepped forward anxiously. Your Highness, this is unjust. Xiaoxi is merely a great soul master. Hearing this, Douluo's expression hardened, and he released his grip on Yin Xiaoxi, stepping back. With a turn, 8 soul rings surged forth, intensifying the pressure felt by everyone present. He did not immediately respond to Qin, but instead regarded Yin Xiaoxi, who stood there lost in thought. Unfair, is it, little girl? Should I just choose for you? Douluo's words hung in the air, and without missing a beat, Yin Xiaoxi's survival instinct compelled her to respond. No need. It's very fair. I choose the first option. Her eager voice delighted Douluo, who smirked. Good girl. Rest assured that once we have the spirit hall say you are free, no one will harm you again. As he patted her head, Yin Xiaoxi wore a smile on the surface, but internally she was cursing. She was truly exasperated. Here she was, threatened by a member of the spirit hall within the Royal Academy. And amidst this gathering, not a single person was capable of assisting her. If it weren't for the old man's and Yin Yin's life-saving grace, she would have surely retorted to Douluo, is your spirit hall still hiring? Observing the scene unfolding on the arena, the spectators were engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. Although the 3 committee members were furious, they stood their ground, neither supporting nor opposing Douluo's proposal, remaining silent. Fulan, with his rimless glasses, darted his keen eyes around, clearly plotting something. Apart from Douluo, who awaited the spectacle, others were either filled with anxiety or shrank back in fear, cautious even with their breathing, afraid that a single misstep might attract the attention of the merciless killer, leading to their demise. Ji Li, who had been kneeling on the arena, stood up at some point, watching Yin Xiaoxi in the center with excitement. Although the situation was somewhat unexpected, it posed no disadvantage to him. Summoning his martial spirit once more, he twirled his spear, the ensuing wind creating a piercing sound. Yin Xiaoxi turned to face him. Since it has come to this, let us compete. Concerning matters of life and death. Yin Xiaoxi was no longer inclined to hide her abilities. Gazing at the muscular man before her, she lowered her eyes. She could not afford a head-on clash. The disparity in their soul power did not grant her the confidence to be reckless. She needed to minimize the gap in their strengths. Raising her right hand, a seductive crimson aura began to rise, instantly amplifying her soul power, speed, strength, and mental acuity. A dark red glow enveloped her, releasing a faintly sweet, bloody scent that wafted through the air. Ding, ding, ding. The sonorous chime echoed, causing all present to furrow their brows. Witnessing this, aside from Yin Yin and Mubai, the rest of the audience was collectively stunned. Isn't the color of that bell supposed to be a sacred yellow? Why does it suddenly look as if it has been soaked in blood? Quite eerie indeed. Behind Yin Xiaoxi, Wang Tianheng observed with concern, casting a glance at Yin Yin, who appeared unfazed, then shifted his gaze back to the arena, his eyes filled with desolation. Had he truly never entered her world? Chapter 54. Intermission at this moment. Ji stood in opposition to Yin Xiaoxi, his hands raised defensively before him, warding off the encroaching, viscous crimson light. As he felt his soul power gradually draining from his palms, all 4 of his soul rings activated simultaneously, dispelling the red glow. With a swift motion of his spear, he turned his gaze toward her. You truly are full of surprises. But this is where it ends. Noticing Ji Li's movement, Yin Xiaoxi, who had long been on guard, promptly summoned the second soul ring from her secondary floating bell. With a flash of red light, her second soul skill, Judgment Bell, illuminated her surroundings. Standing her ground against Ji Li, who had momentarily vanished yet not entirely, she awaited an attack that never came. Realizing he had no immediate intention to strike, Yin Xiaoxi lifted her eyes to the rapidly whirling afterimage in the air, deep in thought. She needed to provoke him to hasten the depletion of his stamina and soul power. Observing Ji Li's continuous probing, she scoffed. This is where it ends? Is that all you have against a great soul master? You still need to test the waters? Seeing that he remained hesitant to act, her expression turned cold. With a flicker of her soul ring, ghostly extinction tore through the fabric of space, heading directly for Ji Li, who had already been locked onto. In the next moment, Yin Xiaoxi abruptly came to a halt, her mind conjuring an image of Ji Li's spear poised to strike her heart from just a meter to her left. Disrupted by her seemingly fortuitous stop, Geely appeared a meter away, spear in hand. A smirk danced on Yin Xiaoxi's lips as she crossed her arms, watching him. Oh, you finally dare to show yourself? I thought you were nothing more than a rat hiding in the shadows. Startled by her sudden halt, Geely clenched his teeth, his resolve hardening as he glared at her. Who are you calling a rat? You wretched Star Luo person, your time is up. Hearing his words, Yin Xiaoxi erupted into laughter, waving her hand dismissively. Big brother, if it weren't for that weapon in your grasp, I would think your words were merely jest. Who can't boast? Before she could finish her taunt, Geely, now devoid of reason, felt his veins bulging as he prepared to unleash his first soul skill. In that instant, Yin Xiaoxi envisioned the scene of his impending assault and, after a brief pause, continued to speak. How many drugs has your sect consumed to be this weak? And yet you speak of avenging your sister? As Geely brushed past her, spear in hand. Her taunting voice echoed in his ears. Does your sister know that the brother she relies on is nothing but a decorative cushion, utterly devoid of lethal capability? Instantly, bloodshot veins began to surface in Geely's eyes. He turned, his gaze twisted with fury, and with a deranged expression declared, How dare you mention my sister? You must be tired of living. Today, I shall end you. In an instant, the heavens darkened, thunder rumbled ominously. The spear in his hand ascended, crackling like it was receiving the wrath of the thunder god, electric serpents coiling around it. He radiated an overwhelming aura, akin to a deity reborn. Die. With that command, the lightning intensified, his fourth soul skill, heavenly wrath, unleashed. Yin Xiaoxi's complexion paled, an area attack. As the spear descended with a fierce momentum, she rapidly calculated her escape. But there was no way out. This strike was akin to a net, as the electric snakes split into 9, each darting toward a different direction, each carrying a current potent enough to incapacitate anyone on the arena. With this blow, no one would survive on the stage. As the spear neared its descent, madness filled Yin Xiaoxi's eyes. She pivoted and sprinted toward a tree branch where the referee, Duo, sat. The audience, paralyzed by the sheer scale of the impending attack, gasped as they noticed Yin Xiaoxi's desperate flight. Is she trying to get herself killed, running straight into danger? Even Duo, observing the approaching girl, was taken aback. His keen eyes spotted the electric serpent poised to strike her and instinctively intervened to shield her. Realizing what he had done, Duo was momentarily incredulous. Yet, as he often acted on impulse, he merely squinted at the girl beside him and stated calmly, You have lost. Having just arrived and sighed in relief. Yin Xiaoxi felt the murderous intent radiating from Duo and her heart sank once more as she met his gaze defiantly. I have not. Detecting her stubbornness, Duo found himself inexplicably amused. Oh, not at all? Since when can one enjoy a halftime break like this? At his words, Yin Xiaoxi's face flushed, her hands gripping her clothing tightly as her gaze drifted to the devastation wrought by Geely's fourth soul skill. With newfound resolve, she pointed accusingly at Geely in the arena. He broke the rules first. He cannot use his fourth soul skill in this match. Oh, Duo, not fully acquainted with the match's regulations, scrutinized the man in the arena. Is what the girl says true? Geely, already tense, panicked at Duo's inquiry. No. You never mentioned the previous rules would continue. Upon hearing this, Duo, already leaning toward Yin Xiaoxi's side, moved closer to her. Observing the 3 committee members at the arena's edge, their faces dark as coal, Duo feigned a look of frustration. Ah. It seems the Royal Academy's guidance leaves much to be desired. How should we rule on this? The 3 committee members were momentarily at a loss for words. They could see that Duo was particularly lenient towards Yin Xiaoxi, implying that her life was spared. However, what of Geely? As committee members of the Royal Academy, they were reluctant to abandon any student. The implication from the Spirit Hall was clear. There must be a resolution between the 2 combatants. With Yin Xiaoxi's safety no longer a consideration, the 3 deliberated. Finally, filled with guilt, one member cast a glance at Yin Xiaoxi but dared not look again, fearful of witnessing the disappointment in her eyes. Since both have violated the rules, let it be considered a draw. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Tianheng immediately knelt, exclaiming, Committee members, this is unfair. Xiaoxi was forced out of the arena because Geely broke the rules first. Yin followed suit, stepping forward. Yes, Xiaoxi was at a disadvantage against Geely. You cannot show bias. The remaining teammates also knelt, united in their protest. This is a blatant miscarriage of justice. Chapter 55. Those who see share beneath the arena. Witnessing the mutual care among her companions, Mubai found herself momentarily entranced. Had her bond with these teammates truly deepened to such an extent? In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his timely arrival. Had it been delayed by a few more years, she might have never returned to Shrek. Meanwhile, the trio of committee members who had just made a decision faced vehement opposition from the students, their already grim expressions darkening further. If you deem my actions unjust, let us put the matter to a vote among the other students. Should we continue the competition, or shall we confront Ji Li directly? As these words resonated, the spectators appeared bewildered. They were mere onlookers. How could they be drawn into the fray? Yet, should they be given the choice? Continue the competition. Upon hearing this near-unanimous response, Ji Li's face lit up with delight. On the other hand, the flower Douluo gazed helplessly at Yin Xiaoxi. Alas, this is truly vexing. My dear, go ahead. It is rare to encounter a kindred spirit. Should you lose, accompany me to the spirit hall. Unlike these hypocrites, you will find the justice you seek there. While Yin Xiaoxi remained unfazed by this declaration, the 7 kneeling before them immediately lifted their heads, their eyes brimming with gratitude towards the flower Douluo. It was the first time someone looked at him with such admiration, and surprisingly, he did not find it repugnant. At that moment, standing beneath the arena, Flander interjected, Juhua, everything has its order. Our Shrek Academy has waited long enough. You cannot simply take them away. Though Mubai was puzzled by the apparent change in the flower Douluo's temperament from his previous life, her animosity remained unwavering. Zhuqing is the princess consort of Star Luo. There is no need for the spirit hall's intervention. Once again, upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at Mubai with no reservations. Princess consort? How laughable. Such a fickle heart. Not content with what she has, but also coveting what others possess. With a leap, she returned to the arena. Observing the silent duel between Flower Douluo and the Dean of Shrek, Yin Xiaoxi suddenly thought of a rather rebellious phrase, my fate is mine to dictate. Spitting in disdain, she continued, why don't you 3 ask for my opinion? Besides, how can you presume I will lose this match? While the 2 factions clashed, outsiders perceived it as her honor, but Yin Xiaoxi felt nothing short of profound humiliation. They did not believe she could win, did they? Very well. Even if she were to lose today, she would ensure that Ji Li fell with her. With a fierce glare directed at Ji Li, she declared, we continue. With that, the second soul ring of the twin floating bell shimmered once more. Ji Li, standing opposite her, noticed the crimson glow surrounding her and recalled the situation from the previous round, his gaze flickering. Before she could provoke him, he spoke first. That shouldn't be an auxiliary skill, but a premonition. Ha ha ha. You wish to exhaust my soul power? Unfortunately, your scheme has been unraveled. His words sent a wave of panic through Yin Xiaoxi, but her expression remained defiant. So what if you know? You cannot harm me, if you dare. Let us see who can outlast whom. Ji Li suddenly burst into laughter. If only your level were higher, you might have some grounds to say that. But you are merely a great soul master. Knowing my tactics changes nothing, you still cannot evade them. With that, a vision of a spear hurtling towards her flashed in Yin Xiaoxi's mind. Before her brain could react, the spear was already upon her. She gritted her teeth and dove to the ground, narrowly escaping its grasp. Crouched low, there was no time to lift her head, as once again, the spear erupted from beneath her feet, the image of her being impaled haunting her thoughts. Cursing Ji Li for his relentless pursuit of her demise, she resolved to remain grounded and rolled across the floor. Just as her body vacated its original position, a spear burst forth from the earth. Without any surprise that she would evade, Ji Li leapt forward. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi, still rolling, envisioned herself being pierced by spears from all directions, her back, her head, from above, from the sides, relentlessly assaulted by lethal strikes. The sheer density of the attacks left her momentarily paralyzed. I cannot afford to gamble on such concentrated assaults. Devouring Soul Bell. A surge of potent mental energy emanated from Yin Xiaoxi, disregarding all attacks and defenses as it surged towards Ji Li's consciousness. The sudden pain caused Ji Li to drop his spear, cradling his head as he bore the excruciating sensation of mental needles piercing his brain. Glaring at the now upright Yin Xiaoxi with rage. Psychic. Attack. The agony in his mind made Ji Li's voice tremble. Yin Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, casting an appreciative glance his way. You have quite the breadth of knowledge. You are not as foolish as I thought. As the intensity of the friendly match escalated, the breadth of Yin Xiaoxi's attacks and soul skills astonished even the flower Douluo. Just as she prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Ji Li, the image of him executing the soul skill spear throw resurfaced in her mind. She gazed in astonishment at Ji Li, whose eyes were bloodshot and veins bulging. realizing he was poised to retaliate with everything he had. Indeed, Zhili was prepared to unleash his final strike. The spear in his hand flew forth under his resolute gaze. Observing the seemingly light attack, Yin Xiaoxi found it amusing, but suddenly her expression shifted. He has vanished. Unlike the previous disappearance, this time she could sense nothing of his presence, as though she were the sole occupant of the arena. With not even a whisper of wind to disturb her. Then, a gust of wind surged from behind her, and the vision of her being pierced flashed through her mind. Third soul skill, returning spear chain shot. Yin Xiaoxi's body froze. Despite knowing Ji Li's attack methods, attempting to evade was futile. He was like a cornered beast, betting everything on this one blow, his speed rivaling that of a soul king. With a rip, Yin Xiaoxi felt the sharp spear tear through her clothing, the icy touch pressing against her back. Chapter 56. The Sanzu Cup. Though her body had yet to make contact with the spear, the flesh on Yin Xiaoxi's back had already begun to stiffen under the chilling touch of the weapon. Just as despair enveloped her heart and she braced for death, a sudden brilliance erupted from the floating Shuangfu Ling above. A radiant crimson light, imbued with an undeniable pure soul power, surged toward Yin Xiaoxi. The proud voice of Shuangfu Ling echoed in her mind. I come to aid you. In the next moment, she distinctly heard a crack as the once impenetrable barrier within her shattered under the impact of this soul power. The torrent of soul energy surged forth, enabling Yin Xiaoxi to ascend from level 24 to level 25 in the blink of an eye. At that instant, a sharp pain pierced her back as the spear tore through flesh, blood oozing from the wound as if it had pierced her very heart. The agony drained the color from her lips, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The spectators, momentarily paralyzed by fear, rose in unison, their eyes wide as they beheld the blood-painted tableau on the arena. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, allowing Yin Xiaoxi to observe each face and gesture with clarity. Her teammates, filled with terror, rushed toward the stage, while teacher Qin leapt up in urgency, accompanied by the despairing Mubai. Even the imposing figure of the chrysanthemum Douluo stood rigidly upright. Moved by the unexpected concern from those around her, Yin Xiaoxi felt a swell of gratitude. The onlookers gazed at her frail form, pierced by the spear, as if she had lost all strength, her hands slowly falling to her sides. The Shuangfu Ling, which had compelled her to break through to level 25, now hovered in the air like a butterfly with broken wings, its once brilliant glow dimming as it descended. As the light faded, a golden radiance surged forth, defying fate itself. The crowd collectively closed their eyes. Even Zhili found himself momentarily dazed by the brilliance. At that moment, the two soul rings on Shuangfu Ling flickered in unison, releasing a sound so powerful it seemed to stretch the very fabric of their souls. The sudden burst of golden light enveloped Yin Xiaoxi's heart. Even as Ji Li's spear remained a fraction away from its target, the luminous aura encircled her heart instantaneously. Unbeknownst to Ji Li, who had anticipated using his untested third soul skill to catch her off guard, he could hardly fathom the luck that allowed her to turn the tide at the brink of death. He never expected her control skills to manifest so swiftly. Just a mere 0.01 seconds remained before her heart would have been utterly pierced, and he could not accept that fate. A sudden jolt of pain gripped his chest, and Ji Li, filled with unfulfilled rage, collapsed to the ground, breathless. Behind him, a chrysanthemum petal forged from black iron had lodged itself in his heart. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi's body had already been restored by the Shuangfu Ling, yet she remained on the arena floor, clutching her heart and drenched in sweat. Her gaze fell upon her tearful companions, a victorious smile gracing her lips. She had triumphed, perched atop a tree. The chrysanthemum Douluo gazed at her smile with a complex expression before vanishing from sight. As Yin Xiaoxi lost consciousness, Mubai, in a frenzy, embraced her tightly, his soul power gradually infusing into her, revitalizing the waning Shuangfu Ling within her. He recalled that her other martial spirit was the Sanzu Cup. He finally understood why her martial spirit felt so familiar. The Sanzu Cup was a treasure she had acquired in her past life in the divine realm. She had once confided in him that she and the Sanzu Cup had become one, their spirits intertwined, capable of saving her life in critical moments. Yet, why did the ever-illuminating Sanzu Cup now appear in such a diminished state? What had she encountered? With a heart full of confusion, Mubai continued to nourish the Sanzu Cup within her until he sensed a flicker of revival in the Shuangfu Ling before he finally lifted the unconscious Yin Xiaoxi into his arms. However, just a few steps later, they were blocked by the 7 members of the elite class. Wang Tianheng, at the forefront, glared at him with hostility. He could sense that this man was extraordinary, yet he also recognized that Yin Xiaoxi was a stranger to him. "Where are you taking Xiaoxi?" Mubai regarded Wang Tianheng, who appeared visibly agitated, his heart simmering with anger, yet acknowledging the sincerity behind his concern for Yin Xiaoxi. Torn between ire and helplessness, he inwardly cursed his rival. She truly had a knack for finding love rivals. With a cold stare, Mubai responded, "I am taking my princess. What business is it of yours?" Were it not for the person in his arms, he would have never paused for these defeated adversaries. Wang Tianheng, momentarily stifled by Mubai's intimidating gaze, found himself at a loss for words. Mubai's lofty demeanor incensed Yin Yan. How dare he not only attempt to take Xiaoxi away, but also intimidate the man she fancied? With her hands in her pockets, she strode forward. "Who are you? Just because you say Xiaoxi is your princess, does that make it so? Xiaoxi has said before, she has only me and grandfather as family. Who do you think you are? Let go of her." As she reached out, Mubai's expression turned icy. He scrutinized Yin Yan, incredulous that this child dared to vie for his beloved. "It is because of you that she is in the Royal Academy, suffering such grave injuries." With that, he unleashed his Soul King aura, causing the seven surrounding him to retreat several paces, clearing the path. The spectators from the Royal Academy were left in shock. Is the world mad? A mere child of 10 possesses the power of a Soul King? One would think they began cultivating from birth. Yin Yan, pushed aside and wounded by his words, felt tears prick her eyes. Reflecting on the recent events, she regretted her stubborn insistence for Xiaoxi to accompany her to the academy. But even as she chastised herself, she felt a pang of bitterness. "You claim Xiaoxi is your princess? Who can prove that? And what right do you have to judge me? If it weren't for grandfather, Xiaoxi would have perished. Where were you when she was gravely injured? What gives you the right to act so entitled?" Hearing that she had nearly died sent a jolt through Mubai. He turned to Yin Yan, his gaze darkening as he met her defiant stare, feeling a headache coming on. Choosing not to engage further, he pushed past her, the weight of his Soul King aura preventing the seven from advancing. With a tender look at the girl in his arms, he spoke in a low voice. "I will repay the favor of saving her life. And her name is not Xiaoxi, it is Zhuqing." As he turned to leave, Wang Tianheng clenched his fists and knelt before the committee. "Please, do not expel Xiaoxi. Grant me one day. I will use the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to explain her situation to the Tiando royal family. This matter will not implicate the academy." His resolute words, akin to a solemn vow, resonated in the ears of those present, leaving them momentarily stunned. In the next breath, Yin Yin knelt as well. "Rest assured, esteemed committee members, I too will guarantee to the Tiando Empire as a guest of the royal family. We will ensure the Royal Academy remains unscathed." The three committee members exchanged complex glances, sighing softly as they helped the impassioned youths to their feet. They too did not wish for Yin Xiaoxi to depart. It is regrettable that, judging from their inaction on the arena and the collective resistance of the academy students, the girl has likely developed a sense of animosity towards the institution. To put it bluntly, her affinity for the spirit hall in this competition may surpass that of her peers. The Royal Academy does not expel any student. Rather, it honors the will of each individual. Once she awakens, let us hear her thoughts. Chapter 57. Do not disturb. When Yin Xiaoxi regained consciousness, she found herself bewildered by her inability to move her hands. Had something untoward occurred? Was she perhaps subjected to the gruesome fate of having her limbs severed? A shiver ran through her at the mere thought. For the past 3 days, Mubai had vigilantly kept watch by her bedside, and he immediately sensed her slight movement. He quickly released her hand and rose to pour a glass of water. "You must be thirsty, right? Here, have a sip." Still lost in her confusion about her regained mobility, Yin Xiaoxi was startled by a raspy, yet alluring voice that pierced the air. She felt gentle hands lifting her body, and a cool cup was pressed to her lips. Instinctively, she swallowed, the refreshing sensation causing her to momentarily forget her concerns. Her eyes, which had been closed, fluttered open, squinting slightly at the sudden light, as she felt the hands on her back gently lay her back down, treating her as if she were a rare treasure. She couldn't help but feel perplexed. Why was her treatment so different this time compared to her previous injuries? But perhaps this was for the best, she mused, a smile creeping onto her lips. Gradually, she focused her hazy vision on the broad silhouette before her, furrowing her brow in suspicion as she surveyed her surroundings. Everything seemed in order. This was indeed her room. But what was this white-haired figure doing here? "Who are you? Where is Yin Yin?" she inquired, her voice still laced with weakness and remnants of sleep. Mubai froze upon hearing her words, the sting of her unfamiliarity cutting deep into his heart. Even though he had learned of her amnesia from Yin Yin over the past 3 days, he couldn't suppress the bittersweet ache that welled within him. "Xiaoqing, please do not jest. I know you resent me for leaving you alone in Shingluo, but I promised that was the last time. From now on, we shall never be apart again, all right? As he spoke, Mubai grasped her hand once more, his eyes softening as if soothing a petulant child. Yin Xiaoxi, what do you mean never apart? I was merely wondering why I couldn't move my hands when I first woke up. It turns out you were holding on to them. She promptly withdrew her hand from his grasp, fixing him with a serious gaze. Brother, have you lost your mind? I am Yin Xiaoxi. If your eyesight is poor, you want to seek treatment instead of mistaking identities. Of course, she was well aware of who he was, one of the protagonists. Yet, wasn't this supposed to be a tale of quests and battles? When had it morphed into a narrative of substitutes? To be a mere stand-in among the main characters? Surely, she was not so weary of life. In other stories, substitutes merely suffered emotional and physical torment, but in this saga, it seemed one was destined for murder and soul torment. With this thought, Yin Xiaoxi hastily shifted her body towards the bed, earnestly gazing at Mubai. Big brother, if you wish to avoid a fiery path of chasing after your beloved, I advise you to choose your words wisely. Mubai, overwhelmed by her words, couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Noticing her aversion to him, his expression darkened. He sat on the edge of the bed, leaned over, and pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her stiff head. Zhuqing, please do not jest. How could I mistake you for someone else? Indeed, how could he mistake her? Abandoning his divine position to undergo reincarnation was all for the purpose of their reunion. This time, he vowed not to let her vanish again. Feeling awkward in his embrace, Yin Xiaoxi struggled to escape, but as she raised her hand, she noticed something was amiss with her body. What was going on? Why did she feel so weak? Inside her, the dual voices of the Lingling echoed softly. Xiaoxi, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Yin Xiaoxi paused, an inexplicable heaviness settling in her heart. Speak. Due to the battle 3 days ago, your heart's endurance has diminished. You now have only 3 months left, and furthermore, you are afflicted with a weakness debuff. Yin Xiaoxi. Lingling. Are you certain you belong to this world? This seems rather advanced. The question Lingling responded with an embarrassed Lingling, he, leaving Yin Xiaoxi feeling exasperated yet unyielding. Stop giggling and just tell me. To be honest, I am uncertain. However, it seems I have always been tied to your soul. You can inquire further about it. Many of my memories are incomplete. Yin Xiaoxi understood who it referred to, but still found it curious. Aren't you two one entity? What about it? At the mention of it, Lingling's tone turned despondent. While we are one entity, it is not as you imagine. We each possess our own soul. It was gravely injured while trying to save you, and has entered a state of deep slumber. Yin Xiaoxi's heart raced at the revelation. Remembering the soul energy that had emanated from Lingling during the arena battle, she felt a surge of anxiety. Is it all right? Is there anything I can do? There might be. Lingling hesitated, and Yin Xiaoxi assumed it was simply shy. Please, don't hesitate. Just tell me what you need. Unexpectedly, a hint of pink appeared on the golden Lingling, its body fluttering awkwardly in the air. It's not that I'm shy. It's just, I don't quite know what to do. Just like the last time you absorbed the soul ring, when your own soul power is abundant. We can absorb excess soul power to restore our own soul bodies. Chapter 58. Whimpering listening to its hesitant words, Yin Xiaoxi felt somewhat perplexed. Wasn't the goal merely to find a more formidable soul beast? What was the big deal about that? Are you suggesting that I should hasten my breakthrough to become a great soul master, and then seek out a more powerful soul beast to absorb its soul ring? Not at all. Shuang vehemently protested, then began to squirm once more. Well, not exactly. Although we are one entity, we possess different attributes, which renders the selection criteria for soul rings exceedingly stringent. Generally, it is it that lures the soul beasts out. I haven't actually operated it myself, and I am unaware of its requirements for the next soul beast. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi fell silent. No wonder she felt that the soul beasts she absorbed each time seemed rather inappropriate. They were all entities that should not have appeared. Forget it. It will still be a while before I break through to become a great soul master. If it has not awakened by then, you can handle the practicalities. After all, it was merely her third soul ring. Letting it practice a bit was inconsequential, as long as it did not disrupt her subsequent soul rings. Understanding her thoughts, Shuang could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. How had it never realized how sharp-tongued she could be? Knock, knock. At that moment, someone cautiously knocked on the door from the outside. Yin Xiaoxi snapped back to reality, only to realize she had been conversing with Shuang while nestled in Mubai's embrace for quite some time. She scrambled out of his hold, feeling the sudden emptiness. Mubai glared at the door that had interrupted his intimate moment with his wife, his heterochromatic eyes filled with irritation as he reluctantly stood up. Upon opening the door, a small purple head appeared, peering anxiously inside. Who else could it be but Yin Yin, the oblivious one? With a cold expression, Mubai pushed the little head back, leaving the door ajar without any intention of inviting Yin Yin in for a visit. Is something the matter? Hearing his brusque tone, Yin Xiaoxi, who was still slightly flushed from sitting on the bed, curiously inquired, "Who is it?" It seemed that only she and Yin Yin occupied the dormitory. However, given Yin Yin's boisterous nature, the cautious individual outside could not possibly be her. To her surprise, upon hearing her voice, Yin Yin, who had been standing outside like a wrong little wife, suddenly regained her composure, ignoring Mubai, who was blocking the door with an intimidating demeanor. Yin Yin squeezed her way through the gap. Yin Xiaoxi, not daring to overstep with Mubai standing by, had no choice but to ease her grip and allow Yin Yin entry. Upon catching sight of Yin Xiaoxi, Yin Yan's tears began to well up, and before Mubai could close the door, she erupted into heart-wrenching sobs. "Wah, Xiaoxi, you're finally awake." "Boo-hoo." Seated on the bed, Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the pitiful figure racing towards her. She quickly reached out to embrace her, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Why was it that every time she was injured, Yin Yin would always be the first to seek her out for comfort? Shouldn't she be the one providing solace? Gently wiping away Yin Yan's tears, Yin Xiaoxi noticed that this time, the little girl seemed particularly aggrieved, with tears flowing like an unrestrained faucet that she could not seem to stop. "All right, no more crying. Look, I'm perfectly fine." Who bullied our Yin Yin? Standing by the door, Mubai, already displeased by their intimate posture, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind upon hearing this question. He quickly stepped forward, obediently comforting Yin Yin. Indeed, who? Before he could finish, Yin Yin, still sobbing in Yin Xiaoxi's embrace, broke free and began frantically wiping her tears. "Wah, Xiaoxi, you must stand up for me. It's all this guy's fault. Ever since you fell unconscious, he has been hogging your room. Boo-hoo. He wouldn't even let me in to see you, and he threatened me with his martial soul." The sheer volume of her cries could easily lead one to believe something dreadful had transpired. Yin Xiaoxi shot a glare at the somewhat flustered Mubai before rising from the bed. "All right, stop crying. Be good. He just mistook you for someone else." Upon hearing this, Yin Yin blinked in confusion, her tears suddenly ceasing. "Really? Xiaoxi, did he mistake you for someone else? Does that mean you won't be going to Shrek and leaving me?" As she spoke, her red nose still quivering with occasional sniffles, she appeared utterly endearing. Yin Xiaoxi, filled with affection, gently stroked her hair. "Yin Yin, be good. I don't know him." Before she could finish her thought, she was startled by a hand suddenly appearing at her waist. Unbeknownst to her, Mubai had teleported behind her, tightly embracing her from behind. His gaze directed at Yin Yin with a clear message of dismissal. "Don't misinterpret things. I have not mistaken anyone. She will not remain here. Zhuqing has merely forgotten her past for the time being. She will remember in due course." As he spoke, he leaned his head against her shoulder, nuzzling affectionately. Instantly, Yin Xiaoxi's expression faltered, her body sending out SOS signals. Seeking help. What should she do if a once mighty tiger had turned into a dog against her will? Resolutely, she pushed the head resting on her shoulder away, feeling slightly embarrassed as she looked at Yin Yin. Although what he said was not entirely accurate, there was some truth to it. She did not intend to stay here. It was not that she did not wish to accompany her, but after the events in the arena, her identity as a member of the Star Luo Empire had been exposed. How could she establish herself in the Royal Academy of Heaven Do as a Star Luo person? Understanding her expression, Yin Yan's tears began to flow once more. "So, Xiaoxi, you really have to leave?" Wanting to approach, she was stopped by the hand gripping her waist. Overcome with rage, Yin Xiaoxi violently shook off Mubai's hand and strode towards Yin Yin. "All right, no more tears. Parting is merely a prelude to a better reunion. Besides, I actually wanted to ask, Yin Yin, what do you and your grandfather think of the spirit hall?" Yin Yin paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Oh dear. Someone's plans are about to fall through. While I do not like the spirit hall, compared to this despicable creature, long live the spirit hall." Nodding vigorously, she readily expressed her grandfather's sentiments. "Xiaoxi, you can rest assured. Although grandfather is a guest elder of the Heaven Do royal family, his relationship with the spirit hall is not particularly hostile. Moreover, knowing that you are his adopted daughter, the spirit hall will definitely welcome your joining." Hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi began to ponder. Joining the spirit hall was indeed a commendable option, but how would she go about it? If she were to go directly, she would undoubtedly be treated as a mere pawn. She needed someone with authority to facilitate her entry into the institution. Yin, do you know how to contact the Chrysanthemum Douluo? This question left Yin momentarily stumped. Primarily, the Chrysanthemum Douluo was usually uninvolved, much like her grandfather. But regardless of how uninvolved he might be, he was still a titled Douluo. Aside from being summoned by the Spirit Hall, his whereabouts were quite elusive at other times. The two continued their discussion, shifting from the Spirit Hall to the Element Academy, and then to various sects, completely neglecting the presence of Shrek Academy, which awaited them. It was hardly surprising that she overlooked Shrek. As she had initially stated, attending Shrek would only lead her to become cannon fodder. Furthermore, with the emergence of a stand-in plot, attending that academy had become an even greater impossibility. Meanwhile, Mubai's thoughts were consumed by an entirely different notion. Was she contemplating betrayal? Unable to tolerate their conversation any longer, Mubai, who had been standing behind them, abruptly turned away, fearing he would lose his temper if he remained. With a scowl, he strode out, slamming the door behind him. Bang! A resounding thud startled the two individuals engaged in discussion within the room, causing them to jump in unison. Yin Xiaoxis gazed at the formidable wooden door, contemplating to herself, truly, these protagonists possess quite the temper. Such a forceful slam of the door surely carries with it a hint of personal grievance. And I find it hard to believe otherwise. Chapter 59, a subtle scheme. After stepping out, Mubai wasted no time and headed straight towards Flinder's room. Ignoring any thoughts of respect for his mentor, he flung the door open, casting a disdainful glance at Flinder, who was leisurely sipping tea by the window. Basking in the sunlight, Mubai was seething with frustration. While he was fretting over Yin Xiaoxi, Flinder appeared to be lounging about, waiting for news. How can you be so carefree, Dean? Zhuqing has lost her memory and just expressed her desire to go to the spirit hall. Flinder, caught off guard, nearly choked on his tea. Cough, cough. What did you say? He quickly sat up, eyeing Mubai with a touch of annoyance. Come on, Mubai. You're a talented soul king and the prince of Shingluo. You possess strength, stature, eloquence, and wealth. How can you not deal with a mere girl? Mubai felt a lump in his throat. Why does that sound so wrong? Cough. I have all those qualities, but they're of no use. She has completely forgotten me. Am I supposed to strip down and flaunt my physique to prove my worth? Flinder retorted. You're the one who is truly shameless, Mubai. Pushing aside irrelevant thoughts, Flinder cradled his face in his hands, morose. So, what do you propose we do? How could that lovely young lady be so despondent? Shrek Academy is wonderful. We are surrounded by a quaint town, harmonious neighbors, and an unspoiled natural environment. Fresh food is served daily, posing no safety concerns. Mubai rubbed his temples in exasperation at Flinder's vivid depiction. Does this decrepit academy truly seem so splendid to you? You're clearly deluding yourself. Being the dean here is a gross underestimation of your talents. Flinder sighed and reclined back in his chair, gazing at the clouds outside. I am indeed discussing serious matters. Did you not hear what Xiao Bai and the Royal Education Committee said? They respect the young lady's wishes. In other words, if she is unwilling, no amount of coercion will suffice. Defeated, Mubai slumped down beside him. Is it really the case that you, the esteemed dean, have come all this way only to resign yourself to fate without making an effort? What should I do? She is my fiancée. Since I came here for her, I cannot simply let her be. Suddenly, Mubai's eyes lit up with a thought. Although Zhuqing no longer remembered him, her recent behavior suggested she remained the proud Zhuqing. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to attend another academy. Dean, is there a way to obtain a withdrawal notice from the Royal Academy without going through Zhuqing? Flinder shot him a sidelong glance, knowing full well the intentions behind Mubai's scheme. However, he found it quite agreeable. The two cunning individuals exchanged knowing glances, both wearing sly smiles as they set off to execute their plans. Within a couple of days, Flinder, leveraging the reputation of the genius student Mubai, extolled Shrek Academy to such heights that it seemed attending would make cultivation as effortless as eating and drinking. Fearing hesitation might jeopardize Yin Xiaoxi, the Royal Academy personally delivered Yin Xiaoxi's withdrawal notice to Flinder early on the third day. Upon receiving the news, Mubai hurriedly exited. As soon as the Royal Academy's committee left, he burst into Flinder's room. Dean, did you get it? Flinder chuckled at Mubai's hurried demeanor, proudly holding up the notice. Your esteemed dean took action. Rest assured, there will be no surprises. Mubai rushed forward, snatching the notice from Flinder's hands. This time, I'll let it slide. But don't use my name to boast in the future. Although he was aware of what had transpired over the past couple of days, He was cautious about revealing too much of his brilliance in case it drew unwanted trouble when declining the Spirit Hall's invitation. Flinder, observing Mubai darting out, grumbled. That brat certainly has a knack for turning his back. Yet, the anticipation of adding another formidable talent to his academy made Flinder hum a cheerful tune as he began to pack his belongings. They were prepared to depart under the cover of night to prevent others from reconsidering. Standing outside Yin Xiaoxi's room, Mubai beamed at the withdrawal notice in his hand. Zhuqing, you might as well come with me willingly. To avoid disturbing Yin, he waited outside until he saw her leave, then slipped into the living room. Heading straight for Yin Xiaoxi's door. Inside her room, Yin Xiaoxi remained cocooned in her bed, lost in a deep slumber due to her recent injuries. The incessant knocking at her door was proving to be quite bothersome. Despite her ability to tune out other noises, this persistent knocking was impossible to ignore. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair and shouted towards the door, "Stop knocking. The door isn't locked." The cheerful Mubai outside the door, taken aback by her outburst, lowered his hand, feeling slightly put out, and turned the doorknob. Upon seeing Yin Xiaoxi in a drowsy state, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 60. Academy Notice. Zhuqing, I do not know. Had I known she was still resting, I would have certainly refrained from disturbing her at this hour. Upon hearing the name Zhuqing once more, Yin Xiaoxi, who had been hiding under her blankets, abruptly sat up in bed as if resurrected, raising her hand to halt his subsequent words. Let us speak of matters at hand. And by the way, I am not Zhuqing. I am Yin Xiaoxi. Call me Zhuqing again, and I swear I shall retaliate. Day after day, the incessant repetition of Zhuqing had become utterly vexing to her. Mubai, standing there in silence, understood well that she could not best him in a confrontation, yet he feigned reluctance and nodded in agreement. Very well, Yin Xiaoxi it shall be. As long as I can manage to send you on your way, a name is merely a label. The ninja tortoise, Mubai, fearing her impatience, quickly produced a freshly minted notice of expulsion from his pocket and presented it to her. No, Xiaoxi, I am here to deliver something today. As Yin Xiaoxi pondered what item could possibly warrant delivery from someone not affiliated with the Royal Academy, the 5 characters notice of expulsion caught her eye. The excitement Mubai had felt upon first seeing this notice was now eclipsed by Yin Xiaoxi's disbelief. She sprang from her bed with agile grace, hastening to snatch the notice from his grasp, inspecting it meticulously until she confirmed its origin from the Royal Academy. A tempest brewed within her heart. Good heavens, it truly is an expulsion notice. The Royal Academy, what astonishing speed. Did they feel no remorse while drafting this notice? Her expression fell instantly. She had believed that, given her demonstrated talents, the faculty of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy would surely rally to persuade her to stay when she expressed her desire to leave. Yet, she had been utterly mistaken. Now resigned to the outcome, Yin Xiaoxi began to peruse the contents of the notice. Upon reading, "We shall respect each student's choice," her expression transformed, and she spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. Hypocrisy. How disingenuous they were. What respect for a student's choice? Such was mere drivel. The notice had been issued, and no one had approached her to offer a chance to formally reject the Royal Academy's expulsion. No amount of embellishment could alter the harsh reality of being dismissed. With a snap of the notice closed, the frustrated Yin Xiaoxi slumped into a chair, her face a portrait of indignation. Truly, life is full of uncertainties. Here she was, endowed with exceptional talents and resources, yet she found herself expelled. Mubai, observing her despondent countenance, struggled to contain a smile, fearing that he might inadvertently burst into laughter. Suppressing the corners of his mouth, which threatened to curl upwards, he reached out and gently patted her head, clearing his throat to manage his emotions. He adopted an innocuous demeanor and sat down before her. Have you considered where you might go next? The Elemental Academy is unlikely. As for the Spirit Hall, do not even entertain that thought. Their ambition is to unify the continent. Venturing there would be akin to walking into a lion's den. They might very well seek to exploit you for their own gain, especially since you are suffering from amnesia. Surely, you would not wish for your estranged family to be threatened because of you? As Yin Xiaoxi listened to Mubai elucidate the intricacies of her situation, her mood grew increasingly tumultuous. Is this amnesia plotline truly insurmountable? I merely mentioned it in jest. Is there truly such a thing as amnesia? Moreover, concerning the clan, would they truly threaten her family over Zhuqing, instead of celebrating the fact that her demise would spare them any involvement? Resignedly gazing at Mubai, whose thoughts were nearly transparent on his face, Yin Xiaoxi pursed her lips. This academy is not an absolute necessity for me. With a playful spirit, she nodded vigorously at Mubai. You are correct. I cannot go to the spirit hall. Ah, forget it. I shall gather my belongings and head to my benefactor's abode. Mubai stood in stunned silence, astonished by her sudden decision. Wasn't he merely attempting to coax her back? Why was it proving so difficult? Furthermore, how had this fiancé transformed into someone so cunning over their lifetime? With his gaze downcast, Mubai walked toward the window. Out of Yin Xiaoxi's sight, he discreetly released a spirit pigeon from his sleeve, nonchalantly addressing her. Ahem. Well, your plans may be thwarted. Yin Xiaoxi, in the midst of packing, halted abruptly, feeling an intense desire to silence him. She covered her ears and whimsically declared, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Until Mubai, with an affectionate smile, approached and gently pulled her hands away from her ears. Yin Xiaoxi surrendered her energy and collapsed onto the bed. Go on, speak, she urged, bracing herself for what she assumed would undoubtedly be bad news. She had no expectation of receiving anything positive from him. However, she pondered whether she truly had to attend that Shrek Academy. Could she not apply to wander the world instead? As she rhetorically questioned herself, she was taken aback when a response truly emerged. The voice of the twin floating bells resonated within her mind like that of a teacher. That is not an option. Xiaoxi, your current condition does not support strenuous activity, and due to your cardiac issues, your self-repair mechanisms will activate in due time. At that point, your nightly rest will gradually increase, and, feeling the twin floating bell's voice fade as Yin Xiaoxi sank into despair, she mused that she was perhaps the most unfortunate person in the history of transmigration. The main plot had yet to unfold, and she was already informed of her limited time left. When the narrative truly commenced, she would surely find herself perishing before even a single chapter could unfold. Tears welling in her eyes, she turned to the hesitant twin floating bells and declared, Speak. I remain steadfast. The twin floating bells drifted within her, responding, Ding. Xiaoxi, have you forgotten that you still need to find a powerful ally? Otherwise, how shall we acquire soul rings? Especially considering I cannot control the next soul beast. What if it turns out to be one that has existed for millions or even tens of millions of years? After hearing this explanation, Yin Xiaoxi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. I think of the other soul within you. Are you certain it will awaken after absorbing just one soul ring? If one soul ring could awaken it, then she could strive to break through to soul respect before the plot truly commenced. With that reliable and formidable twin floating bells by her side, she believed that she could secure her subsequent soul rings without needing to rely on anyone else. The twin floating bells fell silent. Chapter 61 Departure from the Royal Academy. The beleaguered Shuang Fuling lamented, I am uncertain. I cannot even control the level of the next soul beast. Whether it awakens depends largely on the age of the soul beast we manage to attract. If it is not particularly high, then we cannot restore its depletion, nor can we expect it to awaken immediately. Well, it's best to do what we can, she sighed. Alas, being a bell, she must heed the command of the beast, and she did not wish to impose excessive pressure on Shuang Fuling. Standing beside them, Mubai gazed at Yin Xiaoxi, who appeared to be lost in a trance, floating in her own thoughts. He lowered himself, resting his hands on the edge of the bed, and inquired, Xiaoxi, did you hear me? Old Bo has matters to attend to, and will be away from Tiando City for some time. As he regained her attention, he was met with her twinkling peach blossom eyes, which nearly captivated him. Turning her face away, she thought, why does he smile so flirtatiously? One could easily discern that his charm was overwhelming. How did you know this? She questioned. What on earth is his persona? He previously anticipated when the people from Shingluo would arrive, and now he so effortlessly divulges the whereabouts of the old man. Could it be that he is some sort of worldly sage? In response to her skeptical gaze, Mubai maintained his composure with utmost confidence, brushing aside his bangs. You underestimate me. I possess the ability to traverse both the divine and the ocean. With a playful glimmer in his eyes, he directed a charming look at Yin Xiaoxi. As the mastermind behind Old Bo's current mission, how could he be unaware of his departure? Yin Xiaoxi scrutinized him with curiosity, sensing something amiss. Oh, then do you know when he will return? I hope the old man comes back soon. My heart cannot wait. Though I may only be a tad weakened now, illness carries its after effects, and I refuse to become an invalid. My aspirations soar towards the stars and the sea. Cough, how exhilarating. For a moment, Mubai was at a loss for how to respond to her inquiry, furrowing his brow as he contemplated. Well, I'm not entirely certain. He could return tomorrow, or it might be a year or more before he does. Such tasks are unpredictable. Beneath his expression of helplessness, a triumphant smile emerged. Thus, You must obediently agree to accompany me to Shrek. I promise the old man will return tomorrow, but if there are delays, I will ensure that those tasked with his mission give him ample attention. He won't be able to extricate himself for at least a year or so. Observing the individuals still packing their belongings, Mubai swiftly approached, leaning against the items beside Yin Xiaoxi. So, Xiaoxi, do you agree then? He looked at the girl who nodded in response, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. All right, then you should finish packing. We will depart by noon. With that, he dashed into Flinder's room to share this delightful news. Having agreed to accompany him to Shrek, Yin Xiaoxi barely had time to bid farewell to Yin Yin before she was whisked away into the carriage. The seven who had finally gathered their courage saw Yin Xiaoxi's departing figure and immediately unleashed their soul power to chase after her. Xiaoxi, hearing Yin Yan's voice, Yin Xiaoxi poked her head out from the carriage. Gazing at Yin Yan's tear-streaked face and the sorrowful expressions of her six companions, she offered a familiar smile and waved. Don't cry, Yin Yan. I'm merely going to study at another academy. I will return during the holidays. Wait for me. The seven halted, watching the spirited girl in the carriage recede into the distance, and for some reason, the sadness of parting seemed to diminish. Wang Tianheng clenched his fists tightly at his side, and only when the carriage vanished from sight did he gradually loosen his grip, turning to comfort the still weeping Yin Yan. Enough, Yin Yan, don't cry. Xiaoxi is just going to another academy. We will wait for her to return, no matter how long it takes. After bidding a composed farewell to her friends, Yin Xiaoxi felt a tinge of melancholy. After all, Yin Yin and the old man were the first two individuals she encountered upon arriving in this world. However, her sadness was short-lived. Hey, coachman, steer clear of that filthy beggar's carriage. A derisive voice from a luxurious carriage pierced through the air. Following this, passers-by began to point and whisper about the carriage. Yin Xiaoxi hurriedly drew the curtain of the carriage down. Goodness, what a mortifying scene. Observing the calm demeanor of the two individuals in front of her, who seemed unfazed by the judgmental glances of outsiders, she found herself perplexed. One was the prince of Shingluo, and the other was the headmaster of Shrek. One would think they would strive to maintain their dignity. Why rent such an exceedingly plain carriage? Surely, they could have chosen a nicer vehicle and switched it out once they reached the outskirts. After all, those who traversed this road were either affluent or noble, and this shabby conveyance stood out like a sore thumb amidst the opulence. Crouching her head down, Yin Xiaoxi felt a pang of concern for her future quality of life. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for the living conditions there before agreeing to go to Shrek, deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling of regret as she observed the two in the carriage, who appeared to be at ease while resting with their eyes closed. It seemed that those of high status enjoyed napping in carriages. Perhaps she should try it next time, not for any other reason but to maintain an air of nonchalance. Resolving to speak up, Yin Xiaoxi cleared her throat. Ahem. As soon as she uttered the first two syllables, Flinder, who had been resting with his eyes shut, opened them sharply, akin to an eagle. You wish to leave? Too late. Thinking she had disturbed his rest, Yin Xiaoxi pressed her lips together and fell silent. Goodness, his morning demeanor is quite fierce. It bears no resemblance to the gentle facade he had when trying to coax her earlier. The contrast is so stark that it could almost be deemed deceptive. Upon opening his eyes, Flinder noticed the little girl shrinking back in fear, and he too was momentarily taken aback. Was that all? Surely, someone who dared to go back on their word would possess more courage than this? Xiaoxi, right? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Flinder inquired, attempting to project a more amiable disposition. Yin Xiaoxi bit her lip. Originally, she had wanted them to take her to the Sunset Forest. But as she was not yet a student at Shrek, they had no obligation to make that journey for her. However, if she missed this opportunity, who knew when she would have the chance again? After contemplating, she realized that if she did not voice her thoughts, she would remain unsatisfied and constantly dwell on it. With her mind preoccupied, she would struggle to eat or sleep, and her cultivation speed would inevitably decline. A decrease in her cultivation would hinder Shuang Fuling's restoration, and her own body would suffer from the turmoil of sleeplessness. Thus, remaining silent equated to an early demise. No, absolutely not. Chapter 62. The Setting Sun Forest. As if a switch had been triggered, Yin Xiaoxi suddenly lifted her head, gazing solemnly at Flanders. Dean, I need to visit the Setting Sun Forest. Flanders, seated beside her, observed her expression shifting like a painter's palette, finally turning resolute. He turned away, muttering something trivial. After a moment of silence, he hesitantly reached out, grasping Yin Xiaoxi's arm for a brief examination. Satisfied that she had not broken through and her soul power had yet to reach its limit, he released her, regarding her with a peculiar look. Xiaoxi, you haven't had a breakthrough. What business do you have in the setting sun forest? Don't tell me you're just going there for leisure. Caught off guard by the question, Yin Xiaoxi's instinct was to blurt out her intentions, but she hesitated, nervously clutching her clothes. Would admitting she was in search of a medicinal herb, the location of which she herself was unaware, result in reprimand? Contemplating this, her voice faltered. I have something to do. As she spoke, she furtively glanced at Flanders, trembling involuntarily when their eyes met. Surely, she would face consequences. Noticing her subtle actions, Flanders felt a sharp twitch at his temples. Inhaling deeply, he reminded himself that he had just recruited her from the Royal Academy. Stay calm, stay calm. What nonsense. How does that little brat teach his students? When faced with a situation, he remains silent and can't even fabricate a reason. Sensing the tension, Mubai suddenly opened his eyes to find Flanders wearing a constipated expression, realizing it was a precursor to his anger. He quickly rushed forward to cover Flanders' mouth, conveying with his eyes, hold it in. If you scare her off, how will you coax her back? Flanders, in a fit of frustration, flicked his sleeve. Damn it. I've brought this trouble upon myself. He leaned against the carriage, closing his eyes again to restore his peace. It was not as though he couldn't avoid this situation. Mubai, observing Flanders out of sight, out of mind demeanor, chuckled softly, gazing at Yin Xiaoxi with an affectionate expression. Xiaoxi, why do you wish to go to the setting sun forest? Is there something you need? His tone resembled that of someone comforting a child, leaving Yin Xiaoxi utterly speechless. Both of them inquired without any intention of pressing her, and if she continued to stammer, wouldn't that be rather ungrateful? After pondering for a moment, she finally spoke up. Actually, I left something important in my grandfather's medicinal garden. I need to retrieve it. Surely, this was reasonable. She was not lying. The companion petals of the ice-fire duality eye were indeed significant to her, and she had informed her grandfather beforehand, so it wasn't stealing, merely retrieval. Watching Yin Xiaoxi nodding to herself, Mubai felt a flicker of uncertainty. Was it that medicinal garden? In her previous life, the third party had been kidnapped by Bo Lao and taken there, returning with a trove of herbs. The medicinal garden Xiaoxi spoke of must be that same one filled with mystical herbs, yet it was perpetually shrouded in toxic gas. How would she manage to enter? Though Mubai harbored these doubts, he refrained from voicing them immediately. After all, her path in this life had diverged, and it was natural for her to possess unique opportunities. Flanders, eyes closed, furrowed his brow upon hearing her words. Is there a medicinal garden in the setting sun forest? I frequently traverse that area, yet I have never seen such a place mentioned, let alone heard of it. Concerned for her youth and potential deception, he opened his eyes. Are you certain your grandfather mentioned a medicinal garden in the setting sun forest? I've never heard of it before. Yin Xiaoxi, somewhat puzzled but still confident, nodded. Her grandfather would not deceive her, though he had repeatedly warned her against going alone and insisted on accompanying her when he had the time, with these two present. It hardly counted as venturing alone. She felt assured that the sole beasts of the setting sun forest were no threat with them around. Seeing her determination, Flanders ceased to obstruct her, casually conversing with the coachman outside before returning to his pretense of slumber. Meanwhile, Mubai began to inquire about Yin Xiaoxi's recovery from her injuries. Upon hearing his question, Yin Xiaoxi hesitantly raised her hand, moving it slightly, then nodded. It should be nearly healed, but why do you ask? Mubai gently ruffled her hair. It's nothing. As long as you're healed, that's all that matters. His demeanor only intensified Yin Xiaoxi's curiosity. She had the nagging sense that she was overlooking something. It wasn't until the trio arrived at the entrance of the setting sun forest that she finally realized where the confusion lay. It seemed that in any academy, there was a tendency to encourage students to engage in practical combat, often believing that only by flirting with death could one truly surpass oneself. In essence, the instructors were all hands off. Thus, Flanders wouldn't truly expect her and Mubai, mere children still in their formative years, to face the vast forest and its sole beasts alone. Would he? Gazing at the verdant expanse ahead, Yin Xiaoxi swallowed hard. Where's the dean? Why can't I see him? Mubai, sensing the girl's anxiety, slightly slowed his pace and took her delicate hand in his larger one. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yin Xiaoxi felt a mix of emotions. The last person to offer such reassurance was Wang Tianheng, and she wondered if Mubai was merely boasting. Looking down at the obedient girl following closely behind him, Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of peace, despite the present dangers of the setting sun forest. He tightened his grip on Yin Xiaoxi's hand. Don't worry. The Dean is watching over us. If we encounter soul beasts we can't handle, he will intervene. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi genuinely relaxed. After all, circumstances had changed. When Wang Tianheng boasted, she had the ability to manage the aftermath, but now she was just a frail girl, incapable of bearing any burden. Fortunately, Mubai appeared to possess a degree more maturity than Wang Tianheng. All right. Yin Xiaoxi smiled, lifting her gaze to the youthful face that still bore traces of boyish innocence, yet was capable of providing her with a sense of security. Her heart raced involuntarily. Suddenly, a sharp pain. Yin Xiaoxi realized she was indeed susceptible to this kind of affection. The rosy hue on her cheeks quickly faded as she withdrew her hand from his warm grasp, offering a bright smile to the slightly disappointed boy. Thank you for your help. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling their hair and silently whisking away the beads of sweat from Yin Xiaoxi's brow. The surrounding foliage rustled in response to the wind, and the sight of Mubai's slightly flushed ears under the canopy made Yin Xiaoxi feel momentarily flustered. Having just escaped the warmth of his hand, she now felt an unexpected chill. Chapter 63. The rock. Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the hand that hung limply by her side, her heart a tempest of confusion as she pondered the inexplicable emotions that stirred within her. How could a mere acquaintance, merely because he belonged to the protagonist's circle, so easily disrupt her peace of mind? Before she could delve further into her thoughts, a sudden roar reverberated through the sky, jolting both of them into alertness, shattering the surrounding pink haze. Flandra, perched in a tree and observing them for a while, was on the verge of applauding. At that moment, he wished nothing more than to embrace the great rock soaring above. Oh, rock. These two are simply too shameless, flaunting their affection in such perilous circumstances. Come on. Show us lonely souls some recognition. As if responding to Flandra's unspoken plea, the ancient rock, having cultivated for millennia, descended from the clouds, bearing down upon the two. Enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending danger, Yin Xiaoxi looked up at the massive bird whose wings seemed capable of obscuring the sun. She felt an intoxicating mix of fear and exhilaration at the sight of the legendary rock, her heart pounding painfully in her chest, leaving her pale as a ghost. Bending over, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. What on earth is wrong with my body? This is no way to go about things. At this rate, I won't even be able to run, let alone fight. Her words were mercifully restrained, for at that moment, any movement sent a searing pain through her heart, as if it had found an escape route. Inside her, the Shuangfu bell resonated with hollow chimes, trembling in fear at her condition. Xiaoxi, please don't scare me. Calm your heartbeat. Breathe in. Breathe out. Following the bell's guidance, the pain in her heart began to ease slightly. Meanwhile, the rock, initially poised to strike the moving Mubai, suddenly shifted its focus upon sensing the golden aura emanating from within Yin Xiaoxi. On the other side, Mubai seemed to sense something amiss and glanced back. His instinct to evade abruptly rooted him in place. With caution in his unusual eyes, he observed the rock barreling toward them, the fierce wind swirling around like a tsunami, suffocating everything within a 100-mile radius. As the rock drew near, Mubai resolutely activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield, positioning himself firmly in front of Yin Xiaoxi to confront the rock's claws head-on. With a thunderous crack, the raging winds threatened to uproot the surrounding trees, each one crashing to the ground under the ferocity of the gale. Yin Xiaoxi, caught behind, was unable to open her eyes against the fierce sandstorm, and only when the storm subsided slightly could she lift her gaze again. She saw Mubai, a disheveled figure on the ground, clutching his chest as he rose, and the rock, ignoring him and heading straight for her. Panic washed over her. How could this be happening? Wasn't it said that the rock could only detect movement? Was everything she read merely fiction, and the rock truly indiscriminate? Her eyes widened as the enormous claws approached, momentarily hesitating. In the next instant, a colossal shadow enveloped her, igniting a flicker of determination within her. She had come this far. If she consumed the petals, her condition would stabilize. Disregarding the frantic warnings of the Shuangfu bell in her mind, the red glowing bell appeared before her. As the giant claw drew nearer, she unleashed her first soul skill, Soul Devouring Bell, sending a wave of mental assault directly at the rock's head. The rock's claws halted just above her, and a sharp cry erupted from its beak. At that moment, Mubai, having risen from the ground, unleashed his second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave, a milky white orb shooting forth from his mouth, striking the rock and sending it sprawling to the ground. With renewed vigor, Mubai found his fighting rhythm, activating his third soul ring to transform into White Tiger Vidra, his muscles bulging as he launched a relentless assault on the ancient beast. The memory of being flung by this millennium-old soul beast ignited a fierce anger within him, fueling his resolve. The audacity of this beast to humiliate him before Yin Xiaoxi was utterly unforgivable. In the midst of the tumultuous forest, anguished roars echoed, driving the surrounding soul beasts into a frenzied retreat. The drawbacks of using the Shuangfu bell manifested painfully in Yin Xiaoxi, who leaned against a tree stump. Gasping for breath as she watched the fierce battle unfold, worry etched across her face. Despite Mubai's apparent advantage, the disparity between their species rendered the confrontation uneven, both in size and resilience. Suddenly, the beleaguered rock emitted a piercing shriek directed at Yin Xiaoxi. Instantly, she felt her blood surge, a metallic sweetness filling her throat as crimson droplets slipped from her lips. Bewildered, she wondered why it seemed to target her specifically. As the world spun around her, she vaguely perceived a desperate figure rushing toward her and instinctively closed her eyes. Mubai, in a frantic dash toward Yin Xiaoxi, moved with such speed that even Flandre momentarily lost his composure. He embraced Yin Xiaoxi tightly, his gaze fixated on her fragile state. A chill of dread settling deep within him. This was the first time in their lives together that he had seen her so vulnerable, and in that moment, panic gripped his heart. With his arms slipping beneath her knees, he lifted her, his eyes searching the surroundings like a lost child seeking a way home. Utterly at a loss. At that moment, Flandre leaped down from the tree. What was happening? Ever since the rock's arrival, he had sensed something was off with Yin Xiaoxi. Yet her performance in the arena had not suggested any hidden affliction. Reaching out to assess her condition, he found himself dodging Mubai, who resembled a prickly hedgehog, his eyes reflecting a hint of crimson shock. Chapter 64, The Medicinal Garden. It is essential to note that since his enrollment, this student has exhibited an air of nonchalance towards all matters. His perceptions of Yin Xiaoxi's various behaviors at the Royal Academy were attributed to a sense of responsibility. Yet it has become apparent that he was mistaken. At this moment, Mubai seemed to have enveloped himself in an aura of detachment, radiating a palpable, do-not-touch chill. After a few moments, Mubai abruptly regained focus and purposefully sprinted towards the depths of the sunset forest. His mind was singularly fixated on one thought, the medicinal garden. He could not fathom why she would seek out Bo Lao's garden without reason. It could only imply that she was aware of her own physical condition and that there lay a remedy for her. With unwavering determination, Mubai navigated through the forest's twists and turns, ultimately arriving at a zone shrouded in black mist. This sight caused Flandre, who had been trailing him, to hesitate momentarily, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he observed Mubai's familiarity with the terrain, as though he had visited before. Flandre was well aware that Mubai harbored his own secrets, yet he had no inclination to pry into others' mysteries. However, Mubai's demeanor just now felt peculiar, as if he possessed an inherent knowledge of everything surrounding him, not the result of cerebral prowess, but rather an intuitive understanding of this place. Flandre's inquisitive gaze did not escape Mubai's notice, but he was too preoccupied to dwell on it. At that moment, all he comprehended was that the person in his arms constituted his entire world. He could not endure the agony of losing her. Gazing at the toxic zone ahead, he resolutely stepped forward. Flandre, initially caught off guard by Mubai's impulsive action, broke into a cold sweat, his expression darkening as he grasped Mubai's arm, scolding him vehemently. Are you unaware of the dangers? Are you willing to gamble with your life? By recklessly bringing her here, you are not saving her. You are endangering her. We must first stabilize her condition, and once she awakens, we can explore the possibility of entry. After all, it was her suggestion to come here. She must have a way in. Chastised, Mubai felt a pang of regret for his rashness and obediently set Yin Xiaoxi down, fixated on her with unwavering attention. Flandre, observing Mubai's deep immersion, shook his head. The complexities of love could either enrich or burden a lifetime. Yet at this moment, Mubai's devotion was evidently more profound. As Flandre contemplated this, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He raised his hand, channeling his soul power into Yin Xiaoxi. Upon sensing her internal state, he gasped in shock. The girl's survival thus far was nothing short of miraculous. The reverse flow of soul power indicated a potential crisis. It was perplexing how she had managed to suppress it until now. Gradually, an even greater surge of soul power flowed into Yin Xiaoxi, meticulously working to regulate the tumultuous energy within her. After a brief period, beads of perspiration began to form on Flandre's forehead. He sensed something within her was siphoning his soul power, yet upon inspection, he discovered nothing amiss. Nevertheless, the depletion of his own energy was undeniable. Assisting a powerful soul master typically required minimal energy, yet after stabilizing Yin Xiaoxi's soul power, he was astonished to find himself nearly drained. Is this girl truly a soul-devouring fiend? Flandre glared at Yin Xiaoxi, settling into a meditative posture. Still contemplating a retreat? She is not even one of our academy's own. Yet she has consumed so much of my soul power, leaving me in this predicament. Truly, Mubai has chosen well. This pair is outrageous. Mercilessly exploiting others without a second thought. With this thought, he cast a disgruntled glance at the still anxious Mubai. Just wait, she will awaken shortly. Caught in this unexpected predicament, Mubai looked at Flander with innocent bewilderment. Before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed Flander had already entered a state of meditation. With no other option, he settled beside Yin Xiaoxi, attentively monitoring her condition while also safeguarding Flander's practice. As time slipped away unnoticed, the blazing sun had quietly retreated behind the mountains, leaving the sky ablaze with hues of crimson, illuminating half the horizon. Slowly, Yin Xiaoxi opened her eyes, and for a moment, she and Mubai exchanged bewildered glances, her mind brimming with questions about his earlier peculiarities. Though unconscious, she had remained aware, sensing his anxiety and their mutual goodwill. However, as Flander had mentioned, this medicinal field was not open to the public. Even the esteemed dean of Shrek was unaware of its existence. How could a mere student find it so swiftly? As she prepared to voice her inquiries, she caught sight of his elated expression and swallowed her questions, merely nodding her head in acknowledgement. Thank you. Just as she was about to rise, Mubai enveloped her in a tight embrace. Noticing his trembling, Yin Xiaoxi's expression turned complex. If he knew that the girl nestled close to his heart was not truly his destined princess, how cruel. Indeed, a substitute was ill-advised. It seemed she would have to depart before Zhuqing's arrival. Otherwise, once he realized that his affections were bestowed upon a stranger, she would surely face dire consequences. Could you let go first? She urged, her head inadvertently resting against his shoulder, guilt flickering in her eyes as she glanced at Flander, who was still meditating. This was entirely inappropriate. A mere adjustment of soul power would have sufficed, yet this girl was ravenous, devouring the energy offered to her without restraint. Thankfully, she was discreet enough to avoid detection. After holding Yin Xiaoxi for what felt like an eternity, Mubai finally loosened his grip, ensuring she was genuinely awake. Xiaoxi, please promise me you won't frighten me like that again, all right? Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the tender youth before her, brushing her hair aside with gentle affection. A shiver coursing through her. His words were enchanting, yet they carried an unsettling aftertaste. With a sheepish smile, she extricated herself from his embrace. You should focus on guarding the dean. I'll be right back. The mere thought of the life-saving elixir before her sent her heart racing with anticipation. I mustn't lose control again. As she turned to enter, Mubai grasped her hand, prompting her confusion. Is there something else? She merely wished to avoid any emotional exchanges. Surely that was too much to ask. Mubai tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze penetrating through the dense mist ahead, filled with a chilling resolve. The fog within is toxic. Even a soul master would be reduced to mere sludge upon entry. Upon hearing his words, Yin Xiaoxi was about to assert her fearlessness. Buoyed by her martial spirit's purifying nature, when she recalled the pills gifted by the elder. I can simply take one without needing to explain. Chapter 65. Unfamiliarity without hesitation. Bai Wan decisively produced the antidote from the soul guide, waving it in front of him. Fear not. The old man is aware of my arrival and specially prepared this for me. It can resist the toxic gas for half an hour. With his words trailing off, Mubai reluctantly released his grip only after witnessing her swallow the medicine. All right, be careful. I shall wait here for you. Make sure you don't get lost when you come out. Perhaps you could take a rope with you, so you needn't worry about straying. If you lose track of time, I can pull you back. Seemingly pleased with his suggestion, he indeed began rummaging through the soul guide for a rope. Alarmed, Yin Xiaoxi swiftly stepped back. What on earth are you thinking? Absolutely not. I'll head in first. Without granting him the chance to respond, she dashed into the thick fog. Once inside, the dark mist obscured Yin Xiaoxi's vision, and she could still hear Mubai's reluctant voice from outside. If you don't tie it, just be cautious. I'll be right here waiting for you. Feeling utterly speechless in her blindness, Yin Xiaoxi summoned the twin floating bells from within to serve as her guiding light. The twin floating bells sighed. I am truly vexed by this old fool. Amidst the clinking sounds, after walking for a while, Yin Xiaoxi finally spotted a massive light ahead. Quickening her pace, she rushed towards it. Ah, my precious antidote petals. Wait. I'm coming. In the next moment, she halted, staring in astonishment at the surrounding flora, all of which seemed to congregate around a hot spring. Her heart sank. Raising the twin floating bells before her, she urged, This is your territory now. Go find that accompanying flower for me. Having watched numerous dramas, she knew that whenever the protagonist was near celestial treasures, there would inevitably be a vital treasure-hunting tool by their side. And now, the only entity with self-awareness present was this very bell. Who else could it be? The twin floating bells, understanding her thoughts, felt both exasperated and somewhat guilty. Ding ding. Well, Xiaoxi, if I were to say that seeing all this feels akin to you encountering an exam paper for graduation, and we exchanged glances, neither recognizing the other, what would you do? Yin Xiaoxi responded, what would I do? I would tear it up. Unwilling to relent, she placed the twin floating bells atop the hot spring, which shimmered with hues of red and blue. Can't you smell it? You truly don't recognize it? How can you not recognize it? This isn't following the script. The twin floating bells felt quite disheartened by her actions. Firstly, Xiaoxi, I am not a dog. Secondly, you are not the protagonist. Which drama features pivotal treasures hanging on the supporting characters? Yin Xiaoxi grasped the twin floating bells tightly, glaring at it as if to say, you dare to repeat that? Instantly, the bell floated up, nuzzling against her hand like a playful kitten. Don't be angry. I may not recognize it, but that fellow does. Once it awakens, we can come back for it. At that, Yin Xiaoxi fell silent, feeling disheartened. The bell spoke so casually. Yet for 3 months she had struggled to break through to level 5. Even a machine gun would not fire so relentlessly. This method was utterly futile. She had no confidence in it. The twin floating bells, fearing her wrath, vanished from her grasp, finally mustering the courage to exclaim, there's nothing we can do. Left alone, Yin Xiaoxi glared at the vibrant flowers and plants around her, her eyes nearly bulging from frustration. After all the effort she had put into entering, she had longed for this moment. Was she really going to leave empty-handed? She refused to concede defeat. Determined, she decided to take a desperate gamble. Squatting down to pluck a petal from a flower, intending to taste it. The twin floating bells, witnessing her actions, panicked. Hey, what are you doing? The moment Yin Xiaoxi touched the petal, the twin floating bells activated its innate ability of purification. Seeing her disregard for caution and readiness to consume it, the bell swiftly emerged from her body and knocked the petal from her hand. Are you out of your mind? Shoving everything into your mouth? The more beautiful something appears, the more toxic it tends to be. Do you not fear that this flower could choke you? Such a lethal strike, in the face of purification, is merely a physical attack. It cannot save you. Staring at the bell in anger, Yin Xiaoxi froze. If she truly encountered a highly toxic plant, especially one with a swift and deadly nature, wouldn't she be courting death? After a moment of hesitation, she voiced her uncertainty. It shouldn't be that extreme. What kind of herbal medicine is so potent? The twin floating bells huffed proudly. Believe it or not, feeling intimidated by its warning, Yin Xiaoxi hastily discarded the petal and wiped her hands clean. Then what should we do? Breaking through level 5 in 3 months is impossible. By the way, this is the old man's medicinal garden. He must recognize the herbs here, right? The twin floating bells remained silent, yet its floating trajectory exuded an air of mockery. Think with that wooden brain of yours. Ultimately, who benefits from these herbs? If Poison Douluo understands their uses, wouldn't he use them himself? Why should he hand them over to the protagonist group? In the end, it was a bitter lesson learned from ignorance. As Yin Xiaoxi prepared to leave, she cast a lingering glance back at the striking flowers and plants, tears in her eyes as she walked away. Had she known it would come to this, she would have devoted her previous 17 years to meticulously studying this novel. Not only would she have recognized these vital herbs, but even the stones above would have been thoroughly examined. Outside, the two individuals waiting eagerly approached as soon as they saw Yin Xiaoxi emerge. Mubai enveloped her in a tight embrace. Irritated, Yin Xiaoxi immediately pushed his hands away, displaying an expression that clearly said, "Don't touch me." She then turned to the two with a woeful face. Flandel furrowed his brow upon seeing her state. "Did you not find anything?" Yin Xiaoxi nodded, feeling suffocated. It was as though she were on the verge of reaching the shore, only for the ferryman to inform her that she must search among thousands of silver needles for the golden staff of the great sage, with only one chance to succeed. Was this simply a cruel game at her expense? Letting out a frustrated howl towards the sky, she lamented, "I can't find anything. It's utterly impossible." The two men, perplexed by her outburst, chose not to press further. Mubai, deep in thought, offered her a few comforting words while secretly contemplating the third party he had not encountered during their last visit to Notting City. In his previous life, he had been aware of the third party's familiarity with medicinal herbs. Given that the storyline had already diverged this time around, it should be permissible for the third party's narrative to unfold a bit earlier, shouldn't it? The three of them then boarded the carriage back to the courtyard. Chapter 66. Shrek. As soon as she disembarked, a strong scent of fresh grass enveloped her. Yin Xiaoxi looked up at the academy's dilapidated signboard, faintly able to discern the three characters spelling Shrek. However, the crooked sign appeared as though it might fall at any moment, leaving her agape in disbelief. Turning back to observe the two impeccably dressed individuals who had just stepped down from the carriage, she thought, is this really Shrek? Surely it can't be. This is supposed to be a Soul Master Academy. With such a shabby exterior, are there even any students here? Upon hearing Yin Xiaoxi's query, the two individuals trailing behind wore expressions of mild embarrassment. Flinder, taking the lead, stepped forward, gazing at the sign with a silent sigh. The Academy's funds are rather tight. As teachers, we must prioritize the needs of our students, which unfortunately leaves the overall infrastructure lagging behind. Yin Xiaoxi felt a mix of sympathy and incredulity. The Academy's academic atmosphere seemed commendable, yet installing a new signboard surely wouldn't require a fortune in gold soul coins, would it? At that moment, Mubai approached and paused beside Yin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, let me introduce you to some of your classmates. He understood that she had just transferred from the Royal Academy and would likely feel a bit out of place, but he would remain by her side. Yin Xiaoxi nodded in response to Mubai's words. Now that she was here, she might as well take a look around. Just as they entered, a small, fiery figure rushed towards them with reckless abandon. Yin Xiaoxi watched in awe as the ground beneath the creature bore scorch marks wherever it passed. Wow, this truly is Shrek. It exudes simplicity and yet radiates danger. If this academy weren't the protagonist, it would be impossible to survive. As the fiery figure approached, Yin Xiaoxi raised her hand to extinguish the flames enveloping it. Yet, upon getting a clearer view, her hand awkwardly halted mid-air, her mind inundated with the sounds of galloping horses across the prairie. What on earth is going on? She thought, bewildered by the fiery creature before her. Just then, Mubai quickly stepped in front of her. Xiaoxi, wait for me. His voice, typically gentle, now bore a serious tone, revealing the significance of the situation to him. He positioned himself between Yin Xiaoxi and the fiery figure, unleashing his martial spirit. The white tiger's blazing light wave, which sent the reckless creature flying. Yin Xiaoxi watched in stunned silence as the chubby figure arced gracefully through the air before landing heavily on the ground, the flames upon it seemingly diminished. Instinctively, she turned to Flinder, only to find him seemingly unfazed by Mubai's intervention, merely observing without any inclination to intervene. Principal, what is happening? She inquired. But before Flinder could respond, a commotion erupted nearby. A figure rushed forward, shouting, "What's going on?" It was Wu Ji, who soon spotted Mubai relentlessly striking the fiery figure, furrowing his brow in exasperation. This kid is truly a handful. Yin Xiaoxi, perplexed, wondered who the comment was directed towards, feeling somewhat lost amidst the scene. The academy appeared eerily quiet despite the chaos, with no onlookers gathered to witness the commotion. Suddenly, the small figure began to wail in pain, its cry startling Yin Xiaoxi. As she looked closer, she observed Mubai mercilessly pummeling the creature, the brutality of the scene compelling her to shield her eyes from the violence. Goodness, does this person have violent tendencies? She mused. Once the flames dissipated from the small figure, Mubai finally ceased his assault. Yin Xiaoxi, still covering her eyes, noticed the sudden silence around her. Curiously peeking, she spotted a delicate-looking boy hiding behind a tree, watching intently. His cherubic face captivated her, momentarily distracting her from the chaos. Stealing a glance around to ensure no one was watching the fallen figure, she tiptoed towards the boy. As she drew near, she was struck by the boy's flawless, porcelain-like complexion. He was perched against the tree, reminiscent of a noble lady peering at her beloved, causing Yin Xiaoxi to smile with a rare, affectionate expression. She boldly walked past him, yet the boy remained oblivious to her presence, leaving her feeling somewhat deflated. Approaching him, she playfully tapped his shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a mischievous aunt. "Little friend, are you also a student here?" Asuka, seated on the ground, had been aware of the sneaky girl approaching him. Initially reluctant to engage, he perked up at the mention of little friend, raising his head to meet her gaze. Observing her youthful appearance, he stood up, brushing off the leaves and looking down at her with a hint of disdain. "Are you new here? Just remember to call me brother from now on." Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback by his mature tone, momentarily jolted back to reality. Stepping back slightly, she realized that the boy stood taller than her, which only added to her irritation. Why does this kid remind me so much of Yin Yan? With that innocent face, he seems intent on taking advantage of me. But that's fine. I believe that with my charm, I can surely turn the tables and become the older sister. Feigning indifference, she confidently asked, I'm 12 this year. How old are you? Asuka stared in disbelief at the girl, who showed no signs of deceit, his expression reflecting shock as he bit his lip. As if on the verge of tears. But you're shorter than me. Yin Xiaoxi's proud demeanor faltered. Short? She thought, recalling her earlier self-introduction. If she truly were 12, it would indeed be a bit. But that was no reason for a child to mock her. She raised her hand and playfully tapped his head. Concentration is key, you know. Otherwise, like you, one might grow tall without growing wise and end up being sold without realizing it. Asuka, suddenly hit on the head, scratched his nonchalant scalp, tilting his head in confusion as he stared at Yin Xiaoxi. He seemed baffled as to why she would resort to violence in such a light-hearted conversation, though the tap and tea really hurt him. After all, he considered himself a little man. Chapter 67, Departure. Just as Mubai rose from Hong Jun's side, he turned to see a scene beneath the tree where two individuals were engrossed in each other's company, instantly causing his molars to grind together in irritation. With all eyes upon him, he took measured steps toward them. When Yin Xiaoxi sensed a shift in the atmosphere, Mubai had already materialized behind her. As she turned, she found herself locked in a gaze of accusation from him. The melancholic expression he wore might have led an unsuspecting observer to believe he was a husband confronting a wife caught in infidelity. At this thought, Yin Xiaoxi couldn't help but scorn herself internally. Ugh, what husband? Simultaneously, a group of onlookers reveling in the spectacle caught her attention, leaving her perplexed. Why were the central figures of the academy surrounded by such a motley crew? Observing Mubai's silence as he noticed her distraction, he suddenly reached out, possessively encircling her waist and inquiring, what were you discussing just now? The demanding tone and the unexpected intimacy rendered Yin Xiaoxi's expression rigid, and, without a moment's hesitation, she began prying away his fingers. What in the world was wrong with him? After much effort, it became clear that he was as unyielding as if his fingers were glued together. Frustrated, she lifted her gaze to meet his obstinate eyes. Yin Xiaoxi glared at him fiercely, her peripheral vision catching sight of Oscar, who was enjoying the scene from the sidelines. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she offered a foolish smile. Unprepared to extract an answer from her, Mubai guided Yin Xiaoxi toward the four newly arrived teachers. Instantly, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her face adopting a professional facade of a smile. Deep inside, she mused that she must resemble a secretary accompanying her superior to a lavish banquet, her sole duties being to maintain poise and offer a vacant smile. Noticing her stiff demeanor as Mubai embraced her, Oscar's interest was piqued, and he followed closely. Upon coming to a halt, Mubai's first action was to introduce his fiancée, to the teachers. Teachers, this is my fiancée, Zhuqing, now known as Yin Xiaoxi, the fourth student of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, the four teachers exchanged bewildered glances at Yin Xiaoxi, who was playing the role of the companion in Mubai's embrace. Just as they were about to inquire further, Yin Xiaoxi could no longer contain herself. Had her ears deceived her? The fourth student? She glanced around at the 8 individuals present, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Wait, the fourth student? Don't tell me there are more teachers than students in your academy. With 5 teachers now present, this was an undeniable fact. Yet, Yin Xiaoxi refused to give up hope. After all, this was Shrek Academy, renowned for nurturing protagonists. She had always thought it to be modest, but little did she know the students were just as impoverished. No sooner had her words escaped her mouth than Wu Ji, misinterpreting her implication, stepped forward with a fierce demeanor, glaring at her. Humph, don't assume our academy will always have a fourth student. Shrek is not a place anyone can enter at will. Little girl, tell me your martial soul, your spirit power level, and your age. There are assessments for admission here. Yin Xiaoxi's frustration boiled over, not directed at the teacher before her, but rather at the fact that none of them had mentioned the entrance exam until now. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have come. She hadn't even plucked a single petal, and with her frail constitution, she could be blown over by a mere breeze. What was there to assess? Seeing this, Mubai quickly released his grip on Yin Xiaoxi, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Teacher, you've misunderstood. Xiaoxi meant no offense. But Wu Ji was not swayed. A little girl dares to criticize my territory? Even if she were a dragon, she must abide by the rules here. Mubai, don't shield her. As he spoke, he pressed a hand onto Mubai's shoulder, pulling him aside and fixing a piercing gaze on the girl behind him. Yin Xiaoxi looked at Mubai, who was rendered immobile, feeling a swirl of emotions within her. How unfortunate she was. Recently expelled from the Royal Academy, now facing expulsion from Shrek. Was her fate truly so dire? It was utterly humiliating. Silently observing the fierce man before her, she decisively turned her gaze toward the dean, only to find him avoiding her eyes, fixated on his own nose and heart. This ignited her anger. What kind of person was he? Initially silent, only to begin speaking once she arrived. Was this not akin to the deceptive clubs of her past life? Luring you in for an interview only to ask why you came and ultimately tell you that you were not suitable? The memory of it infuriated her. And Yin Xiaoxi crossed her arms, her expression cold as she glared at the crowd, shedding her earlier compliant demeanor in favor of rebellion and contrast. Apologies, but I suppose I will not pass this assessment, and I shall not be attending your academy. As if her presence were of paramount importance, she felt utterly stifled. With a dramatic flourish, she prepared to leave. This left Mubai, who was rooted to the spot, in a state of panic, his eyes blazing. Even the little chubby one who had just awakened from his stupor was captivated. Wow, what a beautiful lady, such a decisive turn, such an assertive back. Truly impressive. The four individuals, caught off guard by her sudden departure, were left dumbfounded. At that moment, Flinder hurriedly approached, grasping Yin Xiaoxi's arm. Wait, don't be so hasty. Let me explain. Yin Xiaoxi shot a cold smile at Flinder, who had a firm grip on her arm. Weren't you just putting on a grand performance? Why the sudden change? No need for explanations. Your esteemed academy has its rules, and I have my principles. Since the two are incompatible, it simply means we are fated to be apart. I apologize for wasting the dean's time these past few days. With that, she shook off his grasp and left without a backward glance. The remaining members of Shrek Academy exchanged looks, while the dean cast a reproachful glance at Wu Ji before addressing the group. Everyone, you may disperse. Once the teachers departed, Hong Jun and Oscar exchanged worried glances at the still, silent Mubai, who displayed no other emotions. Oscar stepped forward and gently patted Mubai's shoulder. Are you all right? After a moment of contemplation, a somewhat despondent Mubai finally shook his head. Do me a favor. Chapter 68, being followed upon exiting Shrek. Yin Xiaoxi sought refuge in the nearest inn, yearning for a moment of respite. After enduring such tumultuous highs and lows within a single day, both her body and spirit were undeniably fatigued. The night air whispered softly, a gentle breeze caressing her sleeves, when a shadowy figure appeared outside her window, standing erect beside a locust tree. Noticing that the occupant of the room had succumbed to slumber, the figure swiftly materialized beside Yin Xiaoxi's bed. Mubai gazed down at the small figure sprawled across the bed, her covers kicked aside, and sighed, shaking his head as he tucked her in once more. Upon his rebirth, he had found himself within Shrek, having never encountered her in her earlier years, yet through his inquiries, he learned that during her childhood, she had engaged in numerous foolish antics, actions that starkly contradicted her true nature. Initially perplexed, he soon grasped the underlying truth upon their reunion. She had pursued him recklessly without a hint of caution, and during their subsequent encounters, she mingled effortlessly with others, her words devoid of any signs of entrapment. At that moment, he should have surmised that her disposition could not have been cultivated within the confines of Shingluo. Nevertheless, he genuinely felt happiness for her. Mubai cast a lingering glance at the sleeping figure before departing through the window. Upon awakening, Yin Xiaoxi felt remarkably refreshed. Indeed, there was no problem that a good night's sleep could not resolve. Should any linger, perhaps a hearty meal would suffice. With this thought, she rose and ventured downstairs for breakfast. Returning to her room, she sat before the tea table by the window, gazing vacantly at the bustling street below. What should I do about the Shuangfuling now? With an idle mind, Yin Xiaoxi felt a profound emptiness, a longing for a sense of purpose. The Shuangfuling within her remained silent, though its silence conveyed exasperation toward her. Dear Xiaoxi, I believe it's prudent to temporarily cast aside your dreams of the vast stars and wandering the earth. The immediate priority should be to elevate your level swiftly, followed closely by seeking powerful allies. Aware of the events from the previous day, the Shuangfuling felt a twinge of regret for her abandonment of potential allies at Shrek. Yet it concurred with her decision. Why should its master compromise for those unworthy of her? Once it matured, those individuals would not even be fit to serve her. Seated in her chair, Yin Xiaoxi blinked in realization. Indeed, why ponder over such matters when her very survival was at stake? Suddenly invigorated, she felt a surge of motivation, albeit fleeting, as she leaned one arm upon the table, reluctant to rise. Shuangfuling, if you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have felt the urge to cherish these final 3 months. Hearing her defeated words, the Shuangfuling spat in disapproval. Xiaoxi, you must believe in yourself. Do not curse your own fate. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxi, previously slumped over the table, sat up straight, stunned. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, Shuangfu did you just spit in my brain? The Shuangfu must you leap to such conclusions? Though aware that she could not harm it. The Shuangfu instinctively took a step back. Xiaoxi, do not divert the topic. How could a mere bell produce saliva? Yin Xiaoxi, however, stood resolutely, glaring at the lively market outside. That's irrelevant. With that, she leaped out of the window. As she ventured out, the Shuangfu, hoping for her swift cultivation, harbored doubts but dared not voice them, fearing she might seek a secluded spot to confront it. On the street, amid the thronging crowd, Yin Xiaoxi meandered through the market stalls when she suddenly sensed two piercing gazes upon her. Whirling around, she found everyone else was preoccupied, bargaining with the stall owner, oblivious to her presence. This puzzled Yin Xiaoxi, who chuckled at her own paranoia. Originally intending to relax and browse before returning to her training, she now felt an inexplicable vigilance enveloping her. With a sigh, Yin Xiaoxi steadied her mind and continued her exploration. Yet, an insidious sense of being watched lingered like a shadow. She frequently glanced over her shoulder, and over time, she sensed something amiss. Her instincts were sharp, and upon her initial arrival, there had been no sensation of being surveilled. Why did it now cling to her so tenaciously? Was she truly being followed? Shuangfu the Shuangfu already spooked, hurried to confess, Xiaoxi, the sensations I perceive are transmitted through your eyes. In summary, do not inquire of me about matters beyond my comprehension. As a spirit, I am equally in the dark. Yin Xiaoxi frowned. This could not continue. Staring at a clothing store ahead, she halted her steps and turned inner. As she crossed the threshold and walked toward the fitting area, the sensation of being watched dissipated. Yet, as she feigned interest in the garments at the entrance, the feeling returned with a vengeance, leaving her indecisive. Were the observers foes or mere acquaintances? Logically, she had just arrived in this place. She knew no one and had offended no one. Why would anyone follow her without cause? Maintaining her composure, she took a set of clothing from the shopkeeper and retreated to a private fitting room. Meanwhile, two small figures who had been tailing Yin Xiaoxi since they spotted her on the street crouched beside a stall, peeking inside, wary of being discovered. After following her for some time, the slightly chubby Hong Jun plopped down, exasperated, gazing at the still energetic Oscars with confusion. Aren't you tired, Xiaoyao? Why did the boss send us to keep watch? Why not come himself? She's his wife, not ours. Why must we run errands for him? Oscars, observing Hong Jun's despondent demeanor as he thumped his legs, sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. It seemed that while he had grown taller, his intellect had not quite kept pace, unlike Hong Jun, who remained both short and dim-witted. Stop complaining. If the boss hears you, you're in trouble. By the way, have you seen him since last night? Hong Jun shook his head, then nodded. I think I heard the dean mention that the boss has taken another leave. As he cradled his chubby face in envy, he lamented, when will I be able to take a leave like the boss whenever I please? Hearing this, Oscars turned back, casting a look that seemed to say, why can't you? Don't you know your own worth? Once your spirit power surpasses the boss, the dean will surely no longer obstruct you. Chapter 69. A different path nearby, a woman selling sunflower seeds chuckled at the innocent banter of the two boys. Glancing in the direction they were observing, she recalled that a splendidly dressed young girl had just entered not long ago, and it seemed quite a while had passed since then. With a sudden thought, she smiled warmly at the two unfortunate boys before her. Her gaze fell upon a young lad, who appeared as if he had stepped out of a traditional painting, and she was taken aback. How could someone so young possess such striking good looks? One could only imagine how many hearts he would captivate as he matured. Noticing the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, the woman set down the sunflower seeds and ladled a bowl of mung bean soup from her pot, offering it to the serious-looking boy, Oscar. You must be thirsty. Here, it's on me. Oscar glanced at her, and then at his hands gripping the stall, his cheeks flushing crimson. He feared his actions had led the woman to misunderstand, and he hurriedly refused, stepping back. I'm not thirsty, thank you. I'm not. I'm thirsty, exclaimed the chubby boy, Hong Jun, who was sitting on the ground, eyeing the chilled mung bean soup. He quickly stood up, flashing a smile at the vendor. The woman paused, feeling a pang of self-reproach for her oversight, and chuckled as she handed the soup to him. She was about to fetch another bowl when Oscar stopped her. Thank you, but I really am not thirsty. Is there a back door to that clothing store in front? The timing seemed off. Changing outfits should not take this long. Those who had entered after them were already finished and had emerged. Anyone not foolish would recognize that something was amiss. The woman regarded the attentive and astute boy before her, smiling as she nodded. Indeed, that clothing store has a back door located behind the fitting rooms. Upon hearing her words, Asuka's expression shifted, and he hurriedly tugged at the side of the hungry little boy. The woman, grinning widely, added a reminder, that young girl has probably spotted you. It would be futile to go in now. Asuka pressed his lips together, producing a copper coin from his pocket and placing it on the table. Thank you, he said, then grabbed Hanjun and dashed toward the inn where Yin Xiaoxi was staying, unaware that she had already vacated the premises. After leaving the clothing store, Yin Xiaoxi returned to the inn, realizing it was unwise to linger, and quickly checked out. She could not fathom who might be pursuing her. Could it be someone from Shingluo? That seemed improbable. If they were truly from Shingluo, they would not merely be tailing her. She ruminated on all the potential suspects, but still could not pinpoint who it could be. As for Shrek, he had never even crossed her mind. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the students of Shrek Academy did not strike her as the type to engage in such underhanded tactics. After all, they conducted their recruitment openly, and the area she was in lacked any formidable guardians, making it unnecessary for anyone to seek her out. Perplexed, Yin Xiaoxi inquired with a passerby about another, slightly more discreet inn. The new one was situated along a dark alley, and upon inspecting the surroundings, she decided to move there. Primarily, she was not very familiar with the area, and since this location was not far from the Sunset Forest, she had no immediate plans to leave. Inside her room, after instructing the innkeeper to deliver her meals punctually to her door, she secured the windows and doors. For the time being, she resolved to focus on her training and refrain from venturing outside. Sitting on her bed, she summoned her twin spirit bells to keep watch over the surroundings while she immersed herself in her cultivation. A month passed. A flash of light illuminated the room before fading, and Yin Xiaoxi collapsed onto her bed, feeling utterly defeated. She gazed at the twin bells hovering above her bed. I have truly put in the effort, yet it is evident that sheer determination alone is insufficient for cultivation. After tirelessly practicing day and night for an entire month, coupled with her prior progress, she had only managed to elevate her rank from 25 to 26. She felt her efforts were not commensurate with her gains, and she was at her wit's end. She decided to give up. The twin bells, having observed her diligent training, understood that achieving a leap of 4 ranks to become a soul master within the remaining 2 months was simply unattainable. They proposed, Xiaoxi, do not lose heart. We have another method. Ultimately, the herbs from the Sunset Forest end up in the protagonist's possession, and he surely knows what the flowers look like. The bell hesitated to voice this suggestion, feeling conflicted. Although it was unsure why, a voice within urged it not to rely on the protagonist. However, it could not bear to watch Xiaoxi fail. Upon hearing this proposal, Yin Xiaoxi, who had been devoid of spirit, suddenly regained her vitality. Of course, while I do not wish to be a mere pawn, I wish even less to perish. I have just traversed into this alternate realm and obtained my martial soul. I have yet to experience the wonders of life here. I certainly do not want to meet my end so soon. This suggestion is far more feasible than expecting me to break through 5 levels in 3 months. Yin Xiaoxi praised the twin bells, rising from her bed and clapping her hands in preparation to act immediately. Yet, just as she was about to take a step forward, she hesitated. But where is that protagonist now? Where should I seek him? The twin bells fell silent. It was merely a martial soul, pondering why, in her previous life, she could not finish the book recommended by her little junior brother in one sitting instead of letting it gather dust until it was returned. Seeing its silence, the flicker of hope in Yin Xiaoxi's heart flickered out once more. Your proposal is good in theory, but it is far too time-consuming. Isn't it indeed time-consuming? In this vast world, searching for a stranger is even less likely to succeed than simply heading to the Sunset Forest and consuming the flowers directly. Closing the door, Yin Xiaoxi felt the weight of her dwindling 2 months. It seemed wiser to avoid futile struggles and resign herself to fate. The twin bells, sensing her despair, flitted around anxiously like ants on a hot stove, their ringing echoing incessantly in the air. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the wall beside her bed, accompanied by a warm voice from the other side. I apologize for the interruption, but could you please refrain from tinkering with the bells? I am a light sleeper. Yin Xiaoxi paused, hastily retracting the trembling twin bells that had been making noise in the air, and responded with an apologetic tone. I did not realize you were still resting. Please, go back to sleep. She then regarded the bright sun outside with curiosity. It is broad daylight. This person has quite an unusual schedule. Did he just wake up as I was just stirring? Chapter 70. The coach heist. Fortunately, her curiosity was not particularly intense, especially at this moment when she was acutely aware of her dwindling time. She had no desire to squander her remaining moments on someone with whom she had no connection. Yet, thoughts of Yin Yin and the old man lingered. Yin Xiaoxi wished to see them one last time, but knowing she was destined to die. Would it not be a touch selfish to return? If she refrained from going back, they would remain oblivious to her demise, sparing them the sorrow. They would only think of her as a treacherous ingrate. Observing the melancholic expression on Yin Xiaoxi's face, Shuang Fuling felt a pang of urgency and abruptly interrupted her contemplation of posthumous arrangements. Xiaoxi, I have an idea. Yet, Yin Xiaoxi seemed utterly unmotivated, as if she had already surrendered to her fate, casually inquiring, what did you think of? I figured out how to locate the protagonist. Shuang Fuling's sharp tone reignited a flicker of hope in Yin Xiaoxi's heart. Really? How can we find them? Seeing her regain some zeal, Shuang Fuling quickly added, I remember the protagonist hails from Sacred Soul Village. You could inquire there. Filled with joy, Yin Xiaoxi sprang from her bed. Wow, Fuling, you are truly remarkable. I adore you. Indeed, she had found a glimmer of hope. Sacred Soul Village, here she comes. With determination, she flung open the door and promptly checked out. Not long after she descended the stairs, a boy from the adjacent room abruptly opened his eyes. Exiting the narrow alley, Yin Xiaoxi noticed two swift figures darting past her, piquing her curiosity. What was happening? No one seemed to be pursuing them. Just as she pondered this, she was suddenly jolted from behind, stumbling several steps before regaining her balance. With a face of mild annoyance, she looked up to see a child of similar age, whose hurried pace had faltered due to the collision. Yet he continued on, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, truly sorry. With that, he dashed off again as if on a death mission. Dumbfounded, Yin Xiaoxi stared at the boy's retreating figure, pointing an accusatory finger as if to say, you. Did he not want his eyesight? Did he not know to donate it to those in need? Yet that voice. Had she not heard it somewhere before? Shuang Fuling, do you think that boy's voice sounded familiar? Shuang Fuling had long since been impressed by Yin Xiaoxi's memory. However, recalling the words of the blue-haired boy, Shuang Fuling's tone shifted to one of indignation. Xiaoxi, it's normal for you to recognize him. He found my ringing bothersome. Indeed. He was the first to dare express such disdain for her melodious chime, which could soothe souls even without the use of soul techniques. How ungrateful. Shuang Fuling, well done. Young man, you have successfully captured my attention. Yin Xiaoxi gazed in the direction the trio had departed. That location was the horse stable. Had something occurred? A vague sense of foreboding settled within her. Yet, upon reflection, if a significant event had transpired, it would likely be the teachers from Shrek Academy rushing forth, rather than just these two children. With a nonchalant demeanor, Yin Xiaoxi clapped her hands. Never mind them. Let us seek out the coach and strive to discover the protagonist's whereabouts today. As she resumed her inquiries among passers-by about other horse stables in town, she was informed that there was but one. Reluctantly, Yin Xiaoxi yearned for those individuals to have departed, slowly making her way towards the solitary stable. Before she arrived, a familiar voice reached her ears. Do you even know what it means to arrive first? I was here first. Yin Xiaoxi focused her gaze to find Hong Jun standing atop the coach, looking down imperiously at the boy who had just knocked into her. While the blue-haired lad stood defiantly in front of the coach that was about to set off, Yin Xiaoxi shook her head, remaining outside the door. Clearly, the heavens had not heeded her pleas. Inside the stable, the blue-haired boy's lips were pressed tightly together. His dark eyes filled with regret as he addressed those within the coach. I apologize, but I am in urgent need. I hope you can yield the coach to me. I am willing to offer 3 times the fare. Asuka, who had long been seated inside the coach, emerged upon hearing the commotion, sizing up the shabby-clothed boy with cold disdain. What an audacious claim. 3 times the fare? Without even considering if we would accept. Can you truly afford it? Step aside. They had no time to waste here. Hong Jun nodded in agreement, threateningly waving his fist at the air. Exactly. Hurry and move aside. Or don't blame me for being impolite. As another youth emerged from the coach, Xiaoxin glanced up, momentarily captivated by his features, but merely nodded in acknowledgement. Unperturbed by the threats posed by the two, standing resolutely at the gate of the coach. I apologize, but I must ask you both for a favor. This matter concerns a life, and I am left with no choice but to obstruct the coach. Seeing the boy's unwavering determination, Hong Jun felt a surge of anger, his eyes beginning to glow ominously red. Asuka, sensing the rising tension, placed a hand on Hong Jun's shoulder. Calm down. We have other matters to attend to. Reminded by Asuka, Hong Jun quickly suppressed the imminent eruption of rage within, dismissively waving at the boy. Humph. If you're not afraid of death, then continue your obstruction. This is a matter of life and death for everyone. None of us are more important than the other. With that, he returned to the coach first. Oscar regarded the boy blocking their way, his porcelain-like face cold as ice. No matter how serious your issue is, we acquired the coach first. If you arrive late, you bear the consequences. No one is obligated to accommodate your tardiness. If the driver doesn't move, then simply run over him. Calmly addressing the driver, Oscar turned his back and entered the carriage, indifferent to the shock on the driver's face. The driver, seeing the boy refuse to budge, kindly suggested, "Young master, perhaps you should check elsewhere?" Typically, at such a time, one would heed the driver's advice and leave, yet this boy remained resolute, bowing slightly to the driver. "I sincerely apologize, but I truly need this coach." Watching from outside, Yin Xiaoxis smirked. The driver was indeed articulate, well aware that there was but one stable in the entire town. Suggesting the boy look elsewhere was a clever maneuver. Yet, regrettably, that youth was not to be underestimated. Yin Xiaoxi observed the blue-haired boy's back, inwardly scoffing. Such a young lad, not lacking in cunning, although he appeared to be at a disadvantage. Risking his life for the coach, the reality was quite the opposite, if her eyes did not deceive her. The wheels of that coach were painted a shade of blue reminiscent of the blue-silver grass. Once the horses took off, the blue-silver grass encircling the wheels would undoubtedly seize the coach, buying the boy ample time to evade, even if it could not halt the vehicle entirely. However, it seemed evident that the stable had no coaches left. Sighing in disappointment, Yin Xiaoxi kicked a pebble and turned to leave. "Never mind. I shall arrive early tomorrow." Chapter 71. No good news at that moment. Oscar, who was seated inside the carriage, noticed that it had not moved for a while. He stepped outside, and his previously furious eyes calmed upon seeing a familiar figure, joyfully waving. "Sister! Hey, don't go!" Yuan Xiaoxi stumbled, nearly losing her balance at the shout behind her, quickening her pace. She regretted not leaving earlier. It was evident to any discerning observer that the matter they discussed, life and death, was certainly not a trivial one. Yuan Xiaoxi, who had no desire to become entangled with them, was even more determined to avoid involvement now. Watching Yuan Xiaoxi hasten away, Oscar was taken aback. What was happening? Did she realize that the ones who had followed her last time were them? Hearing the term sister, Hong Jun inside the carriage suddenly lifted the curtain, scanning the surroundings. Where is she? Where is she? Upon spotting the charming silhouette ahead, Oscar felt a tightening in his throat. You can't just call her like that, of course. She won't stop. Watch me. Boss's wife. Boss. As he observed Yuan Xiaoxi transition from walking to running, Hong Jun's composure shattered, and he blurted out every term of endearment that came to mind. "Don't run. If you don't like me, I can change." Mubai's wife. Miss. Beautiful sister. Xiaoxi's sister. Yin's sister. Seeing that Yuan Xiaoxi was nearly out of sight, Oscar pushed Hong Jun back into the carriage and took the reins from the driver, calling for the horses to move. Naturally, he was not skilled at driving, so once the carriage began to move, he returned the reins to the driver. "Quickly, catch up." Meanwhile, the blue-haired youth who had been blocking the carriage had moved aside, allowing the driver to steer towards Yuan Xiaoxi. Watching the carriage grow distant, the third party recalled their earlier words about having a life and death matter and the mention of Mubai's wife. It dawned on him that they no longer needed to compete since their destinations were aligned. With a firm leap, he bounded onto the moving carriage, sitting down within it amidst the astonished gazes of the two. Oscar remained indifferent to the unexpected guest, while Hong Jun's face flushed with anger. "Do you not understand human speech? We will not yield our carriage." However, the newcomer waved dismissively, his eyes reflecting an unsettling calmness not typical for his age. "I understand. But from what you just said, it seems our destination is the same, so I thought I might hitch a ride." Hong Jun gaped, taken aback by the audacity of the individual who so blatantly spoke of hitching a ride. His composure crumbled. He had never encountered someone so brazen. "You." Just as he was about to retort, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Hong Jun lost interest in arguing and shrugged. "Whatever. Just don't cry if it turns out to be an inconvenient ride." With that he turned, his face lighting up with excitement as he quickly exited the carriage, resembling a fan meeting an idol. In the street, a carriage had positioned itself squarely in the center, effectively blocking Yuan Xiaoxi's path. She could only marvel at the driver's skill, having completely locked her in. Glaring at Hong Jun's cheerful demeanor, she rolled her eyes and took a cautious step back. No one was going to ruin her plans to visit Shenghun village tomorrow. "Is there something you need?" Hong Jun, seemingly oblivious to her reluctance, nodded vigorously, grasping her hand with enthusiasm. I was particularly impressed by your boldness last time. I didn't get a chance to speak with you. But what a coincidence to meet you again. Yuan Xiaoxi found his casual banter puzzling. Could it be that she had overthought their intentions? Perhaps they didn't have anything of great importance to discuss, or did they never intend for her to be involved? With this realization, her expression brightened considerably, and Hong Jun's cherubic face suddenly appeared more endearing. She playfully pinched his cheek. It truly is a coincidence. But from your earlier conversation, it seems you have pressing matters. I won't intrude further. Perhaps next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Waving goodbye, she prepared to leave. Hong Jun, unfazed, waved back excitedly. Okay, it's a deal. Asuka, seated in the carriage, suddenly rubbed his forehead and pulled back the window curtain. Wait. Seeing Yuan Xiaoxi pause and glance curiously at him, Asuka sighed heavily, a worried expression crossing his face. Xiaoxi, Mubai is in danger. He is currently surrounded in the sunset forest. Yuan Xiaoxi sensed something was amiss, reacting without thinking. She retorted, then go find your dean. What good would that do? She's just a high-level soul master. To enter the sunset forest, she wouldn't stand a chance against its soul beasts. Are you suggesting we hold hands and walk into danger together? I won't do something so foolish. Recalling why they had pursued Yuan Xiaoxi, Hong Jun quickly grasped her arm. The dean and the other teachers are not at the academy, but we've left a message for her. Once she sees it, she'll rush over. Yuan Xiaoxi frowned. Do you think the items around your neck are just for decoration? They'll be of no use. Are they planning to help those pursuing Mubai to improve their kill count? Leaving a message for the dean? Amazing how you came up with that idea. Who knows when she might return? If she has delayed even slightly, they might not even find a decent place to collect her remains. So you stopped me to ask me to join you? Upon hearing her question, both nodded fervently, their eyes wide and pleading. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their gaze, Yuan Xiaoxi turned her head away. Stop looking. It won't help. With my current state, I would only be a burden. Chapter 72. Agreement to go apologizing, she shook her head at the two of them. I am merely an auxiliary, and my presence would be of no assistance. I shall not wade into this murky water. With that, she withdrew her hand from Hong Jun's grasp. Instantly, Hong Jun's expression resembled that of a forsaken puppy, and seeing Yin Xiaoxi avert her gaze left him at a loss for what to do, prompting him to look toward Asuka. Having already dismounted the carriage, Asuka, upon confirming her resolute decision, did not press the matter further and simply shook his head at Hong Jun. Very well. Then, we shall move on, Mississippi. He waved goodbye to her, acknowledging that rescuing their leader was a notion they had concocted themselves, and they had no right to impose such expectations upon her. Whether Xiaoxi chose to accompany them or not was entirely her prerogative. Inside the carriage, the third party, who had been feigning sleep with closed eyes, opened them after overhearing the entire conversation. Gazing at the departing girl outside, he felt a flicker of sympathy for Mubai. It appeared that not everything was as he had claimed. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for one another. Though he recognized that he ought not to interject, the sight of her carefree silhouette left him somewhat disappointed in Yin Xiaoxi. After all, Mubai had approached him for her sake, and his recent injury was ultimately a consequence of his devotion to her. Some truths Mubai could not articulate, but he felt compelled to speak on his behalf. He sought no gratitude from her, yet he could not stand idly by while his brother toiled in silence, oblivious to the sacrifices being made. Wait. The third party halted the departing carriage, causing Yin Xiaoxi to pause in her steps. Hearing that voice again filled her with dread. What was happening? When did these three become so close? Hadn't they just been on the verge of a brawl over the carriage? Understanding that he had come to persuade her, Yin Xiaoxi shook her head in exasperation. I sincerely apologize, but I have other matters to attend to, and I do not believe that someone who cannot defeat Mubai would stand a chance merely because I joined. Translate this. You may go if you wish. I shall not partake in such foolishness. The third party, who had only intended to clarify a few matters with her, felt an unnameable anger welling up within him after hearing her words. He was unsure of the source of this rage, but it evidently consumed his reason. Fixing an indignant glare upon Yin Xiaoxi, he scoffed. So what? Are you willing to watch someone who has sacrificed so much perish simply because you know you cannot win? Without giving it much thought, Yin Xiaoxi's expression turned icy upon hearing his derisive tone. She regarded the stranger in the carriage, who had met her 3 times, yet was already perched atop a moral high ground to criticize her, with disdain. Are you suggesting that because he might die, all who know him should perish as well? Otherwise, it is selfish and dehumanizing, is that it? The third party was momentarily speechless, realizing that his words were ill-conceived and feeling a pang of regret for having lost his composure. The two new arrivals in the carriage exchanged glances, sensing the atmosphere had shifted. Hong Jun quickly interjected, attempting to mediate. No, Xiaoxi, you misunderstand. We do not know this fellow at all. He knows nothing. Let us depart, coachman. Just as the coachman raised his hand to signal the departure, the third party seized the reins. No one witnessed his swift exit. He appeared like a wisp of smoke, materializing before the coachman in an instant. You. The coachman stammered, taken aback by his sudden appearance, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Likewise startled, Yin Xiaoxi exclaimed in inquiry, Who is this person? Is he mentioned in the book? Doubled Flo Ling, taken aback by the question, replied, I am uncertain. However, someone so formidable at such a young age is unlikely to remain inconspicuous as they grow. They are probably a significant figure. Or perhaps they met an untimely demise in their youth. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi considered that the likelihood of them being a prominent figure was overshadowed by the potential for an untimely death, perhaps even during this very pursuit. This realization struck her. She could not afford to involve herself in this matter. By her calculations, the protagonists would soon make their entrance, and the world might very well begin to eliminate uncontrollable talents on the continent to pave the way for their grand arrival. With this thought, her previously halted steps resumed, now striding purposefully forward. Observing her retreating figure, the third party called out, I apologize, that was not my intention. I was merely overwhelmed by empathy. Seeing that Yin Xiaoxi showed no signs of halting, continuing to treat them as if they were plague-ridden, an unprecedented sense of frustration surged within the third party. Why could they never hear his explanations? Memories of their previous life, standing on the edge of a perilous cliff, flooded his mind. He had made efforts to clarify things then. Why had they chosen to disregard him so callously? His fists clenched tightly. The bitterness of being misunderstood was a pain only those who had experienced it could fathom, even if Mubai were to perish. He did not wish for his demise to be shrouded in ambiguity. He bellowed at the retreating form of Yin Xiaoxi. He risked his life to save you from incurring debts to Old Bo. In the early hours of yesterday, upon arriving from Nodding Academy, it was nearly 3 a.m. Just as they were preparing to rest, Mubai received word that Old Bo had been ambushed and gravely injured. Taking refuge in the Sunset Forest, despite his exhaustion, Mubai disregarded the protests and rushed off to rescue him. Reflecting on the brief connection they had shared over mere days, the third party was reluctant to accept that a man who loved so deeply would harbor such feelings towards someone like her. Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback. Glancing back at those dark eyes, and only when she discerned no hint of jest did she begin to feel a sense of urgency. What do you mean? To save Old Bo? What has happened to him? Upon hearing her words and noticing her faltering steps, the third party's fist tightened further. Earlier that morning, a severely injured figure in black had mentioned that Mubai had taken a fatal blow on behalf of Old Bo and was now in a precarious state. Yet this woman, upon receiving the news, seemed solely concerned for Old Bo. The third party's fists cracked as they clenched, and his expression remained colder than before as he sighed heavily. Old Bo is fine. It is Mubai who is in danger. He took a fatal blow for Old Bo, and now. The unspoken words lingered in the air, yet everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Asuka and Hong Jun's expression shifted, reflecting their unease. They were all aware of the reasons driving Mubai to risk himself in Sunset Forest, however. They had never anticipated that she, who appeared so indifferent to Mubai's life, would suddenly grow so anxious for another's. Yin Xiaoxi's emotions were a whirlwind. The thought of taking a blow for another echoed in her mind, as she had never envisioned Mubai would go to such lengths on her behalf, or rather, for Zhuqing. At this moment, the weight of an undeserved sacrifice filled her heart with inexplicable bitterness, re-establishing her purpose. Yin Xiaoxi sought to reassure herself that she was acting for Old Bo. She simply did not want Yin to grow up without a grandfather. Having successfully convinced herself, Yin Xiaoxi resolutely approached the carriage. I will accompany you. Inside the carriage, the three watched Yin Xiaoxi, who seemed lost in thought, with expressions of concern. At that moment, they wished more than anything for her absence, for her presence only served to amplify their sorrow for Mubai. From the moment Yin Xiaoxi boarded the carriage, she has been under the scrutinizing gaze of 3 individuals, her emotions remaining tumultuous. Sensing the palpable defiance radiating from them, she resolved in her heart, with a touch of ruthlessness, aside from that fleeting moment of heart-stopping anxiety, her other reactions constituted her reality. The debt of gratitude for saving her life, and the sacrifices made as a mere substitute. Anyone could discern the weight of each. As she felt her heart fluttering erratically, the gentle voice of Shuang Fuling broke through her tumultuous thoughts. Xiaoxi, why did you agree? Yin Xiaoxi lowered her gaze. What could I possibly say? I simply got carried away in the moment. Zhuang Fuling, exasperated, retorted. It had come with good intentions to counsel her, only for her to dismiss its concerns as mere impulse. For someone with a heart condition, if her heart did not even register the excitement, how could she label it as such? I must warn you, stay out of their affairs. The immediate priority is to locate the protagonist and find the remedy for your ailment. Besides, most of them are protagonists themselves, and the laws of this world will not allow them to perish. They will only grow stronger through adversity. Yin Xiaoxi acknowledged the truth in these words, recognizing her lack of foresight. Now, not only did she face the peril of death, but she also risked being perceived as an ungrateful wretch. Yet, what could she do when her tongue seemed to have a will of its own? I understand, but the old man is not a protagonist. He could very well be injured or worse. Zhuang Fuling floated within her, conceding and falling silent. Opposite her, Hong Jun, a mere child, could hardly conceal his thoughts. Ever since she had entered the carriage, his gaze had been fervent, as if he wished to pierce through her very being, which left Yin Xiaoxi feeling quite vexed. Chapter 73, Acceptance. Since Yin Xiaoxi entered, Hong Jun had been feeling an intense sense of frustration. He had hoped she would go to the Sunset Forest, but at that moment, he would have preferred her absence from the carriage. His eyes reddened with suppressed emotion, and he could no longer contain himself. Miss, are you not the fiancée of the boss? Yin Xiaoxi detected the coolness in his tone. Although the title remained unchanged, the inflection starkly contrasted with earlier. Retracting her gaze from the window, she faced the three individuals awaiting her response, rubbing her temples. I forgot to mention that. While I do not particularly care for your opinions, I also do not wish to be casually labeled as ungrateful. As Mubai introduced, his fiancée is named Zhuqing, and I am Yin Xiaoxi. We are, in essence, not the same person, rather than my reluctance to acknowledge it. The trio was momentarily taken aback by this clarification, their mouths agape in disbelief. It was merely an introduction. Surely no one would overthink it. In unison, they muttered, we have nothing more to say. However, if that were indeed the case, her choices became more understandable, given that, as she stated, Mubai was merely a stranger to her, someone she had met only a few times. After some contemplation, the third party took the initiative to apologize to Yin Xiaoxi. I am sorry for making assumptions without understanding the circumstances. Asuka and Hong Jun likewise bowed their heads, murmuring their apologies, observing the three small figures in front of her. Their expressions filled with remorse and readiness to accept punishment. Her mood began to lighten. The protagonists are formally apologizing to her. With her initial irritation dissipated, Yin Xiaoxi brushed the incident aside. Ahem, it's fine. Ignorance is no crime. The atmosphere within the carriage shifted back to a relaxed state. Noticing her forgiveness, Hong Jun couldn't help but lean in closer, curiosity piqued. So, you are not the boss's fiancée. What about the actual fiancée? Yin Xiaoxi regarded the three with skepticism. Were their capacities for acceptance truly this remarkable? As members of the same protagonist group, why was Mubai's confidence and acceptance so drastically different? Reflecting on her previous explanations to Mubai, she rolled her eyes and shrugged at Hong Jun's inquiry. Who knows? I told Mubai from the start that I barely knew him. It is he who refuses to believe it. The three continued their lively conversation. Meanwhile, within the Sunset Forest, a fierce wind howled. The weary Bo Lao, clutching his chest, remained vigilant as he faced the five individuals who had pursued them from Shingluo to Tiando. Unexpectedly ambushed and wounded, his soul power surged violently within him, each moment akin to being torn apart by countless venomous creatures. Nevertheless, he endured the pain, positioning himself protectively in front of the already unconscious youth. Seeing his weakened state, the two injured men across from him were filled with excitement. How dare they harm him? They would pay dearly for it. One man, with a fierce gleam in his eye, activated his soul rings, disregarding his own injuries to forcefully summon Zhuqing, charging towards Bo Lao. Bo Lao wiped the blood that continued to seep from the corner of his mouth, casting a cold glare at the approaching adversary. A mere soul saint dares to appear before me? Second soul skill, Crimson Python Constriction. In an instant, a ferocious red serpent surged forth from Bo Lao's hand, swiftly advancing toward the astonished man. In mere seconds, the man was reduced to a bubbling pool of toxic liquid, as if his very flesh had been liquefied. Old 4. The sight of the utterly obliterated form sent the scarred man's face shifting from green to purple with fury. You were slapping my face. You seek death, he declared. Activating his soul skill, tiny white dots appeared in the air, growing larger as he poured his soul power into them without restraint, transforming into a basketball-sized orb. Behind him, the other three exchanged glances and stepped forward. Boss, we shall assist you. Their soul powers began to converge towards the orb, having never encountered such an inclusive soul skill. Bo Lao's expression hardened as he beheld the orb expanding ominously above the four. He swiftly targeted one of them to attack. Thud. Bo Lao crouched down in disbelief. How could this be? Reading the doubt in his eyes, the scarred man erupted in laughter. Do not struggle in vain. My soul skill was derived from a 70,000-year-old gecko. It possesses remarkable adaptability. Moreover, any damage sustained while using this skill will rebound back to the attacker. Prepare to meet your end. Bo Lao, clutching his chest, gazed at the ever-enlarging orb in the sky, which ominously radiated a terrifying aura, making it clear to him that he could not evade this blow. Suddenly, he coughed up blood. How humiliating it was to perish at the hands of a rabble. The leading soul Douluo regarded the soon-to-be fallen title Douluo with disdain, laughing maniacally. Haraha, what does it matter if you are a title Douluo? Even one known as the poison Douluo will ultimately fall to my hands as a mere soul Douluo. As he spoke, the combined might of the four surged toward Bo Lao, a force seemingly capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. Chapter 74, The Shattering of the Twin Floating Bells on the Other Side. The four individuals rushing in from outside felt an overwhelming and destructive surge of soul power before even crossing the threshold. Yin Xiaoxi halted, as the twin floating bells within her began to wail frantically. It's over, it's over. There's no escape. Xiaoxi is going to die. This energy is too potent. There's no way to evade it. Simultaneously, the other three also ceased their advance. Just when Yin Xiaoxi was about to voice her concerns, the trio unexpectedly quickened their pace. Witnessing this scene, she nearly ground her teeth to dust. Can't we discuss this first? As the twin floating bells within her noticed the direction in which the four were fleeing, they went into a frenzy. Xiaoxi, you're running the wrong way. The wrong way. At that moment, facing imminent danger, Yin Xiaoxi's mind was clearer than ever. It was evident that retracing her steps was no longer an option, even disregarding her physical state. Attempting to flee with all her might using the ghostly royal cat and her domain still posed the risk of being consumed by the explosive aftermath. Rather than that, she might as well take a gamble, for the protagonist might have some fortuitous encounter. Be quiet. They're the protagonists. As long as we follow them and wait for the right moment to act, we will be safe. The twin floating bells paused, processing this reasoning. Yet, it couldn't shake the feeling that it was a bit unreliable. This was not some ancient civilization where hidden treasures ensured survival. This was a bona fide realm of cultivation and advancement. Disregarding the twin floating bells, the four of them arrived. A colossal sphere of light, reminiscent of a meteor, hovered ominously, threatening to explode at any moment. Yin Xiaoxi's heart tightened as she beheld the pale-faced Bo Lao, resolutely facing the impending attack. With Mubai collapsed behind him, unconscious, she instinctively moved forward. At that moment, a blinding silver light flashed in her peripheral vision. A silver needle shooting straight toward the scarred man at the pinnacle. Yin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, a glimmer of hope reigniting within her. She knew they wouldn't perish so easily, and she couldn't help but internally cheer. The twin floating bells are such an exceptional supporting character. They even wield hidden weapons. The twin floating bells, perplexed, questioned its own perception of reality. Hidden weapons? It recalled something memories sealed for over a decade suddenly surged forth. But there was no time to reminisce. It quickly called out to Yin Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, wait, we must flee. These individuals are protagonists. They can survive heart explosions. But you cannot. Still processing this, Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the silver needle plummeting from her line of sight, along with the malicious grin of the scarred man as he turned to face her. Suddenly, her heart seemed to cease beating, an unspoken pressure weighing heavily upon her. As she crouched down, biting her lip, beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Weakly, she uttered, "It's too late." Indeed, it was too late. The man's attack had already descended upon her. Yin Xiaoxi resigned herself and shut her eyes. She should have realized that when she chose to come here. She had a premonition that this time, she might remain forever. She thought she could face it with composure, yet when death approached, she discovered that despite her travels across realms, she was still gripped by fear. Bo Lao's eyes widened in shock at the sudden appearance of the young people, but they widened even more upon recognizing Yin Xiaoxi among them. "Xiaoxi, how could you be here?" He yearned to risk everything to send her to safety, but it was already too late. The massive sphere began to tilt, and amidst the horrified gazes of all present, a golden light erupted from Yin Xiaoxi, momentarily blinding them. When their vision cleared and they looked toward the source of the light, they found Yin Xiaoxi had completely lost consciousness. In midair, a delicate bell materialized, dwarfed beneath the immense sphere of light, yet it seemed to hold the sphere suspended, preventing it from descending an inch. The opposing soul Douluo observed this with a flicker of panic in his eyes. This strike had gathered all the soul power from their brotherhood. If it failed to eliminate them, only death awaited. After a brief moment, the scarred man made a decision, utilizing his secret left arm soul bone, increased damage. With this strike, the sphere visibly expanded. As the twin floating bells struggled against the full gravity while trying to stabilize the sphere, cracks began to appear on its surface, and a barely perceptible dark hue seeped from the fissures. Chapter 75, The Aura of Death. As the fissure widened, a dark glow was discerned by the onlookers. What could that be? Hongjun inadvertently caught sight of the anomaly in the sky and promptly voiced his concern. The others followed suit, gazing upward to witness a sinister black mist gradually consuming the soul power orbs of the 4 members of Shingluo. The scarred man's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Clutching his chest, he exchanged a knowing glance with the other 3. Their soul power was already depleted, and remaining here would mean awaiting their demise. Understanding the unspoken message, the trio quietly departed with the scarred man. However, their furtive movements did not escape the keen eyes of Hongjun. He intended to pursue them relentlessly, but was restrained by Xiaoxin's hand. Do not chase. Something feels amiss, he cautioned. In Xiaoxin's violet irises, he observed the shattered glass casing of the wind chime gradually dissolving into a thick black fog. This fog resembled a general wielding a command token, gathering mist from all directions. They were now entirely encircled by this intangible black haze, with the golden bell, brimming with life force, carving out a safe zone. Xiaoxin's gaze remained fixed on the retreating figures of the 4. Uncertain of the nature of the black mist, his instincts warned him of its malevolence. If someone was willing to test its depths, he would surely seize the opportunity. The golden bell in the sky grew increasingly dim amidst the encroaching black mist, which had stealthily infiltrated through its crevices, recklessly corroding its interior. Sensing the sudden agitation of the surrounding fog, a vague unease crept into Xiaoxin's heart. Just then, a harrowing scream pierced the air from the 4 who had ventured into the black mist. The others turned to witness nothing but emptiness, save for Xiaoxin, who, having cultivated the purple magical eye, perceived that upon contact with the black mist, their vitality was abruptly siphoned away. This revelation sent a chill down his spine, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Such a method of vitality extraction was not of this world. It must be an aura of death. According to ancient texts, the aura of death was said to manifest only upon those on the brink of death, and if a living being were to behold it, it heralded misfortune. Should one become tainted by it, their fortune would erode, leading to an untimely demise. How could such a vast accumulation of death aura gather here? Xiaoxin abruptly lifted his gaze, noticing that the core golden bell of the Shuangfu Ling martial soul was already under siege by the death aura, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. Quickly, awaken Yin Xiaoxi. He immediately knelt by her side, inspecting her condition. He examined her from head to toe but found no discernible reason for her unconsciousness. She bore no injuries, her soul power was ample, and her mental state was intact. Yet her heart rate was alarmingly low, an unprecedented phenomenon in his 2 lifetimes. Ultimately, he could only join Hongjun in calling out, attempting to rouse her, but to no avail. As the body of the Shuangfu Ling was completely disintegrated, Xiaoxin's hopes dwindled, resting solely on the esteemed Bolao. Senior, do you possess a means to awaken her? Just as Xiaoxin and Hongjun crouched down to rouse Yin Xiaoxi, Oscar approached Bolao, offering him 2 restorative sausages. After consuming them, Bolao felt a slight resurgence of strength and regarded Oscar with newfound admiration. Contemplating how to persuade him to produce more sausages, he heard Xiaoxin's inquiry. Initially, Bolao was perplexed. Isn't Xiaoxi fine? However, as he drew closer, his expression darkened. He hastily approached Yin Xiaoxi, channeling his soul power through his wrist to examine her, only to discover that the energy he transmitted had vanished without a trace. What is happening? What is wrong with Xiaoxi? Bolao's features contorted in shock as he discreetly began to channel more soul power into her. Yet it sank like a stone into the depths of the sea, stirring not a single ripple. Seeing Bolao's distressed countenance, Oscar, who had just brought Mubai over, quickly interjected, "This is not our fault. She collapsed right after her martial soul was unleashed." Oscar's words were not unfounded. As a support type, he was particularly attentive to his teammates' conditions. He had rushed to check on Yin Xiaoxi initially but was obstructed by an invisible barrier, prompting him to assess the elder's situation first. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Bolao believed him, for he was aware of the peculiar nature of Yin Xiaoxi's martial soul. though he had never encountered such a situation. He waved dismissively at Oscar, his gaze still fixed on the state of the Shuangfu Ling. Be cautious. The surrounding atmosphere is thick with death aura. It is closing in on us, Xiao San warned. The trio froze at his words. While Bo Lao quickly realized the gravity of the situation, looking at the encroaching black mist with regret. How had he been so oblivious? He raised his hand, conjuring a protective barrier with his soul power. Do not venture outside. The soul shield is effective against the death aura. What is the nature of this phenomenon? Bo Lao turned to the first to perceive the death aura, Xiao San. At that moment, Xiao San stood tense, his eyes sharp, devoid of any semblance of childhood innocence. Reminiscent of the first time he had met Xiaoxi. Lost in thought, he was jolted back by Xiao San's grave voice. I cannot ascertain the cause. Her martial soul is fractured, and the black mist seems to be targeting it. Bo Lao's gaze followed Xiao San's. And he was horrified to see that the bell's radiance had nearly faded entirely, the black mist relentlessly devouring the soul skills in the air to strengthen itself. Hong Jun, feeling the oppressive weight of the death aura surrounding them, swallowed hard. Why do I feel as though I am struggling to breathe? No one responded, for at that moment, a faint shattering sound echoed through the sky. This subtle noise shattered the tension in their minds. Oscar gazed at the now shattered martial soul, muttering, the martial soul is broken. In an instant, fragments of the golden bell disintegrated in midair, scattering like dust upon the wind. This golden powder, emblematic of the Shuangfu Ling's fall, breathed new life into the areas it touched, reviving the trees that had been ravaged by the death aura. The four stood in stunned silence, absorbing the overwhelming vitality. While Bo Lao's complexion visibly improved, Mubai, who had been unconscious on the ground, began to stir, his gaze drawn to the drifting golden powder, reaching out instinctively. In the next moment, a wave of dark energy surged toward them. The five felt their breath hitch, their faces paling, their eyes wide with terror as if witnessing something utterly horrifying. Yet the chilling death aura passed through their bodies, inflicting no harm. Just awakened. Mubai remained oblivious to the unfolding events, but upon seeing Yin Xiaoxi sprawled on the ground, her face nearly translucent, his mind went blank. What is happening? Xiaoxi. What is wrong? A profound fear gripped his throat, the tremor in his voice pleading for clarity from the others. Chapter 76. Dead? Upon meeting his gaze, the crowd that stood before him lowered their heads, their faces obscured, filled with an overwhelming sorrow. Mubai's heart instinctively grasped the truth. Yet he resisted the urge to confront it, deliberately choosing to ignore it as he approached Yin Xiaoxi step by step. His silhouette bore the weight of unspeakable desolation. As he gazed upon the girl lying on the ground, her face serene in slumber, Mubai's legs buckled, and he knelt before her. What had transpired? When silence persisted, he abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto those before him. Tell me. Speak. His sudden roar startled the onlookers, causing them to recoil. At that moment, while Oscar and Hong Jun hesitated to step forward, Xiao San placed a hand on his shoulder. We are deeply saddened as well. Xiaoxi may have sacrificed herself to save us. After all, her heartbeat had been faint even before her martial spirit shattered, and now that it was broken, her chances of survival were nearly non-existent. Upon hearing this, Mubai froze, gripping Yin Xiaoxi's hand tightly. No. How can this be? As he spoke, a surge of terrifying energy emanated from him. Unable to accept this grim reality, his fury became uncontrollable. The veins in his neck bulging as if he were straining against an unseen force. Xiao San, witnessing Mubai's state, felt an inexplicable fear rising within him, as if something monumental were on the verge of being overturned. The sheer dread rendered him unable to consider anything else, prompting him to speak instinctively. Mubai? Xiaoxi told us she is not Zhuqing. Calm down and think, perhaps the real Zhuqing is waiting for you somewhere. As soon as the words left his lips, Mubai violently shook off Xiao San's hand, rising with crimson eyes filled with indignation. What do you know? What right do you have to claim she is not Zhuqing? Do you think you are so noble? With that, he swung a colossal fist toward the unguarded Xiao San, who was sent crashing into a tree several meters away before coming to a halt. Xiao San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and in the next instant, a figure shot past him, an enraged elder Bo very well. You dare use my granddaughter as a substitute? You must be tired of living. With that, he dashed toward the spot where Mubai had fallen. Oscar and Hong Jun, standing frozen in place, trembled in the wind as they watched the two figures fly away. Seeing Elder Bo's attacks aimed with lethal intent, even Xiao San, who had been furious moments ago, turned away in reluctance. The two closest to Yin Xiaoxi, filled with desperate hope, reached out to ascertain her fate, only to have their hands pass through her body. Meanwhile, Beneath Elderbow, Mubai, witnessing this scene, summoned an inexplicable strength to push aside the immobilized elder and staggered desperately toward Yin Xiaoxi. It cannot be. How could this happen? She is yet to ascend to divinity. She cannot be dead. It is impossible. As Mubai's emotions spiraled out of control, uttering confounding words, night fell prematurely. The onlookers regarded the sky as it shifted from daylight to darkness, their vigilance heightened. Xiao San's frantic gaze inadvertently swept over Mubai, who had suddenly fallen silent. A fleeting thought crossing his mind, yet it eluded his grasp. At that moment, his attention was drawn to Yin Xiaoxi's body, which began to rise slowly. His eyes filled with confusion as he beheld the river appearing beneath her. Who is she? Her identity must be extraordinary, as if finding a sanctuary. The surrounding death energy surged wildly into the river beneath Yin Xiaoxi. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the shattered duel floating bells, along with the still intact soul power sphere, entered the river of the three paths. The once dimly glowing soul power sphere was instantly consumed by darkness upon touching the waters of the three paths. This rapid engulfing and the realization that the black water was composed of death energy instilled terror in the five observers, prompting them to take several steps back. Should they inadvertently step into it, they would undoubtedly face annihilation. From the other side of the river, spirits that had never crossed the three paths emerged. Stirred by the infusion of death energy and soul power, each one surfacing with malevolent intent. Upon seeing Yin Xiaoxi, their faces twisted into grotesque expressions as they surged toward her, as if a single bite would grant them escape from this wretched place. Reacting first, Mubai unleashed a white tiger fiery wave toward the nearest spirit, only to find it pass through as if it were air. Just like the death energy before. His attack had no effect on the specter. The spirit paused mid-air, its hollow eyes scrutinizing the location of the five. Gasping, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply upon seeing the spirit's appearance. At that moment, the specter seemed to discover something amusing. A sinister smile creeping across its face as it abandoned its pursuit of Yin Xiaoxi and began to swarm toward the five. Witnessing this, Hong Jun nearly burst into tears. Boss, what do we do? Mubai gazed at the spirits in midair, a smirk forming on his lips. Do not fear, they cannot harm us. Indeed, as Mubai asserted, the spirits posed no threat. They were merely cold, noisy, and a test of mental fortitude. In the air, one spirit suddenly approached Yin Xiaoxi. Just as it greedily extended its hand toward her, her eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing. The half-ghostly hue of her irises froze the specter in place, its ethereal form trembling as if encountering its nemesis. As Yin Xiaoxi's gaze swept across, the spirit's body began to develop numerous penetrating holes, its piercing wail resonating painfully in the ears of the onlookers. Once the sound wave dissipated, the spirit disintegrated. The dark waters of the lake seemed to swallow one's soul with a mere glance, and standing by the lakeside, Hong Jun trembled, collapsing to the ground. What just happened? No one answered, but the crowd looked on in joyful astonishment as Yin Xiaoxi revived in midair. She was not dead. Mubai regarded the figure hovering above, a sense of bittersweet joy washing over him. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. The once howling spirits retreated beneath the waters of the three paths, trembling. As the inky waters rippled with their quaking, this spectacle etched itself into the minds of the onlookers. While Mubai's gaze remained fixed on the figure that loomed over the world, a tiny glimmer streaked across the sky, growing brighter as it approached. And the previously trembling spirits beneath the three paths bowed respectfully toward Yin Xiaoxi. Yin Xiaoxi tilted her head to gaze at the radiant light, her eyes closing gently. As the brilliance drew near, the three paths became increasingly elusive until they vanished entirely. The moonlight flourished in the sky. An indistinct, luminous entity hovered above Yin Xiaoxi's head. Unbeknownst to anyone, a multitude of crows flew in from the distance, swirling densely above her. The sacred light intertwined with the crow's hoarse cries, giving rise to a dark hue. Light and darkness danced together, merging and separating, until eventually, a yin-yang taijutsu was birthed. Chapter 77. The Reshaping of the Martial Soul with a Resounding Boom. The Taiji diagram expanded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Once the tumult subsided, the yin-yang taiji diagram manifested behind Yin Xiaoxi in a divine manner. The five individuals standing on the ground, having just regained their footing amidst the chaotic tremors, were left speechless, their pupils constricting in shock at the sight before them. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Instantly, four of the five collapsed to the ground as cracks began to form beneath them. The four in the pit felt as though they were being torn apart by this overwhelming force, their faces reddening as they struggled to release their martial souls. only able to passively breathe in the thin air pressed against the ground. Suspended in midair, Yin Xiaoxi was oblivious to the turmoil outside, instinctively unleashing her power. This full-throttle release brought her immense comfort. Bo Lao, who could barely withstand the pressure, shielded the others, and upon seeing the two divine soul rings manifesting around Yin Xiaoxi, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Xiaoxi only had 2 soul rings. Had there been a third, they would all be in dire straits. Rising to his feet, Mubai gazed up at the illuminated Yin Xiaoxi, his eyes filled with a blend of joy and longing. He would soon catch up to her. Sensing a piercing gaze upon him, Mubai momentarily froze, concealing his expression and smiling as he nodded at Xiao San. This fellow remained as perceptive as ever. Asuka and Hong Jun looked at the 2 golden soul rings with awe, envy, and a sense of direction for their future. At that moment, the yin-yang taiji diagram on Yin Xiaoxi's back suddenly began to spin. As it whirled, the 2 divine soul rings began to metamorphose, indicating that the taiji diagram was about to open. The golden soul rings gradually dimmed, giving way to red and black, until they returned to their original hue, at which point the taiji diagram fully opened. An unlit lamp soared out from the yin-yang taiji diagram. When Yin Xiaoxi opened her eyes, the taiji diagram transformed into the lamp's wick, and as the lamp ignited, the sunset forest was illuminated as if it were daytime. The bright and gentle light exuding an irresistible energy. All the soul beasts in the sunset forest turned their gazes toward the source of the radiance. Their once violent demeanor now calmed. The Santu lamp merged into Yin Xiaoxi's body like a stream of light. Just then, a rumble of thunder echoed through the moonlit sky, and amidst the flashes of lightning, it seemed as though a rift had been torn in the clouds above. An overwhelmingly powerful law of heaven and earth descended upon Yin Xiaoxi. However, it dissipated in an instant. In midair, a purple soul ring suddenly appeared alongside her 2 original yellow rings, elevating her rank from a 26th level Great Soul Master to a complete Soul Sovereign. Just one step away from breaking through to Soul Sect. In her hazy consciousness, Yin Xiaoxi heard a faint voice whisper, "The divine position of the ghost realm is now open. The one who commands the realms of Yin and Yang has appeared, hereby bestowed as the supreme god. Once you take your place, the 3 great ghost kings and 10 judges will be under your command, allowing you to traverse freely between the realms of humans and ghosts. Remember not to forget your original intention, and let the flame in your hand illuminate the world." Using the power of the Yin candle to light the ghost realm. Special approval, Wu Wang Shun. In the divine realm, a seat adorned with blossoms of the other shore suddenly materialized amid the 5 divine thrones. Though it existed in an ethereal state, it commanded the reverence of the other gods, who dared not harbor any thoughts of disrespect. As calm returned, the hearts of the onlookers continued to race. Although they were unaware of what had transpired, an unprecedented sense of subservience arose within them at that moment. Watching Yin Xiaoxi's slowly descending form, Mubai soared into the air, embracing her as the others rushed to surround them. What happened? Is she all right? Bo Lao's emotions were complex. The girl's potential surpassed his expectations. Yet, on reflection, she was still his granddaughter. Even if she became a deity, she would still call him grandpa. How amusing it was that he had never been a god's grandfather. Asuka, pushed to the sidelines by the 3, leaped onto Hong Jun's back. Is Xiaoxi okay? Holding Yin Xiaoxi, Mubai felt her faint breaths but remained silent. Xiao San scrutinized the rising and falling of her chest, furrowing his brow. Is she still not well? Recalling that Mubai had summoned him for his medical expertise and knowledge of herbs, Xiao San glanced at him with a hint of helplessness. I'm sorry, Mubai. I've never seen symptoms like hers. Upon hearing this, Mubai wearily closed his eyes. It's fine. Just do your best. After all, he had not expected Xiao San to heal Xiaoxi. Xiao San's prideful remark prompted Bo Lao to take a second glance at him, feeling a sense of disdain. It was entirely normal for a young child not to have seen such things before. As he reached out to take in Xiaoxi, he resolved to hurry and find a physician in Tiando. However, his hands grasped only air as he glared at Mubai, who had sidestepped away. That rascal. He cannot take my granddaughter. What do you think you're doing? Mubai's gaze sharpened, his eyes betraying his unease regarding Bo Lao. Noticing Bo Lao's stare, he refrained from speaking out of respect for his position as Yin Xiaoxi's nominal grandfather, but his dissatisfaction was evident. She is my fiancée. Bo Lao was incensed by Mubai's defensive posture, pointing angrily at him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. You, young man, dare to let my granddaughter be someone else's substitute? Your fiancée? I warn you, if you get too close to her, I will break your legs. With that, he attempted to seize Yin Xiaoxi using his soul power. This time, Mubai did not evade. He stubbornly gazed at Bo Lao. She is my fiancée. He glared fiercely at the hand reaching for his beloved, his unique eyes flickering ominously. However, recalling their previous encounter on the way to Shrek from the Royal Academy, Mubai bit his lip, repeatedly reminding himself that Bo Lao possessed the means to heal Xiaoxi. He could not afford to provoke him. Reluctantly, he loosened his grip on Yin Xiaoxi. Seizing the opportunity, Bo Lao embraced her completely. As Mubai felt the sudden emptiness in his arms, he instinctively reached out to reclaim her, only to be evaded by Bo Lao. Seeing Mubai's dark circles, drooping head, and lack of spirit, Bo Lao was quite satisfied. Still wanting to challenge me? Your concern for Xiaoxi's health takes precedence. There's no need to prolong this. You all should return from whence you came. With that, he swiftly took off towards Tiando, leaving Mubai standing in place, staring blankly at the departing figure. In a flash, White Tiger's fiery light wave surged toward Bo Lao. Mubai's three companions looked at him, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief, as they halted in their tracks, thinking, "Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 78. Re-entering the herb field, noticing something amiss, the third party swiftly approached, bowing respectfully to old Bo. "I apologize, esteemed elder." Mubai was momentarily unstable, and his actions were unintentional. Standing beside Mubai, Oscar and Hong Jun quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the boss is just a bit disoriented. Please do not take offense. Elder, old Bo was not a fool. It was evident that the recent strike was meant to prevent him from leaving. However, this boy seemed to care deeply for Xiaoxi, which suggested he would not wish her harm. Contemplating this, old Bo gazed down at Mubai, who was shielded by the three. Were they speaking the truth? Mubai stepped forward, shaking his head under the expectant stares of the trio. I am aware of my actions. I cannot bear to watch Xiaoxi perish. Initially thinking Mubai had some knowledge, old Bo's expression darkened at this statement. With a cold flick of his sleeve, he thought, had it not been for Mubai's earlier commendable behavior, he would have long been dead by old Bo's hand. What do you mean? Xiaoxi is my granddaughter. Would I wish her harm? Mubai's fervent gaze pierced the air. That is not my intent. Xiaoxi once mentioned that the medicine to save her lies within the Sunset Forest. Upon hearing this, old Bo recalled the time when Xiaoxi had pursued him with queries about the spring water. What else do you know? Mubai's face lit up, sensing he had successfully persuaded the elder. I do not know much, but Xiaoxi did mention that you possess a herb field within the Sunset Forest, where the medicine that could cure her resides. Instantly, old Bo's icy gaze bore down on Mubai. Noticing his unwavering determination, he descended to the ground. Ever since he had landed with Xiaoxi in his arms, Mubai's intense stare had not faltered, making old Bo feel as though he might explode under the scrutiny. Ahem. Unable to endure any longer, old Bo gestured for Mubai to take Xiaoxi away. Once the weight was lifted from his arms, the burning gaze disappeared, allowing old Bo to glance at the now elated Mubai, feeling somewhat vexed. His granddaughter had been so easily approached. Yet at least this pig was commendable in appearance and strength, fitting for Xiaoxi. Furthermore, Xiaoxi had divulged the existence of the herb field, indicating that Mubai likely held some significance in her heart. As for whether he had received this information from others, old Bo was unperturbed. He had kept the existence of the herb field extremely confidential. Even Yin was unaware. This time, he did not wish for his possession to be revealed, attracting unwanted attention, thus a warning was necessary. Old Bo's emerald eyes swept over the four, and they felt as though a venomous serpent was eyeing them, involuntarily shivering. Follow me. However, I must forewarn you. Should word of today's events spread across the continent, or if any rumors arise, none of you shall live to tell the tale. This domineering statement did not evoke discomfort among the four. After all, in the face of such earth-shattering events, even if they spoke out, few would likely believe them. Hong Jun and Oscar stepped forward, thumping their chests in assurance. Rest assured, our lips are tightly sealed. Not a word shall escape. Though Tang San remained silent, his resolute gaze met old Bo's in an affirming nod. Mubai, however, merely observed Xiaoxi, offering her not even a glance, nor a hint of acknowledgement. When old Bo turned his gaze toward him, he casually remarked, should even a whisper of today's events slip out, I will personally eliminate every informant, even if it means slaughtering the entire continent. Though it sounded like a jest, no one perceived it as such, nor did anyone dare mock his audacity. For his talent and the palpable aura of menace surrounding him commanded respect. Old Bo appraised Mubai and subtly nodded. Follow me. With that, he turned and led the way into the Sunset Forest. The four hurriedly followed, soon arriving at a location enveloped in toxic mist. Mubai had been here before and had already witnessed the dangers outside, so he displayed no particular reaction. However, Upon seeing the toxic fog, Hongju nimbly shrank behind Oscar, peeking out with a look of terror. Not more mist again. It must be said that after the recent encounter with the deadly aura, everyone had developed a degree of apprehension towards fog, though none exhibited a reaction as pronounced as Hongjun's. Xiaoxi stepped forward, using his purple eyes to inspect the mist ahead. Do not fear. This is not deathly aura, merely toxic gas. Merely? The attendees exchanged glances, finding Xiaoxan's nonchalance somewhat perplexing. Old Bo cast a glance at the enigmatic youth, a protective barrier enveloping him. All right. Once we enter, do not stray from this circle. The mist inside is highly poisonous. With that, he led the four, along with the unconscious Xiaoxi, deeper into the forest. As they approached, the toxic fog dissipated, replaced by the invigorating aroma of herbs that filled their nostrils. Xiaoxi inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling. The mere fragrance already invigorated the mind. The herbs within were undoubtedly of the highest quality. Once they beheld the myriad of rare herbs flourishing on the ground, Xiaoxan's heart raced with excitement. In his fervent gaze, Hongjun rushed forward, exclaiming, "Wow, Elder, are these all herbs? They are stunning." He reached out to pluck the most vibrant flower. However, upon witnessing Hongjun's reckless advance, Xiaoxi swiftly grasped his hand, pressing a point on his meridian. Be cautious. Many of these herbs are toxic, and due to their age, many have developed sentience. Recovering from the shock, Hongjun's face paled as he dared not touch anything further, standing beside Oscar, reluctant to step closer. Xiaoxi, too, lost interest in the herbs. While each one could fetch an exorbitant price outside, they ultimately belonged to someone. Old Bo glanced at Xiaoxi, then approached Mubai, who held Xiaoxi. Did she mention the name of the herb she seeks? Speak quickly. I need to verify its appearance, lest others learn that a titled Douluo like me possesses an entire herb field, yet cannot identify herbs. That would be quite embarrassing. Mubai gazed at the multitude of herbs before him, shaking his head in exasperation. He finally comprehended what Xiaoxi had meant a month ago when she had shouted about not being able to find anything. With so many herbs, even if he were to test each one, it would take at least 10 days to half a month, all while avoiding the poisonous plants. She did not specify, only mentioning that they are present here. Old Bo furrowed his brow. What shall we do? Xiaoxi remains unconscious and cannot speak. Chapter 79. Seeking medicine for a moment, the atmosphere grew somber. Yin Xiaoxi's faint heartbeat tormented Mubai, fearing that it might cease at any moment. Unable to wait any longer, Mubai turned to glance at the third party across the bank, who was diligently examining the herbs. Since you are aware of the properties of these medicines, why not identify which herbs are harmless? Let her consume anything that poses no threat to the human body. Although some of these herbs belonged to other brothers, he vowed to seek alternatives to compensate them later. Xiaoxi could not afford to wait. The third party, engrossed in the herbs, looked up in confusion. Upon understanding his words, a twitch of incredulity appeared at the corner of his mouth. Must you be so extravagant? He stood up to reconfirm with Mubai. Are you serious? The owner of the medicinal field, Old Bo, could not help but glare at Mubai upon hearing his reckless remarks. He needed to remind Mubai that this land belonged to him. If anyone were to squander, it should be him. Indeed, my granddaughter consuming a few herbs doesn't require permission. With a wave of his hand, he assumed a posture reminiscent of one who would buy an entire street for someone dear. Old Bo focused on the vast array of herbs, knowing that if these could save Xiaoxi, it would be worth it. The third party, previously uncertain, now affirmed his thoughts. This old man and young man were indeed alike. If they did not recognize the value of something, it was as though it held no worth. Although the herbs here were not his to claim, he still shook his head at the two. No, while it's true that ordinary people can consume harmless herbs without issue, Xiaoxi is different. Her body is already peculiar. Some herbs, though harmless to most, could be as toxic as poison to her. She is not at a point where she can gamble on such risks. Hearing this, Mubai fell silent. Indeed, after spending so long together in their previous life, even if he had no genuine interest in herbs, he understood the distinctions of cold, hot, warm, and cool properties, and the necessity for caution in medication. But in this situation, if they could not consume all, what alternatives existed? Xiaoxi had never disclosed her physical condition to him. Even this place, known for its healing properties, was something he had inferred. Suddenly, Mubai looked up at Old Bo. He recalled that Xiaoxi had mentioned receiving a medicine from him, one that could resist the toxins here. Some matters she had not shared with him. But to inquire about this place, she must have revealed some details. Elder, you previously gave Xiaoxi a medicine that could ignore toxic mists. Did she not tell you she intended to come here? Did she mention anything else? Old Bo clapped his hands in realization. How had he not thought of it? Xiaoxi had not inquired about medicine, but rather about a spring that was half cold and half hot. Yes, she did ask. She inquired, is there a spring with both cold and fiery properties? That's why I informed her about this medicinal field. With this new revelation, Mubai swiftly lifted Xiaoxi and hurried toward the spring. As they approached, a wave of heat enveloped them, and he frowned at the sight of the two-colored spring below. What is this? He had no recollection of such a spring from either of his lifetimes. At that moment, Mubai noticed the astonished expression of the third party and felt a twinge of curiosity. Do you recognize it? The third party, suppressing his inner excitement, nodded. Yes. This is the yin-yang duel spring. No wonder the herbs here flourish so densely. Oh. Mubai, without suspicion, reached out to test the water temperature. Upon witnessing his reckless action, the third party leaped up. Stop. The ghostly shadows are racing toward you. He grasped Mubai's shoulder and pulled him back. Old Bo approached, casting a warning glance at Mubai. Do not act rashly, the temperatures here are beyond what the human body can endure. He then used his spiritual energy to split a branch in two, dropping each half into either side of the spring. Mubai watched as the leaves turned to ashes without even sparking a flame. His heart tightened. While the branch that touched the cold spring was instantly engulfed by the frost, disintegrating completely without leaving a trace. The reality of their narrow escape surrounded Mubai, and he cast a grateful glance at the third party. Thank you. This place is truly perilous. Had you not pulled me back, Xiaoxi would have been harmed. This temperature is far too intense. Mubai observed the beads of sweat on Yin Xiaoxi's forehead, gently placing her a meter away from the yin-yang duel spring before returning to examine it closely. If that is the case, this spring must not be disturbed. Why did Xiaoxi inquire about this strange spring? Old Bo shook his head, turning to the third party, who was still searching for something. A strange feeling arose within him. What are you looking for? The third party paused, just as he spotted the elusive 8-pointed ice grass. I believe I understand why she was searching here. Look at these two herbs. Based on what you said, she likely sought these companion herbs of the yin-yang duel spring. The spring itself lacks healing properties, but the companion herbs may possess some. Mubai's face brightened instantly. Herbs are excellent. They pose no threat to life and can enhance one's strength. I knew bringing you along would be wise. Unable to contain his eagerness, he reached out to uproot the entire plant of fire apricot blossom, only to be chastised by the third party. Don't. Do you wish to lose your hands? Be patient. The herbs are right here, and one tea escape. Let us consider if Xiaoxi mentioned anything else. Taking a deep breath, Mubai gazed at the spring, a voice within urging him that those two herbs were undoubtedly the key. He turned back to the third party. I wish to know how to harvest these two herbs. They are certainly the correct ones. Seeing Mubai's determination and that Old Bo had no further comments, the third party stepped forward. Allow me. I have practiced hand techniques that render me immune to both fire and ice toxins. Indeed. Mubai, momentarily taken aback by this newfound ability of his companion, quickly cradled Yin Xiaoxi once more. The third party then delicately plucked a petal from each flower and placed them at Xiaoxi's lips. As the petals vanished from her mouth, Mubai's expression darkened as he looked at the third party in disbelief. Must you be so miserly? What use is a petal the size of a thumb? It may not even reach her stomach. Perhaps it will get stuck between her teeth. The third party, equally exasperated, replied. Who told you that one must consume a full dose of medicine? It is not me being stingy. The human body has limited absorption. One petal is the maximum that can be absorbed. Any more would be wasteful. Mubai intended to retort, but then sensed a stir from the person in his arms. Chapter 80. Soul sect within Yin Xiaoxi's body, petals cascaded down her throat, establishing their own territories, one warm, the other cold, each refusing to yield. Just as they remained locked in this stalemate, the Santu lamp suddenly illuminated. A gentle soul force swiftly enveloped the two medicinal herbs, enabling them to refine and merge with one another, ultimately coalescing into a single drop of medicine. The verdant potion coursed through her veins, reaching the weakened heart. Upon contact, the heart seemed to be reborn, emitting a vigorous rhythm. The remaining potion, combined with the soul force previously used by Shuang Fu Ling to protect the heart, returned entirely to Yin Xiaoxi. On the other hand, after the successful reconstruction of her martial soul, Yin Xiaoxi's level surged to 13, and her soul force surged in waves, allowing her to break through to the soul sect with a notable surplus. After absorbing the residual potency of the medicine for 3 consecutive days, she finally came to a halt. 3 days later, noticing that Yin Xiaoxi still showed no signs of awakening, Mubai directly roused the still sleeping Xiao San. Check again for me. Ensure nothing is amiss. How can she still be unconscious? Xiao San. nearly driven to the brink of neurosis by the worries of the elderly and the young, conducted another thorough examination of Yin Xiaoxi. After completing the check, he rubbed his temples in despair. Rest assured, her vitality surpasses even mine at this moment. So, let him be. He has not had a decent night's sleep in 4 days. Now his condition is worse than that of a comatose person. If this continues, he will be the one to succumb to unconsciousness. He should not have been so soft-hearted in the first place. Xiao San's words somewhat reassured Mubai. However, Bo Lao, observing the still unconscious Yin Xiaoxi, found it difficult to trust the medical skills of a mere child. Then why hasn't she awakened? Xiao San felt he could no longer stay. She has transitioned from death to life. Surely you must give her body some time. It appears rain is imminent, and my blanket is still out to dry. So I shall take my leave. Without heeding the bewildered expressions of the others, he bowed and vanished in an instant. Hong Jun scratched his head, puzzled, glancing up at the clear sky. How can he tell that it's going to rain? Once Bo Lao confirmed that Yin Xiaoxi was indeed fine, he lost interest in remaining in the sunset forest. He yearned for Yin Yin. Looking at the unconscious Xiaoxi in Mubai's arms, he resolved, since Xiaoxi is fine now, we shall part ways here. I will take her home. He reached out to take Yin Xiaoxi, but Mubai, having also learned of her safety, was determined not to release her. Upon seeing Bo Lao's outstretched hand, he took a step back, his demeanor shifting from recklessness to a gentle defiance. You may not be aware, but Xiaoxi is a student of Shrek. She came out with us and, naturally, must return with us, correct? Asuka and Hong Jun exchanged glances. Puzzled. Xiaoxi is a Shrek student? When did this happen? They were completely unaware. Right? Under the pressure of Mubai's gaze, the two dared not speak the truth and could only nod awkwardly. Hearing this, Bo Lao felt perplexed. What had transpired in the Heaven Do during his absence? Wasn't Xiaoxi studying at the Royal Academy? When did she become a student of Shrek? Mubai met Bo Lao's eyes directly, unflinching as he spun a tale. Not long ago. You can ask anyone at the Royal Academy. We Shrek her right here. If we lie, you may return at any time to take her back. They were unafraid of scrutiny, for they had followed proper procedures when taking Yin Xiaoxi from the Royal Academy. After a moment's hesitation, Bo Lao decided against forcibly taking Yin Xiaoxi back. Very well, given the current uncertainties in Heaven Do, there must be a reason for Xiaoxi's departure from the Royal Academy. My greatest fear is that her identity has been discovered. If that were the case, insisting on taking her back could lead to complications. With this in mind, Bo Lao retrieved a large bag of gold soul coins from his soul guide and handed it to Mubai. For the time being, let Xiaoxi stay at Shrek. This is her recent allowance for sustenance. Once I ascertain the situation, I will return. Mubai, feeling the weight of the coins in his hand, fell silent. He lacked for gold soul coins, but was taken aback by the elder's generosity towards Xiaoxi. Such selfless giving was truly burdensome. He had no intention of accepting the coins, tossing them back. I can support my fiancée. Bo Lao was not angered. The fact that Mubai could say such a thing indicated he was a person of responsibility. He placed the gold soul coins back onto Yin Xiaoxi and smiled at Mubai. These coins are for Xiaoxi. He has no right to refuse this gesture from her grandfather. Mubai stared blankly at the elder's departing figure, his arms cradling Yin Xiaoxi, growing heavy with the burden of the bag. Once the elder had left, Asuka and Hong Jun felt less restrained and playfully approached Mubai. Wow, boss, you've struck gold. Mubai, initially troubled, shook his head in resignation at their remarks. Enough with the jokes. Let's head back. If a prince of a nation could become so easily wealthy, the citizens of Shingluo would surely suffer greatly. As Mubai carried Yin Xiaoxi and walked out of the sunset forest with the two, a carriage suddenly approached them. After completing the academy's recruitment promotion, Flinder and the others arrived at the academy and immediately noticed the letters left by the two. They hurriedly inquired among the locals. Upon learning that the two had entered the sunset forest alone several days prior, their hearts sank, and they quickly spurred their horses towards the forest. Fortunately, they found that no harm had come to them. The sharp-eyed Wuji spotted the four at the forest entrance and leaped from the moving carriage before it had even come to a stop. Seeing that they bore no injuries and appeared to be in decent spirits relieved the tension in his heart. However, his anger flared as he pointed at the three, unleashing a torrent of scolding. I say, you rascals, are you seeking death? Are you itching for a beating? I can help you with that. After venting his anger on the three, Flinder, having seen enough, jumped down from the carriage, resembling a peacemaker as he pulled Wu Ji aside. All right, that's enough. Mubai, remember next time, do not act recklessly. We were fortunate this time. But if something were to happen, Shrek Academy would become a laughingstock across the continent. Wu Ji, restrained from responding to Flinder's admonishment, rolled his eyes in exasperation. He was about to retort, but refrained, redirecting his frustration towards the other two. And you two rascals, instead of focusing on your training, you only know how to cause trouble next time. I'll break your legs. Chapter 81. Enhancement of soul skills. Under the assurance that there would be no next time from the three of them, Xin climbed onto the carriage. Asuka and Hongjun gazed enviously at Yin Xiaoxi, who lay unconscious in Mubai's arms. The combat prowess of the dean and teacher Wuji was indeed remarkable. Inside the carriage, Flinder looked at Yin Xiaoxi, carefully cradled in Mubai's embrace, and reached out to examine her. A sudden thud echoed as Flinder accidentally bumped his head, nearly causing him to drop the carriage cover. What is this? Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Flinder pointed at Yin Xiaoxi and Mubai's arms with a look of astonishment, then decisively turned to probe Asuka and Hongjun. To his dismay, upon inspection, he felt an overwhelming frustration at their lack of progress. You two are infuriating. Didn't we agree to go out together? How come this little girl's level is soaring like a shooting star, while you two are steadfastly lagging behind? Taking a deep breath, Flinder resolved to double their studies starting tomorrow. Not wishing to dwell on those two miscreants any longer, he turned his attention to Mubai. I just saw that the girl seems to be fine. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Mubai gently stroked Yin Xiaoxi's hair, seemingly captivated, and reassuringly shook his head at Flinder. Xiaoxi is all right. She should wake up in a few days. Meeting Mubai's intensely captivating gaze, Flinder shuddered slightly and forced a smile. Come on, wake up soon. It would be splendid for her to participate in Shrek's enrollment on the 5th of next month. This would also show those who mock Shrek for not finding students that it's not about our inability to recruit, but rather our choice to select only the best. Seeing Flinder still intent on having Xiaoxi take the enrollment test, Mubai hesitated, looking troubled. You want her to participate in the enrollment assessment? Why? Teacher Wuji is aware of Xiaoxi's combat capabilities. You should know that Xiaoxi is capable in battle. Moreover, she has expressed that she prefers support roles and doesn't relish fighting. Why must the dean impose this upon her? The driving teacher Wuji, overhearing their conversation, glanced curiously inside. What on earth are you talking about? That girl is a support type, right? In battle, a support should focus on protecting themselves, not necessarily engaging in combat. Flinder recalled the last time when a few of his careless words caused Yin Xiaoxi to leave, and his head throbbed in pain. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted outside. Drive your carriage. Then, feeling a bit sheepish, he looked at Mubai. You don't think she would actually want to avoid joining Shrek, do you? Mubai sighed. That is also my concern. From the very beginning, Shrek was never part of her plans. It was a struggle to persuade her to come. She hasn't officially joined yet, and I haven't had the chance to convince her lately, especially since I was preoccupied with finding Xiao San at Nodding Academy. I'm uncertain of her current thoughts. Listening to their discussion, Asuka and Hongjun finally grasped the situation. Looking at Yin Xiaoxi, who lay in Mubai's arms, Asuka inquired, Isn't Xiaoxi your fiancé? Why isn't your influence effective? This remark jolted Flinder into awareness. I wonder if we can recruit any other students this time. We cannot let this talent slip away. Ahem, I agree to Xiaoxi entering Shrek as a support type. As for the entrance examination, we can wait until we recruit a few more students and test them all together. Now, since this girl is your fiancée, please pay the enrollment fee of 10 gold soul coins. Upon hearing her fate being so casually decided by the two, Yin Xiaoxi felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Now that her body had recovered, why would she want to attend that perilous academy? Alas, she was aware of her surroundings, but could not voice her objections. Watching helplessly as the carriage sped towards Shrek Academy, lying on the bed, Yin Xiaoxi grew bored and began to call out, Double floating bell? Are you still there? A sudden ringing resounded within her, and she felt a newfound third soul skill and an enhanced version materialize in her mind. Double floating bell, 3 path lantern, prepares for divine level martial soul divine fire ignited, enhancing soul skill strength, reducing restrictions, and lowering soul power consumption. Primary soul skills. First skill, resonating bell, within visual range, can restore up to 5 teammates' injuries at 100 efficiency, with greater consumption of soul power for heavier injuries. Second skill, capturing bell, within visual range, forcibly instills fear in enemies for 5 seconds, during which allies gain a 25 speed boost, with a certain slowing effect on opponents exceeding their own level by 20. Third skill, beneficial bell connected enhancement. A small yellow bell appears above the marked individual and oneself, during which soul power is shared, increasing the marked individual's attack power by 40. Secondary soul skills. First skill, soul devouring bell, spiritual attack. Provides a warning if the enemy's spiritual power exceeds one's own. Second skill, Judging Bell. Marks 2 enemy teammates, allowing foreknowledge of their actions for 5 minutes. Useful for locating enemies. Third skill, Devouring Bell. Can consume 10 of the soul power and 15 of the life force of enemies under Judging Bell status. Coexisting with the Beneficial Bell. What is happening? Yin Xiaoxi, completely unaware of the events during her unconsciousness, was astonished by the sudden emergence of a third soul skill and the increasingly enigmatic titles and abilities. Double Floating Bell? When did you upgrade without telling me? Simultaneously, a soft voice echoed in her mind. Xiaoxi, I didn't upgrade. I regained some memories of my true form. However, until you ascend to divinity, I cannot revert to my original state and can only manifest as the Double Floating Bell. Ascend to divinity? True form? What have I missed? Which deity has taken notice of me? By the way, how do gods choose their successors? Is it based on talent? The Double Floating Bell floated with a hint of pride. No, Xiaoxi is not inheriting a divine position. Rather, you are to create one. Create a deity? Is that within my capabilities? Just as Yin Xiaoxi was engulfed in self-doubt, a particularly arrogant voice emanated from the Double Floating Bell. Very well. It seems the master possesses some self-awareness. Of course, you lack that ability. It is all thanks to our efforts. How does it feel to be carried along? My worthless master? Yin Xiaoxi. Who is this? Where did they come from? And why are they so arrogant? How can you speak to Xiaoxi like that? And right now, I am the one speaking with Xiaoxi. You should refrain from interrupting. The soft voice, now tinged with anger, retorted at the intruder. Humph. It's my body too. Why shouldn't I have a say? Chapter 82. Awakening. Yin Xiaoxis was nearly overwhelmed by the bickering of the two, and hastily interjected, Please, cease your quarrel. By the way, who is this arrogant one? Aren't you supposed to be a dual soul? She longed for her once cold and aloof little darling to return, wishing to banish this foolishness. The moment her words and thoughts echoed, the previously boastful martial soul fell silent, leaving only a soft, glutinous voice. Xiaoxi, we are indeed one soul. With the emergence of the main body, the martial soul's tolerance has also strengthened. Before Yin Xiaoxis could respond, a voice laden with grievance chimed in. I merely became a tad more lively. How can the master disdain me? I am also the master's little darling, boo-hoo. The sight of this transformation left Yin Xiaoxis utterly at a loss for words. However, she was content with just one soul. Ahem, well then. Could you enlighten me about the creation of the gods? The voice of Zhuqing sounded somewhat conflicted. This explanation is rather intricate. Let Little Red handle it. With that, she promptly muted herself, assuming the role of a listener. Taking over, Zhuqing's golden light shifted to red, resembling a haughty little child, almost as if she might float away. Humph, just wait and see if you dare to disdain me again. Let me put it this way. The divine positions on this continent are already filled, and it was impossible to create new ones. However, our main body is the SNTZHN, a guiding light on the SNTQN. Without the souls of our realm, ghosts cannot cross the boundary into the ghost realm, and thus cannot be reborn. Now that I have become the master's martial soul, it is only natural for the master to unlock the divine position of the ghost realm. As she spoke, the soul rings around Zhuqing flashed. Yin Xiaoxis gazed in awe at the divine soul ring encircling Zhuqing, rendered speechless. Observing her silly demeanor, Zhuqing smugly swayed. How about that? Impressive, right? I am inherently a divine martial soul, capable of bestowing them with longevity. Regrettably, I cannot utilize it just yet, but since their essence has been enhanced, the master's soul skills will naturally undergo some changes. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxis felt as though the troubling dilemma that had plagued her was resolved. With such power, she had no reason to fear being cannon fodder. What was there to fear about the protagonist group? Anyone who dared utter a word of dissent before her would face dire consequences. Higi, if that is the case. Does it mean my ghost Emperor Cat's martial soul can also? The thought of her seemingly ornamental agility-focused soul stirred her unwillingness. Each time she was brought low by an enemy, she felt an impulse to recklessly bestow soul rings upon the ghost Emperor Cat. Yet, every time that impulse arose, it was swiftly quelled, not for any other reason than the allure of the brilliant hues. At that moment, the formerly arrogant Zhuqing suddenly went offline, and a soft, muddled voice emerged. Xiaoxi? What is it? Startled by her sudden retreat, Yin Xiaoxis surmised the prospect of upgrading the ghost Emperor Cat's soul rings was slim. Nevertheless, she asked once more, only to receive the answer she had anticipated. No, Xiaoxi, the reason the soul ring's duration can reach the divine level is solely due to the unique connection of the SNTZHN with the ghosts. It cannot directly enhance the soul rings. Well, she had been duped by that pompous character. Fine. I sense that my soul power seems to have surpassed the soul sect level. What must I seek for the next soul ring? Xiaoxi will discover that in the Stardow Forest. This time, absorbing a soul ring will bring surprises. Oh, surprises. With that thought, Yin Xiaoxis opened her eyes and sat up in bed. She surveyed her surroundings, which could only be described as bare, and for the first time, she longed for her grandfather's bamboo hut. Rising to stretch her limbs, she couldn't help but appreciate her perfectly functional body. It felt rather splendid. Suddenly, sounds erupted from outside the house. Yin Xiaoxis' ears perked up, and she peered through the window. In the sunlight, 5 teachers lounged in the shade of a tree, keeping watch over 3 others who were squatting in the sun, observing their sweat-soaked garments clinging to their bodies. Yin Xiaoxis reminded herself to remain calm. Yet, she found this teaching method quite appealing. Was there a shortage of teachers here? She could apply for a position. The 3 who had been squatting felt a twinge of embarrassment upon spotting Yin Xiaoxis' door swing open, knowing their current appearance was far from flattering. Among the 5 teachers on the ground, apart from FLND and WJ, none were aware of Yin Xiaoxis' status at the academy. Witnessing this girl, who had previously dismissed the academy's reputation, reappear at Shrek, their expressions grew complex. Seeing Yin Xiaoxis approach, FLND quickly shot them a warning glance and whispered, "A 9-year-old prospective soul sect. We barely managed to persuade her from the Royal Academy last time. This time, Mubai has paid the admission fee, so tread carefully." The 4 looked on in disbelief at the approaching figure. Even WJ, who had accompanied FLND to greet Yin Xiaoxis, had not anticipated such a prodigious talent. Was it truly possible that the Royal Academy would release someone like her? He suspected FLND was boasting, but it mattered little. Acquiring a student from the Royal Academy would still bring prestige to the academy. WJ stroked his chin, assessing the little girl who had approached them with a bright smile, revealing a rare expression of delight. The previous incident was due to FLND's lack of clarity. Your decision to join our academy is truly astute. Allow me to introduce our esteemed faculty. We at Shrek boast the finest teaching resources. Even our cooking instructor is a soul sage. Not to mention our cleaning staff, each of whom is a soul emperor or soul sage. Yin Xiaoxis' previously enthusiastic expression froze. What to do? It seemed her qualifications to apply as a teacher were insufficient. Did she truly have to remain a student? Casting a discreet glance at the 3 still training under the scorching sun, she resolutely shook her head. No, the students here were not human. What if she got sunburned? Just as Yin Xiaoxis was contemplating how to brazenly propose her availability as a teaching assistant, FLND spoke up. Xiaoxi, since you have just arrived, you may not be familiar with us. Let me formally introduce our faculty. We have a total of 5 teachers, and with your arrival, there are 4 students. So rest assured, our instructors will share everything with you, leaving no knowledge hidden. In the midst of Yin Xiaoxis' expression of exasperation, FLND began to introduce himself and the other teachers. I am FLND, a teacher and the principal of Shrek, a level 77 agility-focused soul sage. If you have any questions regarding martial souls, feel free to come to me directly. This is WJ, a level 75 power-focused soul sage. LSing, a level 62 power-focused soul emperor. You see, our academy is characterized by its simplicity and unity. A place like ours is truly hard to come by. Chapter 83. Ambitious aspirations. As Flandra diligently introduced their appearances, the other teachers were rendered speechless. Indeed, the treatment afforded to those brought in from other places was nothing short of extraordinary. Yin Xiaoxis, who had received affirmation from many regarding her good treatment, was on the verge of losing her composure. Their assessment of her was merely that of an ordinary student. However, given the multitude of teachers present, it was understandable that there were only a handful of students. The crux of the matter was that she had no desire to be merely a student. She felt she could still strive for more. Such an academy was indeed rare to find. But director, could you perhaps arrange for me to hold a teaching assistant position? I would be willing to forego a salary. As soon as Yin Xiaoxi's words fell, an unusual silence enveloped the expansive area. Oscar, who appeared to be training under the sun while eavesdropping, could not help but give Mubai a thumbs up upon hearing her proclamation. Boss, your fiancée's ambitions are indeed quite extraordinary. Mubai, feigning ignorance, cast a warning glance at Oscar before returning his serious gaze forward. The instant Yin Xiaoxi requested the position of teaching assistant, without a salary, The expressions of the teachers who understood Flandra's temperament shifted dramatically. Especially Wu Ji, who had initially been dismissive, began to scrutinize Yin Xiaoxi anew. Yet, regardless of how he viewed her, to him, she was simply a delicate young girl. And he could not help but scoff internally. Unaware of her own limitations, she dares to vie for their livelihood at such a tender age? Resisting the urge to confront her, Wu Ji's clenched fist began to creak ominously. Haha, such bravado for a little one. You wish to become a teacher at Shrek? That's not impossible. Defeat me, and I shall resign to become a student myself. Yin Xiaoxi gazed at Wu Ji's muscular form, and though she understood he was merely attempting to intimidate her, her feet instinctively retreated 2 steps. Not a chance. Please. Do not jest. I am merely an auxiliary. How could I possibly defeat you? Auxiliary? The 3 teachers who remained stationary turned their gazes toward Flandra, their expressions questioning. As if to say, are you serious? A mere auxiliary girl, and you expect her to engage in martial spirit combat? What could she possibly seek you for? To study books together? Faced with their skepticism, Flandra, surprisingly unfazed, mischievously mouthed the word kai to them. Well, you old fellows can ponder that at your leisure. He then turned his gaze back to the 2, a knowing smile playing on his lips, showing no inclination to intervene. Wu Ji, who was locked in a standoff with Yin Xiaoxi, had indeed heard her mention of being an auxiliary. However, since she had not yet begun her lessons, he deemed it necessary to assert some pressure, lest she grow unruly in the future. Do not underestimate yourself, little one. Your willingness to voice such aspirations suggests you possess some confidence. Come forth. As Yin Xiaoxi watched the behemoth approaching her, her body involuntarily began to retreat until she found herself back under the glaring sun, momentarily blinded by its radiance, causing her to halt. Why was she cowering? This man was a teacher at Shrek. Even if she could not become a teacher, she would still be a student here. Surely, he would not truly resort to violence? With that thought, she lifted her gaze to catch a fleeting expression of mockery on Wu Ji's face, igniting a spark of determination within her. Oh, trying to intimidate me? What a splendid opportunity to test my soul skills enhanced by the twin soul bells. With a flick of her right hand, the blood-red twin soul bells materialized resolutely above her head. Then let us proceed. Wu Ji momentarily faltered, taken aback that this little one dared to unleash her martial spirit. His original intent was merely to scare her into relinquishing her unwarranted ambitions. Should he truly engage in combat with an auxiliary, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock for Flandra. His hands, which had been resting behind him, quickly gestured to Flandra to refrain from enjoying the spectacle. Noticing his motion, Flandra approached with a grin. While he relished the unfolding drama as a spectator, he harbored concerns that provoking this individual could result in someone getting hurt. Flandra beckoned the 3 still engaged in training to join them. All right, Wu Ji, stop intimidating her. Young ones, why don't you introduce yourselves to your junior? With heightened vigilance, Yin Xiaoxi braced herself for an impending thrashing. However, upon hearing Flandra's conciliatory words, she found it hard to believe until the 3 individuals passed by her, allowing her to finally relax her tense muscles. So, no beating after all? Though she was naturally relieved not to be on the receiving end of a beating after all. She had no masochistic tendencies. She perceptibly retracted her martial spirit and regarded the 3 upright figures before her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the state of training at Shrek Academy? How dismal. Yin Xiaoxi mused, realizing that leaving would not be as simple as she had hoped, and considering she might require their assistance in hunting soul beasts. She concluded it was better to stay. Given her current strength and the advantages of the twin soul bells, where she lingered was inconsequential. Why not take advantage of the free labor available here? Instantly more accepting of remaining, Yin Xiaoxi stepped forward, eager to secure benefits for her forthcoming endeavors. Greetings, teachers. My name is Yin Xiaoxi, nearly 10 years old, and I am an auxiliary soul master. However, my training methods may differ from others. May I apply for self-study? Upon hearing the term soul master again, the expressions of the 4 teachers standing before Yin Xiaoxi grew stiff. A 9-year-old soul master? What a preposterous joke. Just then, Li Song, who had remained mostly silent, approached Yin Xiaoxi with a warm smile, reaching out to pat her on the head. Little girl, you claim to be a soul master. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate? As long as she could prove her own strength. What harm would there be in Shrek granting her an exception? Yin Xiaoxi met his half-squinted gaze, unsure of his thoughts, yet regardless of what they were, she felt unafraid. After all, she was indeed a bona fide soul master. Certainly. Nodding respectfully to the elder before her, Yin Xiaoxi took 2 steps back, her soul rings illuminating as 2 yellow and 1 purple appeared around her. She lowered her gaze to the 3 rings on her body, anxious that the individuals before her might misinterpret her display, and hastily clarified, "I am a soul master, though I have only just advanced and still require 1 more soul ring." Having reached this point, how could the 4 present, soul emperors and soul saints, fail to discern her status? Each one of them gazed skyward, bewildered. What on earth was happening in this world? Chapter 84. Free range from a distance, Flander, who had initially worn a smile, turned his inquisitive gaze toward Yin Xiaoxi as soon as her words fell. Could it be that her rapid progress stemmed from her distinct cultivation method? What kind of method could enable one to ascend several levels in just a few days, or perhaps a month? No, according to the rumors, she should have lost her memory. Even if she hadn't such a cultivation method did not exist in Shingluo. Otherwise, it would have already unified the continent. The Royal Academy? Surely, it couldn't be that. What exceptional cultivation methods could the Royal Academy possess? Flander found himself perplexed, unsure whether to believe her or not. Yet he could not deny Yin Xiaoxi's remarkable advancements. Very well, we can agree not to interfere with your cultivation. But I hope your described method is not a fabricated excuse born out of a desire for ease. Furthermore, I must clarify that during collective training or exercises, no student is permitted to be absent. This is his bottom line. He could not allow the students of his academy to roam freely. Yin Xiaoxi nodded, having little understanding of collective training or exercises, but she was quite content as long as she didn't have to endure that military-style training she had previously experienced. As their discussion concluded, Oscar, who had been glaring at Yin Xiaoxi, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "You deceived me. How could you say you were 12 years old and my sister? How foolish could I be to believe that? 12 years old and so short. How had he not suspected anything?" Suddenly, a doubt crept into Oscar's mind. Was he truly a fool who had only grown in stature without any wit? Yin Xiaoxi had long noticed the fiery gaze directed at her, and upon hearing his inquiry, she felt a twinge of guilt. "Well, it was because I found you adorable and wanted to tease you. Who knew you would believe it so wholeheartedly?" Seeing her defiant demeanor despite being caught in a lie, Oscar felt his temper flare, and he wanted to lunge at Yin Xiaoxi. However, he held back, deterred by the watchful Mubai, and could only bare his teeth in frustration. "You are clearly arguing in bad faith." Watching Oscar stomp in place, Yin Xiaoxi felt her heart melt. Indeed, little boys could be the most charming when they were angry. Unable to resist, she playfully teased him, sporting an expression that seemed to say, "Come at me," while leisurely uttering an "oh." In an instant, Oscar lost his footing. Disregarding any semblance of authority, he charged at Yin Xiaoxi. "You dare say oh? Just wait until I make you call me brother." In contrast to Yin Xiaoxi, Oscar was genuinely a support type. Despite his tall stature and frequent training, he still struggled against the nimbleness of Yin Xiaoxi's speed. Yet, she delighted in teasing him. Whenever he attempted to pause, she would stand at a distance, smiling sweetly at him. This infuriated Oscar to no end. Mubai, observing the chaotic chase between the two, felt a pang of frustration. "Oh, Oscar, you little pretty boy. Yin Xiaoxi has been out of the room for so long and has spoken a word to me, yet now she won't even glance my way." As Oscar once again began to tire, Yin Xiaoxi considered employing her previous tactic, but Mubai suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself between them. "All right, enough of this. The teacher wants us to introduce ourselves. I'm Mubai. As you know, I'm 12, just like you, and I'm a soul master." Suddenly blocked from view, Yin Xiaoxi looked up at Mubai's stern face and quietly stepped back. Soft and gentle boys were undeniably more adorable. Watching the scene unfold, Hongjun stepped forward and jested, "Oh, look at you two, just like each other." Upon seeing Mubai's dark expression, Hongjun's demeanor shifted, and he quickly hid behind Yin Xiaoxi. Hello, miss. I'm Hongjun, 10 years old, and I've just reached the level of a great soul master. Rest assured, I'll work hard to catch up to you and not bring shame to our Shrek Academy." His enthusiastic declaration stirred a sense of pride in Flander, who couldn't help but shed a tear at his disciple's determination. By now, the courtyard was nearly empty, with only a few students remaining and Flander still present. Noticing that everyone had introduced themselves, Oscar, still irked by Yin Xiaoxi's deception, awkwardly approached Mubai. Just so you know, Oscar, I'm 10 years old and a support-type great soul master. Don't get me wrong, I'm only here to greet you because of Mubai." Yin Xiaoxi perked up at this. Because of Mubai? Glancing at the seemingly innocent Mubai, she mischievously mimicked his awkward demeanor. "Oh, really? Well then, I wonder." In light of Mubai, could you possibly refrain from being angry? Her playful tone caused Oscar's cheeks to flush with anger. You, Yin Xiaoxi. Don't push your luck. Yin Xiaoxi shrugged, unfazed. Well, blame it on your face looking like a zero. Though unintentional, her teasing was undeniably delightful. Left alone, Flanders still had matters to address. Observing the harmonious atmosphere among the students, he smiled and adjusted his glasses. All right, children. Isn't Xiaoxi still in need of a soul ring? Tomorrow, you will all head to the Sunset Forest. Yin Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement at Flanders' words. Truthfully, she hadn't expected him to be so invested in her soul ring acquisition. She didn't even need to voice her desire to hunt soul beasts. He had already proposed to assist her. This made her feel that Shrek Academy was indeed quite commendable. However, she had forgotten that the requirement for her next soul ring was to come from the Stardew Forest. Moreover, an exciting surprise awaited her with the next soul ring, prompting her to raise her hand without hesitation. Principal, I want to hunt soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. Hearing this, Flander halted his departure, his expression thoughtful. Why do you wish to go to the Stardew Forest? He recalled a recent correspondence with Xiao Ming, who had inquired about her situation, mentioning her high standards for the origin of her soul rings, insisting they must come from the Stardew Forest. Sensing that something was amiss, Flanders scrutinized her with keen eyes. The reason? Those two seemingly weightless words tightened Yin Xiaoxi's chest, meeting Flanders' piercing gaze. She felt at a loss for how to fabricate a lie. Yet, if she revealed the truth, she feared they wouldn't believe her. Biting her lip, she finally uttered, "There is no reason." Chapter 85. The bet Flinder was not the least surprised by her response, casting a fleeting glance at Yin Xiaoxi. Without any justification, where could one find a soul beast that was not a soul ring? Tomorrow, as per the original plan, they would venture into the Sunset Forest. With his declaration, Yin Xiaoxi watched his indifferent figure retreat, choosing not to voice any further objections. What a ridiculous authoritarian academy! It was utterly dreadful. With a disdainful gaze, she glanced at the unguarded Shrek gate before lazily yawning at her training companions. You all carry on. I shall return to my cultivation. Asuka, who was in the midst of training, noticed her lethargic departure and huffed in indignation, glaring at her retreating silhouette. It's easy for you to say. You clearly just want to go back to sleep. Hongjun's envy was laid bare, lamenting, I wish I could self-study too. Suddenly, a commotion caught Hongjun's attention, and upon turning, he saw Mubai standing upright and walking inside, momentarily taken aback. Boss, where are you going? To find my wife. Mubai replied with a smile, patting both of their shoulders in encouragement. Keep it up. I'm off to ask the dean for leave to accompany my wife. Hongjun's expression instantly fell. Come on. You can't be serious. There is no love left in this world, he thought, reflecting on his past. He had never committed any heinous acts. So why had fate paired him with such a calamity? After departing, Mubai indeed headed straight to Flinder's room as he had stated. A couple of light knocks on the door led to its swinging open in less than 5 seconds. Before Flinder even had a chance to react, Mubai had already entered, striding forward. Dean, I need to speak with you. Flinder shot a glance at Mubai now standing before him. Humph. If you didn't want to knock, you needn't have. It's training time. Why are you here instead of training? If you wish to plead on behalf of Yin Xiaoxi, spare your breath. My words will not change. Unless she has an unavoidable reason to go to the Stardew Forest, this matter is non-negotiable. However, the man before him easily sidestepped the desk and walked behind him. His demeanor so relaxed that it hardly suggested he was being rebuffed, which piqued Flinder's curiosity as he observed Mubai massaging his shoulders. Mubai chuckled. It's a misunderstanding. Dean, I'm not here to plead for Xiaoxi, I simply came to request leave. Instantly, Flinder was taken aback. He shook off Mubai's hands. Glaring coldly at the student who had taken a month's leave, returned for barely 2 days, and was now asking for more time off. At that moment, he would have preferred if Mubai had indeed come to negotiate. In the face of Mubai's determined gaze, Flinder, realizing he could not dissuade him, rubbed his temples in frustration. Speak then. What is the reason? Caught off guard, Mubai stroked his chin. How could he articulate this? Was he to reveal that he intended to protect his dear wife tonight? That would certainly impede Xiaoxi's plans. No. He needed to think it through. After a prolonged silence, Flinder turned to see Mubai shaking his head and swaying his body. This comical display struck him as familiar, prompting a scoff. What is this? Aren't you the one with the most excuses? Have you been infected by that girl, so much so that you can't even fabricate a lie? Mubai could hardly fathom how his every word would inadvertently lead back to Xiaoxi. He was just about to distance himself from her when he suddenly considered the risks of leaving her unprotected in the Stardow forest. He could not allow his pride to endanger her. Observing the irate dean before him, Mubai hatched a plan, smiling gently as he shook his head. How could that be? I merely momentarily lacked the words to express myself. How about this? Let us make a bet, shall we? A bet? Flinder's interest piqued at the mention of the word. Oh, you wish to wager with me? Pray tell, the terms? What are the stakes for winning or losing? Confident of his victory, Mubai elegantly offered Flinder a cup of tea and seated himself across from him, signaling a negotiation. Let us wager on Xiaoxi's soul ring. Shall we? If I win, I hope you will cease to impose restrictions on her soul ring's area without question. Naturally, if I lose, I shall not request leave for any reason until graduation. Upon hearing this wager, Flinder's eyes gleamed with delight. What a bold gamble. It was worth noting that this was the most gifted student Shrek had ever seen, now also his wife. Yet, in the past month, he had taken leave for at least half of that time. If he were to lose now, Flinder smirked, feeling a sense of cunning. You have spirit. Given your words, I shall certainly entertain your proposal. Now, what are your other conditions? Since their expedition to the Sunset Forest was already set in stone, no matter how outrageous his demands, they would not alter the outcome of the bet. Mubai, it would be wise for you to remain obedient until graduation. Seeing Flinder's animated demeanor, Mubai smirked. It seemed their esteemed dean had little understanding of Xiaoxi. A person who could chase from Star Luo to Heaven Do would never be swayed by the objections of others to abandon her decisions. There are no other conditions. Just that you do not forcibly intervene. Should you act, it would be equivalent to conceding. I wager that Xiaoxi's soul ring is undoubtedly from the Stardow forest. If it is not, then you win, regardless. Flinder scrutinized the confident curve of Mubai's lips, sensing that matters were not so straightforward. After all, to make such a claim, he must possess unwavering confidence in Yin Xiaoxi's determination. But what fueled that confidence? The Stardow Forest and the Sunset Forest were not on the same path. Once they set off for the Sunset Forest tomorrow morning, there would be no turning back due to her whims. Unless she managed to secure a soul ring before morning. But venturing into the Stardow Forest at night was hardly a prudent choice. Flinder gazed pensively out the window at the birds perched on the branches. All right. It is settled. As Mubai swaggered out of the room, Flinder watched him with a self-satisfied grin. Youthful exuberance. He had only promised not to intervene. But that did not include the other instructors of the academy. Chapter 86. The endpoint of data is metaphysics on the other side, upon returning indoors. Yin Xiaoxi felt a surge of resentment at the thought of Flinder's unreasonable demeanor. How absurd that she could not even make decisions regarding her own soul ring. With a determined mind, she contemplated the uncertain requirements for the lifespan of the dual floating bell soul ring, causing a flicker of doubt to arise. What if she was unable to defeat her opponents? To be prudent, Yin Xiaoxi decided it prudent to consult the dual floating bell for its opinion. Dual floating bell. Did you hear what he just said? How infuriating. If he forbids me, I shall go anyway. What is the lifespan requirement for the next soul ring? The dual floating bell, which could sense external situations, was equally indignant. That director is utterly intolerable. Xiaoxi, hold on a moment, as the thought crossed its mind. The dual floating bell, shimmering with golden light, appeared above Yin Xiaoxi. The sound of its bell resonated, sending forth a wave of inaudible sound that penetrated all barriers. Echoing throughout the Stardow forest. In the dark river of the Stardow forest, a shadowy figure emerged from the water, its eyes filled with confusion and rage. The creature was unaware of the recent events, yet an inexplicable sense of irritation and fear surged within it. Like a skull, it scanned the surroundings. And upon confirming there was no immediate danger, it let out a roar of frustration. Birds chirped as they flew overhead, while the skeletal figure, with its bony arms raised from the water in a defensive posture, surveyed the shore. In an instant, its formidable mental energy enveloped the entire river, causing the fish within to float belly up on the surface. Sensing danger, the birds flapped their wings in a frenzy, but it was in vain. In the next moment, they plummeted straight into the water. A faint metallic scent of blood soon permeated the lake, and before long, the dark river returned to its previous tranquility. Having gathered sufficient information, the dual floating bell returned to Yin Xiaoxi's body. Xiaoxi, I just conducted a search, and there happens to be a suitable soul ring for us in the Stardow forest. You can feel free to venture there. We will manage. The anger that had been simmering within Yin Xiaoxi dissipated as she exhaled a sigh of relief. Excellent. She looked out at the sunlight streaming through the window, and indeed, her spirits lifted, making everything seem more pleasing to the eye. even the sunlight, which no longer felt blinding. All right then, prepare yourself. Tonight, we shall venture alone to the Stardow Forest. Do they really think that without assistance, Yin Xiaoxi, cannot absorb a soul ring? The dual floating bell. Sharing her sentiments, wholeheartedly agreed with her determination. Exactly, Xiaoxi. That so-called director thinks he can control us? How naive. We shall defeat our foes and leave, never to return. As the two grew increasingly excited, their eagerness to set off was palpable, leaving the other soul within the dual floating bell speechless. It had never intended to shatter their blissful dreams, but their growing bravado, as if the sky and sea were theirs to roam freely, was too much to bear. Hold on, my dear master. It is advisable to temper your enthusiasm. It would be best to bring at least one companion along, for our task involves not just vanquishing foes, but also requires time to absorb the soul ring. During this absorption period, you must not be disturbed. Yin Xiaoxi's smile faltered at this reminder. How had she overlooked that detail? With only an afternoon to spare, where could she possibly find a fearless partner to accompany her? If only she were at the Royal Academy. Frustrated, she leaned against the window. Dual floating bell. Who do you think I could ask for help? The dual floating bell had not anticipated that Yin Xiaoxi would pose such a dilemma to it, a soul of martial prowess. After all, which martial soul engages in these matters? Master, I believe. Seeing the dual floating bell hesitate, Yin Xiaoxi grew impatient. What do you think? Speak up. The dual floating bell was primarily thinking about the unfortunate location of Shrek Academy, which seemed devoid of strong allies. Though the students here excelled among their peers, they had yet to fully mature, making it difficult to find a suitable candidate. If all else fails, you might seek Mubai's assistance. Besides the teachers, his strength is the only one that could suffice. Try to absorb the soul ring quickly. He should be able to endure. As it reached the end of its suggestion, the dual floating bell, once confident, felt a twinge of insecurity. Yin Xiaoxi pondered its advice thoughtfully. Indeed, her soul ring absorption had always been swift, with her previous ascension to a great soul master being the slowest due to the high age of the soul beast, resulting in soul energy overflow that the dual floating bell had to absorb. Since this time involved a soul beast she could handle, there should be no issues with overflow. As one who possessed a martial soul with its own thoughts, why should she seek someone else for protection? Cough. Dual floating bell. You mentioned that my absorption is indeed rapid. As a divine-grade martial soul, surely you can manage such a minor task? The tone of her inquiry provoked the dual floating bell, challenging its dignity as a divine martial soul. Impossible, it blurted out, immediately regretting its hasty response. How dare you? Master, set me up like this. Desiring to retract its statement, the dual floating bell found no opportunity as Yin Xiaoxi pressed on. Oh, is that so? Then I shall trouble you, little Hong Hong. Pausing, she recalled the helplessness she felt when summoning her martial soul during the day, nurturing an inkling of suspicion, and now, the dual floating bell's state seemed particularly susceptible to her probing. Sigh, dual floating bell, I sensed your abilities were somewhat diminished during the day. Will little Jin's powers also be impacted tonight? The dual floating bell ground its teeth in irritation. What did she mean by that? Did she find them weak? Master, you truly are perceptive. When my essence returns, it signifies that I and it begin to govern our respective realms. But I must clarify, our abilities have not been diminished. Yin Xiaoxi found this declaration puzzling, especially since its tone did not seem like a forced explanation. However, if they were not diminished, then why had she felt so powerless when preparing to battle Wuji earlier? Was it a lack of vigor? Please elaborate. The dual floating bell hesitated, for it found the matter difficult to articulate. Yet, as a martial soul, it could not refuse its master. Well, to simplify, during our respective governing periods, we receive external enhancements. However, these enhancements repel attacks from the other governing period. Of course, this only creates a sensation of conflict. It does not weaken soul skills. Moreover, these enhancements can shift with changes in other elements, making them elusive to quantify, which is why we generally tend to overlook them. Yin Xiaoxi. Indeed, it was quite difficult to comprehend. After an extensive explanation, her understanding was merely that the perceived weakening of her soul skills was an illusion, while the subsequent strengthening of soul skills was a matter of metaphysics. Chapter 87. The Dog Hole. With a resigned sigh, Yin Xiaoxi languidly reclined upon her bed, awaiting the arrival of dusk. The sunlight slanted through the window as the sun descended promptly. Mubai, just roused from slumber, cast a glance at the still-closed window across from him before rising to venture into Flanders' courtyard. Before long, two figures appeared upon the branches of a tree outside Yin Xiaoxi's room, standing there for more than half an hour. During this time, Flander cast a notably glum look towards Mubai, harboring serious doubts that this individual had come to torment him due to knowledge of his inevitable defeat the following day. Eventually, Flander could no longer suppress his inquiry. "Have you come here in the dead of night merely to summon me for a chill in the wind?" he remarked, tightening the collar of his garment. Mubai remained silent, crouching carefully upon the branch until the door, which had remained shut since the afternoon, was quietly opened a crack by a small figure from within. Only then did he casually regard Flander. The dean must remember to acknowledge the wager and accept the consequences. Let us proceed. With Flander's keen eyesight, he quickly discerned the small head peeking through the door. And though he still found it absurd that she would venture out alone to the starry forest at such an hour, he glanced at the person beside him and considered their relationship. Upon closer inspection, these two indeed make an exquisite pair. Fortunately, he was not foolish enough to accept a bet without preparation. Of course, I, Flander, am not one to shy away from loss. Provided, of course, that I can lose. As Yin Xiaoxis stealthily approached the gate of Shrek Academy, Mubai observed Flander's blind confidence in the face of impending events and taunted, that would be for the best. He hastened to follow suit. Flander, lagging behind, watched the retreating silhouettes of the two with a gleeful expression before joining them. It appears I shall be the one to handle two problematic students tonight. As the night deepened, Yin Xiaoxi traversed a tranquil path. Upon encountering the unguarded gate, which appeared as deserted as during the day, an unsettling sensation enveloped her. Zhuqing, noticing Yin Xiaoxi's sudden halt, expressed confusion. "Why have you stopped?" Yin Xiaoxi surveyed the stillness around her, her thoughts momentarily disordered. Had she overthought the situation? No, that could not be. Although Shrek Academy was sparsely populated and impoverished, any presence should disrupt the silence, and it was not particularly late, perhaps only around 9 o'clock. Even if the academy lacked nightlife, it should not be completely darkened this early. There is something amiss. You should temper your resonance and investigate the situation ahead, she instructed. The night was Zhuqing's domain. Although it did not fully comprehend Yin Xiaoxi's words, it reluctantly sprang from her body, bouncing upon her shoulder. Could it be that you were merely overthinking, Master? This outing was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and we did not consult anyone. Who could possibly know? Yin Xiaoxi understood the reasoning, yet felt an intense, nagging intuition that something was indeed wrong. The alarm bells in her mind rang too loudly to ignore. Regardless, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Unable to refute her command, Zhuqing begrudgingly dimmed its glow and began to ascend into the air. Wait a moment. The view from the sky was excellent. As Zhuqing reached a sufficient height, it surveyed the flora and fauna of Shrek Academy, including two teachers lurking in the shadows beside the gate, resembling sentinels. Zhuqing was taken aback. Master, how did you know there would be guards ahead? I truly fail to understand what is worth guarding in this pitiful academy. Do they fear being robbed for charity? It was baffling to think that there could be anything of value worth safeguarding. Any thief passing through would likely leave without a single gold soul coin out of sheer indifference. Upon hearing Zhuqing's incredulous response, Yin Xiaoxi lowered her gaze. Though she was reluctant to admit it, given the earlier lack of guards, it was probable that she had been exposed. But how could that be? She had remained in her room resting all afternoon. How could she have given herself away? In a state of confusion, she gradually melded into the shadows. It's merely a guess. Check if there are other exits around. The two trailing behind, having arrived late, were startled by Yin Xiaoxi's vigilant demeanor. Mubai thought, could it be that they have been discovered? Flander pondered the same. Mubai felt a rush of anxiety, just as he considered whether to step forward. Yin Xiaoxi suddenly dashed in another direction. Mubai was left bewildered. What is happening? Have they discovered us or not? Uncertain of the circumstances, Mubai followed her without a second thought. What does it matter? Even if we are discovered, we might only face a scolding or a beating, or perhaps Xiaoxi might ignore me for a few days. He felt a twinge of sadness at the thought, but dismissed it. Regardless, today, wherever Xiaoxi went, he would follow. Flander, standing beside him, regarded Mubai's myriad expressions, from conflicted to sorrowful, then to a righteous demeanor, with a raised hand that ultimately fell back down. Forget it. This fellow seems to have lost his wits since encountering Yin Xiaoxi. If he were to be struck, would he not transform into a lovesick fool? The thought was too much to bear. The two continued to shadow Yin Xiaoxi through several alleyways until she finally halted before a wall. Arriving at the spot indicated by Zhuqing, Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the dog hole before her, struggling to contain her frustration. Your keen eyesight is entirely unnecessary, Zhuqing. Such a diminutive hole was indeed a challenge for it. But when had she ever crawled through a dog hole? If she were to exit, it would be by scaling the wall, befitting her identity and stature. With this in mind, Yin Xiaoxi prepared to leap forth. Her soul power stirring within her, but was interrupted by Shuangfuling's warning. Master, I advise you to heed my counsel. During my reconnaissance, I noticed those two were exceptionally vigilant. If you attempt to use your soul power to scale the wall, do you believe it would take longer than a mere incense stick for you to be caught? Yin Xiaoxi felt a surge of indignation at the prospect of taking such a risk. I do not believe it. Was her pride to be so easily sacrificed? Although she contemplated the risk, she still hesitated to test it. As for crawling through the dog hole, that was out of the question. Behind her, Mubai began to grasp the situation as she lingered by the wall, casting a disdainful look at Flander. You are the Dean of Shrek. How can you resort to such underhanded tactics for victory? Flander's expression mirrored his discomfort upon seeing the dog hole. After all these years, how had he never discovered this opening? A grave oversight, indeed. However, upon hearing Mubai's indignation, he quickly suppressed his inner frustration and gazed at him with a smug expression. Ah, this isn't underhanded. It merely reflects your own lack of diligence. I have not violated our agreement. Observing Yin Xiaoxi's indecision, Mubai felt genuine sympathy for her, casting a slightly resentful glance at Flander. Dean, you have truly imparted a lesson to Mubai. Flander merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Well, how about that? This tuition is certainly worth its weight. Mubai could not refute the statement. After all, although Shrek Academy was ostensibly an educational institution, it could just as easily be deemed a charitable organization. Besides the initial gold soul coins collected at enrollment, there had been no further demands for currency, and the academy had effectively covered the expenses of its students throughout their tenure. Chapter 88, The Master of Illusions, Shuangfuling, Assistant. It was at this moment that Shuangfuling, who had been guiding Yin Xiaoxi from midair, noticed the two men. Seeing that Yin Xiaoxi was still hesitating and unwilling to move, Shuangfuling felt an overwhelming urgency. She could not allow her master to discover that her actions had been exposed. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly confront the issue directly. And how could they proceed to the Stardow Forest then? Master, hurry. If we get discovered, there will be no way out. Besides, there are no other witnesses here. We are all in the know, so let's not waste time. After uttering these words, the color of the bells on Shuangfuling's body momentarily shifted. But it was quickly regained under her control. The little golden figure trying to alert Yin Xiaoxi didn't even get a chance to speak. With a carefree disposition, Shuangfuling continued to persuade. King Gojin of Yu endured humiliation in Wu for 3 years, ultimately becoming a legendary conqueror. Han Xian, for the sake of his future, resolutely chose to crawl beneath the butcher's legs and later became a powerful general commanding troops. Therefore, to achieve success, one must. One must cast aside their pride. Yin Xiaoxi, while this may be true, the thought of crawling through a dog hole filled her with embarrassment. Noticing that Yin Xiaoxi remained inactive, Shuangfuling revealed a pivotal point. What I mentioned may sound a bit far-fetched to you, Master, so let us speak more practically. Do you still want your soul ring? Do you wish to enhance your combat strength? This time, I have meticulously selected a martial soul, and it will certainly yield a soul bone. A soul bone. If you miss this chance, who knows when the next opportunity will arise? Are you truly willing to sacrifice your dignity for this? Before she could finish, Yin Xiaoxi, disregarding her image, dropped to the ground. While crawling was out of the question, she could certainly squirm. Once out, Yin Xiaoxi dusted off her grimy clothes. Shuangfuling, you are right. To become a strong person, one must first break their pride, tear off their facade, and ultimately stew it all together. Once I become powerful, I shall drink it all down in one gulp, followed by a resounding slap in the face. Shuangfuling had never encountered such a perspective and was momentarily at a loss for words. However, as long as she could proceed to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings, everything she said was justified. Indeed, Master is exceedingly clever. Flattered by the praise, Yin Xiaoxi was blissfully unaware that behind her, 2 men were watching her with expressions that spoke volumes. Even Flinder was surprised by her adaptability. Observing her carefree gait, Flinder patted Mubai's shoulder sympathetically. Your fiancé is quite ruthless. Mubai, initially prepared to negotiate with Flinder again. Mubai never expected that before he could utter a word, Yin Xiaoxi had already made her decision with such alacrity. Hearing Flinder's sarcastic remarks, his expression darkened. Am I more ruthless than Xiaoxi? Would the dean like to witness it? Though he recognized his current behavior as misdirected anger, he couldn't help but feel furious. The one he cherished was humiliated because of Flinder's unwitting actions. This was something he had never anticipated, nor dared to fathom. It seemed he still did not understand her well enough. He had overlooked this matter and vowed there would be no next time. Flinder, observing Mubai's fierce expression, internally lamented, what a predicament. How could he know that the girl would act without boundaries? Outside the soul beast forest, Yin Xiaoxis sneezed twice and rubbed her nose. Who is cursing me? Gazing at the chaotic woods before her, she halted her steps. Shuangfling, why does this forest feel so eerie at night? She shivered slightly. Ever since she arrived here, it felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon her, sending chills down her spine. Shuangfling dismissed her fears. Eerie? Not at all. Master, you must cultivate your courage. Otherwise, when you ascend to godhood, I fear your heart may not withstand it. I certainly do not wish for my master to become the first god to perish from fright. Yin Xiaoxi, why is your tongue so sharp? How did I never notice it before? The previously aloof Shuangfling harbored such a sharp-tongued spirit within. Be quiet, she retorted, then resumed her assessment of the Duo forest at night. There were no fireflies as she remembered, nor the sound of cicadas. The leaves obscured the moonlight, rendering the area pitch black. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes flickered in the trees, followed by a cascade of lights igniting around her like stars. In that instant, Yin Xiaoxi felt every pore on her body open wide. Shuangfling, what is happening? How could there be so many soul beasts? As the soul beasts began to converge towards her, Shuangfling's red aura glimmered, intimidating some of the lower-level soul beasts. However, a few remained undeterred, sharpening their claws in place. Shuangfling paid them no mind and continued, Xiaoxi, the soul ring is to the right of the forest, just follow my lead. Yin Xiaoxi was displeased. What kind of soul beasts are these? Must I go searching for them? Can't they come to me? Can you make the soul beasts come to us? Yin Xiaoxi exclaimed. The danger level in the Duo forest has skyrocketed tonight. Shuangfling, feeling helpless, responded, in the past, it was relatively easy for soul rings to find us. But this time, it is indeed different. This martial soul is of an aquatic variety. If it comes ashore, it might perish before reaching here. However, I can assure you that the rewards this time will be substantial. Having painted such a vivid picture, if Yin Xiaoxi remained unmoved, it would not be like her. Very well, very well. Just make sure you don't lead me astray when directing. With that, her feline tail emerged, signifying her determination not to slow down Shuangfling. Rest assured, Master, I have scouted ahead. There is a lake not far from here, and I have ensured that the soul beasts around the lake have been cleared out. The scent of blood has drifted away with the water, which is why the Duo forest feels a bit chaotic tonight. But do not worry. As long as we keep a low profile, we will be safe. Chapter 89. Fishcat. The meaning is that there will still be certain risks. But she also knows there is no reason to retreat. Alright. In the darkness, as Yin Xiaoxi's words fell, the dual floating bells hovering in the air flashed with her soul ring, and a powerful mental force quickly swept around. The soul-devouring bell with its enhanced attributes at night brought Yin Xiaoxi great satisfaction in terms of fluidity and effect. Seizing the moment when the soul beast was dazed, she activated Void. And under the enhancement of her agility-type martial soul, her speed soared. Following the guidance of the dual floating bells, Yin Xiaoxi swiftly dashed to the right, deftly avoiding the embrace of large soul beasts and the sturdy trees. In the forest, golden and red lights flickered, causing the various soul beasts that wished to pursue to lose their targets in an instant. By the time they regained their clarity, they were dealt with by Flinder and Mubai, who had arrived from behind. Lost in her journey, Yin Xiaoxi was naturally unaware of what was happening behind her. However, the dual floating bells, which were particularly sensitive to the aura of the undead, could not conceal the events unfolding behind them. When the two struck down the first soul beast, the dual floating bells silently lamented the situation, and now its emotions were beginning to run amok. They truly were more of a hindrance than a help, while it had been trying to keep Yin Xiaoxi from making too much noise. It seemed they were intent on adding more chaos to the already bustling Duo forest. The floating bells paused momentarily. Master, there has been an incident. We must hasten our pace. They could not linger in the Duo forest tonight. With her vision obstructed, Yin Xiaoxi's ears became more attuned in the darkness, and she naturally heard the commotion behind her. Turning to glance back at the path she had taken, she saw that the area, which should have been pitch black, was now illuminated by flickering flames, causing her heart to sink. Such a ruckus. Who on earth chose this night to be restless? Dual floating bells. Are we going to run into trouble? The dual floating bells sensed the situation around the lake and relaxed its tone slightly. No major issues, master. The lake is just ahead. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxi turned back for one last look, her pace quickening even further. She hoped she wouldn't discover who the troublemaker was, or she would ensure that person would never sleep peacefully again. As she pressed forward, a strong scent of blood suddenly assaulted her nostrils, causing her to halt in fear. Dual floating bells. How many soul beasts must have been killed to create such a strong smell? Are you sure this creature is merely a 5,000-year-old soul beast? Since Yin Xiaoxi's arrival, the dual floating bells had promptly surveyed the surroundings, returning only after confirming the absence of danger. Rest assured, master. This creature is a 4,999-year-old soul beast. Due to differences in habitat and attributes, soul beasts can exhibit varying combat strength. This fish cat specializes in mental attacks, making it formidable against ordinary soul beasts. Oh, well then, she had been on this continent for quite some time, yet her knowledge about soul beasts was rather limited. She only knew about their age and some basic facts. As for the soul rings the dual floating bells desired, they were beyond her understanding. Yin Xiaoxi moved forward, and finally, the darkness began to lift. In the center of the lake, moonlight shimmered on the surface, creating ripples. With only the faint light of the moon, she could vaguely make out a large, motionless mass by the lakeside, causing her to wonder, what kind of fish cat is this? Why is it so large? Meanwhile, Flinder, having just dealt with the obstructing soul beast, immediately spotted the skeletal figure by the lakeside and gasped in astonishment. Unlike Yin Xiaoxi and Mubai, his eyes, enhanced by his martial soul, allowed him to see clearly in the dark. A fish cat. He never expected such a creature to truly exist. Recalling the ancient texts he had perused, he remembered that fish cats were the kings of water, dwelling at the bottom of lakes and rarely surfacing. They possessed immense spiritual power and exceptional defense, and unlike other rare soul beasts, their scarcity was not due to being endangered, but rather because they never appeared before humans. He had always thought the existence of fish cats was a myth, given that the text claimed they never showed themselves to people. How then could they be documented? Seeing the fish cat, Flinder was filled with excitement, wishing to rush forward and assist Yin Xiaoxi in defeating it. Eager to determine if the soul beast was indeed as beneficial to soul masters as the text suggested. Sensing Flinder's fervent gaze, Mubai also turned to look at the unidentified creature by the lakeside, puzzled but unable to discern any threats. Concerned that it might pose a danger to Yin Xiaoxi, he quickly inquired, "Teacher, is something wrong?" Flinder nodded. "Something is indeed wrong. This is a creature from our textbooks." Noticing Flinder's trembling frame, Mubai misunderstood and, with his martial soul immediately activated, darkened his expression, preparing to advance. Flinder, sensing something amiss with Mubai, swiftly pulled him back. "What are you doing?" Mubai, his eyes glued to Yin Xiaoxi, expressed his urgency. "Did you not say there was danger?" "I need to protect Xiaoxi." Flinder, who had been so excited that even his grip on Mubai was shaking, suddenly froze. When did he say Yin Xiaoxi was in danger? Realizing this, Flinder exhaled in exasperation, pulling Mubai back. "Young man, your comprehension skills leave much to be desired. She is fine, in fact. Absorbing this soul ring would be immensely beneficial for her. My earlier excitement was due to the discovery of a new species. Do you understand? Never mind. You wouldn't get it." While Flinder was lost in his thoughts, neither he nor the two who were focused on Yin Xiaoxi noticed that pairs of bright eyes had already surrounded them in the darkness. At the same time, Yin Xiaoxi instinctively recoiled from the damp and dim ground by the lakeside. Looking at the half-dead fish lying on the ground, she picked up a small stone and tossed it at the creature. Knowing the nature of the dual floating bells, she was willing to bet that if she hit the fish, it would surely perish. Observing her nonchalant action, Flinder clutched his heart, unable to contain himself. That is a fish cat. Can she not show it a bit more respect? As the stone sailed through the air, it landed with a thud on the mass, instantly causing Yin Xiaoxi's scalp to tingle. What on earth has this fish been feeding on? Why are its scales so hard? Dual floating bells, you must honestly tell me. Is that thing really a fish? Or is it a fish as she understands it? The dual floating bells seemed perplexed by the question. What fish? Never mind that, master. You must quickly absorb the soul ring. Upon finishing, the previously dim red light around them suddenly brightened, causing the restless soul beasts nearby to retreat once more. Chapter 90. The 100,000-year soul beast Yin Xiaoxi finally discerned the situation clearly. Gazing at the purple rings floating from the skeletal remains, she shuddered. Goodness! Whose remains have been cultivated into this form over the millennia? After enduring countless years of arduous training posthumously, only to be struck down by a mere stone? Truly a disgrace to their merits. She contemplated giving the bones a proper burial, but upon approaching, the oval skull, akin to a small winged ear, along with hands resembling chicken claws, caused the courage she had just summoned to flee in terror. What on earth is this? Why does it look so peculiar? The Shuangfu bell hovering near the soul ring sensed Yin Xiaoxi's sentiments and immediately took offense. It darted forward. Master, please do not disparage my adorable Gizi. How can Gizi, so charming, be compared to such a ghastly creature? In the eyes of Shuangfu bell, Gizi was the epitome of cuteness, often endearing itself to it, cleaning up debris from the river and gathering flowers for it. Most importantly, they freely bestowed merits upon it, something this ugly fish cat could never match. Yin Xiaoxi felt a wave of suffocation at this declaration. These two otherworldly beings are considered cute? Shuangfu bell, are you truly unafraid of cuteness becoming the accuser? Not wishing to linger on this bizarre topic, Yin Xiaoxi turned her face away from the soul beast that still wafted its presence from afar, irritating her eyes. Ahem. Enough of that. I shall begin absorbing the soul ring now. You are fine with this, right? Initially eager to reassure her, Shuangfu bell felt an ominous presence approaching and hesitated. Master, hurry. With the urgency in its tone, Yin Xiaoxi wasted no time and sat cross-legged. As the purple ring was drawn to her head by her soul power, the red glow from Shuangfu bell faded, merging into Yin Xiaoxi's body, rendering her aura ethereal. Shuangfu bell had assumed that by concealing Yin Xiaoxi's aura, the surrounding soul beast would dissipate. To its astonishment, as soon as it retracted, the soul beast swarmed closer. What was happening? Sensing the impending danger, Shuangfu bell scanned the area again and detected the presence of two individuals not far off, causing it to nearly jump in frustration. What level of calamity are these two? Why are they still following us? Seizing the opportunity while Xiaoxi absorbed the soul ring, Shuangfu bell contemplated letting the surrounding soul beasts deal with the two meddlesome intruders. With murderous intent, the red light from Shuangfu bell gradually radiated from Yin Xiaoxi, spreading with a bewitching allure. In the next moment, it retreated, enveloping Yin Xiaoxi in layer upon layer of red glow. They were coming. Meanwhile, Flander and Mubai finally noticed the encirclement of soul beasts. The two, realizing the urgency of the situation, attempted to reach Yin Xiaoxi, who was still engaged in absorbing the soul ring, only to find that the soul beasts collectively ignored her, observing the layers of red light enveloping her. They deduced that remaining in the vicinity would only draw more soul beasts, prompting them to split and flee in opposite directions. As a soul sage, Flander felt the soul beast behind him pursuing as if possessed, disregarding his soul sage aura. At that moment, he comprehended the profound impact the scent of blood had on the soul beast of the night. By the lakeside, towering trees were ruthlessly trampled and crashed to the ground, creating a significant disturbance that successfully diverted some of Yin Xiaoxi's focus. In the next instant, a serious warning echoed in her mind from Shuangfu bell. Do not get distracted. Scolded, Yin Xiaoxi sensed that the events of the night were spiraling uncontrollably, making her anxious. She forced herself to remain calm and focused on absorbing the soul ring. Time slipped by unnoticed, and 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from the Stardow forest. Upon hearing the destructive roar, Xiaojin emerged, concerned about Yin Xiaoxi's unusually prolonged absorption. It seems there is trouble over there. What is happening to Xiaoxi? Why is the absorption taking so long? Hearing this, Xiaohong, after confirming that Yin Xiaoxi's absorption was proceeding normally, casually replied, what is there to worry about? With those two around, that foolish serpent won't target the master just yet. By the time the dim-witted snake realized the master's presence, perhaps they would have already escaped. But Xiaojin could clearly sense the gathering of soul bodies within the forest, yet only one exhibited a strong life force, while the other's aura was faint, indicating that one of them was gravely injured and in dire peril. It understood Xiaohong's intention, but those two cannot die just yet. It felt a deep bond with them, knowing that their demise would not benefit Xiaoxi. However, constrained by the night, Xiaojin could not ascertain the full circumstances of the two, only that they were in a dire situation. Unlike Xiaojin's vague awareness, Xiaohong, as the night manager, utilized the Shuangfu bell to observe the events in the forest clearly. Upon entering, Mubai was injured by the roar of the 100,000-year soul beast and, by a twist of fate, turned to confront it, now unconscious. The situation looked grim. Even if he were not devoured by the soul beast, his survival remained uncertain. Following this, Flander was seen fleeing through the woods, carrying the unconscious Mubai on his back. Alas, for a soul beast of such caliber, Flander's appearance was merely an offering, and had it not been for the serpent's mocking demeanor, they would have long since succumbed to its jaws. As Xiaohong pondered whether to provoke the serpent, it took note of the duo's escape route, realizing they had no intention of heading this way, thus abandoning its mischievous thoughts. Fear not, they are not dead yet. At the mention of not dead, Xiaojin felt a surge of urgency. The term merely indicated they were alive at that moment, but did not guarantee the next second. In other words, the two could fall at any moment. Listening to the crashing of trees, Shuangfu Bell suddenly made a decision. This will not do. If they continue, they will surely perish. I must go assist them in recovering. With that, the golden Shuangfu Bell shot out from Yin Xiaoxi's body, only to be suppressed by the red light. That is out of the question. If you go, we will be exposed. Moreover, the master has yet to finish absorbing the soul ring. If we are discovered by the 100,000-year soul beast, our position will become precarious. We must wait until the master completes the absorption. With the knight's advantage, it unilaterally suppressed Xiaojin. Bonds? Such useless chains will only burden the master. Once they meet their demise, I shall personally guide them to the path of rebirth, severing this bond once and for all. Chapter 91. An incident on the other side of the forest as Flandre continued his frantic escape. The 100,000-year soul beast trailing behind him observed the two meager red heat sources ahead, resembling frightened mice, its vertical pupils brimming with impatience. It let out a fearsome roar that sent chills down Flandre's spine, causing him to falter. The giant serpent, sensing the hesitation of the two immobilized by its intimidation, began to lash its tail against the ground, its massive form swinging toward them with unyielding force. Flandre, standing frozen, could only watch in horror as the tail, as thick and tall as a person, whipped toward him, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Given his strength as a soul sage, he should not have been defeated so severely, but the burden he carried made escape a daunting challenge. With Mubai on his back, Flandre's speed was significantly hampered. He realized that if he abandoned Mubai, he might have a chance to flee the Stardow forest, yet he knew that if he had intended to escape alone, he would not have been carrying him from the start. As the serpent's tail approached with alarming ferocity, Flandre made a swift decision, exerting all his strength to hurl the unconscious Mubai away. In the next moment, the tail crashed down upon him, shattering the bones in his left hand under the immense weight. A searing pain surged through him, and his unprotected body was flung several meters away. His clothes were torn and shredded by the branches, sharp tips piercing his flesh, leaving him bloodied and battered. The faint scent of blood drove the giant serpent into a frenzy, its tail thrashing violently against the surrounding trees. With a resounding crash, Flandre's body collided with a tree trunk, prompting the ancient soul beast to turn toward the source of the noise as if responding to an unspoken command. Clutching his injured hand, Flandre struggled to evade capture. Both he and the soul beast found themselves in a stalemate, until suddenly, the serpent abandoned its pursuit of the elusive Flandre and swiftly twisted its body, exposing its gaping maw to the motionless Mubai. With a sickening sound, the serpent's sharp fangs pierced Mubai's flesh, crimson blood cascading down in a dreadful trickle. The sound echoed in Flandre's heart like a mournful toll. Mubai. Realization struck Flandre like a thunderclap, sending him into a frenzy. How could this happen? This was the youngest soul master in the history of Shrek. The very hope for their resurgence. A 12-year-old soul master, whose mere existence would send shockwaves across the entire Douluo Continent. All for nothing. In his grief and fury, Flandre embraced a reckless resolve. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. With this ability, a colossal owl-like silhouette emerged behind him, its vast wings flapping and lifting him into the air, hurtling toward the ancient beast with an almost imperceptible speed. 4th soul skill, cutting. Dozens of razor-sharp energy blades surged forth from Flandre, aimed directly at the serpent's vulnerable underbelly. The serpent, initially intent on swallowing Mubai, was suddenly struck in a critical area, causing it to recoil in pain and toss Mubai aside, its eyes now fixated on the audacious Flandre soaring above. First, eliminate this bothersome pest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Xiaoxi felt a sudden suffocation as she absorbed her soul ring. Initially, she had dismissed it, merely observing the dark, upright fish cat before her with curiosity. Why was this happening? Why did she have to face this grotesque creature during her soul ring absorption? She distinctly recalled that her previous experiences had not included such an obstacle. Was it because this creature was over 1,000 years old? This was not documented in any of her readings. Frustration welled within her. Had she known this would occur, she would have chosen a different soul ring. Despite the creature remaining motionless, she felt an overwhelming aversion to approaching it. As time passed, the oppressive sensation in her chest only intensified, igniting a sense of urgency within her. A voice in her mind warned her that something was amiss, suppressing her fear and aversion toward the creature. Yin Xiaoxi swallowed hard and took her first step forward. As she did, the ghostly form of the fish cat transformed into a purple soul ring, drifting toward her. Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback. Is this it? What was the purpose of its original form? To intimidate me? Had she known that the fish cat was merely a coward relying on its hideous appearance to frighten others, she would not have lingered so long. Nor would she have wondered about the situation outside. Having absorbed the soul ring in an instant, she had barely opened her eyes when a thunderous sound, akin to a collapsing structure, reached her ears. The resounding destruction filled her with foreboding, compelling her to glance in the direction of the noise. All she saw was darkness, reminiscent of the night, accompanied by a continuous cacophony of falling debris. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, what is happening over there? As she completed her soul ring absorption, the twin floating bells emerged from her body, seemingly oblivious to her inquiry. Instead, they joyfully congratulated her. Congratulations, Master. You've reached level 46 after breaking through to Soul Master. There's also a soul bone waiting for you by the lake. You should hurry and absorb it. Following the shimmering form of the twin bells, Yin Xiaoxis spotted the head soul bone floating above the fish cat and silently approached it. Once she had secured the soul bone, the twin bells urged her to absorb it. Master, please absorb it quickly. Feeling a sense of helplessness regarding the tenacity of the two individuals outside, she could only hope for the best. Instead of absorbing the soul bone immediately, Yin Xiaoxi placed it within her soul guide device. Noticing the twin bells feigning ignorance, she pressed further. What is happening over there? Sensing the urgency in her voice, the twin bells realized they were in trouble. After a moment of contemplation, they replied nonchalantly, Master. It was that noisy group causing a ruckus. Their commotion attracted the 100,000-year soul beast, and both sides are currently engaged in a struggle. Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback, quickly realizing the implications. They were on the outskirts of the Stardoe forest. Such noise should not have drawn the attention of a creature from its depths. Yet, the fact that this group could contend with a 100,000-year soul beast indicated their formidable strength. She wondered who they could be. How could a 100,000-year soul beast appear here? The twin bells floated uneasily, their conscience pricked. They could not confess that it was due to their inadvertent release of energy that had caught the beast's attention. I'm not certain, Master. Perhaps it's best that you don't absorb the soul bone just yet. We should leave. Chapter 92. Reluctance to save Yin Xiaoxi. Without a hint of suspicion, nodded in agreement and prepared to leave. However, Zhuqing, who had been suppressed by Xiaohong, was in a state of panic. If those two perished, it wouldn't merely be 2 lives at stake when Xiaoxi returned. Hastily, it communicated within itself, do not act recklessly. Once Xiaoxi returns to Shrek and inquires, she will discover that Flinder and Mubai followed her out. At that point, if you claim ignorance, do you think Xiaoxi will believe you? Upon hearing this analysis, Xiaohong hesitated in its directive for Yin Xiaoxi to depart. It was indeed correct. Although it longed for the demise of those two, they were the protagonists and perhaps would not meet their end here, and today was certainly not an opportune moment. Changing its tone, Xuanfeng, as if just recalling something, spoke in a calm manner resembling casual conversation. By the way, Master, I almost forgot. When we left, I seemed to have caught a glimpse of Mubai and Flinder, but perhaps I was mistaken. Yin Xiaoxi, who had been hastily running, abruptly halted. What do you mean by that? How could it possibly be mistaken? This implied that the two had been following her since her departure. Then why had it urged her to leave so urgently? Was it merely because she was unable to defeat the ancient soul beast? If they had indeed discovered her whereabouts, everything would make sense. No wonder she had sensed the unusually stringent defenses at Shrek tonight. With a cold expression, Yin Xiaoxi warned the silent Xuanfeng hovering above. There will be no next time. Take me there now. In truth, she bore no resentment towards it, as its intentions had been for her sake. Yet, it had ultimately deceived her, and there needed to be an appearance of authority. Feeling wronged, Xuanfeng altered its course. Understood, Master, it won't happen again. With that, the pair swiftly made their way towards the battlefield. Upon Yin Xiaoxi's arrival, aside from Mubai, who lay on the ground covered in mud and blood, Flinder's soul power had been entirely depleted, ensnared by the giant python-esque tail, with the sound of his bones being crushed echoing ominously. Seeing their dire state, Yin Xiaoxi's heart tightened. Though they had no direct connection to her, Mubai had saved her life. Rushing forward, she felt her mind go blank upon seeing 2 bloody holes in Mubai's body. How could this happen? Checking his pulse and confirming he was still alive, she began to assess the situation before her, whether it was a mere illusion or not, as she appraised the ancient soul beast. She felt it gaze upon her with a hint of greed. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the giant python hissed at her, baring its fangs, and Flinder was unceremoniously cast aside like refuse. Witnessing the giant python's demeanor, Xuanfeng's sense of danger soared, and it swiftly floated above Yin Xiaoxi's head, radiating a brilliant red light. It momentarily stunned the ancient creature, but fury soon followed. Hiss, seeking death. It was a profound humiliation for a 10,000-year soul beast to be restrained by something of unknown rank. Observing the movements of the serpent's tail and its predatory gaze, Xuanfeng quickly cautioned Yin Xiaoxi, "Master, be careful. This giant python cannot be confronted head-on. We are no match for it." In truth, Yin Xiaoxi was well aware, as a soul master, she stood no chance against a 10,000-year soul beast. At this point, escape was the only viable option. Does mingling have any effect on it? Yin Xiaoxi thought of her newly acquired fourth soul skill. Fourth soul skill, main guardian bell, single target protection, reduces damage received by the designated individual by 70 for 5 seconds. Fourth soul skill, secondary dream bell, area-based confusion skill. No damage. Enemies within the area cannot move, and their defense is reduced by 100 during this period. Powerful mental strength can break this. Xuanfeng contemplated seriously. The 10,000-year soul beast has its own consciousness. Dream bell is effective against creatures with independent thought. However, Master, do exercise caution. The mental strength of serpents is typically stronger than that of ordinary soul beasts. Conservatively estimating, the confusion effect lasts only about 5 seconds. About 5 seconds? Yin Xiaoxi felt a pang of disappointment. 5 seconds would hardly afford her the distance she required. Looking down at the giant python that was preparing to pounce, she activated her soul ring, and examination bell was instantly unleashed, preparing to counter the python's assault. As the soul ring activated, control returned to Xuanfeng, the red light vanished, and a golden radiance illuminated the surroundings. In her mind, the examination bell skill was engaged. The giant python's attack methods were rather singular, manifesting only as a typical charge, yet Yin Xiaoxi remained grave as she employed capture bell to slow the python's speed. Even so, the 10,000-year soul beast velocity appeared as mere phantoms to her, and fortunately, she had sensed the python's attack trajectory in advance, allowing her to deftly evade it. Flender, who had been thrown to the ground, struggled to prop himself up, astonished as he beheld Yin Xiaoxi skillfully dodging the giant python's onslaught with her own physical prowess. It seemed he had underestimated his student. Her reflexes and judgment were significantly superior to his own. Coughing, Flender felt a surge of emotions and resolved that he could not allow her to perish here. "Xiaoxi, hurry and leave." Suddenly, his voice drew the giant python's attention. Seizing the opportunity created by its distraction, Yin Xiaoxi activated her soul skill shock bell, channeling powerful life energy into the two individuals. With limited soul power, she could not heal both severely injured individuals at once. As Mubai's wounds rapidly healed and she confirmed his life was no longer in jeopardy, she turned her full attention to treating Flender. As his physical injuries began to mend, Flender closed his eyes in enjoyment. But upon noticing the depletion of Yin Xiaoxi's soul power, he quickly urged her to stop. "That's enough, Xiaoxi. Do not waste your soul power. My soul power is nearly exhausted, and I can be of no further assistance." Yin Xiaoxi continued her healing, looking earnestly at Flender. In a nonsensical tone, she remarked, "Director, do not linger too long. Just take Mubai and leave immediately." With Flender's condition improving, her third soul skill, Benefit Bell, was cast upon him. The giant python, as a 10,000-year soul beast, had never before encountered such disregard, especially upon witnessing the flea it had nearly vanquished regain its strength. Its malice intensified. Its tail thrashed violently against the ground, as if it would pounce on Yin Xiaoxi at any moment, causing Flender, whose soul power had been slightly replenished, to feel a chill of trepidation. Though he was uncertain of the circumstances, he sensed that the soul power within him felt different from usual, as if compressed, significantly reducing his consumption of soul energy. Chapter 93 Departure from the Duel Great Forest. As Flender gazed upon the pale-faced Yin Xiaoxi and the formidable python advancing towards her, he swiftly completed the spirit possession and rescued her from the jaws of the beast. In a single motion, he also lifted the unconscious Mubai, with one in each hand, propelling them towards the outskirts of the Duel Great Forest. Trees blurred past Flander's vision as he cast a concerned glance at the two in his grasp. Noticing Yin Xiaoxi's distressing pallor, a wave of worry washed over him. Is she all right? She had just absorbed a spirit ring and expended considerable spirit power. She must be suffering. With this thought, Flander's speed intensified. No. Yin Xiaoxi's voice was cold and resolute. Even as the ancient soul beast relentlessly pursued them, she did not remain idle. Periodically, her soul bell would soar from her hand, granting the trio precious moments for escape. Alas, the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. Flander's current speed, even while carrying two, was a testament to his utmost effort. In a mere moment, the colossal python seized the opportunity and closed the gap. Yin Xiaoxi's heart tightened as she beheld the enormous head before her. "Stay strong. Don't falter." she thought. She had no desire to become a meal for the python. As the distance between them shrank from 3 meters to 2, dizziness washed over her. She glanced back at the Stardew Great Forest, estimating it to be still a kilometer away. We're getting closer. The python's vertical pupils darted between the three, with the central red line appearing the most enticing. The radiant glow emitted by Yin Xiaoxi was irresistibly alluring, drawing the creature's gaze and rendering it immobile. As the distance dwindled, the python's hunger intensified, and with a powerful thrust of its tail, its 30-meter-long body lunged towards its coveted prey. Yin Xiaoxi stared at the cavernous mole rushing towards her, unable to suppress an expletive. What the hell? Out of 3, why does it come for me? In a moment of panic, she activated her 4th soul skill, Protective Bell, encircling herself in a protective barrier. The python's formidable jaws clamped down on her calf, giving the impression that if it took this bite, it would lose its teeth in the process, even with the knowledge that the damage would be reduced by 70%. Yin Xiaoxi could not help but close her eyes. Help? I don't want to be crippled. A distinct sound of cracking echoed as the python's teeth met her leg, only to find themselves ensnared in an invisible sponge, unable to advance further. Flander, noticing the strain on Yin Xiaoxi as she activated the protective bell, felt his own spirit power dwindle, causing him to falter mid-air, nearly dropping all 3 of them. With his spirit power nearly exhausted, beads of sweat formed on Flander's brow as he struggled to maintain their flight. I can't hold on, he thought, and just as the words escaped him, their bodies plummeted towards the ground. Upon landing, Yin Xiaoxi examined her calf, where 2 unbroken bite marks marred her skin, and shifted her foot uncomfortably. Perhaps it was the aftershock of their narrow escape, but an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her, nearly causing her to stumble. Shaking her head, she found her vision blurring. Flander's anxious voice pierced through her daze. Be careful. And she lost control, tumbling sideways. She landed heavily, the pain jarring her back to a semblance of awareness as she assessed the remaining spirit power within her companions. Principal, I can create a diversion for 5 seconds. But after that, both of our spirit powers will be depleted. Given their current spirit power, if they could use the double floating bell main spirit skill, it wouldn't be so dire. However, the sub-spirit skill demanded significantly more, leaving them with barely enough to employ the dream bell once. 5 seconds will suffice. Rest assured. If I have 5 seconds, I can certainly get you out. Flander replied, his voice steady despite the gravity of their situation. He was astonished that Yin Xiaoxi's spirit skill could restrain a 10,000-year soul beast, something even some titled Douluo struggled against. Could it be that the spirit rings of the Stardew Great Forest held other powers? Yet, no one had mentioned such a thing before. Upon hearing Flander's sigh of relief, Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily unsure if she had failed to communicate clearly. That was their entire spirit power. How could he hope to rescue them without any spirit power left? However, the python offered her no time to ponder. As the ancient beast surged forward once more, she waved her hand, transforming the originally golden double floating bell into an enchanting crimson hue. 4th soul skill, Dream Bell, she declared, the red glow thickening around her as the python crossed the threshold, its serpentine body coming to an abrupt halt. The double floating bell urged them onward. Go. Yin Xiaoxi turned and grasped Flander's hand. All right, he agreed, acknowledging the gravity of their escape. Regardless of the outcome, she refused to be treated like a mere fledgling. As Flander felt the last remnants of his spirit power vanish, he nodded in acceptance, secretly astonished. This technique was indeed a cheat in battle. Should she deploy it against an opponent with greater spirit power, that adversary would be rendered helpless. If used alongside allies, it would equate to possessing a significant advantage in spirit power. Before long, the trio found themselves in a meadow. The moment Yin Xiaoxi's feet touched the ground, she collapsed, the depletion of her spirit power leaving her utterly drained, desiring nothing more than sleep. Flander immediately checked on Mubai's condition. Noticing his actions, Yin Xiaoxi, her eyes half closed, reassured him, her voice tinged with fatigue. Don't worry, he won't die just yet. I'll help him once my spirit power is restored. With that, she fully closed her eyes, embodying a sense of exhaustion that seemed to envelop the world. Seeing her lack of intent to recover her spirit power, Flander's brow furrowed. Aren't you going to restore your spirit power first? In her haze, Yin Xiaoxi lazily turned over and muttered, I'm tired. She spoke truthfully. An inexplicable weariness weighed upon her, an unprecedented heaviness clouding her mind, soon leading her into unconsciousness. Observing her state, Flander hastily checked her body once more, concluding that her spirit power was entirely exhausted. Yet, how could merely exhausting her spirit power result in such a significant loss of vitality? Sighing, he felt overwhelmed as he looked at the 2 unconscious individuals. They were a mystery, Even the manner of their injuries eluded him. Without further delay, Flander began to swiftly recover his own spirit power. As dawn broke, he stood and confirmed that both individuals were stable before lifting their unconscious forms. Chapter 94. God-level domain. Upon returning to Shrek, Wuji, who had just risen to wash up, squinted at the figure approaching from afar, momentarily blinded. Alas, is it not maddening to wake early? Despite being in the prime of his life, he found himself experiencing the onset of age-related vision troubles. As he shook his head in an attempt to retreat indoors, a sudden voice startled him, dispelling all traces of drowsiness. What is going on? You seem rather displeased to see me back. Confirming the authenticity of the sentiment, Wuji hurried over. How could that be? I'm counting on your pension. But what is this? What happened? Didn't you say yesterday that you were only covertly protecting Yin Xiaoxi while she hunted for soul rings? Why does it look so dire? With a series of 3 questions, the weary Flandra, visibly deflated, tossed the 2 bloodied little ones in his hands towards Wuji without uttering a word. Something happened. Don't ask so many questions, just take care of them. He prepared to wash his hands of the matter, though internally he mused that henceforth, the affairs concerning these 2 should be entrusted to Wuji. After all, his old bones had been thoroughly tested. He had nearly perished in the Stardow forest and needed rest. Wuji, cradling the 2 unconscious individuals, noted Flandra's indifferent demeanor and surmised that they likely weren't gravely injured. He turned and carried them to their respective rooms. Along the way, he encountered the exuberant Oscar and Hongjun, who were preparing to head to the Sunset Forest. The 2 froze upon seeing the unconscious pair in Wuji's arms. Hadn't they agreed to go to the Sunset Forest today? Given the current circumstances, would they still be going? Teachers, what is the situation? Wuji, facing the obstructive duo, snapped impatiently, move aside. The trip to the sunset is cancelled. Since you're up, you'll join me for training. The 2, who had anticipated a delightful outing, now felt utterly dejected, trailing behind Wuji as he placed the 2 in their rooms. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi, who had slept through the night and into the day, slowly opened her eyes, feeling a delightful tingling sensation throughout her bones. Unable to contain herself, a sound escaped her lips that was both enchanting and suggestive. For a while, silence reigned until she finally regained her voice. Shuangfeling, what has happened to me? Xiaoxi, you've finally awoken. Shuangfeling emerged from within her, casting a radiant light that dispelled the darkness in the room. The evolution domain envelopes your body. Xiaoxi, consider this a blessing in disguise. However, do not let it happen again. Shuangfeling reflected on the perilous events of the previous night, regretting for the first time its decision to allow Hongjun to bring her along to save others. Perhaps Hongjun was right. Their presence only served as a burden. With the discomfort dissipated, Yin Xiaoxi sat up, puzzled by Shuangfeling's words. What do you mean by a blessing in disguise? What blessing? The golden radiance of Shuangfeling dimmed slightly, an unnoticed change by anyone present. Yet, Shuangfeling remained forthright with Yin Xiaoxi. You wandered perilously close to death this time. The world feared that your demise might disrupt the balance of the spirit realm. Hence it granted you a life-saving skill. As she spoke, Yin Xiaoxi's consciousness illuminated. God-level domain. Not yet activated insufficient soul power. The domain cannot be used. Passive. Rule protection automatically activates when on the brink of life and death. No deity beneath the God King can breach it. Oh, the golden legend. A smile crept upon Yin Xiaoxi's lips. So this is the feeling of being the world's favored child. One misstep toward demise, and the world rushes to offer warmth. How delightful. What does it mean that no deity beneath the God King can breach it? Is there something even more formidable? The golden light in the room shifted instantaneously. Hongjun, eyeing the trivial smile on Yin Xiaoxi's face, couldn't help but scoff. If it weren't for its final act of protection, she wouldn't be here lost in fantasies, though it too had received a reward. Ahem, Master, allow me to enlighten you. Above the God level, there exists the true God level, super God level, God King level, and the Creator God. In fact, no deity of a higher level has ever been encountered in the current realm, so you may understand that within Douluo Continent, no one can harm you. Yin Xiaoxi gasped at such audacious claims. However, no one can harm me? Aren't you omitting something? Isn't the initiation of a fight usually accompanied by a desire to kill? There must be a process. Surely it wouldn't wait until she was utterly battered to intervene with the final blow, would it? Shuangfeling replied. Master, you should occasionally have more faith in your own thoughts. Indeed, it would only shield her from the last strike. The warmth of the world? Huh. That is akin to a summer thermos or winter shorts. Existence is more symbolic than practical. What tangible use could one expect from such a thing? Yin Xiaoxi. So, another skill that gathers dust. Nevertheless, she was curious about Shuangfling's situation. May I ask why it is always you who answers my important questions? Doesn't he it know? Shuangfling hesitated for a moment. How astute. You are correct, it does not know. We are familiar with different matters. There are some things it has no right to know. Just as there are matters I am not privy to. Now, master, it is getting late. You must get to work and absorb the soul bone. All right. After the awakening of the god-level domain, Yin Xiaoxi nearly forgot about the soul bone in her soul guide. Hearing Shuangfling now, she felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was not some superficial domain, but the soul bone everyone had been raving about recently. With a raised right hand, the head soul bone materialized in Yin Xiaoxi's grasp. Gazing at the intricately hollowed bone, though it was formed from bone, its delicate structure appeared to have been inscribed with arcane symbols, devoid of any sinister aura. Instead, it emanated a certain charm that made one yearn to delve deeper. Would you look at that? The soul bone certainly promises great potential. Upon hearing this praise, Shuangfling felt quite pleased. Naturally, I wouldn't have spent so long selecting it if it were of no consequence. A twitch formed at the corner of Yin Xiaoxi's mouth. If Shuangfling had a nose, it would surely be held high at this moment. She realized that this being could not handle flattery. It only became more inflated with praise. Out of context, hello? Due to various uncontrollable factors, I will be taking a day off tomorrow. Just a note, no approval needed. Moreover, updates for next month will slow down as the data has not met the requirements. Most likely, I will focus on another book, but this one will not be discontinued. So, dear readers, rest assured to dive in. Love you all. Chapter 95. The head soul bone. Yin Xiaoxi closed her eyes as the soul bone emitted a faint glow, hovering above her head. The process of fusion was relatively simple for her, yet the time required for the integration was unavoidable. When she finally opened her eyes again, dawn had already begun to break outside. Feeling the soul bone she had absorbed throughout the night, a tinge of disappointment crept into her heart. Head soul bone. Mental convergence. Increases one's mental strength by 50% within 3 minutes. While this appeared to be an impressive soul bone skill, it did not quite align with her expectations. After all, based on its appearance and the assurances from Shuangfling, it should have been more than this. The unmet expectations left Yin Xiaoxi feeling somewhat disheartened. That's a bit underwhelming, she muttered. Upon hearing her words, Shuangfling was on the verge of despair. How could she consider this lackluster? Other protagonists wouldn't even dare to boast such high attributes right from the start. This made Shuangfling reflect on whether it had been too generous in the past, leading Xiaoxi to undervalue even a 50% increase in mental power. Don't be discouraged, Xiaoxi. This soul bone is still in its infancy. Once you level up, I'll help you upgrade it, Shuangfling assured her. With that promise from Xiaojin, Yin Xiaoxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was important to note that aside from external soul bones, a person could absorb a maximum of 6. So every choice of soul bone had to be made with utmost care. All right then. I'll leave the matter of upgrading my soul bone to you once I level up. Unlike the naive and sincere main Shuangfling, the reassurance from the wise Shuangfling brought Yin Xiaoxi comfort. Rest assured, I've got this. Shuangfling responded promptly. After chatting for a while longer, Yin Xiaoxi prepared to seek out Mubai's courtyard. She had forgotten that Mubai's injuries were still not healed. To her surprise, as she opened the door, 2 sullen faces appeared before her, startling Yin Xiaoxi. Once she recognized them, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. What are you two doing up so early, scaring people? Asuka and Hong Jun could not shake off the haunting memories of being tormented by Wuji the previous day. Like possessed by a spirit, Hong Jun approached with a glum expression. How can you say that? Didn't we agree to hunt soul beasts together? You two just ran off in the middle of the night, thinking we were too weak to keep up. Huh? Yin Xiaoxi found their words amusing. Where did you get such small-town gossip? Were you under the influence of some PUA tactics? I wonder which teacher spoke so harshly. Trying to motivate you too. It's a bit too much, don't you think? Look at the blow to their morale. They're questioning their very existence. Hong Jun snorted. Let it go this time, but if they're essaying next time, I won't take you two along when hunting soul beasts. That threat was indeed weighty. Stifling a laugh, Yin Xiaoxi found the proud little chubby figure before her irresistibly cute. Asuka, who had remained quiet, scanned Yin Xiaoxi up and down, and upon confirming she was fine, uneasily offered her a sausage. Here, this is for you. Eat up. Yin Xiaoxi, puzzled by the shy boy who turned his head away, accepted the offered food. Although she didn't quite understand, she took it nonetheless, thinking, just one sausage for breakfast? That won't fill me up. I'll have to grab a meal later. Thanks, she said, and without hesitation, took a bite. A warm sensation flowed down her throat, soothing her still recovering soul power. Yin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as she excitedly looked at Asuka. Is this a soul skill? Faced with her nearly ravenous gaze, Asuka nervously shrank back. He realized he would never dare to think of being her brother again. He feared she might devour him. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Xiaoxi had taken on the persona of a bully, extending her hand. More, please. After all, she needed to heal Mubai. And if she could acquire 100 sausages, she could tackle both soul power and breakfast all at once. Asuka watched her delicate hand and silently took out 3 more sausages. Upon seeing her reach out for them again, he nearly burst into tears. There are no more. With my current soul power, I can't produce many. He had originally intended to save some for his leader, but now they were all consumed by her. And she was still unsatisfied. TSK. Yin Xiaoxi mused, is this all? Who can be satisfied with such little food? Forget it. I'll just go eat later. By the way, where are you two headed? Do you have time? If not, just tell me where Mubai's room is, and I can find it myself. The two exchanged glances, surprised that she didn't even know Mubai's room. We're not busy. Let us go together. I'll show you. Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback, realizing that Mubai lived directly across from her. Now she understood how those two had been able to follow her to the Stardow Forest. They had seen her leave. What should I do? I kind of want to change rooms. In just a few seconds, as they walked, Hong Jun chattered incessantly. The dean said our leader has woken up yet. Once he does, we need to start preparing for next month's orientation. Even though it's highly likely no one will pass. Yin Xiaoxi sighed inwardly. This boy talks too much. How did he become such a chatterbox? She had always thought Yin was the pinnacle of babbling, but it seemed her perspective was rather short-sighted. As the door opened, Mubai's room came into view. Contrary to her expectations of chaos, it was orderly, while not pristine. Everything was neatly arranged, devoid of unnecessary decorations, almost as if it belonged to a transient. Lacking more furnishings than her own room in the Royal Academy. Asuka and Hong Jun entered, their faces clouded with concern as they gazed at Mubai lying in bed. Our leader looks so pale. What if something happens? At this, Yin Xiaoxi couldn't help but shoot them a glare. Doubting my abilities? Rest assured, I said he won Dai yet, and he won T. With that, she summoned Shuangfeling, whose 2 yellow and 2 purple rings elicited envy from the two. Awesome. A soul master with 2 more circles than us. We need to work harder. The two exchanged determined glances, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. Yin Xiaoxi, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. As she activated her soul ring, Zhenling, golden light split into 2 beams, enveloping the bite marks left by the giant python. Last time, she had only performed a simple repair, but as she treated Mubai again, she realized that his self-healing abilities appeared somewhat extraordinary. As long as he didn't die, even severe injuries would only require a few days of sleep to heal, a truly enviable constitution. Unlike her, who had sustained minimal injuries, yet was still struggling to fully recover her soul power after a day and night of rest. The disparity was palpable. Once she had treated Mubai's wounds, Yin Xiaoxi found her own soul power depleted again. At that moment, she longed for a martial soul or soul bone that could store soul power and recharge her instantly. That way, she wouldn't have to wait for her recovery. As she walked out with a heavy heart, she noticed the two still lingering by Mubai's bedside, seemingly unwilling to leave. Yin Xiaoxi squinted her eyes. What were they planning? She had saved Mubai, so why were they still here? Did they want to take credit? No way. Ahem. Let us leave for now. Mubai will likely take some time to wake up. Upon hearing this, the two were reluctant to depart. But realizing time was not on their side and unlike Yin Xiaoxi, they had morning classes, they reluctantly set aside their desire to tend to their brother. As the trio took only a few steps, a familiar call echoed from the entrance of Shrek. Xiaoxi, are you there? Your grandfather has come to find you. The words rang out thrice, filling Xiaoxi with overwhelming emotion. Without a moment's hesitation for the others, she dashed towards the entrance. The two left behind exchanged a glance, and in the next instant, swiftly reopened Mubai's door. Chapter 96. Jealousy. When Yin Xiaoxi arrived, the old man stood like an inspecting authority, flanked by Flanders and others who bowed and nodded in deference. Seeing his posture, which suggested he was ready to sell her off, Yin Xiaoxi wrinkled her nose. Grandfather, what are you doing? The old man, who had been gesturing grandly, cleared his throat awkwardly upon noticing his granddaughter, whom he hadn't seen for several days. He had already concluded that Xiaoxi was unsuitable for continued residence at the Royal Academy due to her identity being revealed. During this time, Teacher Yin had incessantly praised the merits of his alma mater, and upon seeing Flanders, one of the esteemed trio, today, he couldn't help but feel tempted to persuade Xiaoxi to stay, despite the place being somewhat dilapidated. Yet, as they had just discussed, to become a formidable individual, one must first endure hardship. Xiaoxi, how have you been feeling here? If you dislike it, I shall take you to another academy in Tiando City. It is indeed quite far from home. Initially irritated, Yin Xiaoxi suddenly felt an inexplicable pang in her heart and rushed forward to embrace her grandfather. Mubai, who had been supported over, appeared feeble, and upon hearing the old man's words about transferring her to another academy, he turned even paler. Releasing the arms that supported him, he took steps towards the girl nestled in the old man's embrace. The old man's penetrating gaze shot towards Mubai, who had the audacity to intrude upon his tender moment with Xiaoxi. He felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift kick to this brazen little rascal. If there was anything that displeased him about Shrek, it was the presence of this little wolf cub who had designs on his cherished granddaughter. When Yin Xiaoxi finally steadied herself and stepped out of her grandfather's embrace, she sensed a subtle tug at her waist. Turning around, she found Mubai, who had moments ago been unconscious in bed, now standing pitifully behind her. His muscular frame striking a comically delicate pose was an odd sight indeed. Yet his injuries were undeniably real. What are you doing? Yin Xiaoxi attempted to shake off his grip on her clothing. Just as she moved, she noticed him preparing to topple sideways, his raised arm abruptly halting midair. Was he trying to feign injury? This was undoubtedly an attempt to garner sympathy. Seeing her pause, Mubai's eyes were filled with entangled thoughts as he bit his lower lip, gazing at her like a timid child. Don't go, okay? Yin Xiaoxi was rendered speechless by his tone and demeanor. Was he feigning unconsciousness just to elicit sympathy from her? Before she could respond, Mubai, seemingly aware she wouldn't extend her hand, stubbornly propped his head up with one hand, swaying as though he had reached his limit, and reiterated, "Don't go, okay?" This pitiable actor could only deceive himself, she mused. Let go before she could finish her sentence, his towering figure tilted toward her. Yin Xiaoxi watched in horror. Brother, how can one repay kindness with malice? If you crash into me like this, I truly won't be able to go anywhere. Fortunately, her grandfather, standing behind her, pulled her aside just in time, taking the brunt of the fall. Cradled in a firm embrace, Mubai sensed something was amiss. How could this feel so different from the last time someone held her? It seemed the academy's meals truly needed improvement. The onlookers from Shrek stared at Mubai, who appeared to be fainting yet not fully so, and they all averted their gazes in unison. The old man, after Mubai fell into his arms, could not help but have his lips twitch uncontrollably. Gazing at the young man who was nuzzling against him, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. Does it smell good, kid? Mubai, who had initially sported a smile, froze upon hearing the voice reverberating through his chest. He looked up and realized he was not nestled in Yin Xiaoxi's arms at all, but rather in those of an old man. With a shocked expression, Mubai stumbled back several steps, wearing a face that screamed I am tainted, utterly disheveled in the wind. How did it end up being you? How could it not be me? Their rapid-fire exchange elicited a suppressed chuckle from Yin Xiaoxi, who observed their plight with amusement. Mubai, noticing Yin Xiaoxi's triumphant expression, plaintively complained, Xiaoxi, how could you bear to push me into someone else's embrace? I knew it. You are so fragrant and soft. How could you be so rough? You even carry a scent of sweat. At this, the old man's expression soured instantly. Nonsense. How could I possibly smell of sweat? Did I not specifically bathe this morning? I believe you are courting death. With this demeanor, you still wish to marry my granddaughter? When I entrusted Xiaoxi to you not long ago, I thought you were a suitable match. It seems I was blind after all. Chapter 97. Stay as the old man exuded an air of impending violence. Flander genuinely feared that a confrontation might ensue between the two. He hurriedly stepped in front of Mubai. Your Grace, please do not be angry. This young man suffered a blow to the head from a soul beast in the Star-Dove forest the other night. He has just awakened, and his mind may still be a bit muddled. Allow me to take him away. Saying this, he pulled Mubai aside. Fortunately, Mubai also came to his senses. After all, he had just spoken disrespectfully to Xiaoxi's grandfather. The old man was the greatest obstacle to his aspirations of winning over the fair maiden. As a newcomer, this obstacle was both formidable and unyielding, and he could not afford to confront it directly. If he were not careful, the old man might disapprove of their union altogether. The thought filled Mubai with trepidation, prompting him to break free from Flanders' grasp and approach with humility. Meanwhile, the old man, who had previously regarded the academy favorably, had changed his mind. With such a reckless young man around, Leaving Xiaoxi alone was indeed a source of profound concern. Xiaoxi mentioned she misses you. And I must admit, the environment and distance of this academy leave much to be desired. I recall there are several commendable self-established academies in Tiando City. I shall personally ensure you receive the best arrangements. Mubai's words caught in his throat, his heterochromatic eyes darkening, the atmosphere around him growing tense. He was indeed intent on taking Xiaoxi away. I am Xiaoxi's fiancé, and even if you are her grandfather, you have no right to take her. His assertive declaration sent a jolt of alarm through Flander. Heavens! This man is a titled Douluo. If he were to become enraged, not even the entirety of Shrek Academy could quell his fury. Your Grace. Flander began to plead, but the old man gestured for him to remain silent. Flander glanced around, sighed, and exchanged a knowing look with Wu Ji, who swiftly led Oscar and Hong Jun away. The old man turned to the young man, who claimed to be Xiaoxi's fiancé. You assert you are her fiancé, but does Xiaoxi concur? Even if she does, do you think I, her grandfather, am of no consequence? Upon hearing these words, Mubai's eyes flashed with disdain. A grandfather he had only met recently believed he could dictate their marital affairs. Were it not for Xiaoxi's respect for him, he would hardly consider him at all. My union with Xiaoxi was ordained by the Star Luo royal family, and our identities have been witnessed by the entire Star Luo populace. Your approval is inconsequential to me. Yuan Xiaoxi, who had remained silent, felt an inexplicable stirring within her at his words. Yet ultimately, it was merely a case of mistaken identity. Once the true Zhuqing arrived, everything would return to its rightful course. Observing the old man's agitation, Yuan Xiaoxi understood that matters concerning the empire could not be casually assessed or dismissed, even if merely in words. With a resigned voice, she interjected, "All right, you too." Seeing this, Flander quickly stepped in to mediate. "Indeed, Your Grace, please do not be agitated. Look at how Xiaoxi has only been at Shrek for a few months. Her soul power has advanced far beyond what she achieved at the Royal Academy. What does this indicate? It signifies that our academy's teaching style is far more suited to her." In response to Flander's nonsensical remarks, the old man retorted, "My granddaughter consumed the herbs from my medicinal garden, intended for healing and enhancing her abilities. What does that have to do with Shrek?" He turned to Xiaoxi. "And you? What are your thoughts?" Faced with this question, Yuan Xiaoxi fell into silence. Undeniably, compared to other new academies, Shrek was indeed a commendable choice. Moreover, given her current strength, even if a conflict arose with the main characters in the future, she could easily extricate herself. Remaining behind would spare her grandfather from trouble as well. This endless silence was perceived differently by Mubai, who saw it as her desire to leave, hindered only by their recent interactions, making it difficult for her to voice her intentions. A sense of despair and stubbornness washed over him as he bowed his head in resignation. Above them, dark clouds gathered ominously. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, Yuan Xiaoxi glanced up at the previously clear sky, bewildered by how it could shift so drastically. Flander, however, immediately directed his gaze at Mubai, alarmed by the mist enveloping him. Could it be a resonance with heaven and earth? This is impossible. Such phenomena are merely the stuff of fiction. How could one person possess the power to alter the very essence of nature? Especially considering Mubai is merely a soul zone at present. But as Yuan Xiaoxi spoke, "Grandfather, there's no need to keep turning around. I will come to Tiando City to visit you and Yin Yin during the holidays." A clap of thunder erupted, and the dark clouds dissipated, prompting Flander to reveal a look of astonishment. Gazing at the now flickering light of the sky, Yuan Xiaoxi felt exasperated by the sun's bright glare. Does it wish to dazzle us with its radiance? Alas, it lacks the intensity. The weather had indeed become unpredictable. Flander mused, what does he have to do with the weather? Humans are the ones who are truly erratic. Chapter 98. The departure of the elder. The elder cast a glance at the dazed Mubai, his eyes gleaming momentarily. He raised his hand and affectionately ruffled Yin Xiaoxi's hair. Have you made up your mind? As my granddaughter, you need not worry excessively. Simply pursue what you love. Whatever decision you make, your grandfather will stand by you. Warmth enveloped Yin Xiaoxi's heart at that moment. The old man radiated a benevolent aura that made her reluctant to part with him. She surveyed the pristine environment around her and nodded. I am certain, Grandpa. Rest assured, your granddaughter is not easily trifled with. This way of life may indeed be more suitable for me. She felt a sense of assurance, devoid of burdensome weight. After exchanging a few more words, the elder left behind 2 bags of gold soul coins and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Yin Xiaoxi experienced a fleeting pang of melancholy. Meanwhile, Behind her, the disparity in human emotions was evident. Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of joy, akin to a newborn child eager to advance, yet apprehensive of Yin Xiaoxi's disdain. His heart was a tumult of conflict, simultaneously celebrating with firecrackers. Is it not because of me that Xiaoxi chose to stay? Surely it is. She is unfamiliar with the others and must have remained for my sake. The two individuals taken by Wu Ji emerged from their hiding place, exuberantly running towards Mubai with open arms. Wow, leader, you truly are magnificent, a resounding victory. Hearing the commotion, Yin Xiaoxi turned around to see their jubilant expressions, as if she were the spoils of a hard-fought battle. Narrowing her eyes dangerously, she raised her hand towards Flander. Daring to laugh in my moment of sorrow? Just wait until I tear apart all your umbrellas. Dean, I believe the academic workload at the academy is rather insufficient. I propose an increase. Flander's eyes lit up with satisfaction at this suggestion. Indeed, this proposal resonates with me. Very well, you little rascals, take a page from Xiaoxi's book. I approve this initiative. Thus, the three who had been embracing the victory momentarily froze, their joyous voices abruptly silenced. Too light, you say? If you find the workload excessively light, then feel free to augment your own studies. Why should I increase theirs? Asuka and Hong Jun exchanged exasperated glances at Yin Xiaoxi. This person is insufferable. At that moment, Hong Jun timidly raised his hand. Dean, I propose that Xiaoxi join our daily training. Since she finds the workload lacking, let us engage in mutual torment. Yin Xiaoxi. Seeing Flander's eager expression, Yin Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. These fellows, they think she wishes to be tormented, not to inflict pain. Just as she was about to voice her opposition, she noticed the spectators' expectant faces and quickly altered her words. Dean, isn't next month the new student enrollment? I have an idea. My appearance could enhance the reputation of the Monster Academy significantly. What do you think? Flander's initial inclination to agree with Hong Jun was swiftly derailed by Yin Xiaoxi's suggestion, leading him to clap his hands in approval. Yes, let it be so. As long as Xiaoxi leaves a lasting impression this time, I need not worry about the next semester's enrollment fees. A mere 10 gold soul coins for registration. The more applicants, the merrier. His gleeful rubbing of hands rendered the onlookers speechless. Ahem. Wu Ji, standing behind him, quickly cleared his throat to remind him of his image. Once Flander's expression settled, he contemplated designing his money-making scheme while observing the trio at the Shrek Academy entrance. It appeared the academic workload was indeed a tad light. All right, children, if there is nothing else, you may return for now. Starting tomorrow, the training duration will extend from 2.5 hours to 3 hours. Dismissed. Ignoring their lamentations, Flander remained unfazed. However, when his gaze fell upon Mubai, his smile vanished. This student, whom he held in high regard, was now capable of empathizing with the world. One would expect this to be a delightful revelation, yet a concern lingered. He did not oppose Mubai's feelings of affection, but he wished to prevent his student from being ensnared by emotions. Mubai, come here. Only after their departure did Oscar approach Yin Xiaoxi, attempting to curry favor. Xiaoxi, I am merely a support. Could you perhaps negotiate with the dean to exclude me from the additional training? The current regimen is already my limit. An extension would drive me mad. Before Yin Xiaoxi could respond, Hong Jun angrily stepped forward, seizing Asuka by the throat. Exclude you? When the leader takes a leave, who will be left to bear the brunt of the additional training? Not a chance. If I must perish, I shall drag you down with me. Observing their playful bickering, Yin Xiaoxi glanced in the direction where Flander and Mubai had departed. She wondered what business the dean had with Mubai. By the look on his face, it seemed to be a significant matter. Upon returning to her room, Yin Xiaoxi began to solidify her own strength. The herb she had consumed earlier, due to the absence of soul rings, had kept her soul power stagnant within her. However, after absorbing the soul ring this time, her soul power surged to level 6. Yet, this newfound power felt different from the soul power she had received during her previous unconscious state. The herbal essence seemed incompatible with her own. It appeared that apart from her personal cultivation and the soul power bestowed by the celestial path, other forms of soul power required her own reinforcement. Recently, her home had been quite lively, which had thrown her off balance. She decided to pen a brief chapter now and would supplement it in a few days. Chapter 99. Admissions. Unbeknownst to all, the annual admissions process had commenced. As it began, Flander grew increasingly restless upon noticing Yin Xiaoxi still engrossed in her training, showing no intention of stepping outside. Pointing at the training red June, he commanded, "You, go fetch Yin Xiaoxi for me. The registration has already started." and she has yet to fulfill her promise. Red June, taken aback by Flanders' demand, could hardly believe he was the one being singled out. Is it really my turn for such a privilege during training? He pondered, questioning his sanity. Observing Red June's incredulous expression, Flanders mistook his surprise for reluctance. Narrowing his eyes and threateningly inquired, "What? Do you have an objection?" Red June, eager to comply, promptly replied, No, I'll go right away." With that, he disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi, under the guise of training, languidly reclined on her bed, exhibiting a profound disinterest in moving. Indeed, she mused, idleness and indulgence seemed to be the essence of life. Just as she was drifting back into slumber, a series of knocks interrupted her reverie. Could it be that her moment of reflection had been discovered? Furrowing her brow, she reluctantly rose to her feet. Upon seeing the chubby figure at her door, relief washed over her. Thankfully, this individual usually posed no significant threat. Red June, displaying an unusual brightness in his demeanor, greeted her with an exuberant smile, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Let us get to the point. Spare the unsettling grin unless you have something pertinent to discuss. After hearing Red June's words, Yin Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Has the admissions process already begun? I can't recall. I haven't been cooped up for long. Stepping outside, she stretched her neck, adopting a posture ready for action, which inexplicably stirred excitement in Red June. Reluctant to return to training, he hurriedly matched her pace. Xiaoxi, I'll accompany you, exclaimed Mubai, who seemed to materialize like a dog lured by the scent of meat, his eyes sparkling with joy upon spotting Yin Xiaoxi. You're out. Without waiting for a response, he squeezed between Yin Xiaoxi and Red June. Red June, feeling his space usurped, was in a state of urgency. The entrance of Shrek Academy was bound to be bustling with activity, and he had no desire to return to the mundane task of standing guard with Oscar. Better to let the dean instruct that fellow one-on-one. With this thought, he adjusted his course, choosing to walk alongside Yin Xiaoxi, refraining from teasing her and adopting a serious tone instead. Xiaoxi, you must prepare yourself mentally. Our Shrek Academy has stringent admission criteria. Even if the dean had disseminated the news a month in advance to attract talented individuals for testing, I suspect we may still see no one. Mubai nodded in agreement, adding, the dean has always said it is better to have fewer than to compromise quality. Thus, Xiaoxi, it is highly likely that you may be the only one admitted this time. Hearing their remarks, Yin Xiaoxi nodded, albeit with a sense of bewilderment. She had always assumed the scarcity of Shrek students was due to a lack of awareness about the academy, but now it appeared that was not the case. However, she couldn't fathom why, if the admissions were so stringent, the esteemed families had not already recognized the academy's existence. Her previous suggestion, though well-intentioned, had evidently only reached ordinary families, who were clearly unqualified for the academy's assessments. Why then did Flanders seem so animated? Never mind, she decided. Let us go take a look. The trio soon arrived at the admissions site at Shrek Academy. Gazing at the lengthy queue before her, Yin Xiaoxi's jaw nearly dropped. So many people, and not a single one suitable? Even when sifting through eggs for a stone, one would expect to find something. Was this not akin to searching for a goat's head among dog meat, all under the guise of recruitment, merely for profit? In truth, Yin Xiaoxi had seen through the facade. Amused by her evident astonishment, Mubai affectionately ruffled her hair. Who says you want to find anyone? Aren't you right here? Go on. He playfully nudged her forward. While Yin Xiaoxi surveyed the queue, the others regarded the doll-like girl emerging from the academy. Her delicate, radiant skin glowed under the sunlight, and the simple yet elegant princess dress accentuated her still-developing figure. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Stepping forward, her clear eyes reflected confusion, her lips tightly pressed together, and her hands shyly clutched her skirt, resembling a lost angel or a kitten awaiting someone to claim her, evoking maternal instincts in the women within the line. Witnessing her demeanor, a 10-year-old boy in the queue beamed with delight. Chapter 100. I let Xiaoxi return to you just as Yin Xiaoxi was about to stride towards the long queue resembling a dragon's tail, Li Song. One of the enrollment teachers called out, Xiaoxi, come here. Upon hearing this, the individuals who had been waiting in line all morning murmured in displeasure. Wire. We've queued all morning, and she just cuts in line? If others start cutting too, what was the point of our wait? As tensions began to rise, Mubai and others braced themselves to intervene. Suddenly, a youthful, clear voice emerged from the crowd. Xiaoxi. Over here. At the sound, Mubai halted, casting a wary glance at the exuberant Lui among the queue. Yin Xiaoxi, clearly surprised, walked over and whispered, Junior brother? Lui, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously. Xiaoxi, senior sister, I finally found you. Just as he was about to lament the hardships he had faced recently, he recognized that now was not the moment for complaints. So he stifled his tears. You take my spot. I'll rejoin the line. I'll find you later. With that, he dashed to the very end of the queue. Yin Xiaoxi, as if accustomed to such occurrences, seamlessly took his place. This unexpected turn left the others in line bewildered. They were well aware that Lu Yi had been the most vocal in attempting to expedite the testing process. After a morning filled with complaints, they were astonished to see him obediently move to the back of the line. Li Song, noticing that there were only a few individuals ahead of Yin Xiaoxi, chose not to comment but simply quickened the collection of fees. Not qualified, next. Not qualified. In less than a minute, it was Yin Xiaoxi's turn. As she extended her hand, Li Song smiled and shook his head. Just show us. Although the spectators felt a twinge of discomfort, they said nothing. As the young girl hardly appeared to be over 12 years old, Yin Xiaoxi cheerfully nodded in agreement. As her delicate hand rose, a clear, melodious sound resonated, captivating the previously agitated crowd. The enchanting tone, produced by the movement of her martial spirit, brought tranquility to their hearts. Children around her age gazed on with wide-eyed curiosity. However, when their innocent eyes met Yin Xiaoxi's 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, they were struck with terror. Soul sect. One voice broke the silence, igniting waves of disbelief among the crowd as they looked at the young girl, whose tender features belied her formidable strength. Seeing the shock on their faces, Yin Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed slightly. She stepped forward to the entrance of Shrek Academy, adopting a posture that beckoned attention, drawing the gazes of all. Suppressing her embarrassment, she cast her gaze into the distance. Today's Soul Sect, tomorrow's Soul King, Shrek, an academy that has forged legends, diligently practicing for 6 long years. Who wouldn't aspire to attend Shrek Academy? The bewildered crowd blinked in confusion, while Hong Jun, who had followed along, wished he could find a hole to hide in. Had he known, he would not have come. Suddenly, he felt the urge to train. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the air. Well, that was spot on. From the back of the line, Lu Yi, the epitome of a social butterfly and Yin Xiaoxi's most devoted admirer, boldly took the stage. Instantly, applause and cheers erupted around him. Yin Xiaoxi, feeling the weight of social embarrassment, covered her face and attempted to slip away. However, Mubai could no longer contain himself and strode purposefully towards Lu Yi. Ignoring the crowd, he thrust Lu Yi in front of the tester, Li Song, and without hesitation, deposited 10 gold soul coins into the box, casting a disdainful look at the man with a buzz cut. You go first. I, Mubai, have no habit of owing popularity to anyone, he thought, further annoyed by the grinning man. Where had this person come from? Was he someone Yin Xiaoxi had met on her way? Regardless, that person would never enter Shrek. Just as Mubai confidently prepared to leave, he was suddenly met with a commotion behind him. Then came the remark, diligently practicing for 6 long years, who isn't striving to attend Shrek Academy? Spoken by someone who was utterly insufferable. A heavy hand clapped him on the shoulder. Hey, brother. Thanks. How many gold soul coins did you just give? I'll let Xiaoxi return it to you. Chapter 101. The arrival of the junior disciple Mubai halted his steps, his expression darkening instantaneously. Lu Yi, gritting his teeth, repeated disdainfully, seemingly finding no fault in his words. He nodded naturally, affirming his thoughts. Indeed, despite having been in this land for half a year, and possessing a considerable amount of gold soul coins, all of it had to be surrendered upon encountering Xiaoxi. Just like before, when they, the senior brothers, ventured out with Xiaoxi, they were required to relinquish all their resources beforehand. This shameless demeanor only intensified Mubai's disdain for this variable in his plans. How could someone, who was not even worthy of being a pretty boy, brazenly spend Xiaoxi's soul coins? Sensing a faint aura of hostility approaching from the side, Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. What had he done to provoke the protagonists? As a devoted fan of novels, he was technically an antagonist. But if it came down to a confrontation with the main characters, he would flip in an instant, choosing to support them instead. Yes, in the face of fate. He had no principles. He glanced towards Xiaoxi, seeking help with his eyes. What's wrong? Did I say something amiss? Xiaoxi, furrowing her brows at Mubai, shrugged in confusion. This man was notoriously unpredictable, and who could tell what had triggered his mood this time? By the way, how did you arrive? Did you also just drift into this realm while asleep? Lu Yi, who had come with a mission, felt invigorated by the topic, eager to share the tribulations he had faced. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Mubai's menacing gaze and the vigilant Hong Jun, prompting him to swallow his grievances for the time being. Hey, I sensed your need for me, so here I am. Lu Yi, shameless as ever, made Xiaoxi shake her head in exasperation, knowing this wasn't the place for idle chatter. Stop rambling. Observing the two engage in light-hearted banter. As if they shared an unspoken bond, Mubai's steps faltered. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle magnetic field began to emanate around them, creating an atmosphere that was decidedly exclusive. This sensation ignited a fury within Mubai's eyes. Who was he? Why did he stray from the established path and flaunt his presence before Xiaoxi? Reflecting on the subtle yet maddening barriers that had existed between him and Xiaoxi, Mubai's pace slowed further. Unconsciously, he distanced himself from the two engrossed in conversation. Seeing the emergence of a rival, the usually composed Hong Jun was now fidgeting with frustration. Boss, what are you doing? Hurry up. If you don't act soon, your fiancé might just run off with someone else. This statement sparked a realization in Mubai. Yes, Xiaoxi was his fiancée, and she would ultimately be his wife. No matter how insignificant this newcomer was, he could not alter the fact that Mubai was Xiaoxi's destined partner. Regaining his confidence, Mubai strode forward, his heart tightening at the sight of the two sharing laughter, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yi. Greetings, I am Mubai, Xiaoxi's fiancé. May I inquire who you are? I don't recall her ever mentioning you as a friend. By the way, thank you for relinquishing your position to my fiancé. Since you have passed the initial test, allow me to escort you to the next stage. With a smile that masked his inner thoughts, Mubai silently wished for Lu Yi to falter in the subsequent rounds of testing. Otherwise, he would ensure that Lu Yi would regret ever coming to Shrek. Lu Yi, you, fiancé? Lu Yi stared in disbelief at the man standing before him, asserting dominance. Unlike Xiaoxi, who had only a vague understanding of the narrative, Lu Yi recognized Mubai's identity the moment he laid eyes on him. He was also aware of his fiancée, Zhuqing's existence, leading him to conclude that this man was a scoundrel. The incredulous tone of Lu Yi's voice grated on Mubai's ears, his gaze sharp and accusatory. Do you have a problem with that? The intimidation in Mubai's demeanor left Lu Yi feeling paralyzed, and after a moment of trembling, he shook his head. And no, I have no objections. What could an outsider like me possibly have to say? But how could Xiaoxi be involved with the protagonists? That doesn't seem like her character at all. He subtly sought clarification from Xiaoxi with his gaze. Xiaoxi, unwilling to elaborate, slightly shook her head. Discussing the matter of substitutes was straightforward, but convincing Lu Yi, an avid reader, would be a challenge. He might even misconstrue her intentions as a desire to cling to the protagonists. Their seemingly covert exchange did not escape Mubai's notice, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. Lu Yi, feeling the chill, turned to confront Mubai's deep-set, piercing eyes, shivering slightly. Why did it feel as though this protagonist harbored an unusually intense animosity towards him? If you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead. Xiaoxi can keep me company, Lu Yi offered hesitantly. Mubai remained silent, the aura around him growing increasingly menacing. Leave? Create space for them? Hong Jun, standing behind the trio, worried that Mubai's rising ire might spill over onto him, quickly intervened with a frown. That is not acceptable. According to Academy protocol, you are both still newcomers, and we must accompany you through the assessments. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty on our part as seniors. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's face stiffened. This was disastrous. He vaguely recalled that Shrek's tests included real combat scenarios. How could he, a faux soul master with only a model spirit, possibly compete? Chapter 102, a dire predicament reflecting on the past 6 months since arriving on the continent. Lu Yi had navigated through various noble families and mercenary groups solely by the power of persuasion. Constantly on edge, he was determined to cling to the seemingly prosperous leg of his senior sister, Yin Xiaoxis. With just half a year remaining, he sought not grand victories, but a tranquil existence. As Lu Yi fawned over the two individuals who regarded him with disdain, he thought to himself, I was merely entrusted to find Xiaoxi. Whether I attend school or not is of no consequence. Thus, I propose we forego the entrance examination. Hong Jun observed the cowardice emanating from Lu Yi and felt a surge of sympathy. Was Lu Yi choosing to withdraw? Fully aware that he was no match for the leader? Everyone knew how challenging it was to enter Shrek Academy. Once admitted, one would surely rise to prominence. Yet, here he was, attempting to spare Xiaoxi any trouble. Such loyalty was truly commendable. Brother, you needn't tea. Lu Yi was cut short as Mubai shot him a glare, compelling him to firmly take his place behind him, falling silent. Mubai's gaze shifted toward Yin Xiaoxis, whose anxious expression begged for him to reconsider. He subtly moved his fingers, executing a masterful strategy of retreat as a means of advance. It was astonishing how easily Hong Jun had switched sides. Should he remain? he would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle. He could not be allowed to stay. Ah, entrusted by whom? Pray tell, what business do you have seeking my fiancée? Now that we are all present, speak plainly. Lu Yi. The implication was clear, he was being dismissed. This would not do. Stealing a glance at Mu Bai's expression, Lu Yi cautiously inquired, Ahem. What if I wish to speak with Xiaoxi privately? Mu Bai was about to refuse when Hong Jun interjected, Boss, you are the rightful partner. Be magnanimous. A brief conversation and then he will depart. This arrangement is undeniably favorable. Brother, I have created this opportunity for you. Let us settle this matter once and for all. Do not leave any room for regret in the future. Mu Bai. That is enough. Yin Xiaoxi, witnessing her junior's subservient demeanor, felt a flicker of anger. He had come to find her. What business did they have in this matter? Was it necessary for them to conspire against him, both overtly and covertly? With a swift motion, she flicked her sleeve and shot Mu Bai a disdainful glare. Lu Yi, follow me. With that, she led Lu Yi back to her chamber. Left behind, Mu Bai, feeling the sting of her disregard as she departed with another man, could no longer hide his resentment, his expression darkening as he glared at the retreating form. Investigate this individual's background. Beside him, Hong Jun, who had been feeling relieved, was now gripped by fear at Mu Bai's sudden intensity. But boss, he's just an ordinary citizen. How could he possibly have such capabilities? This is beyond the scope of normality. Mu Bai, having reined in his emotions, shook his head at the timid figure trying to diminish his presence. It's fine. Let us go and inquire with Teacher Li about our new classmate's true abilities. On the other side, the moment the door closed behind Yin Xiaoxi, Lu Yi could no longer contain himself and collapsed onto the desk exclaiming, Senior sister, I have searched for you in vain. Had I known it would be like this, I would not have come at all. When those individuals had approached him initially, their words had been so enticing. They spoke of possessing a year-long pass to roam Douluo Continent, assuring him that upon arrival, all he needed to do was deliver a message to Xiaoxi, and the rest of the time would be his own to do as he pleased, whether to assist the spirit hall or seize the protagonist's opportunities. Upon hearing this, he had thought, what a splendid opportunity. Without a second thought, he had agreed. Meeting Xiaoxi was secondary. Who could deny that opportunities were plentiful and ripe for the taking? Yet, who could have foreseen that upon his arrival, the prospects he had envisioned would be nothing but elusive? Instead of seizing grand opportunities, he found himself merely an observer. Who could comprehend the helplessness of possessing a high rank, yet lacking soul power? The frustrating reality of being capable of reaching the strength of a titled Douluo while having no soul rings whatsoever, let alone any soul skills, was unbearable. Upon first encountering Ultraman as his martial spirit, he had been filled with joy, believing he could transform. However, it soon became evident that it was all for naught. Aside from its impressive appearance, the martial spirit was utterly useless. Initially, Lu Yi had envisioned establishing a successful career while charming beautiful women, all while searching for his senior sister, Yin Xiaoxi. Yet, from the very first day on this continent, that notion had been utterly shattered. Each day was consumed with inquiries about Yin Xiaoxi's whereabouts or fervent pleas in his heart. Senior sister, Xiaoxi, where on earth are you? Your adorable and dashing junior is on the brink of starvation. His days were characterized by a relentless duality of thought and action, desperate searches by day and fervent prayers by night, constantly yearning for Yin Xiaoxi. Chapter 103, Memories for half a year, Yin Xiaoxi had been silently murmuring about Lu Yi. Now, gazing at the pouch of golden soul coins on the table and recalling his playful demeanor, she helplessly picked up the pouch and weighed it in her hand, feeling a slight sense of disparity. It seems this past half year has been quite good. Lu Yi, my junior brother, do enlighten me. What did you mean by your earlier words? And how did I end up here? Initially, she believed her crossing over was an accident, but now it seemed otherwise. The grand design behind it all felt eerily familiar. Seated in her chair, Lu Yi, with reddened eyes that belied his lack of tears, clenched his teeth and dared not meet her gaze. No, I cannot say, senior sister. Observing his demeanor, Yin Xiaoxi scoffed and heavily sat down in her chair. Even if you do not speak, I understand, is it not the master? I knew it. That omnipotent old man could not have simply passed away. Indeed, he is playing tricks on me. In her memories, her family's initial disapproval of her decision to study martial arts on the mountain had transformed unexpectedly following a visit from her master. Gradually, her parents' attitudes shifted, becoming gentler and tinged with a deliberate desire to please her. They no longer demanded perfection from her, nor did they insist on high scores in her studies. Refraining from comparisons with her peers and ceasing to enroll her in various tutoring sessions without reason. This newfound life was undeniably pleasant, and she relished it. However, such careful interactions, could they truly be considered familial affection? With this melancholy in her heart, she had questioned her master more than once, only to be met with evasive answers. The news of her parents' departure abroad plunged her into panic, prompting her to confront her master at his door, incessantly demanding to know the reason for her parents' absence. It was on that rainy night, as her parents boarded the plane, that she completely broke down. She vividly remembered that night when the rain fell with an intensity that seemed to tear the heavens asunder, pouring down in torrents as if the sky had opened a floodgate. The relentless downpour battered her, soaking her black hair against her scalp, washing away not only the remnants of her dignity, but also the fragile memories of love that had long since been frayed and connected by countless delicate threads. The warmth provided by her drenched blue school uniform could no longer sustain her forward march. Yet she continued to tread upon the shards of her shattered pride amidst the thunderous roar of the sky. With a frantic push, Yin Xiaoxi stumbled into her master's room, rainwater cascading from her hair and clothes onto the floor. Hearing the commotion, an elderly man, over 50, rose from his bed, only to be met with a sight that could have stopped his heart. A hoarse, sharp cry filled the room. "Master, what did you say to my parents? Why have they abandoned me?" Lightning illuminated the room, casting a terrifying shadow upon the disheveled girl, akin to a vengeful spirit. The wind rattled the windows as the elderly man looked on in horror, witnessing the unfolding drama. He stood rigid, seemingly petrified. He was frightened to death. At just 13, Yin Xiaoxi stared in disbelief at her master, now lifeless on the bed. Fear, terror, regret, and an endless coldness enveloped her. She had indirectly taken a life. Her eyes, like the rain, flowed uncontrollably. A piercing scream shattered the night, and the hurried footsteps of her brothers in arms echoed through the storm, a memory she would never forget. Yin Xiaoxi closed her eyes, suppressing the redness of her gaze from being seen. Was the reason they did not hold her responsible merely out of guilt? Seeing her accurately deduce the situation, Lu Yi was astonished. "Senior sister, how did you know?" He quickly covered his mouth, fearing she was merely toying with him. Upon hearing that her master was indeed alive, an amalgam of emotions stirred within Yin Xiaoxi. Was it indifference, or had her perspective broadened in this otherworldly realm? A sense of relief blossomed in her heart. "He is well." Lu Yi fell silent for a moment, abandoning his previous playful demeanor. "I'm sorry for withholding the truth that your master was not dead. Everyone on the mountain is, in a way, complicit. Yet, this was the only way to help you completely sever ties with the past and live a life unburdened." He produced a ring from his pocket and placed it on the table, a smile returning to his face. He realized why his master had sought him out. It was because he truly knew how to feign indifference. "Rest assured, senior sister, the master is in good health. When I came here 6 months ago, he seemed even more robust. This is a gift from him, along with his hope that you forget the past and embrace a new life here." Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the ring, shimmering on the table, and reached out to clasp it tightly in her hand. Is there truly no going back? Well, it matters not, for the modern world has lost much of its hold on her. As she stored the ring in her soul guide, she looked at her suddenly appearing junior brother. "What is going on with you?" Lu Yi, feeling quite aggrieved, recounted the entire story. Upon learning that her junior brother had been deceived and possessed a soul weapon that could only be observed but not utilized, Yin Xiaoxi burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Ha ha ha. How old are you? And yet you still fell for that old man's tricks. If he were truly so formidable, how could he have evaded my questions by pretending to die?" As she laughed uncontrollably, Lu Yi could only grit his teeth in frustration. "Humph, I don't care. Senior sister, for the next 6 months, I will be staying with you. The deposit has been paid. You can't back out now." With that, Lu Yi clasped his hands together, casting a mischievous glance at the golden soul coins beside Yin Xiaoxi. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Xiaoxi dismissed the coins with a casual toss. "These paltry soul coins hold no appeal for me. If you wish to stay, that is fine, but you must offer something of commercial value. I am not picky. I can do the cleaning, laundry, and cooking." Lu Yi's face fell in dismay. "No way. Senior sister, your demands are more ruthless than the masteress. Senior sister, you know I am not skilled in any of that. How about this? You probably haven't read the book about Douluo Continent. I can help you fill in the plot." Just then, having just heard from Li Song that Lu Yi had become a 32-level soul master, and intending to encourage him to continue with his assessments, she was caught off guard when she learned Mubai is not a good person. He is a scoundrel who not only has one romantic interest, but also. Chapter 104. Little Stream's defamation unable to endure any longer. Mubai forcefully pushed open Yin Xiaoxi's door. Before either of them could react, he swiftly appeared before Lu Yi, delivering a heavy punch aimed directly at his face. Let me make this clear, kid. I've tolerated you for far too long. I will reiterate, Xiaoxi is my fiancée. If I hear you slandering me in front of her again, I swear I will end you. Lu Yi, struck down by the punch, looked up at Mubai with a face full of fear. When did he arrive? Noticing Yin Xiaoxi standing nearby with a worried expression, Lu Yi gritted his teeth. Regardless of who the protagonist was, he couldn't allow his senior sister to be tormented by this scoundrel. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he spat at Mubai. Slander? Did I say anything wrong? You're nothing but a libertine, hiding behind a facade of despair. Using it as an excuse to indulge in promiscuity, Mubai's temples throbbed with fury, and his hands itched to retaliate once more. You dare to defame my reputation in front of Xiaoxi. As he spoke, his white tiger martial spirit manifested, sending the furniture in Yin Xiaoxi's room flying and shattering it into pieces. Hearing the cacophony of destruction, Yin Xiaoxi felt a pang of concern. She had intended to step in to stop the altercation, but her feet halted. It was the perfect opportunity to change rooms. Something she had been contemplating but didn't know how to approach. Now, with Mubai's outburst, the reason presented itself. Observing the chaos around her, Yin Xiaoxi interjected just as Mubai was about to unleash his soul skill. Ahem, you two have had enough. With that, her dual spirit rings appeared above her head, and her fourth soul skill, Protective Bell, instantly enveloped Lu Yi, safeguarding him from Mubai's potential fury. Fortunately, with Yin Xiaoxi's intervention, Mubai regained some semblance of reason. Although his murderous intent remained, he ultimately retracted his martial spirit. Seeing Lu Yi still taunting him from the ground, Yin Xiaoxi approached and helped him up. This guy truly had no fear. All right, you should hold your tongue. Look at him. He is only 12 years old. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have the strength. Lu Yi, reminded by her words, suddenly realized something he had overlooked. It wasn't entirely his fault. Mubai's demeanor and stature deviated from the typical 12-year-old, and even Yin Xiaoxi sometimes subconsciously disregarded his true age. After a moment of silence, Lu Yi's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he pointed at Mubai, stammering, He has transcended the narrative control of the novel. The unspoken conclusion hung in the air, and both understood the implications. Yin Xiaoxi nodded subtly. From the beginning, she had sensed something was amiss with Mubai, but lacking familiarity with the original text, she was unaware of the specifics. She had merely assumed he was a member of the protagonist group, whose cultivation speed was unusually rapid. It now seemed that he had mistakenly identified himself as Zhuqing, leading to a butterfly effect due to his accelerated soul power. Meanwhile, Mubai remained silent, his probing gaze fixed on the two, noting Lu Yi's expression of fear. Why was he afraid? Reflecting on his past life as a libertine under the guise of despair, he realized that while it did not pertain to his current self, it certainly resonated with his former life. But how could Lu Yi possibly know this? Had he inadvertently slipped through the hands of the god of time? Yin Xiaoxi, unconcerned with Mubai's ruminations, was focused on her desire to request a room change from the dean. Her tone carried an urgency. Mubai, did you come to see me for something? Dazed by the surrounding wreckage, Mubai, having shed his earlier ferocity, resembled a chastised wolf cub, obediently wagging his tail at Yin Xiaoxi. It's nothing serious. The dean heard that aside from you, someone else passed the initial test at Shrek and was curious. He asked me to exempt him from the second and third trials and directly assess his battle prowess. If it's adequate, he can stay. Confident that the dean wouldn't undermine him, Mubai invoked the name of Flender. Based on Lu Yi's assessed level, the second and third trials could indeed be bypassed. However, the fourth trial, to speak ill of him and still wish to remain? Dream on. Under the menacing gaze, Lu Yi, recalling the plot, broke into a cold sweat, furiously shaking his head at Yin Xiaoxi when Mubai was not looking. Senior sister, help me. Aware of Lu Yi's inadequate martial spirit, Yin Xiaoxi was more than willing to push him into the fire, as this situation conveniently aligned with her housing issue. There's no need for the tests. His martial spirit is compromised. I will personally explain to the dean. With that, she led Lu Yi away. Standing amidst the ruins, Mubai, enveloped in an air of chilling composure, gazed at the receding figures with a bloodthirsty smile. Have there been any updates? As soon as the words left his mouth, a dark-clad shadow guard appeared before him, kneeling on one knee, his voice devoid of emotion. Your Highness, we have only discovered that this individual appeared out of nowhere in the Tiando Imperial City 6 months ago, subsequently masquerading as a fortune-teller among various noble families. No one knows his origins. No one knows his origins? He appeared out of thin air? Mubai chuckled sinisterly, retrieving the golden soul coin pouch that Lu Yi had forgotten amidst the chaos. If there are no records of this person, then he should not exist in this world. The shadow guard trembled slightly. Understood. After a brief pause, he inquired, the Grand Prince has been making frequent moves in Shingluo. Should we issue a warning? Upon hearing this, Mubai's hand hesitated. Elder brother? Although he understood that he should not show mercy to Davis at this juncture, the trials of his former life still weighed on him. He waved his hand at the shadow guard. No need to concern yourself. Restore this place. Chapter 105. Persuasion. On the other side, Yin Xiaoxis, accompanied by Lu Yi, searched high and low around Shrek until they finally located Flinder outside a secluded house. Gazing at the dean leisurely reclining on a lounge chair, Yin Xiaoxis felt a wave of despair wash over her. In contrast, Lu Yi, upon encountering the legendary hawk-nosed figure, was instantly filled with exhilaration. The distinctive features truly were extraordinary. As a mere mortal, Lu Yi boldly approached Flinder, scrutinizing his facial features up close. Meanwhile, Flinder, feigning sleep, was inwardly exasperated. He had come to this quiet spot to escape the affairs of newcomers, only to find that Yin Xiaoxis, devoid of any discernment, had led someone directly to him. It would have been one thing if they had left upon seeing him asleep. Did they not realize how unethical it was to disturb a peaceful slumber? Feeling uncomfortable under Lu Yi's intense gaze, Flinder's irritation grew. Still looking? Is this a staring contest? He furrowed his brow, pretending to awaken, rubbing the corners of his eyes. Lu Yi, who was naturally a bit brash, dashed away at the first sign of Flinder stirring, leaving Yin Xiaoxis momentarily dumbfounded. Upon noticing Flinder standing behind her, a silent eye roll escaped Yin Xiaoxis. Who did he think he was fooling, trying to hide behind her? With such a large frame, he was merely deceiving himself. Now sitting upright, Flinder observed the two with bemusement. When their eyes met, he appeared genuinely puzzled by the unfolding scene. Xiaoxi, what brings you here? And this individual behind you, is he new? With a sense of seriousness, he donned the glasses hanging from his neck. And once he sensed Lu Yi's spirit master level, he couldn't help but nod approvingly. Well, his strength is commendable, but the day seems early. Has he already passed the Academy's assessment? Flinder scrutinized Lu Yi, noting no injuries or torn clothing, which piqued his curiosity. Have you both passed the entrance examination? He then glanced uncertainly at Yin Xiaoxis, who also appeared unscathed. Could it be that Mubai had gone easy on them because Xiaoxi was involved? Yet, their garments were spotless. It seemed he would need to have a word with Mubai soon. Noticing Flinder's inquisitive gaze, Yin Xiaoxis shivered slightly, disregarding the figure behind her, and stepped forward assertively. We didn't participate in the examination. Flinder's expression morphed into one of astonishment as he turned to Lu Yi. Could he possibly be a support-type spirit master? Surely not. Is Shrek becoming a haven for support classes? Faced with Flinder's anxious remarks, Yin Xiaoxis couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. No, it's just that. She explained the reason behind Lu Yi's inability to wield his spirit due to damage, hoping to clarify matters for Flinder. Intrigued, Flinder beckoned Lu Yi closer. Come here. I want to see just how severely your spirit is damaged that you can't even use your soul abilities. Understanding Flinder's intent, Yin Xiaoxis pulled the reluctant Lu Yi forward. Acting tough, are we? Just a moment ago, you were quite enthusiastic. Now you're playing the loyal knight. Reluctantly approaching, Lu Yi awkwardly greeted Flinder. Good, Dean. I am Lu Yi. After uttering his name, he fell silent, embodying the demeanor of a socially anxious individual, prompting Yin Xiaoxis, who understood his nature, to wish she could give him a kick. Very well. Flinder stood solemnly, grasping Lu Yi's wrist. A surge of soul power flowed from his fingers into Lu Yi's body. Upon feeling the overwhelming soul energy within Lu Yi, Flinder was taken aback. This was not the level of a mere spirit master. Focusing his mind, he directed his soul energy toward Lu Yi's dantian. Upon observing Lu Yi's spirit, Flinder's expression shifted. What is this oddity? With a hint of confusion, he began to probe the rather peculiar humanoid spirit, devoid of any soul energy fluctuations. Strangely, regardless of how he attempted to envelop, transmit, or repair it, the spirit remained utterly inert, akin to a lifeless entity. Flender opened his eyes in frustration, shaking his head at the bewildered Louis. Are you certain your spirit is merely damaged? If it truly were, the extent of the damage is quite serious. Were it not for the ample soul energy he sensed within Louis, he might have doubted that this was not some elaborate trap set by Yin Xiaoxi. Feeling the pressure of Flender's inquiry, Louis grew anxious. Had he been exposed? That shouldn't be possible. After just one encounter, how could his condition be revealed? With a heavy heart, he nodded. Yes, it's damaged, I suppose. Flender grimaced at his uncertain reply, feeling a headache coming on. He reclined back in his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Xiaoxi. He had suspected that with Xiaoxi and Mu by seeking him out, there could be no good news. Just tell me directly, what are you two here for? To waste my time? Let me make one thing clear. I cannot assist with your spirit. Whether it can be restored is uncertain. Given the unpredictable nature of such spirits, even if my level were higher, if you cannot pass Shrek's entrance examination, you are not welcome. As he spoke, he resumed leisurely rocking in his recliner. This clear dismissal would have sent most people scurrying away, but Yin Xiaoxi was unperturbed. Ah, Dean, we understand all that. We're not here to seek any special favors. At Yin Xiaoxi's earnest flattery, Flender discreetly opened one eye. Not here for special favors? Flender eyed the two, and upon meeting Yin Xiaoxi's sincere gaze, he felt a twinge of doubt. He turned to Louis, who was nodding vigorously beside her, stroking his chin in contemplation. Oh, then what do you need from me? Here to amuse yourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Xiaoxi leapt to defend herself. Of course not. You see, Louis recently encountered a mishap in the Stardow Forest, resulting in his spirit being unusable. Since we are somewhat acquainted, it would be unkind of me to turn him away while he is so alone and vulnerable. How about this? Let him stay for 6 months. If, after that period, he still cannot pass Shrek's examination, I will sever ties with him myself and expel him from Shrek. What do you think? Fearing Flender's refusal, Yin Xiaoxi deftly produced a substantial bag of gold soul coins from her spirit tool, presenting it to Flender. She estimated it contained at least 200 coins. Her unexpected generosity left both Louis and Flender wide-eyed. Louis had always thought Yin Xiaoxi refrained from accepting his gold soul coins out of reluctance to part with them. But now it seemed she simply looked down upon his meager assets. This sudden realization brought tears to his eyes. Flender's gaze shifted back and forth between Louis and the bag of coins. 6 months? This deal is quite favorable. Shrek has plenty of vacant rooms. And as for food, it's merely a matter of accommodating an extra mouth. Not a problem at all. With a grand gesture, he snatched the heavy bag from Yin Xiaoxi's hands, grinning broadly as he weighed its contents. All right, it's settled then. Seeing Flender in such good spirits, Yin Xiaoxi quickly seized the opportunity to broach the subject of changing rooms. Chapter 106, Settling Down Changing Houses? But isn't your current one just fine? Why the need for a change? Faced with Flender's astonishment, Yin Xiaoxi instinctively closed her mouth, realizing her honesty was misplaced. Reflecting on the ambiguous glances she had received from across the street recently, her eyes flickered with mischief. After all, whether it was the furniture being overturned or the roof being lifted, the outcome would be somewhat similar. Determined to play a trick on Mubai, Yin Xiaoxi turned her head away, feigning a look of immense grievance, delicately wiping the air beneath her eyes with her hand. Eager to experience the thrill of playing the victim. Director, please don't blame Mubai. He only intended to help confirm the situation with Lu Yi's martial spirit, and, well, he lost control for a moment and accidentally lifted my roof. But now, that house is utterly uninhabitable, so, Flanders, now petrified, wore an expression of profound indignation. One could easily mistake the situation for a matter of life and death. What did you say? That little rascal lifted the roof. This is disastrous. The place is rented. If the house is ruined, how much will he have to compensate? His voice echoed with an intensity that could shake the heavens. Leaving Yin Xiaoxi momentarily dazed. As she nodded in a daze, she witnessed the once calm and cheerful director roll up his sleeves and dash toward her house with fervor. A stifled laugh escaped from nearby. Ignoring it, Yin Xiaoxi blinked, perplexed by Flanders' sudden haste. What is he rushing off to do? The show can't go on if the audience leaves. That would leave me in a rather awkward position. Glancing back at Louis, who seemed to revel in her misfortune, Yin Xiaoxi clenched her fists, gesturing in a threatening manner. Little junior brother, you better keep quiet, otherwise, With that, she hurriedly followed the almost frantic Flanders. Upon arriving at her house, she spotted Flanders and Mubai emerging from within. The sight of the two together made her heartbeat quicken, causing her steps to falter. She had never anticipated that the usually indifferent director would be so anxious upon hearing about her house's condition. Had she known, she wouldn't have exaggerated the situation. She wondered if the parties involved were aware of her complaint. Casting a discreet glance at the composed Mubai, a weight lifted slightly from her heart. He didn't seem angry, indicating he might not yet be aware of the predicament. With a smile, she approached, intending to separate the two and perhaps give Flanders a piece of her mind. Yet, before she could steady herself, Flanders' ghostly voice broke the silence. Xiaoxi, you arrived just in time. Did you not say that Mubai lifted your roof? Upon meeting Mubai's calm yet penetrating gaze, Yin Xiaoxi's smile froze. The embarrassment of being exposed made her wish to flee the planet. She shouldn't have come. This was tantamount to public execution. No, she mustn't admit to anything. Hee, director. You must have misheard. I was referring to the furniture inside. Her defense was feeble, but what choice did she have? The evidence stood before them, and no amount of twisting could change the reality. As soon as the words left her lips, Flanders regarded her with a look of incredulity. Do you think I have poor hearing or memory? To boldly slander me like this, I must say, you are quite the character. Under the weight of Flanders' gaze, Yin Xiaoxi dared not speak further. The pressure from her mentor's lineage was overwhelming. And no, she shot a desperate look at Lu Yi, silently pleading for assistance. Hurry. This is an emergency. Lu Yi, lost in self-hypnosis, murmured to himself, I see nothing, I hear nothing. Seeing this, Yin Xiaoxi felt her teeth nearly grind to dust. She glared at Lu Yi, who feigned ignorance, and declared, help me distract the director, and I will cover your expenses for the next 6 months. Lu Yi's demeanor quickly shifted, and a smile of servitude emerged as he raised his hand. No problem. Just as Flanders was about to reprimand Yin Xiaoxi, Lu Yi stepped forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Greetings, esteemed director. As the first employer to pay a hefty sum for a rental, could you kindly inform me which room is mine? Flanders' fury abated. Educating Yin Xiaoxi could wait. But this opportunity for gold soul coins was fleeting. I'll take you there right away. Without hesitation, Flanders transformed into a loyal aide, leading Lu Yi to his luxurious suite. Once they departed, Yin Xiaoxi gradually turned, sighing in relief when she confirmed they were out of sight. However, to Mubai, her demeanor appeared as if she were longing for her departing lover, causing his expression to grow stern. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the sun, and a cold breeze swept through. Yin Xiaoxi looked up, perplexed by the impending storm. They say June weather is unpredictable. It seems September is no less capricious. A deep voice came from behind her. Indeed, it is quite changeable. A warm breath grazed her ear, prompting Yin Xiaoxi to instinctively recoil, only to find her waist ensnared by hands that restricted her movement. As she contemplated whether to free herself from his grasp, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Do you like that fellow named Lu Yi? Is changing houses a ploy to live with him? Mubai leaned his chin on her shoulder, tilting his head to observe the fine hairs on her cheek. Those delicate strands, though short, danced whimsically in the wind, mirroring her own fleeting nature. Suddenly, Mubai's gaze darkened, as if he wished to consume her whole, his pupils reflecting a struggle deep within. Chapter 107, The Failed House Exchange embraced tightly by Mubai. Yin Xiaoxi felt as though she were ensnared by a venomous serpent, an unshakable chill enveloping her entire being. Uncomfortably, she reached down to pry away the overly intimate hand encircling her waist, yet found herself unable to budge it. With no other recourse, she gently patted Mubai's hand. What could she say? Release my hand. Just take a look. After that ruckus you just caused, is there any way my room is still habitable? At her words, Mubai paused, his gaze meeting Yin Xiaoxi's resolute eyes. The emotion swirling in his depths resembled a thawing lake, suddenly stirred by the slightest ripple. Was it truly just that simple? Yin Xiaoxi nodded with unwavering certainty. How could it be otherwise? Although she desired to switch rooms, the distinction between requesting a change and being compelled to do so was utterly negligible in her eyes. Gazing down at the hand encircling her waist, she noticed Mubai seemed to have developed an addiction to holding her, showing no intention of relinquishing his grasp. Growing increasingly anxious, she implored, please let go of me. I still need to find a new place. I must discover a suitable room and tidy it up. Time was of the essence. In response to Yin Xiaoxi's struggles, Mubai did not insist. He loosened his grip, although not entirely, as his fingers shifted to entwine with hers. Looking up at Mubai's tender smile, Yin Xiaoxi attempted to shake off his hand, but to no avail. Rest assured, Xiaoxi, you have only just become accustomed to this room. How could I possibly allow you to change? The weight of his words momentarily rendered Yin Xiaoxi speechless. What did he mean? Her room was in tatters, devoid of even a bed, and he expected her to continue residing there? No matter how soundly she slept, She could not possibly rest on a floor in disarray. Raising her hand to gesture towards the room, she questioned, uncertain if she had correctly interpreted his words. So you mean, you want me to continue living there? Believing she understood his intent, Mubai nodded enthusiastically like an eager puppy, pleased with himself. Xiaoxi, let me show you the current state of your room. Yin Xiaoxi felt darkness envelop her as she approached the closed door. Glancing back at Mubai's handsome, confident visage, she trudged toward the uninhabitable room with a sense of resignation. She grimaced inwardly, contemplating the necessity of inspecting the situation. Then promptly making her way to his room to replicate his setup, pushing the door open with gritted teeth. Yin Xiaoxi was taken aback upon seeing an exact replica of her previous furnishings within. What was going on? This wasn't a game. How could it possibly have refreshed? The dream of changing rooms lay shattered as she stepped inside, at a loss for words. As she drew nearer, it became evident that this was not merely a refresh. Though the furniture bore an uncanny resemblance to her former pieces, they were brand new, crafted from superior materials. Realizing this, she turned to Mubai, who was leaning against the doorframe with an air of self-assurance. These are all. Before she could finish her sentence, Mubai confidently tossed his hair, believing himself to be charming. Shoo, Xiaoxi, I know you are deeply moved right now, but do try to temper your emotions. The road ahead is long, and I worry for your heart. Overwhelmed by his words, Yin Xiaoxi's inner monologue screamed for help. She truly needed a bottle of shampoo. With a forced smile that barely concealed her irritation, she replied, Well, I truly am. Too. Thank you. Your fiery and greasy assault is much appreciated. With her thoughts of changing rooms extinguished, Yin Xiaoxi slumped onto her bed after sending Mubai away. She retrieved the ring gifted by Louis from her soul guide, scrutinizing it closely. The ring's exterior was undeniably extravagant, shimmering with brilliance, yet it appeared somewhat counterfeit, resembling a trinket procured from a bargain website. Shaking her head, Yin Xiaoxi examined the silver ring with the scrutiny of a jewelry appraiser, turning it over repeatedly as if attempting to discern its hidden beauty, yet ultimately concluding that her lack of discernment rendered her unable to identify its uniqueness. What a tremendous effort. Merely to have Louis send an ordinary ring. What on earth was the old man thinking? In a final act of desperation, Yin Xiaoxi, clinging to a glimmer of hope, sliced her finger with her soul power, attempting to perform the classic blood oath. As the crimson droplet fell onto the silver band, it resoundingly declared that her efforts were in vain. She had engaged in a futile endeavor. Frustrated, Yin Xiaoxi glared at her still bleeding finger, her irritation escalating. Summoning her soul ring, she activated Jinling. The bell's chime ceased almost instantaneously, as if it too were exasperated by the situation. The resting Shuangfu Ling seemed to express its disbelief, declaring, Enough already. Just be angry without involving me. Chapter 108, The Unreliable Little Gold. The irritable twin floating bell, brimming with maximum rage, floated before Yin Xiaoxi. Upon hearing its voice laced with grievance and accusation, Yin Xiaoxi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She was certain that if the twin floating bell were anthropomorphized, it would be standing with hands on its hips, pouting fiercely, and vociferously pointing a finger at her, rather than adorning a transparent shell and employing the softest, most endearing tones to evoke her sympathy to the point of self-reproach. She wished she could slap the version of herself from a minute ago. Ahem. Clearing her throat tactically, Yin Xiaoxi feigned ignorance, wearing a smile that was meant to be placating while glancing quizzically at the twin floating bell. What is the matter? Very well. She decided to relinquish this hot potato. The twin floating bell lamented, It's nothing. Woe is me. Xiaoxi has turned bad, no longer the adorable, kind, and beautiful Xiaoxi who treated me so well. In its despondency, the twin floating bell longed to return to better times. At that moment, a faint glow emanated from a ring Yin Xiaoxi had carelessly tossed onto the corner of the bed. Instantly, the twin floating bell seemed to be drawn toward the ring, drifting straight toward it. With a melodic chime, the ring began to gracefully float above the quilt. Yin Xiaoxi, standing by the bed, was instantly filled with excitement. It's reacting. It's reacting. Indeed, the old man does not deceive. This item is certainly not a low-quality product. Filled with hope, she observed the two floating objects. 1 hour later, having remained silent for fear of disturbing the twin floating bell, Yin Xiaoxi lay on her side, staring vacantly into the air. Ah, how boring, she pondered. What could the twin floating bell be discerning as it floated around that ring, up and down, left and right? Yawning in boredom, she mused, So, what is the verdict? This ring truly seems oblivious. Does it think merely gazing at it for an hour is sufficient? It is a divine-level soul weapon, even if it is but a bud yet to bloom. Being scrutinized from every angle by the twin floating bell should elicit some form of shyness. Is this ring made of wood? Or does it perhaps favor temperamental beings? If the ring is disobedient, it is likely due to indulgence. A good reprimand should suffice, and if that fails, then a few more should do the trick. Hearing Yin Xiaoxi's inner thoughts, the twin floating bell interjected, Xiaoxi, this ring is rather peculiar. The bewildered tone of the twin floating bell caused Yin Xiaoxi's expression to fracture. She felt as if she had been deceived. Stammering in disbelief, she asked, just peculiar? After a moment of silence, the twin floating bell shyly brought the ring closer to Yin Xiaoxi, equally perplexed. Yes, it is quite strange. This ring feels strangely familiar to me, yet in my memories, it shouldn't be a ring. Why even bother asking her? Yin Xiaoxi had completely lost hope in the twin floating bell. She gazed out the window at the setting sun, observing the wisps of white smoke rising in the distance. Shouldn't it be time for dinner? I wonder how the cafeteria's dishes are today. Heaven bless, there must be meat tonight. Just as Yin Xiaoxi was mentally requesting a hearty dinner, the twin floating bell's startled voice rang out. Right. Startled. Yin Xiaoxi quickly turned to see the twin floating bell had done something, causing the ring, which resembled mere ornamentation, to suddenly illuminate. It then appeared to disintegrate. And a phantom emerged above the ring. In the next moment, the phantom transformed into a mist, disregarding the twin floating bell's outer shell, and surged toward its golden core. The golden light vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant crimson glow. With a thud, the ring fell, leaving Yin Xiaoxi wide-eyed and blinking in astonishment. She was utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. Gazing at the proud, crimson twin floating bell floating in mid-air, she realized that coaxing it into explaining was clearly futile. With a soft sigh, she approached and picked up the fallen ring, inquiring, what just happened? Compelled to respond, the little red bell sensed Yin Xiaoxi's anxiety and spoke soothingly. Do not worry, it is unharmed. Yin Xiaoxi was unconvinced. If it's fine, then why did it suddenly go offline? The twin floating bell floated forward unsteadily. As if tipsy, eager to take a closer look at the ring in Yin Xiaoxi's hand. Alarmed, she hastily withdrew the ring into her soul guide device. Little Gold was already in trouble. If anything happened to it again, whom could she turn to? Unperturbed by Yin Xiaoxi's withdrawal, the twin floating bell spoke with an unusual seriousness. Mistress, what you hold is not a ring, but a soul bone. Yin Xiaoxi regarded the twin floating bell skeptically. Are you being truthful? Do you think I am that easily deceived? How else could it have uttered such a clumsy falsehood? A soul bone? She had never seen a soul beast bone that resembled this. Chapter 109. The delightful feedback. Upon hearing the complaints, the double floating bell paused momentarily. Mediocre. It's not so easy to deceive. Double floating bell exclaimed, noticing Yin Xiaoxi's animated gestures. Master, I assure you, I have not deceived you. The ring you possess is indeed a soul bone. However, this particular soul bone is quite unique. Seemingly formed from a soul bone embryo and a substantial gathering of soul power. The soul power is principally divided into 3 portions, of which 2 have been extracted by some secret method, yet the extractor did not utilize that power, leaving the soul bone intact but unable to maintain its original state. Oh, Yin Xiaoxi nodded, appearing perplexed. What on earth? How can a soul bone ring have so much backstory? I hope it doesn't turn out to be. Since you have absorbed me, you shall bear my great vengeance. She sighed. This is the mysterious continent, not the supernatural continent. And what does this have to do with Zhuqing? Feeling the turbulence of soul power within, Double Floating Bell couldn't help but marvel. Truly, this one possesses formidable fortune. It is of little consequence. It merely inadvertently extracted the final portion of soul power from the soul bone. Suddenly receiving such an abundance of soul power, it naturally requires time to absorb it. I shall partake in this as well shortly, Master. You should prepare too. The soul power we receive will manifest within you. With that, Double Floating Bell seamlessly entered Yin Xiaoxi's body. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxi stood in shock, unable to regain her composure. What a revelation! This is astonishing. It is not the first time I have learned that Double Floating Bell, as a martial soul, also requires soul power. Yet, it is indeed the first time I realize it can cultivate and absorb soul power. It seems I am truly the chosen one destined to take it easy. With this thought, Yin Xiaoxi floated out the door. Upon entering the dining hall, she encountered Mubai and the others, who had just arrived. And her eyes fell upon the braised pork she had longed for, instantly elevating her mood. As they all sat together at the table, laughing and enjoying their meal, Yin Xiaoxi, who was devouring the meat, received feedback from Double Floating Bell. In mere moments, while chewing a piece of meat, the level 46 Yin Xiaoxi experienced a sudden elevation in her powers. The table fell silent, all eyes turned towards her with expressions of bewilderment. Just as Louis entered Shrek Academy, he noticed everyone staring at Yin Xiaoxi and, following suit, looked over as well. However, unlike the others, who were genuinely astonished, he saw her blindly grabbing meat with her chopsticks on the table. Red June was the first to regain his senses, thinking along the same lines as Louis. Glancing at the table and exclaiming, "Where's my meat?" His thunderous shout jolted everyone back to reality. Yet, Mubai and Oscar were not focused on the table but rather on Yin Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, have you just broken through? Is this truly a breakthrough to Soul Master? Must it be so casual?" Even Yin Xiaoxi herself was taken aback by the ease of her breakthrough. It was indeed effortless. A delightful sensation that flowed seamlessly. "Hee, it seems so. Level 47 now," she declared, promptly joining the meat-grabbing frenzy. She noticed that Lu Yi, indeed, had inherited the teachings of her unworthy master well, forgetting about her the moment food was present. In the ensuing time, Yin Xiaoxi occasionally received feedback from Double Floating Bell, causing the expressions of her Shrek companions to grow increasingly peculiar. They understood that breaking through while sleeping was one thing, but witnessing a breakthrough while dining was another. Who could explain this phenomenon? Was it the manner in which he engaged in conversation that was different from theirs? Why did such fortune not befall them? In the latest turn of events, Yin Xiaoxi achieved yet another breakthrough. Apologies, I have been somewhat silent of late. Chapter 110, New Realm 6 months later. The first rays of morning sunlight cascaded down upon the earth, spreading its golden brilliance in all directions. In the bed, Yin Xiaoxi, who had tirelessly battled the soul sect like an ethereal orchid throughout the night, slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a breath. She had finally succeeded. Ever since the soul power feedback from the twin floating bells began to accumulate within her body a month ago, ceasing to increase in rank, she had dedicated herself to relentless training, striving to break through her bottleneck. Today marked the 1 month and 5 days since she embarked on her quest to attain the rank of Soul King. In that moment of triumph, Yin Xiaoxi collapsed onto her bed as if burdened by an immense weight, reflecting on 2 weeks prior, when Mubai, upon learning of her pursuit to reach the Soul King level, had unyieldingly insisted on hunting soul beasts together. Her pressure had undeniably intensified. This breakthrough was ostensibly for herself. Yet it was also, in truth, a means to provide closure to someone special. The burden of impeding another's progress and the unexplainable pressure it engendered had finally been released at this moment. Exhausted, Yin Xiaoxi turned over, gazing at the dimly lit sky outside as she closed her eyes. At that instant, a sudden wave of energy surged from the twin floating bells within her. After absorbing the soul power, the twin floating bells regained their awareness of the external world. A stream of delightful energy flowed from her. But she immediately sensed her less than optimal physical state. In that moment, the originally radiant golden twin floating bells dimmed at a visible pace, only to reignite a second later. Though the dimness lasted but a second, it was still noticed by Xiao Hong, who inquired with concern, what happened? Meanwhile, the usually cheerful Xiao Jin was unusually silent. Escaping from Yin Xiaoxi's body, they settled in a corner of the room, erecting layer upon layer of protective barriers around themselves to avoid disturbing the slumbering Yin Xiaoxi. "Xiao Hong, I regret my decision," came a nonsensical remark before Xiao Hong could comprehend. The area around the twin floating bells erupted with a fierce wind. Yet, the room remained eerily quiet, as the intertwining golden and crimson lights of the protective barrier twisted infinitely in the corner, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting, while the rest of the room was shrouded in darkness. Just as the barrier was about to explode, 2 beams of light swiftly entered Yin Xiaoxi's brow. Beneath her, murky brown energies rapidly divided into a red and gold taiji diagram, and as the diagram formed, the twin floating bells in the corner split apart, hovering above Yin Xiaoxi at the center of the taiji. A realm, both sacred and infernal, manifested beneath her. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that within these 2 colors, which should not be tainted, there was a mutual acceptance of each other's presence, thereby diminishing their own brilliance. The emergence of this new realm seemed to have no effect on Yin Xiaoxi, who lay on the bed. At the moment the realm dissipated, a surge of light radiated from Xiao Jin, purifying the sleeping Yin Xiaoxi, eliciting a gentle smile that graced her lips as she vanished into the distance. Upon awakening, Yin Xiaoxi languidly sat up. Oh, what a wonderfully refreshing slumber. Stretching her neck, she glanced at the sky, feeling a twinge of confusion. This couldn't be right. Had she truly only slept for 3 hours? "Xiaoxi, you're awake." Upon hearing that soft, melodious voice, Yin Xiaoxi felt as if she had been transported to another world, her heart swelling with joy. "The twin floating bells, you have awakened too? How delightful." For the past 6 months, aside from the occasional response from Xiao Hong, the twin floating bells had seemed to lose their very essence. And while it was said to be training, she felt unconscious would be a more accurate description. Hearing that voice now was akin to rediscovering a long-lost treasure. She spread her arms wide, enveloping the twin floating bells in her soul power and bringing them forth from within. In that moment, as the golden and crimson radiance intertwined, the realm that had previously been suppressed and unfinished fully unfolded. At the center of the taiji, Yin Xiaoxi instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand. Gazing in at the two twin floating bells that occupied the taiji's eye, as dazzling as the sun, her mouth agape in astonishment. What is happening? Has it divided? Responding to her unvoiced thoughts, Xiaojin's playful laughter echoed from above. Not quite, Xiaoxi. This is the new realm we generated after absorbing the soul power from the soul bone. Within this realm, you can assume the role of a powerful general. As she spoke, the realm beneath Yin Xiaoxi was fully realized. Yin Xiaoxi surveyed the surroundings. One side represented a golden territory symbolizing purity, while the other embodied a hellish domain signifying malevolence. An inexplicable sense of danger coursed through her. Yet, the two sides remained divided by the taiji, neither daring to encroach upon the other's domain. What is this? Before she could inquire further, a description of the realm materialized in her mind. Yin-Yang Realm, beginner, a self-created battlefield realm, capable of upgrading. Beginner Yin Realm description. Individuals entering this realm will face judgment from malevolent spirits, where the enemy's speed is restricted, and their soul power will deplete, the extent of which depends on their speed. If an enemy is bound by the malevolent spirits, their soul power consumption will double. If not bound, they may disregard the realm. Note: all individuals trapped in this realm will possess 0 defense. Beginner Yang Realm description, a nemesis to dark attributes. Should a dark attribute individual enter this realm, they will be purified, and their soul power will be depleted. Allies entering this realm will experience a 50 increase in soul power, with 60 enhancements to attack, speed, defense, and mental prowess. Note: the soul power consumed by this realm is provided by the martial soul itself. Please use it cautiously. I extend my gratitude to everyone for your recent encouragement and support. I hereby promise that this book will maintain daily updates starting today until its conclusion. Chapter 111. The heart speaks otherwise upon witnessing the invulnerability of the shadow realm and the supportive capabilities of the light realm. Yin Xiaoxi felt as if she were lost in a dream, overwhelmed by an undeniable sense of surrealism. Did she truly deserve such a domain? However, upon reading the final note of caution, she found affirmation. It was indeed hers. The familiar formula, the familiar illusion. The very things disparaged by the protagonist and deemed unworthy of the supporting characters would ultimately be bestowed upon her as if they were mere refuse. Was she to be a mere recycling station for discarded treasures? Setting aside the immense soul power within the dual floating bell, and considering its stringent requirements for absorbing soul power, would she dare to employ it so recklessly? Her initial excitement quickly subdued. Yin Xiaoxi pondered the longevity of the realm's influence. As her thoughts crystallized, the embryonic form of the domain dissipated, merging the dual floating bell into one, with Xiaojin subduing the eager voice of Xiaohong within. Xiaoxi, you need not worry. Our soul power statistics differ. Once you ascend to divinity, we shall absorb the soul power of the continent. With our current energy, the domain can sustain itself for 6 days, Xiaojin assured her. Yin Xiaoxi nodded, realization dawning upon her. Ah, so it is only after ascending that this domain can be fully utilized. This implied that prior to her ascension, she should cherish this gift. Given that the dual floating bell had only just awakened, she could not bear to dampen its youthful spirit. Thus, she feigned astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow! This domain is undoubtedly my most formidable trump card." Indeed, upon being labeled a trump card, the dual floating bell radiated with childlike glee, circling around Yin Xiaoxi in joyous delight. Sweetly, it inquired, "Xiaoxi, since I am so powerful, can I arrange for the soul ring this time? I have never had control over it before." Faced with the dual floating bell's plaintive tone, augmented by the returning buff, Yin Xiaoxi found herself utterly defenseless against its plea. Without a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. "What's the harm? It's merely a soul ring. It's yours. Just let me know when it's ready." After all, in this matter, should the dual floating bell lead her astray, it would be equally detrimental to itself. Thus, whether it was Xiaojin or Xiaohong managing the operation, Yin Xiaoxi felt at ease, knowing that any delays would merely be due to inexperience. Upon receiving her consent, the dual floating bell spun jubilantly in the air. "Wow, Xiaoxi is amazing. The dual floating bell adores you." Such heartfelt words were indeed melodious to her ears. Yin Xiaoxi felt a swell of warmth within her heart. At that moment, even if the dual floating bell were to take an additional month, she would express no discontent. The pressure she faced was trivial in comparison to her current state of mind. Shortly thereafter, the dual floating bell returned, content to plan the soul ring's affairs. Yin Xiaoxi, meanwhile, prepared to step outside and explain her circumstances to Mubai. After all, he had waited for her for quite some time, and now, due to her personal reasons, the hunt for the soul ring would be delayed by several days. Understanding would be ideal, and if that proved impossible, a mere explanation would be a matter of mutual respect. Rising to her feet, she reached the door just as a knock echoed through the air. Yin Xiaoxi paused, her curiosity piqued. Who could that be? What a coincidence! As she opened the door, a shadow darted into her embrace. Before she could react to push them away, a wave of dampness enveloped her shoulder, followed by a husky, trembling voice. Senior sister, hearing Lu Yi's voice laced with tears, Yin Xiaoxi's hand instinctively fell upon his back, soothing him gently. It reminded her of the times when Lu Yi first arrived on the mountain, longing for home and unable to suppress his tears. She would always offer her shoulder for comfort. However, the circumstances now were markedly different. With thoughts of the soul skills on this continent and the inhuman physical enhancements, anxiety surged within her as she gently pulled Lu Yi back, checking him for injuries. Upon confirming he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell your senior sister, and I shall help you retaliate. After all, her little brother, her childhood companion, must not be easily oppressed by anyone from another realm. Yet, recalling Lu Yi's interactions over the past half-year with the Shrek group, she hesitated. It wasn't that she was unwilling. It simply felt improbable, though Lu Yi had not demonstrated formidable strength. His unique ideas and formidable combat skills had clearly earned him the respect of Asuka and Hong Jun. Those two would never dare to bully him. Their loyalty had grown to the extent that they nearly conspired to support him as their leader in defiance of Mubai. Even Mubai, who had shown little fondness for Lu Yi, had not isolated him during this time. Upon learning of Lu Yi's damaged martial soul, he would certainly not stoop to the disgraceful act of bullying him. Amidst his quiet sobs, Lu Yi nestled deeper into Yin Xiaoxi's embrace. His cheeks flushed as he murmured shyly, "It's nothing much, really. I just dreamed of returning to the modern world and saw my sister kneeling before our parents' memorial, which startled me awake." Yin Xiaoxi paused, a mix of amusement and melancholy washing over her. Returning time truly flies. No wonder Lu Yi had been increasingly clingy lately, whispering reminders for her to be cautious in the future. It dawned on her that he was aware his time here was limited and wished to spend as much as possible with her, sharing strategies for navigating this world. Gently patting Lu Yi's back, she feigned ignorance to his shyness, embodying the role of a nurturing elder sister as she whispered soothingly, "Do not fear. Dreams are but illusions." In that moment, Lu Yi, who had felt a constant state of fear since arriving in this realm, found an unparalleled sense of tranquility in Yin Xiaoxi's embrace. The two held each other tightly, as if facing an impending farewell, an unspoken sorrow enveloping them both. All of this unfolded within the confines of a slightly ajar window across the way. Chapter 112. The voice control. After Lu Yi departed, Yin Xiaoxi gazed at the closed door of Mubai's room, her heart filled with uncertainty. Was he even inside? Having resolved to postpone the hunt for the soul ring, it was best to clarify things with Mubai as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Yin Xiaoxi approached the door. Knock, knock, knock. She stood outside, knocking for a while, but received no response. Assuming no one was home, she turned to leave. Just then, Mubai's hoarse voice echoed from within. Who is it? What an incredibly alluring voice. It was undeniable that Yin Xiaoxi was entranced. As a low-level aesthetic admirer, a mid-level hand enthusiast, and a high-level voice aficionado, Mubai's voice, deep and magnetic like a young man waking at dawn, was a balm to her ears. Swallowing hard, her voice softened involuntarily. It's me, Xiaoxi. Are you available now?" Before Mubai could respond, her courage began to wane. Had she been too hasty? Although they usually had early classes at this hour, interrupting him felt inappropriate. She thought it best to retreat. After all, hearing such a delightful voice made her wish to indulge in a fantasy for just a moment longer. If she were to see Mubai in person now, it could shatter that illusion. "Well, if you're busy, that's perfectly fine. I don't have anything urgent. Perhaps I can come back later?" As she spoke, a hint of confusion played at the corners of her mouth, and she turned to leave. But Mubai, upon hearing her intent to depart, felt a surge of urgency. Knowing he should have acted less reserved earlier, he resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. In a flash, the figure that had been lounging under the covers was now at the door. With a creak, the door swung open, halting Yin Xiaoxi's retreat. "Oh dear. My little puppy," the innocent youth who would sweetly call out sister in bed. As she turned, her fantasies shattered like delicate bubbles. leaving her feeling unexpectedly melancholic for the unformed image of the petulant youth in her mind. With a heavy sigh, she felt a tug on her hand as Mubai stepped forward, as if fearing her departure. As long as it's you, Xiaoxi, it can never be inconvenient. This is your exclusive pass. Please, come in and sit. Ignoring his grasp, Yin Xiaoxi wore a sorrowful expression. Look, his voice has returned. He is back to his usual self. After taking a few steps inside, she sensed an odd atmosphere. Why was it so much warmer inside than outside? Curiously, she scanned the room. And when her gaze landed on the bulge under the covers, silence enveloped her. Was there someone else there? The warmth seemed to emanate from that very spot. Feeling a surge of misinterpretation, her look towards Mubai shifted. Was he truly so fearless about being caught in such a compromising situation? Her junior brother had been right. This man was no paragon of virtue. His lack of genuine feelings had led to misunderstandings, leaving her heart in turmoil. Unchosen by the one she longed for. She reflected on their complicated past, how they had been promised to each other since childhood, only for him to abandon her when trouble arose. Though his reasons might have been justified, his departure still stung. And now, recalling the threats she had faced upon her arrival, she couldn't help but feel anger towards him. Noticing Yin Xiaoxi's contemplative gaze fixed on the bed, Mubai's complexion shifted between shades of red and white, sensing her wrath. He quickly turned to investigate what had captured her attention. Upon seeing the disheveled bedding, he broke into a cold sweat. Swiftly, he leaped up and threw back the covers. Even though it was empty, he felt utterly helpless. Xiaoxi, please don't misunderstand. There is nothing here, I swear. The only woman who will ever grace my bed is you. Mubai's earnest declaration jolted Yin Xiaoxi from her reverie, and she stared at him, taken aback by his sincerity. Is this guy out of his mind? Why is he swearing like this? The memory of his past escapades with multiple partners flooded her thoughts, leaving her speechless. Rolling her eyes in disbelief, she poured herself a glass of cold water from the teapot to quell her shock. As her mind raced through various thoughts, she couldn't resist turning back to admonish him. Young man, don't make such absolute statements. Little did she know, Mubai misinterpreted her skepticism as disbelief, prompting him to grasp her hands with fervor. Xiaoxi, trust me. I would never let any other girl near me. If I were to be with anyone else, I would lose my humanity. A series of coughs erupted from Yin Xiaoxi. Good grief. Have you lost your mind? Your fiancé, he is named Xiaoxi, right? Is it not Xiaoxi? Chapter 113. The courteous dove withdrawing her hand from Mubai's grasp, she poured herself a glass of water at the table. It was for calming her nerves. Noticing he seemed poised to speak further, Yin Xiaoxi, fearing he might utter something shocking, quickly interjected, Stop. Don't say another word.